Chapter 1. No cowards beneath the banner of death. Squad leader, the enemy. The enemy is closing in. Squad leader, we are running low on ammunition. Quickly, form a defensive line. Those without bullets, draw your bayonets. Fight to the death. Take one down with you, spill two for the cause. Lin Tiandust felt a haze clouding his consciousness, a sharp pain radiated from his right arm. The chaotic voices around him only heightened his curiosity about the situation outside. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of worn, faded blue uniforms, the fabric fraying and tattered, revealing the youthfulness of the faces around 19 or 20. Years old, covered in dust, many gripping long rifles. A military enthusiast, he recognized the style of these weapons. They bore resemblance to those from the anti-Japanese war. The Hanyang 88. Is this a film set? Lin Tiandust pondered, but as his gaze shifted, it landed on a pale figure lying on the ground. His attention was drawn to the man's arm, where visible veins throbbed, gushing blood as another person pressed down, desperately attempting to bandage the wound. A salty tang filled the air, jolting Lin Tiandust's mind into clarity. This was no mere film production. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in a cave nestled in the mountains, approximately the size of a basketball court, its structure resembling a pyramid, tapering sharply upwards, with enough room to accommodate around 20 people. Squad leader, we're down to just 9 brothers. Don't talk about brotherhood at a time like this. If we must, we'll all walk the road to the underworld together. You Sichuan soldiers aren't afraid of death, are we supposed to be? Right, let's be brothers in the next life, and take those little devils down with us. Lin Tiandust wore a dazed expression as vague memories began to resurface in his mind, gradually becoming clearer. Taiyuan had fallen, the enemy launched a massive assault. He had become separated from his unit and encountered the Sichuan soldiers. I've crossed over. Lin Tiandust finally grasped the reality. This was not a performance. He was on an actual battlefield, about to face the enemy, having truly traversed into the era of the anti-Japanese war. Though he found the environment disconcerting, the thought of confronting the enemy strangely instilled a sense of calm within him. He recalled a question and answer that had once flashed through his mind. If Japan were to wage war again, would you flee? Flee? I'd charge in with my rifle. Why hesitate against the devils? This is a matter of honor for our clan. Now, Lin Tiandust felt no discomfort from his time-traveling experience. Rather, the notion that the more devils he dispatched, the more he would etch his name in his family's lineage resonated deeply with him. As his memories crystallized, he understood that he had been part of the Jinsei army, which had been routed and separated from the main force, only to be pursued here by a squad of the enemy, stumbling upon a similarly beleaguered group of Sichuan soldiers. However, as he observed the people around him and the dilapidated state of their weaponry, Lin Tiandust fell silent. History is but a simple page, and witnessing the Sichuan soldiers firsthand revealed the true extent of their plight. Amidst the sparse presence of Hanyang rifles, merely a handful. Around 10 men, only 5 firearms were accounted for, with a meager supply of ammunition, not to mention the absence of grenades, which appeared to be hastily crafted at the border, likely incapable of detonating upon impact. However, Lin Tiandust found little inclination to concern himself with the armament of the Sichuan troops. His mind was preoccupied with the imminent predicament he faced. A detachment of Japanese soldiers is encircling us. Lin Tiandust furrowed his brow, memories gradually resurfacing in his mind. Since regaining consciousness, the cacophony of artillery fire had not ceased. The bombardment continued relentlessly, followed by the advance of infantry. Once their position was compromised, artillery strikes would likely commence, and the enemy forces stationed downhill would soon launch their assault, jeopardizing other residual units as well. Facing a Japanese detachment of 300 with a mere 20 men at his command and only 10 firearms at their disposal, the odds seemed insurmountable. A few of his comrades were equipped with sabers, while several others bore injuries and were devoid of any weaponry, including himself, who stood empty-handed. The situation appeared to be a deadlock. Escape was futile, and confrontation would lead to inevitable defeat. The only recourse left was to seek a sacrifice. As Lin Tiandust pondered this grim reality, memories of a previous death lingered in his mind, instilling a sense of apprehension, not from fear of demise, but from the inability to secure a Japanese soldier as a shield. This was the thought that troubled him most. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated within his consciousness. Vision activated. Visualization, 10 kilometers. Upgrade experience, 0. Reclining against the black and white fabric, Lin Tiandust felt a sharp pain in his right arm, a stark reminder of his reality, redirecting his focus to the mechanical voice. Vision? Visualization? System? He sensed the emergence of a new realm within his mind, granting him access to a 3D holographic map. As he scrutinized the map, A familiar essence enveloped him, revealing their current location, as if he had been bestowed with a divine perspective, surveying the unfolding scenes. Below, he could discern the circumstances surrounding him within a 10-mile radius. Even the topography of nearby caves, it resembled a strategic game map. With him, as the player, each unit represented in varying shades of color. This vision, if manipulated wisely, may yield a chance for survival. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Tiandust felt a surge of excitement, though it was quickly overshadowed by a pang of excruciating pain in his right arm. If survival was attainable, why entertain thoughts of death? He yearned to send more of the enemy to the netherworld, accumulating merit for his eventual reckoning, perhaps sharing a drink with the ancestors in the afterlife, offering at least a toast in gratitude. There was hope. Yet, he must first seize command. Lin Tiandust's mind raced, realizing that his foremost priority was to ascend as the leader of this band. After all, he was not the squad leader. As he contemplated, he recognized the urgency of the situation and lifted his gaze to his comrades, observing the resignation on the face of the Sichuan squad leader. Our intention is to fight valiantly, yet we are bereft of weapons. Upon departing Sichuan, my father bestowed upon me a flag, instructing me to wipe away blood when wounded and to be wrapped in it upon death. Now, faced with a deadlock, I shall lead the charge. Should we descend into the underworld, let us do so together, and in the next life, we shall be brothers once more. Wang Jiantong's expression was grave as he retrieved a banner from his bosom and unfurled it. The disparity in equipment was stark. The only asset they possessed was their indomitable spirit. The fabric, a coarse white cloth, measured approximately 5 feet in length and 3 feet in width. In the center, an imposing and vigorous character for death stood boldly. I do not wish for you to honor me in life, but rather to remain loyal to our nation. In times of national peril, with the Japanese aggressors looming, the rise and fall of our country rests upon every individual. I had intended to serve, yet age prevented me. Fortuitously, I have a son who is eager to take up the mantle. Grant me a banner to carry with me at all times, that I shall wipe away blood when wounded and be wrapped in it upon death. Forge ahead fearlessly, and do not forget your duty. 2 lines of text flanked the sides, with a large character for death above. Lin Tiandust, who had intended to speak, found himself momentarily lost in thought. Wipe away blood when injured and be wrapped in it upon death. The renowned death banner. Buried here, fight to the death. Upon witnessing this, whether they were from the Sichuan army or the scattered troops of Jinsi, their eyes glistened with fervor, brimming with murderous intent. As everyone within the cavern embraced the resolve to perish, Wang Jiantong's gaze remained steadfast with morale at hand. There was a chance to secure some support. Yet at that moment, a voice suddenly pierced the air, causing Wang Jiantong to furrow his brow. I have an exceptionally brilliant idea. Lin Tiandust interjected, sensing the charged atmosphere. He interrupted the fervor of battle that had enveloped them. He had no choice after all. While dying in battle was indeed noble, it might not yield significant results against the enemy. His perceptive vision revealed an opportunity to engage the stronger foe with cunning. Wang Jiantong's brow furrowed, in concern morale had been ignited. Yet someone was shaking the resolve of the troops. A murderous intent stirred within him. Since ancient times, those who disturbed the morale of the army faced death. However, Lin Tiandust spoke again. This will not impede our resolve to fight to the death. I possess a profound understanding of jungle warfare. I too wish to slay the enemy, but I desire to achieve more. Therefore, I seek to prolong my life, to have something to boast about to my ancestors. Lin Tiandust met the fierce gaze of a veteran soldier without flinching. Before him stood valiant soldiers. It would be a tragedy for them to perish here. He could leverage his vision to anticipate the enemy's movements, drawing them into the forest to engage the Japanese. Even in death, they could achieve a far greater result. Wang Jiantong's countenance remained grave as he scrutinized Lin Tiandust, as if weighing his thoughts. Should my commands prove erroneous, it shall not alter our fate. In the next life, we shall be brothers. Should we descend into the underworld, I shall bow my head in respect. In such a predicament, where could I possibly flee? Allow me the chance to lead. It cannot be a mistake unless you possess a better strategy. Lin Tiandust spoke again, his gaze fixed upon Wang Jiantong. In truth, Wang Jiantong could surmise a portion of his thoughts. Upon his words, the previously tense atmosphere began to ease. Wang Jiantong's face bore a hint of hesitation as he glanced at the others, his gaze finally resting on Lin Tiandust. What do you propose? His voice was somewhat hoarse and low. The encounter since leaving Sichuan weighed heavily upon him, with countless brothers lost before his eyes. He feared not death, but rather a death devoid of purpose, in a world teetering on the brink of chaos. A multitude of brothers finds themselves devoid of supplies and weapons even. The few firearms that are distributed are mere remnants salvaged from the heaps of the deceased. The value of human life has plummeted in these tumultuous times, as one comrade after another departs from this realm, with the elder brother collapsing before him. Often, individuals grasp weapons that are rendered inoperable, and even if they were armed, they would face a demise so suffocating. Lin Tiandust's eyes sparkled with determination as he spoke urgently. I have observed a small contingent of enemy soldiers advancing. Let us devise a strategy to eliminate them. Replenish our weapons and ammunition, and then engage the enemy in the thicket. If we are to face death, let it be with purpose. Encountering a small squad is preferable to a larger battalion, as we may seize the opportunity to vanquish them. Within the confines of his mind, Lin Tiandust had already discerned a group of a dozen adversaries, cautiously probing ahead, having strayed from their main force. Should the chance arise to ambush this squad, there exists a substantial possibility of neutralizing them before reinforcements arrive. Victory would grant us a much-needed supply boost, while defeat would merely require us to snatch a morsel before we depart for the afterlife. Are you certain? Wang Jiantang scrutinized Lin Tiandust earnestly. Since we are fated to fight to the death, trust me just this once, Lin Tiandust replied with unwavering confidence. Wang Jiantang surveyed the resolute faces of those within the cave, contemplating for a considerable time before finally stating, "You had better possess a sound plan, or you shall be the first to perish. Leave two to tend to the wounded, the rest. Follow me swiftly," Lin Tiandust commanded, seizing control without hesitation. The window of opportunity was fleeting and decisive action was imperative. At present, he is the highest commander of our squad. You two remain. The rest follow, Wang Jiantang declared, gripping his weapon and advancing briskly. The others exchanged resolute glances, steeling themselves before resolutely joining the fray. Given the dire circumstances, there was little to fear in the face of death. Daring to try was the only option left. Chapter 2. The executioner's blade from a bygone era strikes towards a new future. Songyan Ridge, shrouded in smoke and chaos, bore witness to the remnants of battle, with craters pockmarking the ground, still exhaling wisps of smoke. At the forefront of the battlefield, a lone figure peered through binoculars, scrutinizing the horizon. What in the world are those devils up to? Zhang Dapio, what is the situation on that hill? Li Yunlong, lying prone, lowered his binoculars as a familiar voice echoed. As if summoned, a rugged man, brandishing a large sword on his back, appeared beside him. Commander, it seems a squad of enemy troops is encircling our allies. They've been driven to a hilltop, and the enemy is poised to launch an assault. Zhang Dapio lay next to Li Yunlong, his tone laden with gravity. Such scenes had become all too familiar during the current onslaught. Zhang Dapio was acutely aware of the dire fate that awaited them. With such a stark disparity in numbers and equipment, they were up against a mere squad of foes. Li Yunlong gazed toward the distant hill, a sense of urgency bubbling within him. Observing Li Yunlong's demeanor, Zhang Dapio instantly grasped his intent. Commander, our mission is to hold this position to ambush the enemy and cover the headquarters retreat. We cannot reveal our location, otherwise the civilians in our command will fall into the clutches of the enemy. Upon hearing Zhang Dapio's words, Li Yunlong understood the gravity of the situation. He lifted the binoculars once more to survey the distant hill. The enemy had begun to dismantle their mortar positions, indicating that an assault was imminent. Although the opposing hill was cloaked in forest, it concealed over 300 adversaries. A few rounds of artillery had already carved a path through the landscape. Li Yunlong set down the binoculars, deep in contemplation. You stay here and oversee the position. Take a few men with you. Before Zhang Dapio could respond, Li Yunlong had already gathered a few soldiers and departed from the post. Commander, you lot, hurry and follow the commander. Zhang Dapio watched Li Yunlong's retreating figure with a furrowed brow, aware of the futility in attempting to stop him. He promptly organized additional personnel to follow while he remained to direct the fortifications. Li Yunlong and his small contingent made their way toward the hill, closer to the conflict. They did not intend to reach the summit, merely to gain a vantage point for observation, as their encampment was already in proximity. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the sharp crack of gunfire. What the hell? They've engaged already? Move to higher ground. Li Yunlong's expression shifted to one of urgency as he hastened his pace through the dense underbrush. Breathless, they ascended the hill, where Li Yunlong swiftly retrieved his binoculars to survey the scene. The elevation provided a broad view, enabling him to quickly locate the source of the gunfire. Commander, it appears they have initiated an attack on the enemy, one of the soldiers behind Li Yunlong remarked in disbelief, gazing toward the distant hill. Do not speak of this mere soldier. Even Li Yunlong finds it somewhat hard to believe. A few individuals initiating an offensive? Li Yunlong adjusted his dark collar, his expression tinged with urgency. Having had extensive encounters with the enemy, he recognized at a glance that this was a standard Japanese squad. Given the combat prowess of these soldiers, their actions were tantamount to courting death. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted in succession. Behind a thicket, Wang Jiantang crouched low. Xia Shanzi and the others have made their move. When do we strike? He peered through the gaps in the trees at the enemy. A mere 20 meters below. His grip tightened around the rusted Hanyang rifle in his hands, while the large knife at his waist yearned for action. He had not anticipated encountering a small Japanese unit of over 20 men right at the forefront. Moreover, he sensed that Lin Tiandust possessed an acute understanding of this small enemy force's route. Not far ahead, more than 20 Japanese soldiers entered a state of combat readiness. And Wang Jiantang felt an overwhelming urge to shoot down a few of these beasts immediately. Yet, he knew that such impulsive action was ill-advised. His commanding officer had devised a meticulously planned tactical arrangement, clearly not intended for merely using the enemy as fodder. The aim was to annihilate them completely. With their numbers slightly inferior to the enemy's, it was uncertain whether to label this endeavor as audacious or merely foolish. However, with command having been relinquished, and now face-to-face with the enemy squad, he chose to adhere to the plan, refraining from a rash charge. Instead, opting to conceal himself alongside Lin Tiandust in the dense forest. Patience. Remember, do not hold back on the grenades. Throw them all at once. After the grenades explode, open fire and charge down swiftly. Everything must be executed with speed, in coordination with the ambushing knife squad, Lin Tiandust instructed as he prepared himself. This battle would not be easy. They lacked numerical superiority, with their only advantage being the element of surprise. The ambush, constructed through their vantage point, was their sole hope for a decisive victory. Stay here. The charge is my responsibility. Wielding the knife is our forte as Sichuan troops, Wang Jiantang remarked. Observing the bandaged arm of Lin Tiandust, he then grasped his large knife firmly and wrapped a piece of cloth around the handle to prevent slipping. A customary practice of their Sichuan soldiers to ensure a firm grip, especially after bloodshed. All right, Lin Tiandust replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. Around him, 5 or 6 men held ready grenades, their eyes fixed on the Japanese squad moving into the ambush zone of the knife unit. With his uninjured left hand, Lin Tiandust picked up a grenade. He noticed that some in the grass were becoming restless, unable to wait any longer. He bit the fuse open and hurled it without delay. Fire. At Lin Tiandust's command, the remaining 7 grenades were launched almost simultaneously toward the unsuspecting Japanese soldiers nearby. A modest parabola descended upon the heart of the enemy, and in an instant, a resonant yet muffled sound erupted. Boom. The cautious advance of the enemy was abruptly halted as 2 of their ranks fell. With the explosion of the grenade, the air was thickened with the crackle of gunfire. Kill. Wang Jiantang, with only a few bullets to spare, gripped the hefty blade wrapped in layers of cloth. The proximity of the enemy reminded him of the brothers he had accompanied out of Sichuan, and the harrowing sights they had encountered along the way. Despite the small number of 7 or 8 comrades charging alongside him, their spirits surged like an overwhelming torrent. A cacophony of explosions and gunfire accompanied their charge. Everything unfolded with astonishing rapidity, even as the shouts of battle echoed from just behind the enemy ranks. The enemy squad had no time to react, especially given their scant 20 members. The onslaught of the adversary crashed upon them like a relentless tide. With the first gunshot, they were afforded no respite. When they finally regained their senses, they were met with the glint of a sharp blade. A great sword loomed before them. Kill. The enemy's words faltered. For before they could complete their utterance, a blade glided smoothly across their necks. This executioner's sword, a relic of a bygone era, struck towards an uncertain future. The chaos before them was a tumult of conflict, and amidst the sudden assault, the numbers of the panicked enemy dwindled with each passing moment. Chapter 3. New discoveries on the visualized map on the hillside. Li Yunlong slowly lowered his binoculars, his eyes filled with astonishment. A handful of grenades, a few Hanyang rifles, and several sabers had swiftly decimated an entire squad of well-equipped enemy soldiers within mere minutes. The rapidity of it all was staggering, leaving Li Yunlong in disbelief at the scene before him. It felt as though a relentless tide had surged forth, overwhelming the enemy without affording them a moment to react. Gunfire drew attention, while grenades rained down from above, catching the enemy off guard. Before they could respond, additional gunfire diverted their focus, allowing for close-quarters combat with the sabers. This battle was executed with remarkable precision and efficiency, leaving no room for hesitation. Impressive, truly remarkable combat prowess, whether in execution or troop deployment. It was nearly flawless. The elevated position afforded them a decisive advantage, granting no time for the enemy to react. Moreover, the firing patterns were meticulously coordinated with the saber wielders, preventing any friendly fire. After spending most of his life in the military and engaging in numerous battles, Li Yunlong's eyes reflected a mix of shock and admiration. This ambush had been entirely unexpected, and the strategic arrangement and tactics ignited a sense of deep humility in the self-taught Li Yunlong. With minimal cost, they had dispatched over 20 well-equipped enemy soldiers to their demise. Most striking was the disparity in weaponry. The enemy's arsenal was far superior. With only a handful of Hanyang rifles among their own, a dozen soldiers, armed with a few rifles and several sabers, had taken down a squad of roughly 20 enemy combatants, an account that few would believe. This battle was undeniably spectacular. Li Yunlong marveled again. Facing overwhelming odds and daring to take the initiative warranted his utmost respect. Do you know which unit they belong to? He inquired, but the others around him shook their heads. There were troops from Sichuan, Jinsui forces, and seemingly militia, likely remnants of a disbanded army. However, the majority appeared to be clad in the garb typical of Sichuan troops. Contemplating this, Li Yunlong's gaze drifted once more to the distant mountain peaks. Disbanded troops? What a thrill. I have never experienced such exhilarating combat. You cannot imagine. My saber strikes down, and the little devils fall. These enemies had relentlessly pursued us before. Finally, we have avenged ourselves. I must say, their weapons are indeed new, exquisite, and surprisingly effective. Inside the cave, many began to toy with the captured Arasaka rifles and the solitary machine gun. Surrounding the latter were 7 or 8 individuals, all reaching out to caress the gun barrel. As if they had discovered an extraordinary treasure. The battle concluded swiftly, so swiftly that the offensive barely lasted 10 minutes before its conclusion. Many soldiers, invigorated by the encounter, felt their previous despair gradually dissipating. Once, they had aimed to expend their utmost efforts to bring down at least one of the enemy. Now, they had suffered only 3 casualties while annihilating a squad of over 20 foes. Lin Tiandust felt a slight sense of relief wash over him throughout the confrontation. He had remained taut with anxiety. However, his visual prowess, honed through this practical engagement, made it evident that his abilities were indeed formidable. Still, Lin Tiandust recognized that this was not the moment for celebration. Beside him, Wang Jiantang exhibited a rare smile. Having not participated in such an exhilarating battle since their departure from Sichuan, this encounter had proven to be a significant triumph. Wang Jiantang began to report the details. 23 enemy combatants were eliminated, with 3 of their own lost and 5 sustaining minor injuries. They had secured a machine gun with 200 rounds, 12 rifles with over 400 rounds, and 26 grenades. Wang Jiantang struggled to contain his excitement since enlisting. He had never enjoyed such abundance. Faced with the well-equipped enemy squad, he had anticipated a mutual destruction, yet they had returned victorious. The exhilaration of wielding a saber and feeling the thrill of vanquishing the enemy was a release he would long remember. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Wang Jiantang's gaze fell upon the youth, not yet 19, who was changing his bandages. Every aspect of their deployment, the diversionary tactics, and the ambush site had been orchestrated by this young man, who had meticulously arranged the sequence of combat and the order of the charge. The losses incurred were merely a consequence of close-quarters combat, yet they had decimated 23 enemy soldiers. It was not that the enemy had weakened, rather, the intricate strategies employed had created immense pressure from all directions. The Jinsui army, such command talent, yet he remained merely a private. Wang Jiantang could not help but mutter internally, having witnessed the opposing command capabilities firsthand. After pondering for a moment, he sheathed his saber and approached Lin Tiandust. The young man's slender frame and handsome visage reminded Wang Jiantang of the strategist he had read about in historical accounts. Squad leader, how shall we proceed? Wang Jiantang seated himself beside Lin Tiandust, instinctively retrieving the bandages they had captured to redress Lin Tiandust's wounds. The soldiers who had just finished accounting for their supplies also looked towards Lin Tiandust, fully aware of the primary reason for their victory. Let us rest for a moment. Distribute the firearms and ammunition, and indulge in the canned goods without restraint. The enemy has likely been sufficiently shaken. I will contemplate our next steps, Lin Tiandust proposed. As many instinctively placed their hands on their stomachs. Throughout this journey, they had scarcely experienced true satiety. Upon hearing this, a sense of hunger surged within them. The group decided to first partake in sustenance. Wang Jiantang nodded and began to organize their efforts. At this moment, Lin Tiandust had already delved into his mind, observing the transformations within the system. A visual map had materialized, accompanied by altered detailed descriptions. Experience points, 0023. Having gained experience, Lin Tiandust, through this battle, developed a new discernment regarding the nuances of color. The variations in hue represented differing levels of firepower. This realization compelled him to gaze at the visual map in his mind, where clusters of enemies were gathering, some areas glowing in light red, while others blazed in deep crimson. The darker shades likely indicated heavy artillery, such as cannons. Lin Tiandust's eyes flickered with contemplation. The lighter regions possibly signified the presence of rifles or similar weaponry. This revelation deepened the intensity in Lin Tiandust's gaze. Firepower deployment points. With this insight, Lin Tiandust scrutinized the map within his mind, as well as the enemy's arrangements, his eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. Chapter 4 Retreat? No. Prepare to launch an assault on the enemy's encampment. Baka! An angry exclamation in Japanese erupted. A soldier, clad in military uniform and adorned with a bayonet, glared at the dismembered corpses strewn across the ground, his expression twisted in fury. At this moment, the bodies lay in grotesque disarray, some missing limbs, others decapitated. Their personal belongings almost entirely stripped away, as if locusts had ravaged the area. Anything of value had vanished. Even their rations had been taken, leaving behind horrific scenes of death. More than half of the victims bore wounds inflicted by sharp weapons, their blood and flesh staining the earth a deep crimson. The few soldiers standing beside their officer kept their heads bowed, too intimidated to speak. What unit is that? What is their designation? The officer's voice cut through the tension again. Yet, silence reigned. No one dared to respond. After a prolonged pause, one soldier finally murmured, I am unaware. But the advance unit of Captain T and I must have encountered an ambush of approximately 100 men. From the moment we heard the gunfire to our arrival here. It was barely 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, the officer's expression darkened. He gripped his bayonet tightly. Baka, 100? There were not even that many. Although the battle was brief, the number of those struck was few. Most were caught off guard and slaughtered in close quarters. The officer surveyed the lifeless bodies on the ground, his anger palpable, yet he recognized the critical need to encircle these survivors rather than succumb to such chaos. Gather the troops. Secure all routes at the Mountain S base. Tomorrow, we will flush out those rats. In the cavern, the distant sounds of gunfire stirred Wang Jiantang from his momentary respite after finishing a can of food. He instinctively grew alert, suspecting that the enemy had discovered the bodies at the foot of the mountain. Lin Tiandust's pupils contracted slightly as he adjusted his injured arm for comfort. Beside him, Wang Jiantang's face betrayed a flicker of concern. Squad leader, should we not consider a retreat? We have rested sufficiently, eaten our fill, and are armed. The enemy has been repelled once. They are unlikely to attack again tonight. We can easily seize the cover of darkness to depart. Wang Jiantang added, reflecting on the day's skirmish, which had successfully thwarted a wave of enemy advances. Now, with nightfall upon them, it seemed an opportune moment to withdraw. During the day, they had fought with desperation due to dwindling supplies, unable to confront the enemy head-on, having survived the daylight and gained a victory over a small enemy contingent. The tightening of their encirclement would render them less likely to form smaller units for a surrounding attack. The gap had begun to emerge, signaling that now was indeed the right time to retreat. The map in Lin Tiandust's mind, marked with densely packed red points, assured him that withdrawal was undoubtedly feasible. Although certain vital passages have been closely guarded by the enemy, with machine guns positioned and mortar teams on standby, they can still traverse the mountain paths. After dispatching a small squad, the enemy's forces have evidently tightened their grip, reducing their operational radius significantly. However, armed with a visual map, they can withdraw at any moment, without the need for haste. Moreover, even if a retreat were indeed necessary, where could they possibly retreat to? For Lin Tiandust, evading this group of foes merely means relocating to another battlefield. All eyes turned to Lin Tiandust, who had now become their unwavering pillar of support. We shall not retreat. Let the brothers rest for a while. We will march under the cover of night and prepare to launch a surprise attack on their camp. Upon hearing these words, Wang Jiantang stood frozen in disbelief. Are we, 19 in number, really going to assault the enemy's stronghold? He exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. After all, even a flank attack would be against the camp of the enemy's forces, which numbered around 300. Indeed, Lin Tiandust replied with unwavering confidence. Having discerned a weak flank in the enemy's formation, where their firepower appeared diminished, his assessment suggested that this was likely the enemy's artillery unit, stationed at a considerable distance from their main encampment, situated behind the enemy's lines. Wang Jiantang's expression faltered, his disbelief palpable. We are soldiers. Where in this vast world can we retreat to? If you choose to withdraw, then do so, but I shall not retreat to the rear. If death is to come, let it come on the front lines. We stand with you, Wang Jiantang declared, and without another word, he grasped his broadsword tightly, feeling a sense of security despite the presence of a rifle on his back. With comrades to back him, what did it matter if a few more were to fall? Yes, we are soldiers, we choose to meet our fate on the battlefield. In the cavern, their faces flushed with determination, the atmosphere resonated with resolve. Excellent. Now rest well. I will call upon you when the time comes, Lin Tiandust affirmed, not at all surprised by their choice. His primary aim was to procure artillery. With the artillery unit at a distance from the enemy's main forces, he believed it presented the best opportunity. Having artillery would provide them with various options, whether for assault, positional warfare, or defense. Though risks were inherent, in the current dark circumstances, what endeavor was devoid of peril? Lin Tiandust was prepared to take that gamble. Utilizing the advantage of the visual map as his guide, the soldiers exchanged few words, fully aware that this march towards the enemy would likely be their final stand. They were to assault a stronghold protected by tenfold the enemy's numbers. However, now equipped with firearms and having consumed their rations, each enemy they could take down would be a victory. They had endured a continuous cycle of passive defense and retreat, but they no longer wished to retreat. They were soldiers, and in this vast world, aside from the front lines, where else could they possibly go? In the theater of war, death is an inevitable companion. Even in demise, the warriors find solace in the belief that their sacrifice is not in vain, for it upholds the honor of their forebears. While the soldiers grapple with their internal sentiments, Lin Tiandust's focus is intently directed towards the mental visualization of a map, meticulously refining his strategies for the impending assault. His intent is to catch the adversary off guard. The enemy, under the impression that his small contingent would retreat, would be met with a sudden counteroffensive. Exploiting the element of surprise before they could encircle him, swiftly retreating into the depths of the mountains. This notion ignites a sense of vast operational potential within Lin Tiandust. In the midst of his contemplation, Wang Jiantang, with a broadsword slung across his back, approaches him. After this battle, we must embark on a long-distance maneuver. You rest. I shall keep watch. Lin Tiandust remains fixated on the 3D map in his mind, unwilling to let his guard down. He must remain vigilant regarding the enemy's deployments and their firepower, for what appears to be an opportunity is ever shifting. Will you be directing us shortly? Shall I handle the surveillance? Wang Jiantang inquires, recognizing Lin Tiandust's need to strategize further to minimize casualties. Agreed, Lin Tiandust replies after deliberation, and Wang Jiantang, having resolved to adhere to Lin Tiandust's directives, takes up a long spear, leaning against a nearby surface. His eyes narrowing in preparation for what may be yet another battle to the death, needing to restore his energy swiftly. Meanwhile, Lin Tiandust continues to scrutinize the deep crimson markers on the map in his mind, lost in thought. Chapter 5, The Shock of Li Yunlong Within the Cavern. An eerie silence enveloped the group as each individual busied themselves with their belongings, acutely aware of the immense risks that accompanied their proactive assault. The enemy forces amassed below were vastly superior in number, outnumbering them by several dozens. After gathering their essentials, many selflessly offered the scant rations they possessed to the wounded in the cave. Prepared, they set forth, adhering to a minimalist approach. Lin Tiandust tightened the bandage around his right arm, the pain causing his gaze to turn icy. Squad leader, should there be a next life, I shall surely fight alongside you. Indeed, they had already reached a point of no return. If rebirth awaited, they would undoubtedly engage in battle together. If only they had more soldiers, with your commanding prowess, a grander stage would await you. Yan Laoshi is truly despicable. Wang Jiantang voiced a sentiment that had long occupied his thoughts. The Jinsui army had deteriorated to its core, and such an exceptional commander was relegated to the status of a mere foot soldier. This life was far from over. Why speak of the next? Let us first contend with this battle. Lin Tiandust surveyed the mental map in his mind, his tone calm. He was fully cognizant of the enemy's deployment and troop positions. Under such circumstances, he remained confident in their ability to withdraw. Let us first engage in this battle. Count how many we can take. Wang Jiantang emerged to rally the spirits of his comrades, adjusting the large blade upon his back and inspecting his ammunition pouch. As his words resonated, a surge of momentum coursed through the group. Previously, their morale was present but scarce, rooted in two primary aspects: physical hunger and spiritual desolation. After all, their journey thus far had been rife with enemy encirclement, leaving little room for visions of victory. During the day's skirmish, they had feasted upon canned beef, partaking in a glorious ambush where the few triumphed over the many. This time, though they faced the specter of death, an exhilarating fervor ignited within each heart. For they knew their formidable blades were poised to pierce the enemy's flesh. They would not succumb to senseless demise. Let us depart, Lin Tiandust declared, as the twilight dimmed. A dozen individuals stealthily slipped into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a few wounded in the cavern. As night deepened, the stillness was pronounced, with the moon casting a sparse glow. The day had been rife with smoke and the relentless clamor of gunfire. In contrast, the night descended into an unsettling tranquility, broken only by the sounds of unseen insects, presenting an illusion of peace. The darkness veiled the events of the day, as if nothing had transpired at all. Damn it! Li Yunlong lay upon a makeshift bed of hay, lost in contemplation for an extended period, before ultimately rising to a seated position. The hour was late, and they had not returned to their positions. Who was orchestrating this? Among the Sichuan troops, who possessed such commanding ability near Taiyuan, and how could they be reduced to a mere handful? The battle witnessed on the hillside replayed relentlessly in his mind. Sleep eluded him, rest was utterly unattainable. With a few large knives, several grenades, and a handful of broken firearms, a well-equipped squad of around 20 enemy soldiers was annihilated. This was something Li Yunlong had never witnessed in his years of military service. Such talent was indeed a tragic loss, he murmured to himself. Following the ambush during the day, the enemy would certainly not suffer such a setback again. Under the pressure of such a crackdown, they would undoubtedly consolidate their forces to launch a large-scale assault on the small contingent hidden within the mountains. Although they had captured a squad's worth of equipment, it was far from sufficient when faced with an enemy battalion of over 300 men. The disparity in numbers was glaring. This was one of the reasons Li Yunlong found it hard to sleep. He could not shake off the memory of the battle. Yet he was equally unwilling to watch such a capable commander fall prey to the enemy. However, he had a mission at hand. As the current objective of the new regiment was to impede the enemy's advance and facilitate the retreat of the civilians and senior officers, he could not possibly divert heavy troops to rescue them, Although he sometimes defied orders, he was well aware of what was truly important. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Li Yunlong pondered the situation, a sudden burst of gunfire drew his gaze to another mountain peak. Instantly, he turned towards the source of the gunfire. And despite the dense forest, the moonlight allowed him to faintly perceive the glimmer of bullets being discharged. Juzi, what's happening? Li Yunlong rose and stepped out from his temporary resting place. Commander, it seems that small contingent has begun their assault on the enemy's position. Juzi quickly donned his military cap without bothering to straighten it, reporting to Li Yunlong. When did you start spouting nonsense? Li Yunlong retorted. Commander, just take a look for yourself. They are indeed attacking the camp. Juzi promptly handed over a pair of binoculars, and the two began to make their way cautiously towards the hillside. Upon reaching the slope, the first thing Li Yunlong did was take the binoculars, crouching down to observe the distant scene. Despite the night, the moonlight illuminated some activity. Watching the distant flashes and the sounds of gunfire, Li Yunlong found it hard to believe his eyes. Damn it, fewer than 20 men dare to charge at an enemy battalion? He did not lower the binoculars, fixated on the scene within the lenses where flames illuminated the land. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a feat could be accomplished by a mere 20 men. The soldiers beside Li Yunlong also gazed downward, their expressions reflecting their disbelief. At the foot of the distant mountain, flames erupted, and the sounds of explosions and gunfire echoed incessantly, although they were at a considerable distance. The towering flames still illuminated the area below. Commander, Commander. Just as Li Yunlong was straining to observe, a voice called from behind, and 3 or 4 men appeared beside the slope. What are you doing here? Li Yunlong asked. Commander, I was just worried about you, Zhang Dabiao replied. His gaze fixated on the flames below. His heart was filled with confusion. After all, he was unaware of any other allied forces establishing defenses nearby. Yet such a tremendous commotion had erupted. What could have caused such a tumult? It was not an entire battalion, but rather a scattered force of fewer than 20 men. How could so few produce such a cacophony? Zhang Dabiao found it hard to believe. The sounds of explosions below suggested a firepower far beyond that of a mere dozen individuals. They must be attacking the enemy's artillery. Li Yunlong did not respond to Zhang Dabiao but instead observed intently. As bursts of flames erupted, he gradually realized that these men had taken the initiative to launch a surprise assault on the enemy's mortar positions. Only an artillery site could yield such a spectacle upon detonating munitions. Boom. Before Li Yunlong could speak again, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. A series of blasts followed in quick succession, illuminating the distant sky with fiery brilliance. Yet, as Li Yunlong gazed upon the flames, he understood that this small contingent had successfully obliterated one of the enemy's mortar emplacements. How he wished he could be present. Holding his binoculars, he watched the relentless explosions in the distance, his face etched with sorrow. The sight of those cannons made his mouth water. Yet he knew that had they possessed more men, they could have potentially salvaged some of them. The ambush by day and the current surprise attack on the enemy's artillery had yielded results akin to that of an entire battalion, or rather, a regiment. If he had 100 men, he could likely annihilate an enemy company of 300 in successive waves. He had correctly predicted that the enemy would gather their forces for a sweeping operation, enabling a direct strike on the artillery position, thus minimizing their threat. Even if they were to engage in positional warfare, they would not fear the confrontation. True talent, indeed, with explosions ringing out and flames continuously bursting forth. Li Yunlong continued to gaze for a long while before finally lowering his binoculars. A contingent of just over 20 men had achieved such results against more than 300 enemy soldiers, a feat few could accomplish on the battlefield. Zhang Dabiao, can we spare some men from the regiment? Commander, our blocking forces may not be sufficient, and moreover, Cheng has issued a strict order. If you disobey, it could lead to execution. Zhang Dabiao understood the implication of Li Yunlong's words, yet they too were like a clay Buddha crossing a river, struggling for survival. Faced with the enemy's sweeping operation, their ability to break through was uncertain, let alone the fact that their current mission was to impede the enemy. They simply could not spare troops to rescue this band of fewer than 20. Regrettably, Li Yunlong set down his binoculars, lying prone on the ground as he reflected on the events of the day, feeling a sense of loss. The sounds of exploding munitions persisted, and beneath the fiery glow, the sky gradually brightened. As the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, the remnants of the enemy's artillery position lay scattered in ruin. Chapter 6. Relocating the battlefield, engaging in a prolonged struggle with the enemy. In the narrow mountain path, through the thickets of the jungle, faint flickers of movement were discernible. Dozens of figures swiftly navigated the dense underbrush, their strides steady and pace rapid. Merging seamlessly with the night, these individuals were nearly undetectable, each bearing 2 rifles on their shoulders, some even hefting 3 or 4. Has Xiaoshan returned? Wang Jiantang inquired softly to his comrades. Here, came a voice from the rear of the group, belonging to a slight figure struggling under the weight of a rifle taller than himself. Xiaoshan is likely still dazed. He ought to be cautious not to wet his bed tonight. Someone jested upon hearing the response of the soldier named Xiaoshan. This quip elicited laughter from the traveling party, creating a light-hearted atmosphere, as they had anticipated a fierce confrontation but instead encountered an overwhelmingly one-sided affair. Wang Jianeng chuckled as well. He had steeled himself for death. Yet the mortars were neatly arranged on the flat ground, surrounded by several tents. The sentries were neutralized. Grenades cleared the path. The lone machine gun unleashed fire upon the enemy's tent area. 3 individuals targeted and eliminated enemy positions from above, while 3 others swept through, and 4 dismantled mortars and destroyed shells. The entire skirmish concluded in approximately 15 minutes. Wang Jiantang remained unaware of how many enemies had perished beneath his heavy machine gun. He only recognized that his understanding of warfare had once again been transformed. What he had once believed to be the pinnacle of tactics was now eclipsed. This encounter revealed that Zhao Zilong's legendary 7 forays in and out was no mere myth. The exhilaration of vengeance, the cathartic barrage upon the tents, culminating with a grenade, left no time for the adversaries to respond. Furthermore, the enemy's fire points had long been cleared by Lin Tiandust's designated personnel. What remained was merely the slaughter of the slumbering foes. Wang Jiantang had never experienced such combat since joining the army. It imparted a profound realization to all. Warfare could indeed be fought in this manner. What then had they been engaged in previously? The once indelible, well-equipped enemy, on this night, resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. Move swiftly, spare the banter. We must evacuate this area. We are not yet out of danger, Wang Jiantang urged. His gaze tense as he surveyed the surroundings. The group, upon hearing this, ceased their chatter and hastened onward. The gunfire ceased. Feng Wazi, there is no need to waste any more bandages. Within the cave, a wounded soldier leaning against a stone, who had been gazing outside, now lowered his head. He halted the frail figure preparing to change the bandage on his left leg. The gunfire had spanned merely over 10 minutes. They were acutely aware of what this signified. After all, it was a camp of 300, and they were but 20. The other injured in the cave, upon hearing these words, also bowed their heads. An overwhelming sense of helplessness flooding their hearts. Beside the wounded, a young soldier clad in a tattered green uniform, adorned with numerous patches, bore a somewhat sallow complexion. Yet his eyes shone with remarkable brightness as he diligently changed the bandages of the injured. Feng Bailu remained silent, battling the unease swelling within him, seeking an event to occupy his mind and divert his attention. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. The wounded within the cavern instantly became alert. Refraining from uttering a sound, their gazes fixated on the entrance as if awaiting the arrival of death itself. Observing this, Feng Bailu set down the bloody bandage and grasped a long rifle, cautiously approaching the entrance with vigilance, his grip on the weapon tightening. "Who goes there?" he demanded, aiming the gun at the shadowy figure that entered. In the darkness, the injured refrained from kindling a fire, fearing even the faintest flicker, within the pitch-black cavern. Feng Bailu could not discern whether the intruder was an enemy or... "Feng Bailu, lower your weapon. How dare you point a gun at the squad leader? Are you rebelling?" Wang Jiantang swiftly stepped in front of Lin Tiandust, urgently interjecting. The familiar voice instantly alleviated the tension among the occupants of the cavern, their expressions transforming to one of sheer joy. The squad leader has returned. Feng Bailu's face betrayed his uncontrollable delight as he promptly set the rifle aside. Moonlight spilled into the cavern, illuminating the faces of Feng Bailu and the wounded with elation, but the most exhilarated were the soldiers who had participated in the battle, their faces alight with uncontainable excitement. One by one, they set down their spoils, filling the cavern to the brim. 2 machine guns, a mortar, 6 shells, and over 500 rounds of ammunition. "Squad leader, we struck it rich," exclaimed one soldier. "I took down 5 foes with this big knife. You wouldn't believe it. I tossed a grenade into a tent, and it unleashed a cacophony of screams. It was worth it, a lifetime's worth." The few wounded who had not participated listened to the banter, their gazes somewhat vacant as they beheld the spoils being brought in, realizing that this battle had likely been significant. Yet, they also understood that the assault on a squad of 300 enemies by 20 men was no simple feat. As the spoils were laid down, a rare smile graced Wang Jiantang's face. From the ambush of the enemy squad the previous noon to today's dawn raid, while the enemies were in the depths of slumber, the contrast was striking. Previously, they had faced disdain and relentless hardship, suffering from overwhelming firepower that left them in disarray. Now, they could take the initiative and celebrate 2 consecutive victories with only a handful of casualties. It felt like a dream. Yet, he knew that the enemies had not weakened, but rather, it was the meticulous planning that had made the difference. Otherwise, how could they have previously been routed? Wang Jiantang had faced the enemy head-on and was acutely aware of their combat prowess. The change in fortune was not due to the enemy's decline, but rather the influence of Lin Tiandust. "Old Yin is insufferable," Wang Jiantang cursed inwardly. "What shall our next course of action be?" Wang Jiantang, deep in thought, turned to Lin Tiandust. "We must change our position," Lin Tiandust stated without hesitation. The enemy on the visual map has completely regrouped, no longer scattered like before when the artillery was deployed. Perhaps the enemy never anticipated that someone would infiltrate their artillery ranks, but after 2 battles, they are unlikely to afford similar opportunities again. With their numbers, we cannot afford to be ensnared by them. If we were to engage a squad of enemies head-on with just our dozen or so men, it would be certain death. Therefore, our immediate priority is to relocate to a safer area for rest and to plan our next move. Very well. Everyone, pack your things and prepare to move. Upon hearing Lin Tiandust's words, Wang Jiantang immediately issued commands, transforming into a reliable second-in-command. The soldiers promptly began to gather their belongings. Suddenly, they all halted their movements. Attentively listening, a howling sound resonated through the sky. Cannon fire, find a secure position. Wang Jiantang's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the noise. And without a moment's hesitation, he dove to the ground. Lin Tiandust reacted swiftly as well. At the warning, he dropped down, seeking reliable cover. Although they were in a cave, there was still the danger of collapse from artillery fire. Simultaneously, he quickly assessed whether the enemy was coordinating an attack. Observing that the enemy station nearby remained still, and the cannon fire was evidently random, a mere expression of frustration. Before dawn, the sound of crumbling rocks echoed through the air. Xiao Shanzi, did you not blow up the ammunition depot and the mountain cannon at that artillery position? Wang Jiantang's demeanor was grave as he glanced at a frail figure within the cave. The name Xiao Shanzi looked up innocently at Wang Jiantang, his tattered clothing and malnourished appearance evident. I did blow it up, Xiao Shanzi murmured softly. Then why? It was just a few mortars. And they are already gone. I estimate there were only a few shells left. Lin Tiandust raised a hand to halt Wang Jiantang, whose face was filled with anger. The cannon fire resembled mere venting, and it became apparent that the enemy was assembling their forces, showing signs of movement. Relocate immediately. Hurry, Lin Tiandust urged without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiantang swiftly grabbed several rifles nearby. Quickly, Xiao Shanzi, don't just focus on the artillery. Grab the shells and hurry. I can still carry a heavy machine gun. Put it on me, quickly. Wang Jiantang spoke rapidly, urging everyone relentlessly. The urgency to relocate was paramount. Chapter 7. The routed troops in the dense forest, shrouded by layers of verdant leaves and creeping vines. An ancient adage resonates. Where there were once no paths in the mountains, trails emerge as footsteps abound. Dozens of figures flicker in and out of sight. It is less a mountain path than a trail forged by the passage of these fleeting silhouettes. Among the ranks, the soldiers' shoulders bear the weight of meticulously crafted weaponry, starkly contrasting with their nearly faded azure uniforms. Each soldier carries no fewer than 2 rifles, and in the heart of the formation, 2 men shoulder a mortar and a machine gun. At the forefront, a young man, his right arm still bound in bandages and clad in a tattered azure military uniform, leads a company of 21 through the underbrush. Squad leader, where are we headed? If we go any further, we may encroach upon enemy-controlled territory, voiced Wang Jiantang, who trailed closely behind Lin Tiandust, tightening his grip on the large blade strapped to his back, a note of concern evident in his tone. Following their relocation at dawn, they had traversed the depths of the mountains for several hours. With each segment of their journey, Lin Tiandust would pause momentarily before proceeding. After several intermittent hours of travel, Wang Jiantang realized that if they continued onward, they were nearing the area entirely dominated by the enemy, possibly even encroaching upon the territory of minor foes. Although they had resolved to engage in a skirmish with the enemy, having just conducted a surprise attack on the enemy artillery positions, they were now confronted with the enemy's heightened vigilance. Engaging in direct confrontation with such a limited force would yield little effect. The disparity in numbers was not something that could be mitigated by mere tactics. Their previous victories had relied on the element of surprise. Yet Wang Jiantang felt trepidation at the prospect of a daytime encounter with the enemy. The more perilous the location, the greater the safety it conceals. We lack the energy for a significant engagement at this time, so let us rest ahead, Lin Tiandust remarked, his gaze fixed upon the visual map in his mind, tracking enemy movements. Indeed, this was enemy-held territory, yet safety was a fleeting illusion in this world. Halting on a hilltop, he spotted a village not far ahead. The visual map indicated the presence of several points within, possibly signifying villagers who had not evacuated. After deliberation, Lin Tiandust resolved caution was paramount. Brothers, remain vigilant as we approach the village ahead. We should dispatch a few to investigate. There are likely people within. The dots on the map could represent villagers reluctant to leave, or perhaps others, necessitating a thorough investigation for safety's sake. Xiao Shanzi, you and I shall proceed. Stay sharp, he instructed. Wang Jiantang nodded affirmatively, drawing his pistol and chambering around. Swiftly, Wang Jiantang relayed the orders as they neared the village. The wounded remained behind while other soldiers stood guard, and he led his group toward Lin Tiandust's indicated location. Do not move. Advance any further, and we will open fire. A voice rang out clearly from within a thatched cottage as they approached. Wang Jiantang, stationed at a high vantage point, immediately dropped to the ground upon hearing a sound, swiftly raising his machine gun towards the thatched cottage. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with anticipation. Within the cottage, the occupants, already scrutinizing the situation outside, exchanged glances. The company commander seems to be from the Sichuan army, one of them hesitantly remarked. Ding Jiagua furrowed his brow, listening intently as a voice resonated from outside. We are the 122nd Division of the Sichuan army. Which unit are you from? The speaker's accent bore the distinctive traits of the Basha dialect. You are quite vigilant, came the retort. At this, the occupants inside the cottage spoke again. We are from the 357th Regiment of the Jinshui Army. We were encircled by the enemy and lost contact with our troops. I am Company Commander Ding Jiagua. Simultaneously, a figure slowly emerged from the cottage, scrutinizing Wang Jiantang, his expression momentarily frozen. The sight of the sidearm at the stranger's waist, the weapon on his back, and the machine gun he held, all bore the hallmarks of standard issue for the Japanese forces. However, he did not resemble a Japanese soldier at all, as his intonation clearly suggested he hailed from western Sichuan. Ding Jiagua was puzzled. When had the Sichuan army's equipment become so advanced? We too have been separated from our main force, Wang Jiantang remarked, surveying the group before him. Ding Jiagua's expression shifted, the Sichuan accent confirming their origins. Rumors of the Sichuan army's armament had circulated, but the reality before him was significantly different. The machine guns were Japanese Type 11 light machine guns, known to them as crooked-handle machine guns, whereas his own unit had yet to receive any machine guns. Most of the soldiers were armed with 2 Type 38 rifles, and a few even carried 3 or 4, with multiple grenades dangling from their waists. Could this be a demoralized unit? Had they simply been scattered from their main force? With such armaments, one might believe they were elite regular troops. As Ding Jiagua observed these Sichuan soldiers, his apprehension deepened, for there was only one plausible explanation for such an arsenal of Japanese equipment. This led him to recall the explosions he had faintly heard the previous night, yet he quickly dismissed the notion, believing that a mere handful of men could not have caused such a commotion. Such a small group could not possibly. Ding Jiagua's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, as he resolutely negated his own reasoning. At this moment, Wang Jiantang, undeterred by Ding Jiagua's musings, stated plainly, "We need to rest. Let us divide our quarters." Agreed. Ding Jiagua nodded in response. Chapter 8. Our squad leader aims for artillery, so we launched an attack on the artillery position. Within the earthen walls of the mudstone house, Lin Tiandust, after confirming that there were no latent threats surrounding him, felt his taut nerves begin to ease slightly. He commenced an evaluation of the system that ensured his survival in this chaotic era. Upgrade experience 0.075 in his mind. The interface revealed that following the pre-dawn raid on the enemy's artillery, his experience had indeed increased a fraction. Although the progression was slow, it provided a glimmer of hope. At present, the number of individuals under his command did not align with the system's expectations. Based on his assessment, he deemed himself unfit for grand strategic command, yet felt more than competent to lead a regiment in direct engagement with the enemy. Squad leader. Those individuals should be, as they described, dispersed remnants from the enemy's recent encirclement, originally part of the Jinshui Army's 357th Regiment. I took the liberty to observe them. There are fewer than 20. Wang Jiantang entered briskly and remarked, "Let us assess the situation. If we can recruit them, it would be advantageous. We need more personnel." Lin Tiandust replied in a hushed tone. For the unit, gaining additional soldiers equated to augmenting their strength. The scattered Jinshui forces had not abandoned the battlefield, indicating their desire to continue fighting. Understood, Wang Jiantang nodded. You assign personnel to these observation points, one visible and one concealed at each location. Notify me at the first sign of any disturbance. Lin Tiandust sketched a few positions on the earthen bed and pointed out directions to Wang Jiantang, identifying the optimal lookout spots from his visualized map. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. You should rest for now, Wang Jiantang responded, acknowledging that he had not closed his eyes for nearly 30 hours since the ambush on the enemy squad followed by the raid on the artillery position. Lin Tiandust remained silent, aware that no enemy presence had been detected within a 10-mile radius. The mental strain had approached its limits. Upon finding a temporarily safe haven, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he reclined on the bed. Observing his condition, Wang Jiantang gently closed the door behind him, stepped outside, and promptly assigned Xiaoshanzi and another soldier to keep watch before taking his leave. As time passed, the small village exhibited a vitality and bustle unlike its usual demeanor. Now alive with individuals from all corners of the country. Beneath the banyan tree at the village entrance, a hub of interaction had formed, where soldiers from the Sichuan army rested alongside those from Ding Jiagua's contingent. Many Jinshui soldiers eyed the beef cans in their comrades' hands, licking their lips. Although a single can was shared among 3, accompanied by some hard cornmeal buns, it was a rare delicacy for them. After a moment of hesitation, Ding Jiagua approached Wang Jiantang. Did you acquire these from the enemy? he inquired, gesturing toward the canned goods in Wang Jiantong's hands, and then to the mortars set up in the distance, disbelief evident in his tone as he recalled the enemy's brutality. Despite having an equal number of troops, the enemy demonstrates a remarkable division of labor, advancing as though they are a singular, cohesive war machine. Even when outnumbering the enemy, they are still vanquished, leaving them in utter disarray. Recently, he received orders to repel over 60 of the enemy's forces, yet now, only a scant few soldiers remain. The relentless combat style, rapid response times, fierce firepower, and coordinated efforts are phenomena he has never witnessed before. While other factors may contribute, the enemy's combat effectiveness is indisputable. The artillery was captured during a surprise attack on the enemy's artillery position led by the squad leader at dawn. There is also a heavier piece of artillery that is too cumbersome for even several men to lift, necessitating its destruction. Wang Jianeng expressed a tinge of regret as he spoke, lifting a soggy piece of beef from a can with a stick and savoring its flavor. His tone seemed remarkably casual as he recounted these events. Ding Jiagua, however, listened with a furrowed brow, his expression darkening with concern. After a moment of silence, he pressed further. Was that commotion at dawn truly your doing? His tone bore uncertainty, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Wang Jiantang. Wang Jiantang, having set aside his can, replied, "Yes, the meat is quite delicious. Care to try some?" But Ding Jiagua found himself unable to focus on the latter part of his statement. As the implications of Wang Jiantang's words were astonishing, he had no desire to taste the food, as doubt filled his mind. The revelation of an enemy artillery position suggested at least a company-sized unit, roughly 300 combatants, potentially rivaling a regiment's strength. The mere thought of a 20-man squad successfully assaulting such a position seemed implausible. "My brother, they are a disorganized mob. There is no need for such bravado. Have you perhaps encountered an unclean battlefield?" After hesitating, Ding Jiagua finally voiced his skepticism regarding the claim of attacking the enemy's artillery position. As a member of the Jinsui army, he had participated in numerous skirmishes and doubted that these soldiers, clad in nearly faded uniforms, could achieve such a feat. He was well aware of the capabilities of the Sichuan troops. While they might not fear death, their combat prowess was likely inferior. What need is there to deceive you? Wang Jiantang concluded his meal, draining the remaining liquid from the can and consuming it in one swift motion. Ding Jiagua felt momentarily speechless, but suddenly noticed that the soldiers who had been squatting around the banyan tree were now all standing. Following their gazes, he spotted a figure emerging from beneath the tree, surveying the surrounding area. Chapter 9. Did they really fight against the enemy? Beneath the banyan tree, Ding Jiagua followed the gazes of the crowd. A youthful figure, appearing to be in his 20s, traversed the gravel path of Li family village. The first impression Ding Jiagua received of this young man was one of refined elegance. Reminiscent of a scholarly teacher, not only was his demeanor distinguished, but his countenance was remarkably handsome. However, the bandage on his right arm, tinged with blood, made it evident to Ding Jiagua that this young man was likely another member of the defeated troops, much like themselves. Ding Jiagua's gaze shifted between the young man and the hastily rising Wang Jiantang, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Wang Jiantang wiped his hands on the hem of his clothes and produced a cloth-wrapped item from his bosom. "Squad leader, you're awake. I brought some beef. These devils truly have it good. Eat up quickly." He promptly handed 2 cans to Lin Tiandust. "Besides the sentries, gather everyone else. We need to discuss some matters." Lin Tiandust did not refuse Wang Jiantang's offering. Instead, he accepted the cans and replied with a simple acknowledgement. He had slept from dawn until dusk, and the comfort of awakening from such a deep slumber invigorated him. The first thing he did was to visualize the map in his mind, ensuring their safety before his thoughts began to churn. In these times, every moment was invaluable. If he could eliminate more of the enemy, then the suffering of the 40 million would be lessened, for the small devils were best suited for the depths of hell. Understood. Wang Jiantang nodded emphatically, showing no hesitation as he turned to relay the message. Observing this, Lin Tiandust found a place to sit, casually setting the cans aside while he opened one and began to eat. To be frank, he was indeed quite hungry. He had never had his fill, and the prolonged period without sustenance had taken its toll. Ding Jiagua, watching nearby, experienced a moment of clarity. In such a dire shortage of food, this treatment, even the Sichuan soldiers seemed to have their own privileges. Among the Jinsui army, he had encountered many young commanders, the vast majority of whom relied on familial influence to gild their military careers. The disbandment of the 357th Regiment had been due to a commander who had taken the easy path, paralyzed by fear, and had delayed the battle by issuing retreat orders to several battalions under his command without firing a shot. As a result, 2 battalions had covered the regiment's retreat, leading to chaos and a complete rout. This familiar scene stirred a sense of déjà vu within Ding Jiagua. Though he was somewhat taken aback by the expressions of the Sichuan soldiers, they seemed genuinely concerned that the young man might not have enough to eat. Could he not be a private soldier of some influential clan? Ding Jiagua observed one of the soldiers, who, on his way back, attempted to offer a half-eaten bun to the young man. Although the offer was declined, Ding Jiagua found such an action perplexing. Before long, the sound of footsteps approached, and Wang Jiantang returned with 5 or 6 others, who gathered beneath a banyan tree and readily passed their water flasks. The platoon leader remarked that the enemy's kin oil was abundant and suggested drinking some water to alleviate hunger. Lin Tiandust took the can, mimicking Wang Jiantang's actions, poured in water, stirred it a few times, and consumed it in one gulp. He then spoke, "We must avoid their sharpness and seek opportunities." With one hand grasping the can and the other wielding a dry twig, he began to draw on the ground, occasionally placing stones within the makeshift arrangement. Lin Tiandust had noted during the retreat that the enemy's squadron was entirely regrouped, unlike before when they had been scattered in smaller teams to encircle the mountains. However, with the aid of a visual map, he understood that avoiding confrontation with the enemy required finding the right moment. His available forces were currently too scant. "You dictate our course of action, and we shall follow," Wang Jiantang expressed his unwavering trust. In less than a day, they had caught the enemy off guard twice, minimizing casualties, a strategy far superior to his usual direct approach. "Yes, platoon leader, please issue your orders. We are at your command." The morale was high, with some noting the value of having already taken down several enemies. "Those 300 foes will be worn down in time. We will exhaust them." Upon hearing Lin Tiandust's words, many expressed their fervor for battle, their eyes gleaming with resolve. Reflecting on the previous encounters, apart from the first, which had been arduous with 3 fatalities, the subsequent assault on the enemy camp had resulted in no losses, instead dismantling the enemy's artillery squad. It felt to them as if they were experiencing something unprecedented in their military careers. If one were to summarize it in a phrase, it would be exhilarating. "Let us take a brief respite. If those 300 enemies remain scattered, we will find our opportunity." Lin Tiandust nodded in agreement, his tone brimming with confidence. With the visual map at hand, he would strike decisively should the enemy stray. However, currently, the enemy was like a frightened rabbit, elusive and difficult to capture. With only about 20 remaining, too weak to engage in a frontal confrontation. The others nodded affirmatively, their eyes reflecting a fierce combat spirit. Meanwhile, Ding Jiagua, listening in, was perplexed. 300 enemies? Were them down? Did these men understand the terror of the enemy? Had they ever fought against them? Ding Jiagua could not fathom their unshakable confidence. Was such bravado not an overreach? He found himself questioning the necessity of elevating one's own status before him. Scrutinizing the group gathered beneath the banyan tree. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from afar. Ding Jiagua's body shuddered involuntarily, for if he heard correctly, that noise heralded their nightmares, the enemy's artillery. Alert! Wang Jiantang tensed instantly, grasping the nearby machine gun. "It's not from our side." Lin Tiandust quickly checked the visual map, shaking his head with a glint of determination in his eyes. Within the visualized map, no enemies were detected. Chapter 10. The sound of artillery beyond the visual map. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated, dust swirling and smoke rising, yet the gunfire showed no signs of abating in the wake of the blast. "Commander, the enemy is charging again," declared Zhang Dabiao, shaking the dust from his shoulders as he lay on the front lines. "Damn it, this is never-ending," Li Yunlong muttered, his head slowly lifting from the ground. This group of foes not only boasted exceptionally advanced weaponry, but seemed to be driven by a singular order, relentlessly launching wave after wave of assaults on their position. The sheer scale of their onslaught resembled crashing waves, leaving Li Yunlong, who had fought many battles against the enemy, utterly perplexed. Furthermore, the collaboration between the enemy's infantry and artillery left him with scant options for counteraction. "Commander, it appears that the opposing forces are the infamous Sakata Brigade. During the last countersweep, our independent regiment clashed with them, resulting in our commander Kong Jie being wounded and our political officer sacrificing his life. They are our sworn adversaries. Yet I've observed that they are not fully mobilized," Zhang Dabiao relayed to Li Yunlong. He had heard of the Sakata Brigade's formidable reputation, renowned as the elite among the Japanese forces. Not fully mobilized? What a narrow path for enemies to tread. Damn it, even without full mobilization. "They are making this exceedingly difficult for me." Utterly vexing, Li Yunlong responded, familiar with the Sakata Brigade's prowess, as the independent regiment had previously suffered at their hands. During the Shinko campaign, a single brigade from Sakata had decisively defeated 2 divisions of the Jinsui army. The 358th Regiment of the Jinsui army had also confronted them at Lui, suffering nearly 300 casualties within just an hour. Had it not been for the rapid retreat of the 358th, they would have likely been completely annihilated. Li Yunlong had gleaned this information from meetings at the Chung headquarters, where a palpable sense of apprehension had permeated the discussions. Boom. Another explosion echoed, and the sounds of bullets whistling and detonations continued unabated across the positions of the new 1st Regiment. "Has the main force retreated?" "Yes. We just received a telegram instructing us to break through and retreat as per the original plan." "All right, understood." Li Yunlong lifted his binoculars to survey the enemy's position. As Japanese artillery rained shells down upon the very ground he occupied, At last, he felt the freedom to act decisively. Meanwhile, in a village within the Songyun Ridge region, upon hearing the artillery fire, Lin Tiandust hastened back to his courtyard to assemble his personnel. Squad leader, the artillery fire is distant yet somewhat dense, indicating that the scale of the conflict is considerable, Wang Jiantang assessed. To the northeast, Lin Tiandust reflected, noting the absence of any enemy presence on his mental map. The visual map could observe a range of 10 kilometers, centered on his location, suggesting that the enemy must be situated at least 5 kilometers away, determining the precise situation. Lin Tiandust immediately organized his team, recognizing the necessity of eliminating any concealed dangers in the current circumstances. On the battlefield, any piece of information can be pivotal in determining victory or defeat, especially considering their current plight within the encirclement of the enemy. They have taken refuge in this desolate village, where even the slightest spark of fire is a risk, lest they attract the enemy's attention. The disparity in numbers is evident. Confronting the enemy head-on would undoubtedly lead to certain death. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Jiantang promptly set about making arrangements. Inside the room, only Lin Tiandust and Fong Bailu remained. Lin Tiandust immediately called out towards the window. Moments later, a slender figure with a fair complexion entered the room. Fong Bailu, holding a freshly washed piece of gauze, hurriedly inquired, "Squad leader, what is it?" "Go urge the others to pack up and come quickly," Lin Tiandust swiftly instructed. After emerging from the cave, he discovered Fong Bailu was literate. Thus, he promptly decided to retain Fong Bailu as an assistant to relay messages and assist with security duties. Understood, Fong Bailu replied and dashed towards the courtyard. Before long, 5 or 6 individuals arrived one after another. "Does anyone know which unit is stationed in the northeastern direction?" Lin Tiandust asked the soldiers who had gradually entered the room, noting that many of them had joined the ranks along the way. Chapter 11. For the benefit of the nation, life and death are intertwined. Shall we then shun our fate based on fortune or misfortune? The platoon leader, I possess some knowledge. In the earthen chamber, a solitary figure weakly raised a hand, seated in a corner, responding in hushed tones. As the voice resonated, many warriors in the room turned their gaze towards Fong Bailu. He seemed to be someone we encountered during our retreat from that direction. Upon noticing Fong Bailu speaking, Wang Jiantang immediately conveyed some information, gesturing for the surrounding warriors to make way. To the northeast lies Songyun Ridge, a territory belonging to the 8th Route Army's new 1st Regiment. It appears that the focal point of this encirclement is fixated on that region. Chapter 12. The blood-red sunset, awaiting the moonlit breeze. Beyond the Songyun Ridge, the sun dipped low in the west, casting a crimson hue across the vast expanse of the sky. Wang Jiantang stood resolutely, the death flag raised high, while behind him, his comrades remained silent, each choosing not to utter a word. The flag fluttered in the wind, a striking contrast against the sanguine twilight, as a solitary figure strode purposefully ahead. There were no lengthy farewells. Everything was conveyed in silence. However, as Wang Jiantang and his group approached the village entrance, they were met by a large throng of Ding Jiagua's kin. "We shall accompany you," Ding Jiagua declared, his expression grave. Chapter 13. A battlefield resembling a meat grinder. The moon hung high in the sky, its light scattered like silver across the dense forest nestled within the mountains. Dozens of silhouettes moved gracefully through the underbrush, accompanied only by the distant sounds of chirping insects and the rustle of dry branches beneath their feet. As they parted the thick foliage, one could clearly observe a line of figures marching in disciplined formation, though the moonlight was partially obscured by the verdant canopy. This group resolutely advanced through the night. "Squad leader, your arm is still injured. Perhaps I should take charge of the march," suggested one. Little Mountain has already scouted the path and knows the way. Chapter 14. Battle arrangements. Prepare for battle. Upon hearing Lin Tiandust's command, Wang Jiantang promptly instructed Zhai Shanzi to relay the message. As the order echoed, the unmistakable sound of bullets being chambered resonated swiftly throughout the ranks. The clashing of blades and iron also filled the air. The entire group immediately transitioned into a state of combat readiness, each face reflecting a glimmer of resolute determination. "Prepare for battle?" Ding Jiagua observed the transformation from indecision to unwavering resolve amongst the ranks. However, beside him, Chapter 15. The bloodthirsty Ding family. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sharp sound sliced through the sky. A blinding light instantaneously illuminated the entire battlefield of Songyun Ridge. On a hillside, dozens of figures swiftly scattered, taking cover in various sized craters. As time gradually passed, approximately a minute later, darkness once again enveloped the scene, and a group of individuals began to emerge from the craters. At the moment the night descended, several gunshots rang out from 3 concealed sentry points, masked by the roar of artillery, causing several figures to collapse. Little Mountain. Chapter 16. They are likely gone. In a stronghold situated around the Songyun Ridge, soldiers clad in uniform shades of deep gray and pale blue stood vigilant, their senses attuned to the surrounding environment. A stocky middle-aged man, with a serious demeanor, was intently observing a distant area illuminated by a dense array of lights. "Commander, The adjutant beside Chu Yunfei remarked with a tone of concern, "The enemy seems to have lost their sanity. They have been launching relentless attacks for a full day and night. Even during the night, the intensity of their assaults has been unyielding. It appears that the 8th Route Army may have met their match this time." Chapter 17. The fallen enemies like wheat. "Hey, why are you looking back so often?" In a concealed lookout at the mountainside command post, Wang Jiantang gently tapped a soldier beside him and whispered. After speaking, he inspected the machine gun in his hands and pulled the bolt. The crisp sound of the mechanism brought him immense satisfaction, although he was reluctant to remain idle. It was Lin Tiandust's order. The platoon leaders were engaged in fierce combat. I had just witnessed Xiashanzi firing several rounds, seemingly exhausting their ammunition reserves. Chapter 18. The defeat of the Sakata Brigade at Songyun Ridge. The blood-red sun slowly ascends from the eastern horizon. As the first rays of light gently lift the veil of night, the world seems to be tenderly awakened. Yet every breath of air is permeated with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. The once verdant forested hills now lay barren before us. The ground is strewn with corpses and dismembered limbs, many of which are charred black from the flames. Quickly gather any usable firearms. A voice calls out from the defensive position. A group clad in pale gray, their garments already covered in ash. Chapter 19. History is but a thin page. Yet it encapsulates the lives of many. In the northern village of Songyun Ridge, the grand banyan tree stood witness to his somber return. The open space surrounding the tree was now adorned with an array of enemy weaponry. Some of the arms were even propped against the wall beside the banyan. Among the arsenal was a single 94 type mortar, accompanied by 20 shells, 3 crooked-barreled machine guns with 2,300 rounds of ammunition, 60 38 type rifles with 3,000 rounds, 52 grenades, and 4 crates of canned goods, all damaged from the blast. Chapter 20. The regimental flag. Uncle Weigua. These individuals appear to be soldiers of the National Army, not the invaders. Outside Li family village, 2 figures observed the gathering beneath the banyan tree. The slender, tall man glanced at the distant crowd and spoke to the middle-aged man beside him. Li Ergu and his companions were originally villagers of Li family village. However, due to the marauding forces, they were compelled to abandon their home. Their return this time was prompted by the discovery of signs of life in the village. Thus, he and Li Weigua ventured forth to ascertain the situation. Li Weigua, upon confirming the presence of Chapter 21, one can evade for a time, but not for a lifetime at the foot of the lofty Songyun Ridge. A cave lies 10 miles away from Li family village. The mountains are tall and the forest dense, yet within this seemingly ordinary place exists an extraordinary realm. Upon entering the cave, one is greeted by a vast chamber, 300 meters wide and 100 meters high. Within this cavern, it resembles a miniature village. The majority of the villagers from Li family village have taken refuge in this cave. The clan leader, Uncle Weigua, and Ergo have returned. At this moment, a youthful voice echoed from the cave entrance. Chapter 22. Li Weigua's decision, Captain. What is different? Otherwise, they would not have become a defeated army. Xiao Hai's voice was calm and his words direct. After all, if this troop were truly formidable, they would have either retreated as a cohesive unit or perished together. Upon hearing this, the villagers paused momentarily, their expressions shifting slightly. Li Qingren's face betrayed a struggle between words unspoken, ultimately culminating in a silent sigh. What is different? In their eyes, there is a yearning for battle. Li Weigua's gaze grew increasingly complex. Among the mid-level and senior commanders of the Jinsui army, there were evident signs of a growing reluctance to engage in combat, raising concerns. Chapter 23. Promotion to company commander. As the warm sun rose and the sky stretched into a vast expanse of blue, Lin Tiandust awoke, gently roused by the first rays of sunlight streaming into his room. Upon waking, the weariness that had enveloped both his body and spirit began to dissipate significantly. Experience gained. 3. 145. The first task Lin Tiandust undertook was to examine the visualized map. After conducting a thorough survey and discovering no anomalies, he indulged in a leisurely stretch. Following the battle at Songyun Ridge, Lin Tiandust had gained substantial experience. It was evident that defeating the enemy commanders yielded a considerably higher amount of experience. Chapter 24. The pillar becomes an instructor. Zhang Dabiao. This time, I've struck gold. The commander must commend me. In Lijia village, at the entrance, Lin Tiandust stood beneath the banyan tree alongside Wang Jiantang and Ding Jiagua. Their collective gaze was directed towards the village entrance. And Lin Tiandust was filled with curiosity about the identity of the newcomers from the new regiment. It couldn't possibly be Li Yunlong, could it? A sense of anticipation akin to unwrapping a surprise box enveloped him. Before long, 4 individuals approached the village entrance. The leader, with a rugged visage, a round face, donned in a blue-gray military uniform, bore a large saber on his back. It was Zhang Dabiao. Lin Tiandust immediately recognized him as the 4 figures drew closer. Chapter 25. Li Yunlong. This team is quite capable. Receiving such an abundance of supplies makes me feel rather embarrassed. Company Commander Lin, there's no need for further gifts. We are well acquainted with the road ahead. At the village entrance, Zhang Dabiao, shouldering a heavy machine gun, could not conceal the smile on his face. Company Commander Lin is commendable in every aspect, yet his enthusiasm is somewhat overwhelming. As he pondered this, Zhang Dabiao continued to caress the machine gun resting on his shoulder. Proceed with caution, Lin Tiandust replied with a smile. Goodbye, Company Commander Lin, Zhang Dabiao reiterated, his gaze settling on Yu Zhuzi. Ensure you teach Company Commander Lin's men how to operate that mortar well, and remember to report back to the regiment early. Chapter 26. The Expansion of Li Family Village, a Machine Gun. That day, from the summit, I managed to fell over 80 enemies with just one machine gun. If there had been two, Wang Jianeng murmured softly at the door. The sensation from that battle on the slopes of Songyan Ridge was etched in his memory. Yet now, the company commander was willing to trade 2 machine guns and 300 rounds of ammunition for a single soldier, and even after an entire afternoon, he remained perplexed by such a decision. Of course, Wang Jianeng did not dare voice his thoughts openly. Instead, he kept them to himself, whispering in the shadows. Just then, a soldier approached. Chapter 27. Reconnaissance, the swiftly moving red dots. Li Family Village. At this moment, Li Family Village bears a stark contrast to its former self. A row of soldiers, though somewhat disarrayed, are now intently focused on Ding Jiaguo ahead. With a sharp thrust of their bayonets and a swift pull back, they ensure a simultaneous offensive against the enemy while maintaining their defense. At this juncture, Ding Jiaguo has received orders from Lin Tiandust to assume the responsibility of training the new recruits. The inclusion of these villagers from Li Family Village has invigorated their ranks with newfound vitality. As for the training of the new soldiers, Ding Jiaguo. Chapter 28. The special forces of the enemy. Lin Tiandust gazed at the map in his mind, where several red dots were swiftly moving. His eyes brightened with intrigue, yet a hint of confusion clouded his expression, causing his brows to furrow. Beside him, Xiaoshan continuously scanned the surroundings. But apart from the rustling branches swayed by the wind and the faint chirping of insects, there was an eerie silence. Squad leader, it seems there is no activity nearby, Xiaoshan whispered after lying on the ground for quite some time without detecting any signs of movement. Chapter 29. Li Yunlong is dismissed. Assemble. Beneath the banyan tree in Li Family Village, a voice resonated with urgency. Wang Jiantang stood firmly beneath the tree, calling out loudly. Beside him, Lin Tiandust observed as the troops gradually gathered. Squad leader, the brothers on guard have also assembled, Wang Jiantang informed Lin Tiandust. Upon the return of Lin Tiandust and Zai Shanzi, the call to assemble was met with great haste. They quickly realized that another opportunity to confront the enemy was at hand, and instinctively secured their sabers upon their backs. Chapter 30. Night Raid. As dusk approached, the horizon began to glow with a crimson hue. The clouds, resembling fish scales, appeared as though they were stained with blood, vividly red and scattered across the sky. Within the dense forest, a contingent of over 100 individuals was hastily traversing the rugged mountain path. Squad leader, some of the men are falling behind, Wang Jiantang hurriedly informed Lin Tiandust as he caught up beside him. Lin Tiandust paused momentarily, catching his breath, and cast a glance towards the elongated line of soldiers trailing behind. As the ranks swelled, Chapter 31. The Clash in the Wrath of Conquests. The air was rent with the sharp reports of gunfire echoing through Yang Village. Beneath the cloak of night, several houses in the southern part of the village were ablaze, casting a flickering light that illuminated the darkness. The entirety of Yang Village had transformed into a battlefield. Enemy forces occupied numerous elevated positions to the south, their firepower relentless, leaving the soldiers of the independent regiment little opportunity to raise their heads. Amidst the chaos of war, the bodies strewn across the ground were uniformly clad in the gray uniforms of the independent regiment. What should have been a battle had turned into a grim spectacle of loss. Chapter 32. A whole regiment's strength could not match a mere 60 soldiers of the enemy. Yang Village. As the warriors of the independent regiment began to assemble, the tide of battle slowly turned, and the sound of gunfire became increasingly sporadic. However, the enemy displayed remarkable tactical acumen. Upon witnessing the gathering of the independent regiment's soldiers, they commenced their retreat from the southern part of the village. Yet, Kong Jia, with his eyes ablaze, felt an overwhelming urge to pursue. Unfortunately, these nimble adversaries produced an unfamiliar piece of artillery, resembling a mortar. Though its power was somewhat lesser than that of a traditional mortar, its lethality remained substantial. Chapter 33. Iron-blooded command. How can the disparity be so vast among humans? Upon hearing the familiar sound of gunfire from a submachine gun, Kong Jia's expression immediately shifted to one of tension. He quickly instructed Shin Quan, maintain vigilance and provide cover for Tai Ji's retreat. The entire regiment should be on alert. Establish strongpoints at the elevated positions south of the village. As the echoes of gunfire reverberated, Kong Jia promptly issued commands, resembling a startled rabbit, his nerves acutely attuned to the atmosphere. Retreat? The gunfire is distant, he reprimanded. However, Xiao Shanzi, upon hearing the shots, felt a surge of joy. Our company commander has arrived. I must now. Chapter 34. As the artillery fire commenced, the enemy felt themselves encircled. The night was shrouded in mist, and the sound of gunfire reverberated like thunder. From the mountain peak to the south of Yang village, bullets traversed the darkness, resembling flashes of lightning. Amidst the gunfire, the air was punctuated by intermittent explosions. Juzi, how many shells do we have left? Lin Tiandust inquired of Yuchizhu as he observed the gathering red dots. The enemy was evidently beginning to shift to the right. To the right, Lin Tiandust had not stationed any troops from these movements. It was clear that the enemy was not amassing for an offensive. Chapter 35. Iron-blooded commander. This is the essence of warfare. Company commander, Wang Jianeng, holding a crooked firearm, gazed into the distance where dozens of figures emerged. He took a breath and reiterated, Company commander, these enemy soldiers are not boarding their vehicles. They are fleeing directly from the valley. We cannot hold them. Should we continue the pursuit? In truth, Lin Tiandust had already observed the retreating enemy through the visualized map. At that moment, he scrutinized the map, noting approximately 30 enemy soldiers. Pursuing them was out of the question. The challenges were twofold. It would be exceedingly difficult to capture them, and Chapter 36. He surely wouldn't begin his battles from the womb, would he? As the warm sun ascends, it casts its light upon the earth. The hazy veil of night lifts, giving way to a realm of brightness. Among the leaves of the dense forest, morning dew glistens, and along the winding mountain path, each step taken by the group is accompanied by the refreshing touch of dew. Upon reaching the entrance of Li family village, they return once more to this familiar place, clad in the uniforms of the Sichuan army and the Jinsui army. Alongside villagers dressed in traditional attire, they enter the village under the leadership of Lin Tiandust. The group halts to regroup, assessing their casualties and supplies. Wang Jiantang sets down the crooked submachine gun he has been holding beneath the banyan tree. Chapter 37. Even if the King of Heaven were to come, I would not go. Li family village. The gentle autumn breeze always warms the heart. Beneath the banyan tree at the village entrance, a somber atmosphere lingers, as yet another group of comrades has been sent off. In the deep mountains behind Li family village, burial rites are being conducted. It is only upon seeing Wang Jianeng return that Lin Tiandust's attention shifts to other matters. Squad leader. 36 submachine guns, over 1,000 rounds of ammunition, 100 magazines, 60 grenades, 6 mortars, 30 shells. Chapter 38. Li Yunlong, the Battle of Yangtzuan, in which I also played a significant role. In a cave dwelling at Daxiuan, a map adorned the wall. Within the cavern, several soldiers clad in earth-toned military uniforms sat attentively in their places, listening to a staff officer from headquarters recount the events of the battle at Yangtzuan. In this encounter, over 1,000 men from the independent regiment faced a small contingent of enemy forces, resulting in the deaths of 340 soldiers and more than 120 villagers. The entire regiment was besieged by the enemy and could not break free from Yangtzuan. Ultimately, the casualty ratio, including the villagers, reached a staggering 0 to 460, marking the highest casualty rate since the establishment of the base area. Chapter 39. Li Yunlong becomes the commander of the independent regiment. The air turned slightly cool as late autumn approached, with fish-scale-like white clouds appearing on the horizon. Inside the cave dwellings of Daxiabe, Li Yunlong stood upright, shedding his usual nonchalance. Li Yunlong, listen carefully. The higher-ups have appointed you as the new commander of the independent regiment. You are to lead with diligence. Should there be any recurrence of previous insubordination, you will be summoned to account for it. Cheng's voice resonated, his gaze sweeping over Li Yunlong. Li Yunlong, having just straightened his posture, responded with a firm yes. Noticing Cheng's silence, he immediately reverted to his playful demeanor, saying, Rest assured, I will. Chapter 40. Repayment? No, we should have retreated. In a humble earthen dwelling within Yang village, the room was modest in size, furnished only with a bamboo mat and a simple four-cornered table. Aside from a dilapidated cabinet, there was an absence of any other furniture. As Li Yunlong had just finished organizing his belongings and was about to sit down, a familiar voice resonated from outside the door, reporting, Commander Zhang Dabiao of the Independent Regiment's 1st Battalion has arrived. Upon hearing this voice, Li Yunlong immediately sat up on the bed, eyeing the burly figure before him, and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, You certainly adapted your tone quite swiftly, didn't you? Juzi? Chapter 41. Li Yunlong, Commander Lin's lack of courtesy. As late autumn descended, a chill permeated the air, the gentle breeze no longer warm and inviting, but rather a biting reminder of the season's approach. In this moment, Zhang Dabiao's heart mirrored the frigid atmosphere, for he had awaited the return of Juzi throughout the day, only to be met with disappointment. Where had the sentinels vanished? On his previous 3 visits to Lijia village, Zhang Dabiao had always encountered 1 or 2 guards stationed to intercept them. Yet this time, as he approached the village entrance, he found himself unchallenged, devoid of any hindrance. An eerie sensation of abandonment enveloped him, especially as they arrived beneath the grand banyan tree at the village's threshold. Chapter 42. The battle situation in Wanjia town. In the dense forests to the northeast of Songyun Ridge, shadows quietly materialized along the once tranquil mountain path. At the forefront of the group, Lin Tiandust navigated cautiously through the mountainous terrain. He slowly raised his right hand and whispered, "Rest in place." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiantang immediately turned around to relay the message to the team behind. The approximately 100 members of this formation posed a significantly greater challenge for Lin Tiandust compared to the previous smaller squads. As the size of the group expanded, the pressure on him became palpably more intense. Chapter 43. The Routed Army? What constitutes a routed army? In the northern hills of Wanjia town, what are your thoughts? Lin Tiandust lay atop a hill, peering through his binoculars to survey the area from a distance. As he observed, he simultaneously utilized a visual map to enhance his understanding. The map revealed numerous white dots within Wanjia town, which, in conjunction with his observations, led him to conclude that these were predominantly composed of false troops. What captured Lin Tiandust's attention most was a cavalry regiment of these false troops, as he noted a significant number of horses entering and exiting, with no signs of any Japanese presence among them. What is your perspective? Chapter 44. Annihilation of a puppet army camp. In the town of Wanjia, at the entrance of a modest inn, 3 or 4 soldiers clad in yellow uniforms descended the stairs with a swagger, loosening their belts as they went. Sir. Before the few could reach the bottom, a young attendant wrapped in a towel rushed out after them. What is it? Sir, over the past few months, your outstanding debts have accumulated somewhat excessively, and the owner has requested. Before the attendant could finish his sentence, one of the puppet soldiers delivered a swift kick. You son of a. Chapter 45. The sound of hooves approaches, flags of death flutter. The echoes of gunfire and cannonade suggest that lives may soon be lost again, while others may still have the luxury of concern for their neighbors. It is time to gather my belongings. The world is far from peaceful. It is we, the common folk, who bear the brunt of fear and anxiety. I have resolved to seek refuge in the mountains. It is not merely about the limping Chung from Qinjiao Lane, whose home was first ransacked by the Japanese and then met a tragic end at the hands of the second group of invaders after a night of drinking. The horror of it all is palpable, as it seems they await the return of Cheng's daughter to collect her father's remains, preparing to send him to a brothel. If she were to encounter such a fate, perhaps it would be better for her to have never returned at all. Speak softly. Chapter 46. Perished at the hands of the puppet army, born from the Japanese invaders. In the dimly lit alley outside a warehouse belonging to the puppet soldiers in Wanjia town, Cheng Tinjing's gaze remained fixed on the flag fluttering in the sunlight. Upon receiving the news of her father's demise, she returned from Pudong, intending to join her classmates from Pudong in the 8th Route Army's resistance against the Japanese. However, during her journey, she became separated due to the chaos of war. In these tumultuous times, locating her classmates proved to be a Herculean task. At this moment, as she beheld the figure clad in the uniform of the puppet army, perhaps the sight of the death flag instilled a sense of trust within her, prompting her to take an involuntary step forward. Chapter 47. Li Weiguo. Let those who wish to perform take the stage. Li Weiguo removed the military uniform of the Sichuan army, his gaze fixed upon the returning crowd, their faces adorned with smiles. At this moment, he harbored a sentiment that he feared not the hardships faced by his brothers, but rather the thought of them indulging in luxury and delight. Seated upon a nearby stone, Li Weiguo's ears caught the voices of Wang Jiantang and Ding Jiagua. Ding, what are the casualties? Wang Jiantang dismounted and immediately inquired of Ding Jiagua. Ding Jiagua, with a firm pat on Wang Jiantang's shoulder, retorted, You truly underestimate me. Back when we faced the elite of the Japanese, we managed to hold our ground against them. Chapter 48. When out and about, one's identity is self-created in a cave located 10 miles outside of Wanjia town, in the northwestern region of Shaanxi. Such caves are quite prevalent. Here, we take a moment to rest. As Lin Tiandust's words echoed through the cavern, a contingent of approximately 100 individuals began to lead their horses into the cave, bringing with them over 200 splendid steeds. Among them, some injured horses were immediately butchered on the spot, their meat intended to enhance the group's rations. The cave not only offers concealment but also boasts a substantial internal space, nearly equivalent to 4 or 5 football fields. Additionally, there exists a hidden river within the cave. These details are the contributions of Zhaishanzi. Chapter 49. The 3 false captains and the debate of the 1st Battalion in late autumn. The air was crisp and still. A cave located 10 miles outside of Wanjia town. The day following Li Weiguo's declaration of identity, Lin Tiandust was still acclimatizing, whereas Li Weiguo adapted with remarkable swiftness. Commander, you must acclimate to your role. As the captain of the 1st Battalion with merely a handful of men, this trajectory is unsustainable, Li Weiguo remarked. Meticulously sorting a selection of bullets while seated on a nearby stone, his tone laced with frustration. Commander, although I do not recognize Li Guzi as the captain of the 1st Battalion, I believe it is imperative for our regiment to indeed progress, Wang Jiantang added. Chapter 50. A harrowing history, too grievous to bear. This surpasses even the savory aroma of the enemy's canned beef. Do not doubt the prowess of our Sichuan army in the art of outdoor barbecuing. At this moment, we could certainly use some wine, alas. We can only savor the delicacies without the intoxication, which is somewhat regrettable. A bonfire blazed within the cave, its flames robust and free of excessive smoke. Wang Jiantang and Ding Jiagua engaged in conversation. The tantalizing scent of horsemeat wafted throughout the cave, enveloping the gathering of approximately 100 individuals. Chapter 51. That damned Lin squad leader. Utterly disrespectful. Dingwei, how could you deceive me, you scoundrel? In the encampment of the new 1st Regiment, Li Yunlong stormed into a courtyard, his furious voice echoing before he even arrived. This outburst caused Ding Wei, who was studying maps and analyzing the surrounding defensive positions, to furrow his brow. Before he could even rise from his bed, Li Yunlong had barged into the room, continuing his tirade. You ungrateful wretch. I once expressed my gratitude to you. What are your true intentions? Li Yunlong pointed an accusatory finger at Ding Wei, leaving him with one foot still dangling off the bed, utterly astonished. Chapter 52. I still prefer your untamed nature in the dense jungles of Wanjia town. A cave serves as a gathering point for several personnel. Commander, how shall we approach the assault on Wanjia town this time? Wang Jiantang is brimming with a fighting spirit, as if he would lead his men into battle at Lin Tianqian's slightest command. What do you think about staging another retreat? Lin Tianqian contemplates. Although they currently possess over 300 soldiers, forcefully attacking the enemy garrisoned at Wanjia town would be akin to courting disaster, and such a siege would inevitably result in significant casualties. After all the hard work. Chapter 53. Wang Ding and the others are outrageously irresponsible. In Yang village, the independent regiment gathered. The commander reported to Li Yunlong, who stood atop a small hill, after saluting with a military gesture. Li Yunlong nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the assembled independent regiment. A cavalry battalion, which was once securely in their grasp, had been preemptively seized by the impudent Lin Company commander. Originally occupied by the enemy, Wanjia town now found itself under enemy control once more. Li Yunlong harbored little patience for the situation in Wanjia town, located not far from their camp. Chapter 54. The Great Battle. The sudden arrival of the unforeseen Wanjia town from miles away. Although this place is somewhat distant from Wanjia town, one can faintly glimpse the entirety of the town from the mountaintop. Beneath the night sky, a chill frost settles upon the branches, and delicate snowflakes dance through the air. Yet, at the foot of the mountain, a fervent activity unfolds. On a flat expanse along the main road, the sounds of shovels and the rhythmic footsteps begin to reverberate in the night. With each swing of the tools, earth is displaced, scattering like dust, while the excavated soil is promptly removed, concealed within the mountain. Chapter 55. Li Weigua. We are the tigers of the mountain, the eagles of foresight, and the wolves of warfare. On a hill 4 li away from Wanjia town, a group of soldiers clad in earthy gray uniforms quietly traversed the mountain paths. As dawn broke, Li Yunlong, amidst the ranks, peered through a telescope at the soldiers on the main road who were beginning to cover the trenches. The uniforms of the Sichuan army, the Jinsui army, and the attire of local villagers formed a haphazard amalgamation that Li Yunlong found all too familiar. That impolite Commander Lin. That scoundrel Lin. Damn it. He still has his eyes set on Wanjia town. Chapter 56. The Suppressed Enemy. Li Yunlong lay on the earthen slope, his focus unwavering. Having witnessed Lin Tianqian in battle on several occasions, Li Yunlong was acutely aware that the impudent Lin Tianqian would never engage in actions unrelated to combat. Even the seemingly gratuitous provision of machine guns and submachine guns was a calculated maneuver to deceive him into diverting Juzi, thereby enhancing his own firepower and precision. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yunlong turned to Zhang Dabiao beside him and said, You, keep the team concealed here. I shall investigate what this scoundrel, Captain Lin, is truly up to. Before Li Yunlong could finish. Chapter 57. The Final Strike. Wang Jiantang, gripping his machine gun, advanced relentlessly against the Japanese soldiers who had managed to find some semblance of cover. Under the intense fire suppression, he noticed the enemy soldiers unable to lift their heads. Without a moment's hesitation, he firmly anchored the machine gun, exerting all his strength to counter the recoil of the weapon. The continuous tremors of the gun's muzzle sent waves of numbness through his arms. Meanwhile, the soldiers beside him charged forward like ravenous wolves. Their assault was not merely a mindless push, but rather a coordinated effort, advancing in groups and mutually suppressing the enemy's fire. This was further complemented by the distant artillery, which was relentlessly supporting their advance. Chapter 58. There is no turning back. Retreating now would spell national ruin. Upon the return of a small contingent to the cave, although Juzi was perplexed by Lin Tianqian's urgent haste, he refrained from inquiring further. After all, he had thoroughly relished the battle. Subsequently, Juzi led the artillery battalion to conduct a debriefing. Once back at the camp, Lin Tiandust cautiously surveyed his surroundings before taking a seat. The experience reflected on the visualization map had also increased slightly due to this battle. Initially indifferent towards Wanjia town, he recognized that, despite no longer being part of a mere 30-member team, he was now responsible for a contingent exceeding 300 individuals. Chapter 59. The 1st Battalion, the Battalion of Death. In a naturally formed cavern, repurposed with the captured tents of the enemy, the environment, while not particularly pleasant, certainly cannot be deemed uncomfortable. Wang Jiantang and Li Wei were returned to this location, their faces radiating exhilaration. Commander, we have made significant gains in Wanjia town. Upon his swift return, Wang Jiantang reported with a beaming smile from within the makeshift tent. We have seized 96 rifles, 630 rounds of ammunition, 2 machine guns, and 3 grenade launchers. Lin Tiandust cast a glance around, displaying little interest in the spoils of war. Chapter 60. If he detains you, you shall indulge in feasting and merriment for a while. A simple respite ensues. All units, aside from maintaining vigilance, send out scouts, and each regiment endeavors to expand their ranks vigorously. The training organized by the Ding family is in full swing, and Lin Tiandust is equally occupied, leading Xiaoshanzi in reconnaissance of the surrounding area. The topography, enemy strongholds, troop distributions, and points of firepower are meticulously charted on the map. Lin Tiandust has entrusted the task of monitoring the enemy to the scouts, yet he personally oversees the distribution of forces and the mapping efforts. After several days of reconnaissance, Wanjiakan, as anticipated, Chapter 61, the unmistakable role meet. In Yang village, at the headquarters of the independent regiment, the command room was filled with tension. Li Yunlong furrowed his brow, the creases at the corners of his eyes resembling cascading waves. His expression was rather grim as he scrutinized the familiar figure clad in military attire before him. The sight of the Sichuan army uniform evoked a plethora of unpleasant memories for Li Yunlong, making him feel like a fool in those recollections. He remained silent, the atmosphere thick with unease. Noticing that Xiao Shan and the others, including Lan Ming, were also summoned to the front, their gazes were tinged with an odd mixture of curiosity and apprehension. After the initial report, it was evident that the regiment commander was quite displeased. Chapter 62. Let the people see, we are still fighting. At the headquarters command center in Daxia Bay, a cultured gentleman, upon concluding a phone call, wore an expression of grave concern. He addressed his staff regarding the matters proposed by Li Yunlong, feeling an unsettling uncertainty within. Throughout the northwestern region of Shaanxi, numerous areas had already succumbed to the encirclement of the enemy forces, and the position of the independent regiment was precariously situated at the forefront of Daxia Bay. Although the regiment had sustained significant losses, and despite Li Yunlong's efforts in training the personnel for a period, he remained convinced that the time was not yet ripe. Upon hearing your tone, could it be that? Chapter 63. What inspires such admiration in the Youthyang village, the station of the independent regiment? Comrade, the headquarters has approved this matter. Please convey it to your commander upon your return. Understood. Xiaoshanzi did not hesitate, and casually picked up the somewhat unpalatable steamed bun nearby. You are truly shameless, taking both food and provisions. Li Yunlong initially restrained himself from voicing his desire to replace the other, but upon witnessing the latter's demeanor, he could no longer contain his scornful remarks. Commander Li, after all, this is merely sustenance. There is no need for embarrassment. I shall certainly relay your commendations to the commander upon my return. With a grin, Xiaoshanzi continued with his evening. Chapter 64. Exploration. The ground was blanketed with a thick layer of frost. Inside the makeshift tent, Lin Tiandust carefully stowed away the meticulously drawn map, just as he rose to his feet and inadvertently stepped into a muddy puddle. Within the cave, the arrival of their group had created a temperature disparity with the outside, causing a considerable amount of frost to melt and seep into the cave, rendering it somewhat damp. During this time, Fong Bailu had also expressed concerns to Lin Tiandust multiple times, noting that the increasing number of warriors had made the cave quite crowded. Furthermore, their horses required attention, and it was challenging to find fodder in such a confined space. Chapter 65. The bewildered new recruits and the zealous veterans. The late autumn sun always warms the heart, and today, the snow has momentarily ceased, allowing the sunlight to shine brightly. For the past few days, Su Lan has been observing that this particular unit has dedicated personnel organizing and arranging training sessions each day. More importantly, not only are their uniforms inconsistent, but their weapons reflect a similar lack of uniformity. During her time with the National Army, she had come to recognize various arms, such as the Hanyang, the 92 type, the crooked-barreled rifles of the Japanese, the 38 type, and the boxy guns, all of which she can now see here. To her surprise, Su Lan also spotted several mortars, and she couldn't help but ponder quietly about these individuals. Chapter 66. Preparations before battle. Xiaoshanzi, this is a letter for Commander Li. After you deliver it, follow this route to find us. We will set up an ambush based on previous reconnaissance. Lin Tiandust solemnly entrusted a map and a letter to Xiaoshanzi. Xiaoshanzi nodded, stowed the map and letter away, and turned to leave. Inside the makeshift tent, as Xiaoshanzi departed, Lin Tiandust cast his gaze once more upon the rudimentary battlefield sand table he had constructed following his reconnaissance. This time, all 3 battalions were of equal importance. With no distinction between front and rear, each battalion was crucially significant. Chapter 67. The Great Battle Commences. The sky was shrouded in gloom, with delicate snowflakes cascading down with the wind. A figure clad in a military overcoat gazed at the falling snow, his expression grave. The Iron Fist, Li Yunlong, had just sent word that they were already on their way. Chengbu approached the Iron Blood commander with measured steps and spoke. The enemy's forces in the northwestern region of Shaanxi are increasing significantly. The garrisons of several regiments of the Jinsui army, along with our few strongholds, have nearly all fallen into the enemy's encirclement, which continues to tighten. The Iron Blood commander gazed into the distance, contemplating for a moment before responding. We shall rendezvous in Wanjie town. Chapter 68. The Sakata Brigade? Then let us annihilate them head-on. On the road, 20 kilometers from Wanjie town, there lay a highway devoid of any cover, narrow and, in several stretches, revealing a small expanse of flat land, entirely exposed beneath the mountainside. The sky was overcast, and the morning air was tinged with frost. Along the entire stretch of road, amidst the mountains, an eerie silence prevailed, punctuated only by the howling wind. At the mountainside, Lin Tiandust had scarcely begun his observation when Xiaoshanzi had already returned to the ranks. Commander, Captain Li and the others have already set out, he reported urgently as Feng Bailu swiftly rejoined. Chapter 69. The Pillar Strikes. Martyrdom. Commander, you speak. The Pillar's expression was grave, as he discerned the approaching enemy forces in the distance. Lin Tiandust gestured towards the convoy ahead and inquired, is it possible for you to fire 2 shells simultaneously? One at the front and one at the rear of the enemy, effectively trapping them in between? The Pillar fixed his gaze intently on the advancing foes below. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly replied, Commander, given the enemy's movement, I can only attempt this. I cannot guarantee both shells will hit their targets. However, I am confident that I can strike the foremost unit. If they do not halt, firing several more rounds will certainly be feasible. As for the rear section, due to the Chapter 70, commanding with surgical precision on the battlefield column, fire to the northwest. Obliterate that truck. Target any concentration of enemy forces, and unleash another barrage. Engage that machine gun. On the mountainside beside the road, Lin Tiandust meticulously observed the red dots on the visual map, issuing commands to the column as they prepared to counterattack the enemy forces below. Whenever a cluster of red dots began to materialize on the map or he detected the enemy's intent to converge on a specific point for an assault, Lin Tiandust's voice would resonate in the ears of the column. Chapter 71. Li Weigua, ready to rise. The snow has ceased, yet the smoke of battle lingers. The relentless crack of gunfire echoes along the narrow road, punctuated by the occasional sound of explosions. Daniel, where's the magazine? Wang Jiantang shouted, crouching low behind the cover. His hands were already stained black, yet he continued to fumble for bullets around him. Since their departure from Chuan, he had never experienced the thrill of firing a machine gun with such fervor. Captain, we've exhausted all the magazines, and I am currently reloading. Daniel quickly interjected, holding an empty magazine in his hand. Chapter 72. Launching a full-scale assault with 400 troops. A gentle breeze arose, carrying the acrid scent of gunpowder through the air. The gunfire on the road had diminished slightly compared to its initial fervor, yet it continued unabated, punctuated by the intermittent sounds of explosions. Several times, a group of over a dozen enemy soldiers, undeterred by the biting cold of winter, removed their jackets, adorned their heads with bandages, and clutched grenades, ready to charge forward. However, before they could advance even a few paces, a shell struck with devastating force. From the hillside, where they held the vantage point, the enemy troops below were laid bare, visible on the tactical map. Lin Tiandust observed the unfolding scene. Chapter 73. The little devils have been defeated. Boom. A cacophony of artillery fire erupted as Lin Tiandust's voice resounded once more. The fire support team, follow me. With those words, the remaining soldiers promptly grasped their grenade launchers, closely trailing behind Lin Tiandust. Even Xiaoshan and Feng Bailu, along with a multitude of warriors, followed suit, fully aware that the grand offensive had commenced. Su Lan gazed upon that figure. Behind the silhouette, the soldiers pursued without hesitation, stepping onto the battlefield. This compelled her to instinctively grasp. Chapter 74. Our journey. Their destination. Ultimately, the shadows recede, and the warm sun emerges. Though the air is crisp, beneath the sunlight, everything appears vibrant, rather than merely monochromatic. A group of individuals traverses the rugged mountain path in an orderly manner. Concealment. At this moment, Lin Tiandust noticed the swiftly moving red dot on the visual map. Unlike trucks, three-wheeled vehicles, or other moving adversaries, the aircraft's trajectory on the visual map typically forms a relatively straight line, characterized by remarkable speed. From the trajectory, it seems that it will not pass directly overhead the group. Chapter 75, Li Yunlong. What a miserable life I led. At Daxia Bay, within the confines of the headquarters command room, a solitary figure paced restlessly, occasionally gazing out at the increasingly dimming sky. At times, his attention shifted to the map spread across the table. Hardly had he settled into his seat for half a minute when he stood up once more, repeating the cycle. Commander, news from Li Yunlong has arrived. At this announcement from Cheng, the previously restless commander halted abruptly and hurried to Cheng's side. What is the situation? This time, the independent regiment sustained only a few injuries. To be precise, this. Chapter 76, Lin Tiandust. Trust me, I never deceive my own. What are your thoughts? Inside the makeshift tent within the cave, Lin Tiandust unfurled a large map, meticulously crafted from pieces of paper, on a table constructed from several wooden beams, addressing the group. This map was the result of reconnaissance conducted by him and Xiaoshan over the past period in the vicinity, detailing numerous significant locations such as enemy strongholds and villages. With an increasing number of people gathering, it has become imperative to establish a base, thus ending the days of uncertainty. Otherwise, the horses seized from Wanjia town and the soldiers' provisions would be in jeopardy. Chapter 77. In times of national crisis, blood of the people is drained. As the winter solstice approached, snowflakes danced in the frigid air. The harsh winter of the north proved somewhat challenging for many warriors hailing from the south. Yet, amidst the swirling snow, smiles adorned the faces of these southern fighters, for such a picturesque scene of falling snow had only existed in their tales. When a grand procession emerged at the village entrance, several dozen miles from Black Cloud stronghold, Lin Tiandust observed through the visual map that numerous white dots swiftly retreated into their homes. Indeed, some of these dots, upon nearing them, began to flee the village. Hastening towards the mountains with remarkable speed, their movements betraying a palpable sense of panic. Chapter 78, Li Weigua, the commander's wisdom and valor. You, insignificant creatures, should learn from him. Having traversed over a dozen miles, Lin Tiandust had already honed his endurance. He skillfully evaded the concealed sentinels of the Dark Cloud stronghold, observing it for several days while gaining a comprehensive understanding of its terrain. It was indeed a location that was easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Strategically positioned at a crucial junction. After thorough observation, Lin Tiandust acquired all the knowledge he sought and then returned with his team. Upon arriving back at Finpa village, within the rustic abode, Wang Jiantang and his companions had already gathered early in the command room, deliberating on strategies to conquer the Dark Cloud stronghold. Chapter 79, A Calamity for Heiyun village. At the new 2nd Regiment's encampment in Dashaman village, the tempest outside raged with relentless winds and swirling snow. However, within the regiment's headquarters, a peculiar tranquility prevailed. Until, at last, a voice broke the silence. If Heiyun village remains ensnared here, it poses a grave danger. Our connection to the outside world hinges almost entirely upon the roads beneath this very village. Kong Jie set aside his smoking pipe, exhaling a plume of smoke as he listened intently to Chief of Staff Xie Yulin's words. A frown marred his brow. His gaze fixated resolutely upon the map displayed in the command room. Recently transferred from the independent regiment, he had arrived at this expanded unit. Chapter 80. The disappearance of Black Cloud stronghold. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the relentless snow continued to fall. As far as the eye could see, a vast expanse of white blanketed the landscape. Amidst the tempest of wind and snow, a contingent of approximately 300 individuals ventured forth. It was not that Lin Tiandust underestimated the situation by bringing only a modest number of men. Rather, in such a snowy environment, a large-scale movement would inevitably attract the attention of the bandits long before reaching Black Cloud stronghold. Furthermore, this group comprised seasoned veterans. And with the aid of a visual map, Lin could deftly avoid certain bandit lookout points, allowing for a more agile and covert advance. Within the ranks, Lin Tiandust's voice resonated. Chapter 81. A complete overwhelm. This team is incredibly strong. Black Cloud stronghold. Damn it, those scoundrels have no honor. Resorting to a sneak attack against me. When did the firepower of this 8th Route army become so formidable? Xie Baoqing cursed vehemently, his gaze filled with fury. At this moment, the mink fur he wore had been singed and curled, and his face was smeared with dirt. Had he not been familiar with the vicinity of Black Cloud stronghold and managed to escape along the frozen river back to the stronghold, he might well have perished on the way back. From the moment the ambush began, his team had not been afforded a single opportunity to retaliate. And Chapter 82. The emaciated and the plump. In the heart of Black Cloud stronghold, Lin Tiandust no longer divided his attention to the numerous white dots on the visualization map. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the gathering individuals within the stronghold, whose numbers were steadily increasing. Crouch down. Hurry up, I'm talking to you. Hands on your head. Within the confines of Black Cloud stronghold, Wang Jiantang walked behind 3 individuals, gun drawn, commanding them to crouch down. On the flat ground of the stronghold, there were over 100 bandits in a half-crouch position. Chapter 83. Lin Tiandust Yunlong has been exceptionally kind to me, and I regret that we cannot share a drink together. It is noon, with light snow falling and a stillness in the air. The sun hangs high, casting a warm glow despite the chill. Not to mention, the Great Hall of Heiyun Stronghold is quite cozy. The leader remarked that there are 13 individuals who have lost their homes and wish to stay. The others have been provided with some provisions and arrangements have been made for the soldiers to escort them back. After Cheng Tinjing recorded the addresses of several individuals, she spoke with a grave tone. As many shared their addresses, tears glimmered in their eyes. In truth, numerous lives have been shattered, after all. Chapter 84. Is it a habit to shower you with gifts? At the entrance of Yang Village, the snowstorm has ceased, and the sun shines brightly. At this moment, Zhao Gang is burdened not only with a heavy pack, but also with 2 rifles slung over his shoulders. Beside him, 2 companions each wield 2 weapons as well. In total, there are 6 guns, accompanied by over 100 rounds of ammunition. Zheng Wei, to his surprise, finds that the bandits from Heiyun Village differ greatly from the rumors, especially the leader, who speaks with an eloquence reminiscent of a wealthy scion. His words are truly melodious and generous. One of the soldiers beside Zhao Gang adjusted his rifle on his shoulder, sporting a smile. Chapter 85. The snowflakes dance in the air, concealing not only shadows, but also hope. Fengpa Village. Early winter, heavy snowfall, overcast skies. Just yesterday, the sun shone brightly. Yet today heralded the most significant snowfall since the onset of winter. The howling wind swept through, creating a cacophony of sound. The entire Fengpa village lay enveloped in a pristine blanket of white. Despite such conditions, the village entrance was crowded with numerous individuals. Some villagers, clad in scant attire, resolutely cleared the snow from the ground, desperately racing towards the village gate. Sir, is it true that my family Xiaoer's name is not on the list? Chapter 87. A campaign of annihilation begins in a matter of days. The Black Cloud stronghold underwent a remarkable transformation. This change was not solely due to a new leader. Even its appearance had subtly altered. Lookouts and concealed fortifications were meticulously adjusted by Lin Tiandust. Within the original lookout points, Lin Tiandust identified several blind spots through a visual map, establishing additional hidden sentries. He dismantled 1 or 2 of the existing strongholds and planned the construction of several concealed fortifications near the cliff on the right side of the stronghold. Additionally, in the southeastern high ground of the stronghold, Lin Tiandust devised plans for 3 more hidden fortifications. Furthermore, the entire Black Cloud stronghold. Chapter 87. Zhang Dapio. It is all due to those 2 machine guns that have clouded my vision. At the gathering hall of the Black Cloud stronghold, 4 individuals exchanged glances, while Cheng Tinjing quietly awaited beside them. Who among you will greet our guest? Lin Tiandust inquired, observing the silent trio. It was evident to everyone present that Zhang Dapio's arrival was driven by a specific purpose. However, the recent artillery strikes, precise and relentless, had provided immense support. Not only Lin Tiandust, but also Wang Jiantang and the others unanimously believed that there was no possibility of returning empty-handed this time. Previously, it was manageable, as they were transient and could rely on circumstances. Chapter 88. A single sentence left Li Yunlong speechless. In the command room of the independent regiment at Yang Village, a dull thud echoed through the air. Li Yunlong lifted his hand from the table. His face flushed with anger, and his expression was one of disdain towards everything around him. That scoundrel, Captain Lin. Such a lack of integrity. Moreover, he has the audacity to drag my independent regiment into this. Li Yunlong cursed under his breath, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Dubiao, who stood silently to the side. Returning empty-handed, Li Yunlong could not fathom the connection between the new regiment's borrowing and his own independent regiment, and he was taken aback by the situation he found himself in. Chapter 89. The quiet heart begins to beat Pudong. A gentle breeze, no rain, a cloudy day. Although the rain has ceased, the streets are still adorned with puddles of various sizes from the continuous downpour of the past few days. Chilly gusts sweep through, causing some pedestrians to huddle against the cold. Despite being early morning, the atmosphere is akin to that of dusk, shrouded in a heavy gloom. A figure, much like many others, traverses the road scattered with small puddles. Dressed in a tailored coat, their gait appears somewhat dazed. The dim sky further deepens the already somber mood. Chapter 90. Lin Tiandust's heart was filled with indignation. In Taikou County, at Sandio Hall, the headquarters of the Jinsui Army's 358th Regiment. Within the command room of the regiment, the commander stated, "We have made contact with that contingent. They are comprised of a disbanded army now stationed at Heiyun Village. The command post of the Songyan Ridge enemies has been dismantled, and the battles in Yang Village and Wanjia Town were indeed fought by this group. The joint unit flag is indeed in their possession, and they now assert that they have no other demands, only a deficiency in equipment to combat the enemy, specifically requesting supplies for 2 battalions. Sun Ming hurriedly arrived at the command room of the regiment. Chapter 91. Li Yunlong, Zhuzi, I miss you. We must seize the opportunity to escape. In the Yang village, within the encampment of the independent regiment. Damn it. I clearly took down the last 200 enemies myself. Yet not a single word was mentioned. Li Yunlong reclined with his legs crossed, listening to Zhao Gang as he held a nearly creased newspaper, a newspaper that Li Yunlong had shamelessly procured from headquarters. The original intent was to take it back as a daily reminder to himself to remain humble, but upon his return, he was dismayed to find that there was no mention of the independent regiment's formidable presence. Old Li. I have also heard that the battle was due to the actions of Commander Lin and his men. Chapter 92, my child. If you wish to confront the enemy, you must align with the right people in Fingpa village. As the harsh winter enveloped the land, the moment dawn broke, plumes of smoke began to rise from the chimneys throughout the village. The Song family had risen early. Yet the expressions on Song Liangyu's parents' faces were tinged with concern and reluctance. Liangyu, do you truly intend to go? Song Liangyu's mother gently placed a steaming bowl of savory meat soup on the table. The mixture of horse meat and wheat was unusually abundant, creating a rich, viscous broth unlike any they had ever prepared before. Her hands trembled slightly as she caressed Liangyu's cheek, her voice filled with tenderness and sorrow. Meanwhile, on the heated brick bed, Song. Chapter 93. The expanding force as winter wanes, the northern winds and snow persist. Look, Wei He, our commander has returned. In a watchtower of Heiyun village, Lu Sangun stood with his hands tucked into his sleeves, cradling his rifle in his arms, pacing back and forth. The padded uniform issued by Heiyun village was exceedingly warm. As Lu Sangun gazed into the distance, he spotted Commander Lin returning with around 100 men. This time, they had brought back a significant amount of supplies, including ammunition and the renowned Type 38 rifles. Once again, the commander and his men had successfully intercepted the enemy's supply route. Lu Sangun observed the warriors entering the village below. Chapter 94. The sudden appearance of the Little Devil's Brigade. As winter waned, the cold winds howled and heavy snowflakes danced through the air. The entire expanse of land had donned a thick, silvery cloak. At the garrison of Dashimen village, Commander Kong Jie of the new 2nd Regiment shook the ash from his pipe as he listened attentively to the words of Chief of Staff Xie Yulin in the command room. Commander, recently, the notoriety of Haiyanzhai has spread throughout the vicinity. News of the execution of the bandits from Haiyanzhai has reached nearby villages. Many young men from various villages have flocked to Haiyanzhai, and there are even a considerable number of women. As Xie Yulin spoke, his gaze paused momentarily before he continued. Moreover, it is said that during this period, Chapter 95, The Little Devils, Commander Lin is truly on the move at Black Cloud Village. Within the Hall of Unity, a stark contrast to the frigid air outside envelopes the interior in warmth. A vast map sprawls across the table, adorned with various markings and red dots. These annotations represent intelligence gathered by scouts dispatched by Lin Tiandust, or insights he has personally investigated. As he gazes at the meticulously crafted map before him, Lin Tiandust's brow furrows in concern. The frequent movements of the Little Devils. Chapter 96. The nearby Little Devil Brigade. Beneath the warm sun, the wind and snow began to wane. Along a road leading to the village of Dashimen, the rhythmic sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air. A young figure surged ahead, seemingly untouched by the falling snow, riding swiftly, closely followed by several others. From a distance, it appeared as though only these few figures raced along a short stretch of road. As they approached the village of Dashimen, Lin Tiandust observed the star-like red dots appearing on the visual map. As he elevated his perspective, they coalesced into a substantial mass. The farther north they ventured, the denser these crimson points became. Chapter 97. Commander Kong, there is an important matter I need your assistance with at Gua Bridge. An arch bridge stands majestically. Beneath the stone structure, the river's surface has frozen over, yet beneath the ice, the turbulent waters remain visible. In the midst of Guha, there lies a gracefully arched bridge hewn from granite, measuring approximately 8 meters in width and 30 meters in length. Lin Tiandust and his party have arrived at this location. Commander Lin, do you intend to confine the enemy entirely on the stone bridge? Kong Jie had originally devised a plan here. If the frozen river were to be detonated, the enemy would be compelled to traverse this bridge. He could then concentrate firepower effectively. Chapter 98. Dancing on the edge of a blade. On the outskirts of Dashimen village, beneath the looming presence of Ziliang Mountain, a figure clad in the uniform of an enemy officer, wielding a military blade, gazed intently into the distance at the majestic Ziliang Mountain. Snowflakes cascaded from the heavens, settling upon his shoulders, compelling him to brush the crystalline flakes from his gloved hand. At that moment, a bespectacled subordinate approached him, clutching a map, his countenance betraying a hint of anxiety. My Lord Yamazaki, we have veered 60 degrees south. The words barely escaped his lips when a sharp sound echoed. Chapter 99. Li Weigua. The defeated troops. I am fighting against the defeated troops. As winter wanes, the sun hangs low, partially obscured, while the biting wind cuts through the air. Along the banks of the Gu River, To the north of Dashi Min village, smoke billows, and the relentless sound of gunfire reverberates. Amidst the cacophony, one can faintly hear the anguished wails of the enemy soldiers. With the ice in the Gu River now broken, enemy troops plunge into the water in droves, resembling dumplings being cast into boiling water. Even as they submerge, the gunfire does not cease. Blood stains the surface of the river, and the cries of the wounded echo incessantly. The frigid cold and the frozen wounds compel the enemy soldiers to shiver uncontrollably. Lin Tiandust gazes upon the unfolding scene, his eyes filled with a profound intensity. Chapter 100. The benefits of Captain Lin are indeed real. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder as the echoes of cannon fire faded, leaving only sporadic gunshots resonating through the valley. The sunlight remained partially obscured, while the snowstorm began to intensify beneath the already bombed-out Guha Bridge. Numerous enemy corpses were ensnared in the icy waters downstream. On the flat ground before the stone bridge, craters of various sizes dotted the landscape, with many soldiers diligently reloading their weapons. Wei Heshang gazed somewhat blankly at the veterans before him, their fierce expression striking. As he pulled back the bolt of his rifle, he naturally found himself joining their ranks. At that moment, for Wei Heshang, the internal struggle was palpable. Chapter 101. Wei the Monk. Who is Li Yunlong? I am truly unfamiliar. At Black Cloud Stronghold, as dusk descends, the sky begins to twinkle with myriad stars. The late winter wind and snow grow increasingly wild, blanketing the foothills of the stronghold in a thick layer of snow. At a sentry post along the stronghold's wall, Lu Sangun leans against the structure, his head held high, gazing vacantly at the encroaching night and the emerging starlight. Meanwhile, Wei the Monk, also stationed at the post, stands with keen eyes, attentively observing the movements outside the stronghold. A gust of cold wind sweeps in, accompanied by swirling snowflakes, as one flake settles gently on Lu San's shoulder. Chapter 102. When the leader calls. We must assist him. As the end of winter approached, the entire northern region was enveloped in swirling snow, the cold biting fiercely. Despite the heavy snowfall, several figures braved the elements, making their way along a winding path toward the Black Cloud Stronghold. Old Ding, Li Yunlong remarked, once we arrive at the Black Cloud Stronghold, your role is simply to provide support. When we meet, I will handle the rest. Although he had never encountered Lin Tiandust before, Li Yunlong felt confident that once he stood face to face with the leader, he would be able to manage the situation adeptly. Chapter 103. Ding Wei. The pillar is a member of the new regiment. He is one of my own. The biting cold winds howled, sending shivers down Li Yunlong's spine. Yet, no chill could match the frost in his heart as he gazed upon the towering castle walls of Heiyun Cliff. His expression was exceedingly grim. Li Yunlong, it is evident that they do not wish to see you. Why must you insist on dragging me here? Is this not simply courting trouble? Ding Wei tucked his hands into his coat, his tone somewhat sharp. He had indeed heard that Li Yunlong had gifted the pillar to Lin Tiandust as an artillery instructor, and had yet to reclaim him. Now, witnessing Li Yunlong approach Heiyun Cliff with such ease. Chapter 104. Sun Dashing arrives at Heiyun Village new 2nd Regiment Station. Dashimin Village. In the command room of the regiment headquarters, Ding Wei entered with a faint smile upon his face. However, as soon as he stepped through the door, Kong Jie instinctively cast a glance behind him at Ding Wei. Where's Li Yunlong? Kong Jie inquired with a hint of wariness in his tone. At this moment, he certainly did not wish to encounter Li Yunlong. After all, the arrival of Li Yunlong could only herald trouble, as he was prone to incessantly discuss matters regarding equipment. Oh, it's not that I'm afraid of your incessant chatter. I must ask, where did you acquire such a manner? Chapter 105. Sun Dashing's heart is bleeding in the Black Cloud Stronghold. The sun is partially obscured, and the wind and snow continue to swirl. As the Lunar New Year approaches, the village has adopted a markedly festive atmosphere. Several sentry posts and eaves are adorned with lanterns and decorations, radiating joy. During these days, Lin Tiandust has issued his first order for the soldiers to rest for 3 days, exempting them from rigorous training. However, morning runs and sentry duties remain unchanged. In the Hall of Brotherhood, Zhao Gang occupies his seat, with a table laid out with steamed buns made from wheat flour and some meat. All these provisions have been prepared by Wang Jiantang. Chapter 106. The year-end amidst turmoil at Black Cloud Stronghold, the wind and snow grew increasingly dense. In this moment, the atmosphere within Black Cloud Stronghold was one of celebration. Whether among the warriors stationed at the outer sentry points or those within the stronghold itself, a long-forgotten essence of the spring festival permeated the air. After years of relentless conflict, many had lost sight of what the new year truly represented. Yet, in Black Cloud Stronghold, smiles adorned the faces of nearly all. Lin Tiandust stood alone at the edge of a cliff, a secluded spot he had stumbled upon by chance. Behind him followed Xiaoshan. Chapter 107. Leader, I am one of your own. A gentle breeze and light snowflakes dance through the air as the warm sun hangs high in the sky. Despite the warmth of the sun, the biting cold of the wind remains relentless. On the back mountain of the Black Wind Stronghold, a prominent stone tablet stands proudly atop a peak. while not far from it lies a vast expanse of freshly turned earth. This extensive area of tilled soil was recently cultivated by Chang Tinjing and her soldiers. During the process of tilling, Chang Tinjing also scattered a layer of black granules, resembling soil, across the land. Chapter 108. Li Yunlong, sun dushing is indeed my blood brother. The weather is clear, with light snow. Auspicious activities include weddings, openings, construction, and travel. Inauspicious activities include incense offerings, breaking ground, hunting, bathing, and consecration. Dozens of horses marched majestically along a road in Yang village. Many of these horses were equipped with firearms, and there was even a mortar and several machine guns, along with a considerable supply of ammunition. Yet, amidst the procession, Xiaohai wore a frown throughout the journey. Upon witnessing Li Weigua emerge from the Hall of Brotherhood, standing tall and proud, Xiaohai initially believed that Li Weigua had received a live assignment from the commander. Chapter 109. Bring 13 days' worth of provisions for this expedition. In the gathering hall of the Black Cloud stronghold, Wang Jiantang, Ding Jiagua, and Li Weigua were already seated at the table. You cannot fathom the sight of Sun Dishing's face when he laid eyes on that horse behind him. It was as if old Wang had been utterly dismayed. Li Weigua felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that Sun Dishing had personally brought the horse back, which Wang Jiantang had arranged to be cared for. After all, when Sun Dishing arrived at the back mountain that day, his first exclamation was, "My horse." It was too cramped. The horses could not be too close together. They needed some space. How long had it been since these horses had galloped freely? Chapter 110. Over 1,000 people vanished under our very eyes. In the Black Cloud village, the sun shines warmly overhead, making it an ideal day for visiting after the new year. Kongjia arrived at the entrance of Black Cloud village, carrying a bag of peanuts and a bottle of Fingio. Following the battle at Dashi Min village, the new 2nd Regiment had experienced a surge in development. During this period, Kongjia found himself exhausted, as he had to fairly distribute the equipment among his subordinates, much like a pack of puppies vying for milk, with no allowances made. Did he not wish for a greater share of equipment? Yet, during that battle, he felt utterly insignificant, unable to voice his desires. Nevertheless, once these tasks were completed. Chapter 111. The dragon in enemy territory. The night was as dark as ink, with stars concealed and snowflakes swirling in the air, chilling the bones with a biting wind. Beneath the cloak of night, the lights of Chiofeng Pavilion shone brilliantly, while the soldiers stood guard, tending to a flickering campfire and pacing restlessly. In this territory firmly under enemy control, every road was dotted with sentry posts at short intervals. Critical intersections were fortified with checkpoints manned by the enemy. The entire Chiofeng Pavilion was a nexus of multiple railway lines, seamlessly connected to the surrounding warehouses. On the platform, numerous soldiers were busy unloading supplies from another arriving train. Chapter 112. Shadows of the snowy night, bloodthirsty eyes on a distant hill, amidst a grove of withered trees. The sky gradually darkened, and the clouds on the horizon glowed with a vivid crimson hue. After much persuasion from Wu Mixing and his companions, they secured their captive firmly beneath a gnarled tree. Throughout the day and night, Wu Mixing's gaze remained unwavering, continuously observing and attempting to persuade. Yet his words fell upon deaf ears, as the young man never reappeared before him. The group, predominantly nocturnal in their activities, rested during the day, which left Wu Mixing with a profound respect for their tenacity. A sudden sound of footsteps echoed through the stillness. Chapter 113. The silent slaughter of Monk Wei and Lu Sangun. The moon concealed itself, and the stars flickered into view. Flakes of snow danced through the air, gently settling upon the already snow-laden earth. The night was as dark as ink, enveloped in tranquility, broken only by the whispers of the wind. Occasionally, one could hear the soft thuds of snow cascading from the branches above. A resounding roar echoed in the distance, and the melody of a flute resonated throughout the entire area. With a thunderous sound, the train on the tracks approached Chiofeng Pavilion. Within the visual map, Lin Tiandust observed the train, a deep crimson hue, and his gaze flickered momentarily. It was evident that his assessment of the impending train was indeed accurate. Chapter 114. Victory is imperative. A resounding explosion echoed throughout the autumn breeze pavilion, illuminating the night with a fiery glow. Wu Mixing, amidst the cacophony of distant cannon fire, observed the rapid succession of sounds that pierced the air. In the distance, gunfire erupted from the direction of the pavilion, reminiscent of a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring the once serene waters into chaos. The night was filled with the tumultuous roar of battle. Under the cloak of darkness, Wu Mixing and his companions were unable to perceive the actual battlefield, their only illumination coming from the flames that lit up the night sky, casting flickering shadows upon each other's faces. Chapter 115. The Mad Camp. Beneath the autumnal breeze at the Pavilion of Night, flames illuminated the area as if it were daylight. Shells. At the artillery position, Li Ergu stood beside a pillar, holding a map that was not intended for his own perusal, but rather presented before the pillar. The pillar glanced at the map and promptly adjusted the mortar's angle, receiving a shell. Steadying the barrel with one hand, He merely made a preliminary aim before loading a shell into the tube. With a resounding boom, the mortar emitted a deep thud. Li Ergu immediately turned his gaze toward the target location, where a burst of fire erupted. Chapter 116. The shock of the guerrillas. The bright moon concealed itself, and the silence was profound. Along the railway line leading to Ping'an County, nearly 100 figures moved swiftly, armed with long rifles. A few soldiers carefully carried explosives, making their way to the edge of the tracks. Move quickly, a deep voice resonated from within the ranks. Wang Fu placed the explosive package on the railway and efficiently began to set it up. The soldiers beside him, displaying remarkable expertise, executed their tasks with great speed under the cover of night, while a few others remained vigilant atop a small hillside. Chapter 117. Where the shells fall. There lies their main assault direction. In the desolate woods north of Chofing Pavilion, the sound of a machine gun echoed relentlessly beneath a withered tree. The snowflakes descended upon the muzzle, instantaneously transforming into vapor. After expending the ammunition of one machine gun, Wang Jiantang discarded it, seizing another well-loaded weapon from the ground. Once armed, he swiftly maneuvered to a different position to continue his barrage. An adept marksman, he managed to eliminate numerous adversaries amidst the onslaught. The flickering flames from his location illuminated the scene, while behind him, Dainyu carried the ammunition. Chapter 118. Sundishing. Captain Li, I am well here, do not worry. Dashimen Village, the station of the new 2nd Regiment. The wind and snow persist, the biting cold relentless. Outside the telephone room, Kong Jia hurriedly entered. As he picked up the receiver, a voice came through. Have you found them? No traces have been discovered. Continue the search. Kong Jia immediately straightened up, listening to the crackling sound on the line, followed by another voice. Have you located them? Report. On several nearby roads. Chapter 119. Have we not established contact with the independent regiment? As snowflakes gently descended upon the autumn wind pavilion, they melted away in the embrace of the flames that danced within. As time progressed, the cacophony of battle gradually subsided, though sporadic gunfire still echoed in the distance. Beneath the hillside, the column swiftly relayed the order to Li Ergu to retrieve the telephone lines, hastening towards Lin Tiandust's direction. This confrontation could be described as a complete depletion of resources, as Lin Tiandust had meticulously marked on his map several trains that must not be destroyed. Chapter 120. Kong Jia, I truly am not worthy. In the autumn wind pavilion, as the chill of the season sets in, warm currents sweep through the air. The atmosphere is thick with the haze of gunpowder, and flames flicker in various corners of the pavilion. Numerous soldiers are engaged in final preparations. Sundishing has arrived with a contingent of cavalry, their steeds laden with an assortment of wooden crates of various sizes, alongside bundles of long spears and an array of light machine guns, mortars, and other weaponry. The entire regiment, comprising over 1,400 men, is heavily burdened, with each soldier similarly weighed down by their gear. Chapter 121. The excitedly Yunlong. I want to make a fortune too. Autumn Wind Pavilion. Lin Tiandust swiftly departed with the soldiers, leaving the Autumn Wind Pavilion seemingly restored to its former tranquility. However, beneath this calm facade, thick black smoke wreathed the sky, accompanied by sporadic bursts of flames and the crackling sounds of fire intermittently echoing. Meanwhile, Wu Mishing and 2 others stood by, observing the unfolding scenes. With so much equipment, we cannot possibly carry it all away. Is it truly going to be blown up? Yang Yuan, holding the fuse of the explosives, exhibited a hint of reluctance in her gaze. Before them, the heavy. Chapter 122. Hard encased in ice and snow. Kongjia's isolation at the periphery of the junction between the enemy and the base, the sun hung high in the sky, casting its warmth upon the snow-covered path. Amidst the lengthy procession, Lin Tiandust treaded cautiously, taking care to scout ahead whenever the convoy approached certain areas or thoroughfares. Only after confirming safety through a visual map would he lead the group onward. Although this method of advancement was undeniably slow, within the enemy's sphere of influence, there was no room for carelessness. Beside Lin Tiandust, Wang Jiantang appeared somewhat despondent, mourning the loss of yet another comrade who had succumbed to the trials of endurance. Chapter 123. Unleash all the horses at noon. The snow-laden sky gradually began to clear. As Su Lan and her companions entered the territory of Heiyuanzhai, they were promptly detected by the outpost of the stronghold. After the soldiers of the new 2nd Regiment introduced themselves, a warrior from Heiyuanzhai escorted Su Lan and Xiao Shu into their destination. Dr. Xiao, I must tell you, they have been consistently active on the front lines against the Japanese aggressors. As they traversed the path leading to Heiyuanzhai, Su Lan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within her. After enduring numerous hardships along the way, they were on the verge of reaching their destination. Chapter 124. Commander Lin, just look at how exhausted you have made yourself. At the Black Cloud stronghold, Wei the monk, bearing 9 rifles on his own, addressed Lu Sangan, who trailed behind with pale lips and a sallow complexion, his gaze somewhat erratic. Come on, hurry up, Wei barked, promptly relieving Lu Sangan of the 3 rifles he had been shouldering. Damn it, I've never felt this fatigued, even while battling the Japanese. Indeed, while traversing the road with 7 rifles strapped to his back, Liu Sangun had not felt such weariness. Yet, upon catching sight of the Black Cloud stronghold. Chapter 125. Not speaking of future lives in this lifetime at the Black Cloud stronghold, since the gate was opened in the afternoon, it has remained ajar until dusk. With vigilant precautions in place, a steady stream of equipment has been returning from the outside, filling the training grounds at the rear of the stronghold to capacity. Subsequently, individuals commenced transferring supplies to the warehouse. As for the soldiers, their faces bore the marks of exhaustion. The journey back was infinitely more arduous than the outward trek. While they had the luxury of resting during the day on their way out, their return was punctuated by fragmented moments of respite, as they were compelled to constantly adjust their positions to properly arrange their belongings. Chapter 126. The resolve to engage in battle, life or death. Among the Iron Army in northwest Jin, as time gradually elapses, the temperature drops at night, and the area surrounding Black Cloud stronghold is once again cloaked in a thick layer of snow. Outside the window, the wind and snow howl like a fierce tiger, while inside, the room is brightly illuminated. Several figures move restlessly within the assembly hall, swiftly and methodically setting aside the bullets and fragments that have been removed. It is unclear how many rounds have been loaded into the trays. Occasionally, some severed limbs are placed aside. Holding a scalpel, Xiao Shuwen has lost count of the number of surgeries he has performed, yet when compared to his experiences in Pu. Chapter 127. Hope. Coexistence. The sky was clear, devoid of snow, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Within the assembly hall, Lin Tiandust rubbed the corners of his eyes. Ever since his return, after settling all matters, he had succumbed to a deep slumber lasting more than 15 hours, an uninterrupted, profound sleep. The events of yesterday felt like a fleeting dream. As Lin Tiandust opened his eyes, he was enveloped by the sensation that yesterday was indeed but a dream. The first thing he did upon awakening was to glance at the visualized map and conduct a brief inspection. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the experience points displayed in the lower right corner. Experience for level up, 61. 68. Chapter 128. The true grief lies not in loud quarrels in Dashimen village. Although Kong Jie has been stationed in the command room of the regiment during this period, many matters within the regiment have been entrusted to Xie Yulin for management. Within the command room, not a soul dares to engage him in conversation. After all, in recent days, it has become apparent to many that, despite his apparent lethargy, Kong Jie's temper remains undiminished. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Kong Jie slowly rose from his seat. Even though Xie Yulin was overseeing numerous affairs, it was Kong Jie who insisted on conducting the patrol inspections at the watchpoints before nightfall. These responsibilities stemmed from Yang Village. Chapter 129. The expansion of the death camp. The sky was clear, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, and the snow had gradually begun to diminish with the warming weather. Although the temperature remained somewhat chilly, a persistent drizzle approached. Upon Lin Tiandust's arrival at the Hall of Justice, Xiaoshan had already laid out a large map, meticulously marking the information gathered from reconnaissance. As Lin Tiandust stepped into the hall, his gaze fell upon the map spread across the table. The enemy's encampments are positioned 50 kilometers outside Yang Village. Lin Tiandust's eyes fixated on a red dot located 50 kilometers from the Yang Village encampment, his expression instantly shifting. Chapter 130. The battlefield acuity of that scoundrel Lin is far superior to mine. In Yang Village, within the confines of the command room's courtyard, Li Yunlong basked in the sun, his brow furrowed deeply. Commander, all those militia have indeed entered Black Cloud Village, Zhang Dabiao remarked from a distance. Damn it. He has managed to ensnare them again. Li Yunlong recalled Kong Jie's furious voice from the previous day. It became increasingly evident to him that if this contingent was not heading to Dashimen Village, there was only one other destination they could possibly be bound for, Black Cloud Village. Surely they wouldn't come to the independent regiment only to head in the opposite direction? Chapter 131. The anxieties of Ding Jiagua and Li Weigua at Haiyun's High, amidst the throes of battle. I require each of your squads to maintain gunfire across the 3 forward directions, rather than engaging in isolated attacks. Furthermore, as you advance, it is imperative that you move towards the designated next cover. Upon reaching the predetermined position, you shall have immediate shelter from which to launch an offensive against the enemy. When operating machine guns, the optimal technique is to employ controlled bursts. Do not emulate my method, as I have studied the trajectory of unorthodox firearms. Thus I pressed the trigger fully. On the flat terrain of Haiyun's High, Chapter 132, a group of Japanese officers sightseeing? In the command room of the regiment headquarters in Dashimen Village. Damn it, the new 2nd Regiment station was originally situated deep within the base, and now it has almost become the front line. Kong Jie gazed at the map, noting how the enemy's strongholds drew ever closer, and he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. If the new 2nd Regiment were robust and formidable, he would not feel so anxious, however. Their numbers barely reached 600 or 700. Their combat capability had not yet peaked, and as he observed the encroaching siege, Kang Jie's expression grew increasingly grim. Upon receiving orders from headquarters. Chapter 133. Are you certain it will only take 5 hours? The middle-aged man on the phone hesitated momentarily, his expression turning grave. The voice of Kang Jie resonated through the receiver. Director Cheng, Colonel Lin has stated that this battle requires the support of the new 2nd Regiment. We must engage in this conflict, and it is also essential for the independent regiment to execute a delaying action. The new 1st Regiment is to be relocated to the new 2nd Regiment's base in the coming days. At such a critical juncture, if the new 2nd Regiment joins the fray, it will undoubtedly trigger a cascade of repercussions. Kang Jie, it seems you are eager to fight as well. The middle-aged man, upon hearing these words, instantly discerned Kang Jie's sentiments. Chapter 134. Goodness, the 800 schemes of the teacher. As spring arrives, the rain becomes increasingly abundant. On some bare branches, tender buds begin to emerge. Within the assembly hall of Heiyun village, Kang Jie and Xie Yulin hurriedly make their way to the location. Commander Kang, Advisor Xie. Your timing is impeccable, Lin Tiandust greets them with a smile. Upon hearing this, Kang Jie's simple face radiates with joy as he nods in acknowledgement. He and Xie Yulin take a seat beside each other, having meticulously strategized for this battle numerous times in the command room at their headquarters, to succeed against the enemy. Chapter 135. The Horns of the Camp, Black Cloud Stronghold. With Lin Tiandust's arrival, certain areas have been fully utilized, leading to a significant increase in the number of houses. The northern structures, initially intended for the accommodation of newly arrived soldiers, have now transformed into a makeshift hospital following Xiao Shuwen's arrival. Renovations have commenced in this regard. Dr. Xiao, where should we place these boxes? Li Hong inquired, referring to a wooden crate he had been carrying on his shoulder as he approached Xiao Shuwen, who was busily jotting down notes in a notebook. These contain the medical supplies we have requisitioned, now arriving from the logistics. Chapter 136. No retreat in the command center of Daxiaobei. The warm sun hung high in the sky, causing the accumulated snow in the courtyard to gradually melt away. Today marked another splendid day filled with sunshine, with temperatures even warmer than the previous day. Within the command center, a figure clad in a military overcoat fixed a stern gaze upon the location of Lukuei Slope on the map. Beside him stood several staff officers from the headquarters. Based on the intelligence received from Kang Jie and corroborated by informants, it appeared highly likely that these 2 infantry battalions were directly affiliated with the Spring Offensive's commanding officer. Anbian Xiongtian. Chapter 137. There are no true elites in the world. The snow upon the earth has significantly diminished, revealing patches of soil beneath. Along the road beneath the falling ruined slope, the melting snow has nourished the ground with its moisture. Some bare branches have begun to sprout tender buds. A few kilometers away from the falling ruined slope, atop a hill, Lin Tiandust, accompanied by the new 2nd Regiment and the warriors of Black Cloud Stronghold, has silently approached this location. Lying on the hill, Kang Jie furrows his brow, feeling a sense of unease throughout the journey. The news he received and the prospect of meeting Lin Tiandust weigh heavily on his mind. Chapter 138. The Awakening at Lukuei Slope. The name of this place, whispered among the local villagers, dates back to the Tang dynasty. Its origins lie in the frequent appearances of restless spirits along this official road, which led the nearby populace to regard the area with trepidation. They would avoid it at all costs, and even if they had to pass through, they would carefully choose the time when the sun blazed at its zenith. To the south of Lukuei Slope, the locals have bestowed a name upon the towering mountain, akin to the spirit-repelling figure of Zhongkuei, calling it Zhongkuei, signifying its purpose to suppress the wandering souls along the official road. From time to time, the villagers would visit this place. Chapter 139. Is there a hope for the observation team to withdraw? Impossible. As noon approached, the warm sun hung high in the sky. The mountains loomed tall with sparse forests. Although trees existed, they were scattered only in the treacherous mid-slopes of Lukuei Ridge. These bare trunks, not thicker than a person's waist, had already sprouted numerous tender buds. Lin Tiandust led the 2nd and 3rd battalions, moving swiftly and stealthily. The journey of 2 kilometers consisted entirely of rugged terrain, accompanied by patches of unmelted frost and snow. Throughout the trek, Lin Tiandust remained vigilant, aware that they were navigating through enemy territory, and even the slightest encounter with foes could prove perilous. Chapter 140. The battlefield serves as the finest classroom. Only through personal experience does one comprehend its brutality. The path is rugged, allowing only 2 individuals to traverse side by side. The temperature in the mountains is somewhat cooler, and remnants of snow have yet to melt away on the road. In many areas, the path is exceedingly muddy. A moment's carelessness could send one tumbling down the mountainside. As Songi navigated this treacherous terrain, he cast a glance at the figure ahead and quickened his pace once more. We ought not to advance any further, he cautioned, pointing into the distance with a tone of concern. If we proceed, we will be merely a few kilometers from the combat zone, which is excessively perilous. Chapter 141. Initially, there were merely 20 of them. In the pillar, regions 86 and 83 prepared for the arrangement made by Ding Jiagua, with a company designated to provide cover fire support in the front lines, while the lower area readied for a concentrated barrage. Furthermore, Ding Jiagua, you are to lead the 3rd Battalion to eliminate them. Through the visualized map, Lin Tiandust observed a considerable number of enemy forces commencing their advance towards their position. Upon nearing the ambush point of the 2nd Battalion, Lin Tiandust's eyes radiated a fierce intent to kill. In an instant, the artillery company began to adjust their cannons, and the soldiers of the fire support unit swiftly mobilized towards the location indicated by Lin Tiandust. At this moment, Lin Tiandust's objectives had been accomplished. Chapter 142, Kongjia. In this battle, my name shall be immortalized in the northwest of Jin. At Luokuepa, Yamamoto Kazuki crouched beside a massive boulder by the roadside, observing the waning artillery fire, his gaze resolute. Although he was unaware of the methods this unit had employed to encircle them from the rear, the arrival of reinforcements from behind instilled in him a sense of hope that this battle might indeed provide the opportunity for the observers to depart safely. One squad for fire suppression, while the rest of us close the distance. We still have a chance, Yamamoto proclaimed with conviction. As the command was issued, the surrounding soldiers began to take cover behind various obstacles, preparing for the next move. Chapter 143. This is the battle for the establishment of the new 2nd Regiment. A spectacle for the 1st Battalion to behold. At Luakue Slope, several kilometers away, one can vaguely discern the shrine constructed of piled stones. It is customary for the locals to come here to pay their respects, and most who traverse Luakue Slope will offer their prayers within the confines of Zhangkue Mountain. Presently, the distant Luakue Slope is engulfed in a fierce battle, escalating to an intense climax. Why did the enemy suddenly retreat? Zhang Hai's face was etched with confusion as he watched a large contingent of adversaries begin to turn back, filling his heart with uncertainty. It is crucial to understand that a sudden strategic withdrawal amidst a heated battle is a cardinal sin in military strategy, especially considering. Chapter 144. The 1st Battalion raises the flag. Kong Jie remarked, so you have ranked according to strength. How interesting. The once sparse sounds of gunfire surged once more, not emanating from the 023 position, but rather from the distant retreat of the enemy. Commander, it seems that Commander Lin has engaged in combat, he noted with enthusiasm. What a thrill this is. Kong Jie inspected the boxy rifle in his hands before setting it aside and grasping a Type 38 rifle, pulling back the bolt with renewed determination in his gaze. Observe closely. I shall berate those in the battalion who lag behind upon our return, Kong Jie stated earnestly, his tone brimming with martial spirit. Chapter 145. They will show no mercy to the invaders. Zhang Hai gazed intently at the distant battlefield, where the soldiers charged forward, a warmth coursing through his body, albeit accompanied by a multitude of questions. In the distance, he could faintly discern a flag unfurling upon the parapet. The flag was devoid of any extravagant hues, presenting only the stark contrast of black and white. Yet, the moment this banner was raised, countless figures emerged from the stronghold as if summoned by its presence. From afar, the silhouettes standing upon the rampart resembled an unyielding fortress, towering resolutely beneath him. Chapter 146. Kongjia. Charge at these hundreds of defeated soldiers. At Luakue Slope, dust swirled, and the sound of gunfire echoed incessantly. Kongjia, descending from Hill 023, gasped for breath, his complexion regaining some color. However, upon surveying Luakue Slope, his expression darkened once more. The 1st Battalion had already positioned itself ahead, blocking the enemy at the mountainside, while the 2nd and 3rd Battalions had encircled the adversaries along the narrow path of Luakue Slope. Boom! Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the thunderous roar of artillery reverberated from the heart of the besieged enemy. In the distance, the scene faded from view. Chapter 147. The evening glow is beautiful. Yet some walk towards the darkness. Against its radiance the battlefield remains shrouded in the remnants of smoke, though the thunderous sounds of cannon fire have long ceased, leaving only the sporadic crackle of gunfire echoing in the distance. Along the lengthy road, a multitude of shell craters are scattered like scars upon the earth. Commander, should we advance? Xie Yulin inquired, his gaze fixed upon the warriors of Haiyan's diligently clearing the remnants of war, swallowing hard. Whether it was during the joint engagement with the 1st Battalion at position 023 against the enemy or the relentless race at the starting line where he fell short of surpassing them. Even in the endeavor to eradicate the last remnants of the enemy's retreating forces, he found himself outpaced by Li Weigua and the 2nd Battalion trailing behind. Chapter 148. Upgrades achieved, horizons expanded, new features. As daylight faded, the night enveloped the land. Despite a slight warming of the air, the temperature remained quite low after dusk. A multitude of figures traversed the darkness, resembling phantoms in the night, pausing outside a village illuminated by the faint, silvery glow of the moon. This so-called village consisted merely of a few charred wooden beams and some mud walls. In the occupied territories, Lin Tiandust had lost count of how many such villages he had encountered. On several occasions, amidst the ruins of these burnt settlements, they had also stumbled upon numerous charred corpses. Chapter 149, Xiao Shu Wen. Since I began studying medicine, I do not believe in ghosts and deities at Black Cloud Fort. Ma Shu and Xiang went to gather surgical supplies. Zhang Yu prepared to conduct blood tests, and Song Liangyu proceeded to retrieve the blood bags from the refrigeration unit. The moment the gates of Black Cloud Fort swung open, Xiao Shuwen beheld the wounded soldiers returning under Sun Dishing's command, and he promptly issued orders. Xiao Shuwen spoke no superfluous words. The battle ahead had concluded, and now it was his arena. In that moment, he resembled the expressions of Li Xianling and Li Hong upon hearing the call to assemble, displaying not a trace of hesitation. In an instant, one by one, the severely injured soldiers. Chapter 150. He is the true soldier. In the Wujiang village, the station of the Jinsui Army's 358th Regiment. Inside the command room of the regiment headquarters, a vast map is affixed to the wall. The map is densely marked with various symbols and lines, creating a chaotic tapestry of information. The more Chu Yunfei examines it, the tighter his brow furrows, the wrinkles on his forehead resembling waves, cascading upon one another. The entire northwestern region of Jin has descended into utter chaos, with battles erupting everywhere. Chu Yunfei cast his gloves onto the table within the command room, his gaze frequently drifting towards the map hanging on the wall. Chapter 151. His strategic intent, seeking our assistance. Ping'an County, a battleground marked by strife, is encircled by various factions in a complex tapestry of conflict. In this war-torn expanse of northwest Shanxi, the landscape is dotted with the Jinsui Army, the National Army, the Japanese invaders, and the 8th Route Army, all intermingling amidst the chaos. However, with the onset of the Japanese spring offensive, the city of Ping'an has become a pivotal strategic springboard for the enemy. Most of the Japanese forces in the original city have been transported to Ping'an County, subsequently supplying troops and armaments to various strongholds, thereby establishing an even more formidable encirclement. On a hill 6 kilometers outside Ping'an County. Chapter 152, Commander Lin's desire to reclaim lost territory. In the village of Dashaman, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a serene glow over the night. The stillness of the winter night was gently punctuated by the sounds of chirping insects and birdsong, adding a melodic touch to the tranquility. Within the command room of the regiment, the voice of Kong Jie resonated with urgency. Old Ding, we cannot simply stand by and watch. The 772nd Regiment is engaged in battle, and that stubborn Li Yunlong is also fighting. Shouldn't we take some action as well? Kong Jie's expression was grave, as he speculated on the likely whereabouts of Lin Tiandust, especially as they began to realize that Lin might indeed have intentions towards Taidu County. Chapter 153. The duty of a soldier is to sacrifice for the nation. Yang Xianling, Headquarters Command Room. As dawn breaks, a dense fog reduces visibility to less than 10 meters, and the incessant spring rain has rendered many roads muddy and treacherous. With conflicts erupting in various regions, numerous rear areas have now transformed into frontline battlegrounds. Consequently, the headquarters has relocated from Daxia Bay to Yang Xianling. Within the command room, a man clad in a military coat sits at a table, holding a newspaper. After a brief glance, he forcefully slams the newspaper onto the table, his fury unmistakable. These beasts, he declares. Chapter 154. Encounter with guerrilla forces. Erdo Huzi. The spring rain falls incessantly, the air carrying a slight chill. A gentle drizzle descends from the dimly lit sky. The road is riddled with potholes, accumulating puddles and beset by mud. On a hillside, Lin Tiandust manages to find a sloped cliff that offers a respite from the relentless rain. Commander, we have just intercepted the enemy, and among the spoils, there are several rainproof canvases. Wang Jiantang, upon discovering the raincoats among the supplies seized from the vanquished foes, promptly retrieved one to report to Lin Tiandust. Chapter 155. The wails of my brethren keep me awake in the command room of the 358th Regiment in Wujiang village. A sense of urgency permeated the air. Where did this intelligence come from? Chu Yunfei inquired, his gloved finger pointing at the map of Erdahazi. Commander, Sun Ming responded, these reports were intercepted by the intelligence department, originating from enemy communications and informants. The routes from Yuansheng to Ping'an County have been consistently ambushed by the 8th Route Army, compelling the enemy to employ such tactics for counter-suppression, and this is not an isolated incident. Upon receiving this information, Sun Ming promptly relayed it to Chu Yunfei. The enemy had utilized trucks as decoys, feigning transportation. Chapter 156. A 30-kilometer forced march, battle upon arrival. After a gentle rain, the muddy roads of Erdahizi became the stage for a disciplined line of soldiers jogging forward. Behind them, 20 trucks progressed steadily, maintaining a measured distance despite their slow pace. As the trucks rolled by, they splashed the accumulated water in the potholes. Suddenly, amidst the stretch of road flanked by hills, an explosion reverberated. The soldiers in front of the first truck were instantly propelled into the air. A rugged voice echoed in the aftermath. Chapter 157. Their destination is Taigu County. Commander, we must find a place to rest. Amidst a winding mountain path, Sun Ming, breathless and somewhat pallid, hurried to Qi Yunfai's side, speaking in a fragmented manner. His legs trembled uncontrollably. They had already been moving at a brisk pace, yet from the moment they heard the echoes of gunfire at Erdohazi. It took less than 10 minutes for the clash to conclude. However, when Qi Yunfai intended to lead them to meet the Tiger Bin Brigade, their group merely hastily cleared the battlefield before swiftly departing. Chapter 158, Cavalry Battalion, Advance. On a mountain path leading to Taigu County, the incessant sound of footsteps reverberated through the air. Shadows darted like wild hares in the forest, agile and swift. With each footfall, dust clung to the soles of their cloth shoes, only to be shaken off with the next stride. Adjust your pace according to the breathing techniques I have taught you. Do you see the cavalry ahead? Even mounted on horseback, they cannot match our speed on this rugged terrain. Ding Jiagua had long since removed his heavy coat, now tied around his waist, his voice low and steady. After speaking, Ding Jiagua sprinted forward. Chapter 159, Striking Down the Invaders in Taigu County. The relentless rain that had persisted for several days finally ceased today. However, the brilliant sun was obscured by dark clouds, casting a somber gray hue over the sky, as if it were on the verge of raining once more. The streets remained damp, with only a handful of Japanese soldiers wandering about, and few others braving the wet thoroughfare. Many shops had long since shuttered their doors, and along the streets, every so often, a traditional Chinese Eve bore a flag. The cold wind stirred, causing the flags to flutter, as if they were proudly proclaiming their presence upon this earth. Chapter 160, They do not surrender. Instead, they raise their guns against us. In Taigu County, the air was thick with the sounds of relentless gunfire and explosions. At the southern gate, Lin Tiandust made his entrance into Taigu County. Although referred to as a county, it had long since transformed into a stronghold for the enemy, devoid of any civilian presence. Populated solely by a multitude of war captives. The moment he stepped into the city, a foul stench assaulted his senses. Atop the city gate, a grim display of corpses hung in macabros. Some had already fallen, their supporting flesh having decayed beyond recognition. As he surveyed the scene, it appeared as though a wall of human remains had been erected. Chapter 161. Only upon entering the battlefield does one realize how fleeting life can be. In the command room of Yang Xianling headquarters, chaos reigned supreme. What on earth is happening today? Why are the enemy troops mobilizing in every direction? Immediate clarity on the situation is imperative. Within the command room, the incessant sound of telegrams filled the air as communication officers hurriedly moved in and out, delivering a flurry of reports. Within just 1 hour, over a dozen messages concerning Ping and County alone had been received. Song Yi scrutinized each telegram, his gaze shifting between the reports from various units and the map before him. In a hushed tone, he remarked on the enemy's movements at various strongholds, realizing that the adversaries were orchestrating a significant operation. Chapter 162. The significance of Taigu County in the command room of the spring offensive led by the enemy. The incessant sound of telegraphs filled the air. On the rectangular table lay a sand table, upon which Aoya Makeda gazed intently, his fierce eyes fixated on the location of Taigu County. His peripheral vision continually swept across the various strongholds surrounding him and along every route leading to Taigu County. At this moment, an enemy soldier marched into the command room, holding a telegram in hand. Chapter 163, Sacrifice for Righteousness. If I should perish in battle, the battalion commander shall take my place. The clouds, resembling snowflakes, adorn the azure expanse of the sky, while gentle breezes sweep through, leaving the clouds unanchored. Only the warm sun, suspended high in the heavens, casts its lingering rays upon the damp earth below. Within Taigu County, although the sounds of cannon fire have faded into silence, the craters and the marks of bullets embedded in the walls at street corners remain as stark reminders. The banners that once hung within the city have long been dismantled, and in one of the operational rooms, Wang Jiantang is reporting on the situation in Taigu County. Commander, there are no civilians in Taigu County. All are prisoners of war. They claim that since their capture, they have been continuously subjected to. Chapter 164. The clear telegrams electrify the nation Pudong. Within a factory, a massive yellow bulb hung from the beams of the warehouse. Scattered haphazardly around were numerous coarse burlap sacks, alongside a variety of wooden crates and decaying boxes. At that moment, a deep voice resonated in the air. Miss Su, should I commend your audacity or lament your ignorance? We are not mere peddlers. Positioned prominently at the front of the warehouse was a sofa, upon which sat a robust middle-aged man, scrutinizing Su Lan, adjusting his attire. Chapter 165. Though we have yet to meet, should you perish in battle, I shall honor your memory for generations in Pudong. The air grew warmer, and the number of pedestrians on the streets began to swell. Even at night, the rickshaw pullers donned more refined attire, as the spring rains had markedly diminished. Su Lian cast a brief glance at the paper Su Jingxiang had handed her, absorbing its contents within mere seconds. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement as she slowly lifted her gaze to meet Su Jingxiang's. Miss Su, from today onward, matters pertaining to the Hubei Brigade shall fall under my jurisdiction, Su Jingqiang declared with resolute conviction. I, Su Jingqiang, am a man of the 3 eastern provinces. The year the invaders breached our borders. Chapter 166. The gathering clouds, seizing opportunities in the flames as gentle breezes wafted through the mountains. The leaves danced in rhythm with the wind, and the clouds shifted and morphed under its caress. The lingering snow gradually retreated, and the once barren trees welcomed the arrival of spring. What was once a monotonous expanse of white transformed into a vibrant tapestry of colors. Adorned by a riot of blooming flowers, lush greenery, and the delicate blush of the early morning sun on the horizon. In the headquarters, within the command room, Song Yi stood before the sand table, holding a telegram, momentarily at a loss for words. What had transpired? Observing the concern etched on Song Yi's face, the man clad in a military overcoat inquired. Chapter 167. Immersing oneself in the fray. Often, one finds oneself in circumstances beyond their control. The news from Taegu County was disseminated by the enemy in the afternoon, shortly after their arrival that morning. Everything seemed meticulously orchestrated as batches of newspapers emerged. The adversaries even employed every conceivable means of communication to propagate this information across the vast expanse of the land. In Pudong, the sprawling metropolis under enemy control, the news of Taegu County's fall swiftly permeated the entire city. Within a lavishly decorated parlor adorned with a grand oil painting of a robust figure, a voice echoed at that moment. Brother, could it be that we have misidentified our targets? Is this troop truly the one we seek? Chapter 168. A lone soldier enters the fray, stirring the storm in Wujiang village. On the same day, within the command room of the 358th Regiment. Is there any intelligence regarding them? Chu Yunfei inquired, his gaze fixed on the map as he addressed Sun Ming, who had just entered the command room. Earlier that afternoon, the enemy had emulated Commander Lin by sending clear telegrams, and they had also resorted to airdropping leaflets across various locations in northwestern Shaanxi. The content boasted of their effortless acquisition of Taegu County, embellishing their claims with tales of Lin Tiandust and his group fleeing in disarray, too fearful to confront their mechanized forces. It was rumored that in Pudong, even. Chapter 169. The expected appearance of Lin Tiandust on the essential route of Ping'an County, at the 15-mile small temple, amidst a throng of swiftly moving figures. Ding Wei gasped for breath as he hastened to catch up with Kong Jia. INT realized you were so nimble on your feet. Your new 2nd Regiment is stationed here. We shall proceed ahead. As he spoke, Ding Wei momentarily paused his stride. Throughout the journey, Kong Jia had not once faltered, and it was evident from the soldiers of the new 2nd Regiment that they had indeed devoted considerable effort to rapid mobility. Not a single individual in the entire regiment had fallen behind, and there were even additional members. Chapter 170. Launching an attack without rest Ping'an County. Once, at the main gate of the county's gate tower, several streets lined with residential buildings thrived, bustling with life. During its heyday, numerous individuals would emerge from the city to the marketplace at the main gate to procure their wares. However, with the incursion of the enemy, the necessity for trucks and tanks to pass through the main entrance rendered these structures obstructive to visibility and posed a risk of being utilized by adversaries for cover. Consequently, all the buildings in the small marketplace before the city gate were dismantled, leaving only remnants of eaves and crumbling walls in front of Ping'an County's main gate. Chapter 171. The town of Ping'an under the cover of artillery fire in the town of Ping'an, at the exquisite Pincian Pavilion, a series of interconnected pavilions and towers, adorned with elegantly curved eaves and painted corners, rise 4 stories high, offering a breathtaking view over much of Ping'an. This picturesque locale has long been a favored retreat for the town's elite to ascend and indulge in wine amidst the gentle whispers of the wind, which today seem particularly serene. However, within the confines of the Pincian Pavilion, on the 3rd floor's private chamber, a group of soldiers clad in military uniforms revels in their feast. It is truly unexpected that the valiant Ping Lu Yongfu has missed the mark this time. Had I known that such a straightforward mission would yield such accolades, I would have ventured forth myself. These individuals dare only to launch their attacks in our moments of vulnerability. Chapter 172. Lin Tiandust's regret in the warm spring of March, beneath the azure sky. The smoke of gunfire erupted like a beacon, rapidly enveloping the entire Ping'an County. Shells fell like they were free, raining down with reckless abandon, occasionally igniting the munitions and eliciting the anguished cries of the enemy soldiers. The cacophony of gunfire resounded from all directions, an unceasing symphony of battle. While the shouts of combatants filled the air, Lin Tiandust's 3 regiments, accompanied by a cavalry unit, surged into the heart of Ping'an County. Just as the proverb states, 1,000-mile dam can be breached by an ant's nest. The emergence of a single breach sent the enemy into a state of chaos. Chapter 173. The rapid reinforcement of the mechanized troops Ping'an County. The echoes of gunfire reverberated through the air, reminiscent of a festive celebration, yet devoid of joy. Instead, they instilled a profound sense of dread. Equally apprehensive were Anbian Xiongtian and several Japanese officers, who had moments ago been savoring drinks and delicacies at Wangxian Tower. The current situation in Ping'an County had far surpassed their expectations. The entire city had transformed into a battlefield, with the enemy having already breached its walls. At this moment, they found themselves completely isolated from the forces in the eastern part of the city, with their dispatched commander and communications severed. Chapter 174. As the conflict erupts. His prestige surpasses even the supreme deity. The sound of gunfire gradually diminished, and the crowd surged. Within the city of Ping'an, there were individuals clad in military uniforms alongside those dressed in civilian attire, their garments a tapestry of diversity. Each person bore a rifle, methodically scouring every corner of the town. The once prominent flag that had long fluttered in the city was now reduced to ashes, consumed entirely by the fierce flames. With even the remnants whisked away by gentle breezes, leaving no trace behind. Be more decisive in your actions, Zhang Dabiao instructed. Head to the east of the city. That area should house the enemy's supply depot. Li Yunlong strolled along the streets of Ping'an, his box gun held firmly in hand. Chapter 175. We wagered our lives on a hillside on the outskirts of Ping'an County. The commander remarked, Commander Lin has withdrawn from Ping'an County. Considering the timing of the ambush, the enemy's 4th Brigade is nearly in pursuit of their mechanized forces. Should the new 1st and new 2nd Brigades also retreat? Song Yi, standing nearby, interjected, believing that the objective of capturing Ping'an County had already been achieved. There seemed to be little reason to linger in Ping'an County any longer. However, he felt a twinge of regret that neither the Independent Regiment nor the 772nd Regiment had managed to apprehend that elusive figure by the riverside, as approximately 500 or 600 enemy troops had successfully retreated from Ping'an County. Chapter 176. The flames of war erupting everywhere at noon. The atmosphere in Ping'an County mirrored its usual state yet bore witness to subtle changes. Streams of people flowed in and out of the city. Among those entering were numerous militia members who had sought refuge here, in a vast expanse of open ground near the main entrance. A contingent of soldiers was diligently excavating deep pits. However, time constraints had limited their efforts to a small section. In other areas, soldiers busied themselves with moving sandbags, constructing small mounds of earth, and burying them. Additionally, some soldiers were embedding the shattered remnants of long artillery barrels into the soil, leaving only iron stubs protruding from the surface. In various zones, they had also strategically installed landmines. Chapter 177. The Soul Gate. The Soul Gate is flanked by 2 towering mountains, serving as the essential passage from Taiga County to Ping'an County. Though not particularly lofty, with an elevation of approximately 400 meters, the mountains stand sentinel-like guardians beside the road, reminiscent of the dual forces of Yin and Yang, vigilantly overseeing the path to the underworld. Thus, the name Soul Gate was bestowed. The landscape is stark and barren, punctuated only by a scattering of weeds and nameless wildflowers. On the right side, a formidable peak rises dramatically, accompanied by a sheer cliff that looms over the roadway. The path bears the marks of tank tracks, evidence of the passage of armored vehicles. Chapter 178. Chu Yunfei. We shall proceed to the Soul Town Gate. As we approached the Soul Town Gate, the roads both within and outside were bustling with activity. A multitude of feet vigorously pounded against the earth, their strides swift and heavy. In the forefront of the enemy's ranks, the tracks of tanks were distinctly visible along the path. On either side of the road, numerous discarded weapons lay strewn about. My lord, they have already engaged in combat with the enemy from Ping'an County, estimated to number over 10,000. Amidst the ranks, near one of the vehicles, a young soldier hastily approached, delivering a telegram into the hands of Ping Lu Yongfu. Ping Lu Yongfu casually glanced at the message. Chapter 179. The bloody battle at the Soul Guarding Pass. At the Soul Guarding Pass, if sounds possessed hues, then the cacophony of gunfire and shouts emanating from the 3 elevated points would undoubtedly be a vivid crimson at this moment. The air was thick with gunpowder, casting a somber pall over the sky. Beneath the leaden heavens, trails of bullets cascaded downward incessantly. The detonations of grenades echoed across the hillside, raising clouds of dust, rendering the mere 400 meters of terrain a landscape of devastation. Retrieve high ground 02. Everyone else, suppress the advancing enemy. Ding Jiaguo's voice was hoarse as he wielded his rifle, firing bursts at the hordes of enemies surging upward. His arm had long since succumbed to numbness from the recoil. His face was smeared with grime, and he observed in the distance nearly 50 foes had ascended the hilltop, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the soldiers at their position. Ding Jiaguo witnessed a soldier activate several grenades on his person, leaping from the position with a fierce determination, descending upon a group of enemies below. A thunderous explosion ensued, scattering flesh and blood across the ground beneath him. Damn those beasts! Suppress the reinforcements. Ding Jiaguo gritted his teeth as he lowered his binoculars. Gao Jieqing was stationed on that very hilltop, having repelled countless enemy charges. With his vision fixated on the distant hilltop, Ding Jiaguo's gaze burned with a fierce intensity as he contemplated the direst of possibilities. Li Hongyan, you will remain at the 3-company position. Direct the heavy machine gun fire towards the slope of high ground 02. Everyone else, follow my lead. He commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Understood, Li Hongyan replied promptly. Given the current situation, the only means of safeguarding the two high grounds along the Soul Guarding Pass was through a resolute defensive battle. Yet, the enemy had sensed the diminishing firepower and commenced a large-scale charge. Within a mere hour, they had already repelled 9 significant assaults, not counting the smaller skirmishes. The hillside was strewn with the lifeless bodies of the enemy. Those attempting to ascend the high ground, devoid of cover, resorted to using corpses as shields, only to be met with the merciless spray of the 92 type heavy machine gun. Occasionally, a mist of blood would waft through the air beneath the two high grounds, saturating the atmosphere with a potent stench of carnage. As Ding Jiagua departed, 7 heavy machine guns on the position adjusted their barrels, aiming at the charging foes on high ground 02, ready to unleash their fury. The dull thuds of gunfire resonated, and under the dim sky, 7 beams of light surged forth like long swords, piercing from high ground 01 into the slope of high ground 02. In an instant, the enemy reinforcements, barely 20 meters from the 02 position, were obliterated by a hail of bullets. The overwhelming firepower created a rupture in the enemy ranks, leading to a true battle of life and death. Ding Jiagua approached the position, noticing several soldiers staunching the bleeding of Gao Jieqing, whose arm was severely wounded, veins exposed. Having only received rudimentary bandaging, one of his eyes had been lost to shrapnel, leaving only emptiness in its wake. Commander, the company leader was injured at the onset. A soldier hesitated, his voice heavy as he spoke. Leave one person behind to tend to his wounds, those capable of combat. Follow me to reclaim the position. Yes. Outside Jinhuan Pass, a battalion of over 1,200 troops moved swiftly and densely, the echoes of gunfire urging them to hasten their pace. Many soldiers, while running, began to check their rifles and the grenades strapped to their waists. Commander, the intelligence from the scouts confirms it is the Tiger Brigade holding the line at Jinhuan Pass. The enemy is completely pinned down at the gates, but their numbers appear limited, possibly split into smaller units. There are only a few hundred on that side. Sun Ming reported, urgency evident in his tone. Chu Yunfei's expression grew serious as he stowed away the map and declared loudly, load your ammunition. Everyone follow me to the left flank of Jinhuan Pass. With that command, Chu Yunfei, clutching his Browning, surged to the front of the ranks, prompting the soldiers to quicken their pace. Upon arriving at Jinhuan Pass, Chu Yunfei paused, lifting his binoculars to survey the two high grounds. Below, the enemy swarmed like locusts, relentlessly consuming the heights of Jinhuan Pass. Bodies piled upon the hillside, such that when grenades fell, they would displace the corpses anew. Both slopes were riddled with craters, and flashes of fire erupted across the battlefield. On the left hill, Chu Yunfei spotted a small contingent of enemy troops had ascended the high ground, engaging in close combat with the soldiers of the Tiger Brigade. Despite the relentless waves of attackers surging from behind, the defenders remained steadfast, embroiled in a fierce and brutal struggle atop the hill. In the chaos of hand-to-hand combat, under the firepower of rifles, and amidst the sporadic blasts of grenades, the heavy fire support from another elevated position loomed over the scene, rendering Chu Yunfei momentarily silent. They estimated that after the fierce battle, the force left to hold the line must consist of at least a battalion, contending with over 3,000 enemy troops. Chu Yunfei gazed blankly at the slope, overwhelmed by the sight of countless enemy corpses, and quickly assessed the battlefield. Sun Ming lowered his binoculars, his expression steeped in silence. The sight of the dense enemy bodies at one high point clearly indicated the aftermath of a charge. A rough estimate revealed at least over 1,000. Commander. Sun Ming's voice was tinged with urgency, his eyes aflame with resolve. The first company will secure the low ground on the right slope. The third company will occupy that hill on the left, and everyone else will follow me. We will leverage the advantageous terrain to strike at the enemy's rear, exerting direct fire suppression. Chu Yunfei echoed with similar urgency, acutely aware that this contingent was nearing its limits. Understood. Sun Ming's heart beat in rhythm with the distant gunfire, each shot resonating with a relentless order. All theoretical disparities, differences in numbers, equipment, were rendered mere cold statistics. What he witnessed at this Soul Gate was a valiant display of warriors, drenched in blood, defying convention as they stood their ground against the onslaught of an entire brigade, while the narrow path teemed with the relentless advance of the enemy forces. Chapter 180, Lin Tiandust's Reinforcement. In the temporary command room of Ping'an County, figures hurriedly moved in and out. Outside, the incessant sounds of gunfire mingled with the booming of artillery. Each explosion reverberated through the room, causing the walls to tremble and the decorations to sway. The general reported that several enemy tanks had already breached the city, and the 772nd Regiment had suffered nearly 30% casualties, barely holding their ground. Song Yi swiftly conveyed this urgent news to the man clad in an overcoat, his tone anxious and his expression grave. This battle had only commenced 2 hours prior. Yet many positions on the outskirts of Ping'an County had already become untenable. Numerous soldiers had encountered the enemy, plunging into the most brutal phase of urban warfare. The mechanized forces of the enemy had not been impeded for long. In close quarters, the enemy's tanks rendered any retreat increasingly perilous. The soldiers yearned to destroy the tanks. But those hidden behind them would immediately open fire, and the soldiers dared not seek refuge in the trenches, leaving them unable to approach the armored vehicles. Currently, the 772nd Regiment was forced to retreat to the northern part of the city, where the enemy's tanks could advance unimpeded. The iron-willed commander studied the map of Ping'an County, his voice laden with concern. He understood that a mere bundle of grenades could immobilize the enemy tanks on the road. Yet the enemy's coordination between infantry and armor was proving to be a significant headache. Any word from Lin Tiandust? He inquired. Not yet. The 4th Brigade has yet to breach the Jinhuan Pass, replied Song Yi, scanning the telegrams and reports from various locations, all devoid of any news regarding the Tiger Division. Only after engaging with the enemy did he grasp the enormity of the achievements Lin Tiandust had accomplished, particularly against the mechanized forces. It was a contest of flesh against steel, resulting in overwhelming pressure. If this continued, not only would they be unable to defend Ping'an County, but with the arrival of the 4th Brigade, the entire area might become a trap for them. The advancing mechanized forces clearly indicated a strengthening synergy between infantry and armor. The artillery began to rain down on the city, complementing the steady advance of the tanks. They needed to prolong the urban combat until Lin Tiandust arrived. His tone was resolute, and Song Yi nodded vigorously in agreement. The key to breaking the stalemate lay with Lin Tiandust. Their only option was to distract the enemy. After all, the mechanized forces were exceedingly formidable, with the soldiers' advance perpetually accompanied by tanks, complicating their urban combat efforts. Suddenly, both men felt the ground tremble beneath them, followed by a deafening explosion. They quickly sought to ascertain the cause of the commotion, exchanging a glance that sparked a glimmer of hope. At the main gate of Ping'an County, the air was thick with smoke, suffused with the acrid scent of gunpowder. The moment the metallic clash of iron boxes ignited a flash of fire, it bore no impact on the advance. Yet, as a shell was discharged, the very foundations of the buildings began to crumble. The heavy machine guns mounted on the tanks unleashed a frenzied barrage towards the source of incoming fire. Behind them, a contingent of enemy soldiers remained vigilant, occasionally peering out to fire a shot before swiftly retreating behind the tanks. Bullets ricocheted off the enemy's armored vehicles, sparking with each impact, yet their armor remained impervious despite being riddled with bullet holes. Old Li mused that if this continued, the casualties of his entire regiment would surpass half, not to mention the possibility of. Zhao Gang raised his rifle, and with a single shot, an enemy soldier fell to the ground. However, mere moments after firing, a shell exploded nearby, sending shards of stone from the barricade flying and injuring several comrades on the front lines. Throughout the battle, the enemy's mechanized forces executed a remarkable display of firepower coordination between infantry and tanks. Although the skies were devoid of aircraft, the enemy soldiers stationed near the tanks were quick to communicate any unusual activity, prompting the tanks to retreat and retaliate with a barrage of shells. Damn it! If only I had the means to combat these tanks, they wouldn't be able to unleash such havoc, Li Yunlong exclaimed, firing a shot at the enemy soldier near the city wall. Commander, leave this tank to me. Before Li Yunlong could fully comprehend the situation, a figure darted forward. Observing the explosives in the soldier's hands, he gritted his teeth and declared, provide covering fire and divert their attention. As his command echoed, the sound of gunfire intensified, a relentless barrage directed at the enemy tanks even if it couldn't penetrate their armor. The soldier carrying the explosives made a dash but was struck by enemy fire almost immediately. Commander, I will go, shouted another soldier who soon followed suit. Seeking cover as he approached the fallen comrade, he picked up the explosives, took refuge beside the crumbling wall, then leaped forward and pulled the detonator. A tremendous explosion erupted, momentarily silencing the chaos. Li Yunlong watched the rising dust, his expression darkening, for he recognized the ominous rumble once again. Damn it, it missed the target. He seethed, casting a heavy gaze at the soldiers around him. Just then, a deafening sound resonated, compelling Li Yunlong to search for its source. Is anyone still on the city tower? What has transpired? Following the colossal noise, he heard a continuous roar, a signal that perhaps the enemy's artillery position had been overrun. Suddenly, an uncertain voice echoed from the tower, and upon hearing it, Li Yunlong's eyes brightened with hope. Someone is bombarding those tanks with remarkable precision, and some of those iron beasts are now immobilized. Moreover, cavalry has emerged, seemingly throwing something at the iron giants, which ignited in flames. The intermittent sounds from the city tower only served to strengthen Li Yunlong's resolve. Damn it, I finally managed to survive until now. With his heart racing and eyes aflame with bloodlust, Li Yunlong murmured to himself, kill. Chapter 181. The Division of Gunfire in Ping'an County. The gloomy horizon gradually faded. the warm sun painting the clouds with shades of crimson. The scattered beams of light fell upon the war-torn earth, riddled with craters. As violent explosions erupted from the enemy's artillery positions, illuminating the dim sky with blinding brilliance. Black smoke billowed heavenward, and gunfire echoed both within and beyond Pingan County. However, the advancing tanks were an unstoppable force. Lin Tiandust stood on a hillside by the main gate of Pingan County. Observing the diminishing concentration of red dots on the visualized map that represented the enemy's artillery positions, his gaze ultimately resting on the city itself. Although the artillery had withdrawn, numerous small enemy forces were safeguarding the tanks. Within the city, those fiery red strongholds were further protected by many small enemy troops. The coordination of infantry and tanks was evident. Lin Tiandust, merely by glancing at the visualized map, instantly grasped that this was the enemy's infantry-tank collaboration. In this current era, such a synergy was insurmountable, akin to machine guns facing unarmed individuals. The enemy was acutely aware of their incapacity to effectively counter the tanks, compounded by their own limited industrial capabilities. Thus, their arsenal lacked effective weaponry against such armored vehicles. Currently, the enemy tanks, accompanied by infantry, relentlessly gnawed at the flesh and blood of Pingan County. Reinforcements? Lin Tiandust's gaze swept across the battlefield, noting the enemy's artillery positions becoming passive. After a brief moment of confusion, they began to organize their countermeasures. Two tanks advanced in tandem, their cooperation seamless. The soldiers of Pingan County were eager to engage. Yet the heavy machine guns mounted on the enemy tanks unleashed a barrage, forcing the enemy behind the tanks to provide covering fire, their cannons taking aim. The entire operation was executed with remarkable proficiency, leaving the soldiers surrounding Pingan County unable to approach. Observing this scene, Lin Tiandust furrowed his brow. Despite there being only a handful of tanks and fewer than 3,000 infantry, they were suppressing nearly 10,000 defenders of Pingan County. Wang Jiantang and Li Weigua arrived promptly at Lin Tiandust's side, standing tall and awaiting orders. In a moment, I will devise a strategy to split the infantry surrounding the tanks. You must find a way to eliminate the enemy. Understood. Wang Jiantang and Li Weigua exchanged a serious glance, their expressions reflecting an unprecedented gravity. They promptly received their orders and returned to their units to make preparations. Sundishing. Remember to bring as many Molotov cocktails as possible, utilizing the methods I taught you on the way. Lin Tiandust's voice rang out once more. Yes. As the orders were issued, Sundishing swiftly ran down the hillside towards the cavalry unit, where bottles of prepared Molotov cocktails awaited on horseback. One by one, they departed without hesitation, leaving only the artillery unit, fire support detachment, and some logistics personnel beside Lin Tiandust. Juzi, select 5 sharpshooters to accompany me. The rest will be responsible for carrying the ammunition. Lin Tiandust turned to Juzi, his face marked by an unprecedented seriousness. As the sound reverberated, Juzi paused and turned his gaze towards Lin Tiandust, nodding vigorously. Subsequently, Lin Tiandust directed his attention to the battlefield. Recognizing that the synergy between infantry and tanks represented the current zenith of ground warfare, an insurmountable chasm for all light infantry when faced with heavy weaponry. In preparation for this day, Lin Tiandust had contemplated numerous strategies, including the construction of anti-tank obstacles, the potential acquisition of anti-tank weaponry, and even the idea of digging deep pits. However, creating anti-tank barriers required substantial amounts of cement and steel, and such constructions could only be executed on site, as their current logistical capabilities rendered long-distance transport of these heavy structures unfeasible. Concerning anti-tank weaponry, production was not an option. And though he had hoped to discover some in the Pingan County warehouse, his expectations were met with disappointment. After all, a nation devoid of tanks would naturally lack anti-tank arms. As for excavating deep pits, this too was akin to the anti-tank barriers, necessitating prior preparation under the guise of ambush. Since the onset of hostilities, Lin Tiandust had hardly any time to arrange for such clandestine setups. Nevertheless, the enhancement of Juzi's artillery accuracy, along with that of the artillery company, inspired Lin Tiandust to conceive an alternative strategy. Acknowledging that the infantry-tank collaboration was the hallmark of modern ground combat, he resolved to utilize mortars to sever the connection between tanks and their accompanying infantry. Focusing his firepower on the soldiers positioned behind the tanks, he instructed Juzi to attempt to sever their tracks, advising him to gauge the timing himself. Lin Tiandust understood the high demands of this artillery strike. It was akin to threading a needle from a distance of merely 10 meters. Thus, he did not expect Juzi to destroy a significant number of tracks. Rather, his primary aim was to instill fear in the infantry, compelling them to abandon their positions behind the tanks. By isolating the tanks from their protective infantry, the task of neutralizing these armored vehicles would become considerably less daunting. Juzi immediately began scanning the area, his expression grave, offering another thumbs up in acknowledgement. There was no alternative. Tanks were mobile targets, and any miscommunication could jeopardize the timing. Currently, the distance stood at 1,380 meters. Lin Tiandust observed Juzi as he scrutinized the tank, prompting him to speak up. Number 2, adjust left. 3, 4, and 5, extend by 1 degree. Fire at the sound of my cannon. Zhu Zi's demeanor was intensely serious as he swiftly grasped a shell, frequently signaling with his thumb while meticulously calculating the distance in his mind, taking note of the commander's precise measurements, which he discerned were largely accurate, greatly enhancing his artillery precision. As Zhu Zi adjusted his aim, his hand suddenly relaxed, and the shell was propelled through the barrel, colliding with the firing pin, producing a resounding echo. Meanwhile, within Ping'an County, the commander exclaimed, "We cannot hold back the enemy. That iron turtle is retreating." Zhang Dabiao, hunched over, quickly crouched beside Li Yunlong, speaking loudly. After the artillery positions of the enemy were dismantled by Commander Lin, they initially believed it to be the clarion call for a counteroffensive, with the air thick with the sounds of battle. After all, the enemy was evidently besieged from all sides, and the retreat strategy of the armored vehicles was unmistakable. However, what Zhang Dabiao did not anticipate was the orderly retreat of the enemy forces, with their artillery consistently aimed at them. Thus, as they prepared to launch their attack, the armored tanks unleashed a torrent of firepower upon them. Moreover, the enemy soldiers surrounding the tanks continued to provide suppressive fire. The coordinated assault of tanks and infantry proved insurmountable, instilling a profound sense of helplessness in each soldier, many of whom felt that despite their valor, they were rendered impotent. Ultimately, they were but flesh and blood, while the armored vehicles were impervious to their efforts. Frustrated, Li Yunlong struck the sandbag before him with considerable force. This sensation was disheartening. The enemy could strike at will, retreat without hindrance, and losses were simply accepted as fate. The desolate walls surrounding them bore witness to the fallen comrades, and a fierce desire for vengeance burned in Li Yunlong's eyes. Throughout the engagement, they had expended nearly an entire platoon to immobilize a single armored vehicle, achieved only through the advantageous use of terrain and close-range fire suppression against the enemy. After the destruction of the tank, the enemy quickly sought advantageous positions, utilizing the immobilized tank as a focal point to establish a defensive formation. As another tank approached, it retrieved the wounded vehicle with great difficulty. At that moment, despite Li Yunlong's extensive combat experience, he was overwhelmed by a sense of futility in the face of the armored tank. The stark contrast of flesh against steel left him powerless. Watching as the tank retreated from Ping'an County unimpeded, suddenly the sky reverberated with the sound of nearby artillery, and Li Yunlong's expression froze in astonishment. He clearly observed that as a tank exited Ping'an County, several shells descended upon it in rapid succession, detonating around the vehicle. The explosions were deafening, and several enemy soldiers behind the tank were instantly thrown into the air. In his stunned gaze, he noticed that the tank, which had been a source of his distress, abruptly ceased its movement, its turret erratically swiveling as if in search of something. From the frantic motion of the turret, Li Yunlong sensed palpable disarray. The scattering enemy troops, who had initially sought refuge behind the tank, were now gripped by terror as shells continued to rain down. The violent explosion splattered blood upon the tank's surface, and this sudden turn of events caused the enemy infantry, who had been coordinating with their armored counterparts, to hesitate. Damn it, is it really this simple? Charge. Li Yunlong's eyes widened, disbelief flooding his voice as realization dawned upon him. The reason the armored vehicle had been so formidable was not merely due to its artillery and heavy machine guns, nor solely its formidable armor, but also because it was invariably accompanied by 2 or 3 squads of enemy infantry, working in concert with the tank's advance. However, in the present moment, these enemy infantry, with the thunderous sound of artillery falling, dared not approach the iron behemoth. For as soon as they drew near, a shrill whistle would pierce the air, striking with precision around the armored tank. The battlefield echoed with gunfire, and just as Li Yunlong prepared to send men to scout the tank for a demolition, he suddenly paused, his attention caught by the rhythmic sound of galloping hoofs. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the outskirts of Ping'an County, where, upon the expansive terrain, steeds raced forth, their riders wielding flaming glass bottles like torches. As they approached the crouching tank, they hurled the incendiary bottles directly upon it. Cavalry company, charge. The thunder of hooves reverberated, momentarily drowning out the cacophony of gunfire. The tank, lying in wait at the outskirts of Ping'an County, was soon engulfed in roaring flames. This spectacle left Li Yunlong in disbelief. The tank, which had previously kept them under relentless pressure, now appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter in the wake of the artillery's descent. The once effective coordination between infantry and armor, now forcibly separated, was buried amidst the inferno and the din of gunfire. With bloodshot eyes, Li Yunlong fixated on the tank ablaze. Yet as he beheld Sun Dushing galloping across the battlefield, it was as if he witnessed his daughter, radiant in her bridal splendor, shining brightly at that moment. I knew that wretched Commander Lin would find a way. Li Yunlong muttered with a mix of admiration and ire. Now, you all are truly making the most of your talents, he mused, observing the lead wolf among the charging cavalry, rallying its pack for successive assaults. A flicker of pride illuminated Li Yunlong's gaze. After all, These were the men who had emerged from their independent regiment. Meanwhile, on another battlement of Pingan County, the artillery's isolation strategically separated the enemy infantry from their tanks, allowing the cavalry to target the immobilized enemy armor while the soldiers behind suppressed or even annihilated the separated foes. Ding Wei had remained stationed atop his own defensive tower, though this area was not the main assault direction of the enemy, thus the pressure was relatively manageable. At this moment, he surveyed the distant battlefield through his binoculars. Profoundly shaken by the unfolding tactics before him, he understood that this method was far more effective than merely sacrificing soldiers' lives, though there would still be losses. It was certainly preferable to risking lives against the enemy's infantry fire and tanks. However, this strategy was perilous and required immense precision. Should the mortars misfire or the soldiers fail to quickly suppress the infantry, the cavalry's charge would amount to nothing short of suicide. Furthermore, the demands on the artillery were exceedingly high. He could scarcely fathom how they could achieve such accuracy, striking precisely where intended. Yet, if executed correctly, this approach would drastically alleviate the pressure exerted by the tanks. Countless thoughts flashed through Ding Wei's mind, but he was acutely aware of the formidable challenge inherent in realizing such a strategy. He could hardly fathom the means by which the artillery achieved such precision, especially under the circumstances of commanding the battlefield. If the enemy had a few more troops, such tactics would indeed prove difficult to implement. After all, advancing around tanks while outnumbered could effectively neutralize them, but when the enemy's numbers swelled, it inevitably devolved into a steadfast positional warfare, where the pressure of firepower made it exceedingly challenging to approach and truly incapacitate the tanks. Ding Wei gazed at yet another tank belching black smoke, lowered his binoculars, and exhaled a deep breath, his eyes filled with disbelief. Despite having studied various foreign and regional methods for combating tanks, he had never encountered a strategy like this. The artillery fire created a barrier, cavalry launched a charge, infantry provided cover. Ding Wei murmured softly, as this battle had redefined his understanding of the interplay among different military branches. Even the thought of replicating such a strategy felt beyond his grasp. However, a determination began to take root within him. He must arrange for the artillery to learn from Lin Tiandust's unit. Chapter 182. What victory without battle? Mere mortals standing shoulder to shoulder with God's captain, the enemy's armored vehicle, is impervious. At a corner of the damaged city wall of Pingan County, Qiu Yuanqi crouched beside Ma Kanghui, who had just fired a shot. Ma's face flushed crimson. This battle had far exceeded his expectations. Even if the enemy aircraft ceased their bombardment, the tanks stood before them like an insurmountable mountain, relentlessly raining down artillery fire, rendering them incapable of lifting their heads in its shadow. Target the soldiers behind the tank, even if it's armored. I shall bite it down with my teeth. Ma Kanghui pulled the bolt, firing yet finding only a shell in response. The already crumbling city wall collapsed thunderously under the impact of the shell, amidst the fallen and wounded soldiers. Ma's gaze was fierce as though he would devour those around him. He relentlessly pulled the trigger of his rifle, his forehead battered by flying debris, blood trickling from the corner of his eye. Yet, what of it? He had feared much on this path, but never had he feared death. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted. Following the sound, Ma's gaze fell upon a pile of twisted metal shrouded in black smoke. Beneath the smoke, flames raged, illuminating the somber surroundings. 100 warhorses galloped across the smoke-filled battlefield, some soldiers wielding faint flickers of flame, while others fired their weapons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of shells slicing through the air resonated, as 5 shells exploded 100 meters to the right of the cavalry. At the impact site, a tank's track was shattered, sending surrounding enemy soldiers fleeing in disarray. Then came a barrage of gunfire, clearing the area of moaning foes. The reins were pulled tight, and the steeds leapt, pivoting gracefully, while the soldiers brandished their incendiary bottles like blazing torches. Cavalry, charge! A voice echoed in resolute determination, prompting the cavalry to pivot and charge once more, this time towards the site of the fallen shells. Armed with flickering flames, they surged into the fray, galloping across the battlefield under a hail of bullets. With bodies bent low, soldiers reached behind their saddles to grasp more incendiary bottles, passing by roaring flames without pause as they ignited their weapons. Fire support! Without hesitation, Ma Kanghui issued commands as he watched the cavalry galloping toward him. Gunfire erupted, targeting the enemy behind the cavalry, and the thunderous sound of hooves approached, figures drawing near. Ma clearly observed blood streaming from several steeds, while the warriors atop held the reins in one hand and bundles of incendiary bottles in the other. Qiu Yuanqi suppressed the enemy at the cavalry's charge point. Push them back. Hold the enemy at bay with me. As Ma Kanghui listened to the howling winds above, he swiftly emerged from his cover, advancing forward with determination to provide supporting fire for his cavalry unit. Upon receiving the command, he boldly stepped out of the trench, seizing a nearby submachine gun, and began firing at the enemy soldiers who threatened his cavalry. Cursed be those wretched foes, he thought, disregarding the bullets whizzing past his ears. A reckless smile spread across his face as the cavalry charged toward the iron beast, resolute and unwavering. How could they hide in the trenches? The thunderous sound of hooves resonated, stirring echoes of legendary generals from history in his mind. Under the dim sky, the vibrant crimson hues of the sunset enveloped the silhouettes of the warriors, while the ground bore the marks of tank tracks. Yet, with each gallop, those impressions began to fade. The sounds of galloping hooves, the whinnies of war horses, and the battle cries of soldiers intertwined harmoniously. Ma Kongwei gazed at the retreating figures of the cavalry, undeterred even as some warriors fell from their mounts. The entire unit pressed on without hesitation. A flicker of flame erupted, transforming into a massive blaze. What could mere mortals do? Ma Kongwei's gaze remained fixed on the cavalry, who came and went in a hurried rush. As the sunset arrived, the air grew cooler, yet that faint flame illuminated the vast earth, charging toward the cannon fire. Advancing upon the colossal steel beast, faced with an iron wall forged of metal, they employed their flesh and the dim flicker of their torches to ignite this armored monstrosity. These cavalrymen resembled messengers from the depths of hell, unleashing boundless fury. There exists no victory without battle. Only the mortal bodies before them stood shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Xiao Yuanqi, rescue the fallen warriors. They must not perish. The rest, follow me into the fray. Ma Kongwei bellowed, immediately trailing behind the cavalry as they surged forward. Right flank, do not halt. Move swiftly. The voice of Sun Dushing rang out as he pulled on the reins. They could not afford to stop. Not only did they need to evade the bullets with their mobility, but it was crucial that the commander swiftly dealt with the armored threat and struck back at the Soul Guard pass. With his eyes ablaze and veins bulging, Sun Dushing urged them onward, even as their numbers dwindled rapidly. 5 shells crashed down upon a tank, and with a sharp tug on the reins, Sun Dushing's steed leapt high and spun around, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared, "Cavalry, advance!" Without needing further prompting, every soldier yanked on the reins, charging toward the falling shells, which marked their path to attack. But at that moment, a shell erupted from the enemy's cannon. A single round tore through the side of a warhorse, detonating upon impact with the ground. Blood and flames burst forth, showering the area in a crimson rain. Yet the soldiers of the cavalry remained unflinching, their eyes betraying not an ounce of fear, filled instead with an unyielding thirst for vengeance. A beam of light pierces through the overcast sky, illuminating the clash between flesh and steel, as Molotov cocktails are hurled without regard for sequence, igniting flames that soar skyward. The hatch of a tank swings open, and a soldier struggles to emerge, the oppressive interior too stifling to endure, while the external environment is engulfed in flames. The searing heat of the inferno torments, ensnared by karmic burdens. At the front line of Pingan County, the 7th tank approaches. Li Yunlong firmly pounds a sandbag, his eyes filled with visions of cavalry charging across the battlefield. They weave through the artillery fire, each shell's impact marking the path of their advance. Though it is an era of firearms, they resemble ancient cavalry, galloping through the fray, their bodies serving as shields against steel. This is the essence of my independent regiment. Li Yunlong strikes the sandbag with vigor. Sun Dushing has been with him since their days in the new regiment. When he first encountered him, Sun still bore the remnants of a warlord's demeanor. Yet, Li knew that Sun was destined for combat, renowned for his horsemanship among the Northwest Army. Though due to a lack of resources, he had only been able to serve as a stable hand. There had been no means to form a cavalry unit for him. Now, witnessing Sun's fierce presence on the battlefield, Li Yunlong's eyes glimmer with satisfaction. Sun Dushing has truly found a worthy place. Yao Gang, observing the retreating figure of Sun Dushing from the position, recalls the days when Sun was merely a messenger by his side. Now, he annihilates tank after tank with the tenacity of flesh and blood. This sentiment is perhaps best understood by Li Yunlong and himself. Oldly, 5 tanks are approaching from the north of the city, coming to reinforce Colonel Lin, Zhao Gang reports. At that moment, he catches sight of several tanks maneuvering towards their position from the eastern direction. Li Yunlong's gaze sharpens, his demeanor turning grave. If these tanks are to advance from the north, they must traverse the ground they have just reclaimed. Wherever the artillery strikes, our guns will follow. Remember to suppress fire the instant you spot the enemy infantry separating. Captain Lin S. Men have horses. We have our legs. Obliterate those iron behemoths. Without the cover of infantry, these tanks are mere targets. Li Yunlong's eyes glisten with steely resolve, for he has been deeply vexed by these armored foes. It is not only Li Yunlong who feels this way. With Lin Tiandust joining the fray, the attention of the entire battlefield has converged upon the synchronized artillery fire. In that moment, the soldiers across the positions in Pingan County fixate intently on the tanks ahead, for they understand that the cannonade has become their signal to advance. As long as they are within range, they will charge toward the source of the fire. The street battles in Pingan County have effectively concluded, for the artillery positions have been compromised, prompting the enemy tanks to withdraw. With the retreat of the enemy armor, both the militia and the new 2nd Regiment heading north, as well as the 772nd Regiment, which has suffered over 30% casualties, find themselves granted a moment to breathe. The battle in the northern part of the city was the most brutal, as 5 enemy tanks and over 1,000 soldiers relentlessly launched an assault upon breaching a significant gap in the defenses. However, after enduring such intense pressure previously, the majority of these troops, with only a small contingent remaining to guard, poured out of Pingan County and began their counteroffensive. Chapter 183. Do not be deceived by his achievements in Pingan County. Atop the city walls, Song Yi's spirit surged with exhilaration. As a strategist at headquarters, he was well versed in the annals of warfare throughout history. Cavalry had once been the cornerstone of land forces, yet with the advent of mechanization, their prominence had waned. Mechanized units, such as tanks and trucks, began to supplant the cavalry's role. Particularly striking was the sight of warhorses charging fearlessly, their flesh and blood clashing against the iron of a new era. This not only showcased the mobility of cavalry, but also integrated the strengths of various branches, effectively disrupting the enemy's combined arms tactics, thus allowing the cavalry to engage on the battlefield. A man clad in a military coat tightly gripped his binoculars, his voice tinged with excitement. The resounding explosions of enemy tanks brought a slight easing to his previously taut nerves. The defense of Pingan County had proven far more challenging than anticipated, especially against the coordinated assaults of enemy infantry and tanks. When they had stationed nearly 10,000 troops in defense, the casualties sustained by the 772nd Regiment were predominantly due to these enemy tactics, with merely 5 tanks wreaking havoc. The synergy between infantry and tanks rendered effective counterattacks virtually impossible for the 772nd Regiment, which struggled to even score a hit against the tanks, as the enemy provided no opportunities. Observing that some nearby had yet to comprehend the situation, Song Yi elucidated. The primary objective of artillery is to separate tanks from infantry. Secondary is to immobilize the tanks. More than once, we failed to incapacitate the tanks, yet the surrounding enemy infantry, fearing bombardment, inadvertently achieved that separation. Once the enemy infantry and tanks were divided, the other warriors of the Tiger Bend Regiment could suppress and annihilate the unprotected enemy soldiers, paving the way for a cavalry charge aimed at igniting the tanks and forcing out their occupants. After offering this explanation, many began diligently recording notes. The man in the military coat nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the soldiers of the Tiger Bend Regiment. These are merely theoretical concepts. Do not harbor illusions of replicating such a battlefield scenario. Even if you were provided with cavalry, artillery, and infantry, do you truly believe you could recreate this battle? The commander's words were soft, yet he harbored a deeper longing than anyone for the group behind him to achieve such a feat. However, he had long abandoned such fantasies. Lin Tiandust was singular in his prowess, and each battle he fought left the commander in awe. What appeared simple in theory was far from so on the battlefield. Consider the complexities. Artillery must not falter, cavalry must not falter, and infantry must maintain their suppressive fire. From a holistic perspective, it might seem manageable. Yet how can one ensure the artillery does not miss? How can one guarantee that the flesh and blood cavalry charges forward against steel while maintaining their composure? As for the infantry, how to exert the strongest suppression? He clearly observed that wherever the artillery charged, the enemy was rendered incapable of raising their heads under the relentless fire. In simpler terms, the picturesque battlefield before them is a testament to the unwavering trust each soldier places in Lin Tiandust, a manifestation of their fearless embrace of mortality. It exemplifies Lin Tiandust's profound insight into the battlefield and his ultimate understanding of the interplay among various military branches. As these thoughts lingered, the gaze of the onlookers inevitably shifted towards the battlefield. In the distance, each artillery shell landed with precision around the tanks. Even if they did not destroy the tanks, they certainly compelled the infantry to withdraw. Such accurate bombardment is the result of countless shells. From the initial assault on the enemy's artillery positions to this current strike against the enemy tanks, an ample supply of ammunition is essential. But where could they procure such an abundance of shells, or locate such skilled gunners? Yet, these concerns are merely superficial. The essence lies in the indomitable spirit of the cavalry unit. The cavalry continued to weave through the battlefield, their charge unyielding despite the hail of gunfire and the presence of undestroyed enemy tanks. However, their numbers dwindled. Could they truly sustain such a battle? Doubts surfaced in every mind, yet answers arrived almost simultaneously. They could not replicate this conflict. A competent commander must not only exert control over the battlefield and analyze the evolving situation, but sometimes they must also act as a blacksmith, forging a unit through relentless trials into a sharp blade. This cavalry unit is commendable. Do not be misled by their achievements. For Lin Tiandust has never engaged in an easy battle. The man clad in a coat spoke, and the spectators fell silent, for they understood the past. The forces before them were nurtured from the ground up by Commander Lin Tiandust, honed through brutal confrontations. The annihilation of the Sakata Brigade, the destruction of Dashimen Village, the journey from Chiofeng Pavilion, the fall of Taigu County, and what lay ahead. Beneath the overcast sky, the wreckage of tanks belched black smoke. Charred truck tires scattered about, and the ground was littered with burnt bodies, mingling various scents in the air. Each bloody battle could sway the fate of the battlefield. The commanders gazed, somewhat dazed, as they compared themselves to the luminary before them, akin to competing with the bright moon. Each encounter cannot merely be evaluated by its outcome. They are exceedingly difficult to replicate. Where is the 771st Regiment? Suddenly, the man in the coat seemed to recall something. A telegram had arrived just minutes prior, informing them they would reach Jinhuan Pass in half an hour, urging them to hasten. They are valiant soldiers, and they must not perish at Jinhuan Pass. The man's tone was resolute, his eyes fixed intently on the battlefield, for at this moment, his command was no longer necessary. The presence of artillery fire indicated the direction of advance. The glow of the flames in the hands of the cavalry ignites a spark, illuminating the gradually dimming sky. Chapter 184. Dispelling some illusions at the main gate of Pingan County, on the left flank, amidst the crumbling remnants of the city wall, within the half-destroyed houses. Or in the trenches, some individuals lay directly among the piles of corpses, paired in twos. 20 groups of warriors took their positions here, clutching bundles of grenades, their fuses firmly held in hand. In the distance, more warriors concealed themselves in the trenches, continuously firing upon the passing enemy tanks. Wait for the artillery. Li Yunlong, upon noticing 5 tanks attempting to retreat, had been anticipating the artillery fire, trusting in Lin Tiandust's battlefield acumen. His intuition proved correct. They had already destroyed 2 of the 5 tanks. Previously, to eliminate these iron monsters, they had to pay an exorbitant price, but the situation had changed. As long as the artillery fell, the enemy would scatter, and they merely needed to suppress the enemy infantry with gunfire to prevent them from approaching the tanks, allowing their ambushed soldiers a chance to obliterate the enemy vehicles. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon the enemy tanks advancing towards the main gate. Surrounded by over 200 enemy soldiers on high alert. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed as 5 shells descended rapidly. The relentless bombardment continued in 3 waves, causing the surrounding enemy troops to scatter and panic. Fire. Give it to them hard. Li Yunlong raised his rifle, firing a shot like a clarion call. Behind him, Zhang Dabiao immediately unleashed a hail of bullets from his machine gun, the cacophony of gunfire erupting. 7 or 8 soldiers, under cover, began to advance towards the tanks, which were devoid of enemy infantry protection. In a swift motion, they tossed their bundles of grenades, spinning and releasing the devices after pulling the pins. Moments later, a colossal explosion resounded. Well done. Cover the retreating soldiers. Li Yunlong exclaimed with exhilaration. He recalled how, at the onset of the battle in Pingan County, just 2 tanks, supported by hundreds of infantry, had left them feeling utterly defeated. The memories of the soldiers who had perished while attempting to destroy a single enemy tank still weighed heavily on his heart. The battle continued, and Li Yunlong remained patient, awaiting the artillery strikes to target the tanks. Cavalry galloped outside Pingan County, while fierce combat raged at the city gate. The number of enemy tanks dwindled, prompting many of the smaller adversaries to abandon their vehicles and flee. Just as Li Yunlong was clearing one tank after another, he heard Ding Wei's voice nearby. Old Li, prepare for a full assault. Ding Wei's tone was urgent, his voice growing closer. Originally positioned on the flank, Ding Wei had observed the enemy's formation crumbling, with tanks burning or immobilized by destroyed tracks, signaling a shift in the tide of battle. Zhang Dabiao, assemble the troops. Leave 3 battalions to assist the 772nd Regiment in eliminating these enemies, Li Yunlong commanded in a low voice. However, as his words fell, he received no response from Zhang Dabiao, prompting him to scan his surroundings. Zhang Dabiao. Li Yunlong's voice rose in intensity. At that moment, Zhang Dabiao, who had somehow ascended the city gate tower, immediately rushed down upon hearing him. Commander, Lin's team is gathering. It seems they're preparing to depart from Pingan County. Zhang Dabiao spoke rapidly. The moment his words fell, both Li Yunlong and Ding Wei were taken aback, swiftly climbing to the battlements to grasp the situation through the binoculars hanging on their chests. Before them, the soldiers of the Tiger Bin Regiment were assembling at an alarming pace. This sight darkened their expressions. The enemy had already been routed, leaving them with but a breath. Why would they retreat now? What could this mean? Li Yunlong held unwavering faith in Lin Tiandust's command capabilities. Yet the current battlefield circumstances suggested that with the cooperation of the defenders in Pingan County, they could decisively annihilate this mechanized unit. However, at this critical juncture, the enemy was gathering to withdraw, prompting a sudden thought in Li Yunlong's mind. Could they be targeting the 4th Brigade? He mused quietly, instantly recognizing a possibility. The 4th Brigade still had troops stationed at Jinhuan Pass. Ding Wei's voice broke through Li Yunlong's contemplation, causing him to glance instinctively at Lin Tiandust's forces. While there were numerous soldiers on the periphery of Pingan County, the same could be said for their own ranks, implying that the number of troops stationed at Jinhuan Pass was dwindling. Li Yunlong's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded Ding Wei. Lin's intention was not solely to eliminate the mechanized unit, but also to confront the 4th Brigade. Ding Wei's expression turned serious, his gaze directed towards Jinhuan Pass. He had likely left only a battalion at Jinhuan Pass, and considering the elapsed time, They had already been engaged for 4 or 5 hours. Ding Wei's tone bore a heavy weight. He was acutely aware of Jinhuan Pass's strategic significance. It served as the only route from Taigu County to Ping'an County, and he had conducted reconnaissance on the situation there. A Japanese brigade comprised of 6,000 men could hold out for over 4 hours, requiring at least 2 battalions, if not more, to maintain such a defense. The thought of a single battalion attempting to hold off 6,000 enemy soldiers made Li Yunlong gasp in dread, his eyes reflecting profound concern. Good heavens, doesn't that mean Lin's battalion is doomed? No, I can't just stand by. Zhang Dabiao, gather the troops and follow me. To be candid, he believed he was already quite audacious, yet Lin Tianxin's resolve surpassed his own. Just as Li Yunlong prepared to move, Ding Wei intercepted him. Do you think the higher-ups haven't anticipated this? Don't forget, the command headquarters is right within Ping'an County. If you cause chaos, you might as well be asking for a bullet in return. Remember, the 771st Regiment has yet to appear. They must have headed for Jinhuan Pass. Ding Wei whispered, fully aware that since the new 1st and new 2nd Regiments were retreating from the 15 Li Shrine back to Ping'an County, the headquarters would undoubtedly have arranged reinforcements to assist in holding Jinhuan Pass. The only nearby force capable of quickly reaching Jinhuan Pass would be the 771st Regiment. Li Yunlong's expression wavered momentarily as the swiftly assembled troops gradually withdrew from the battlefield. After a brief silence, he finally fixed his gaze upon the enemy soldiers with whom they were engaged in combat. Counterattack. A full-scale counterattack. Li Yunlong's voice resonated with authority. The movements of the troops were not solely at his discretion. However, the impending counteroffensive was critical to the overall strategy, and he possessed ample autonomy in this regard. First, they must eliminate the enemy forces in Ping'an County. Within Ping'an County, the new 2nd Regiment, the 772nd Regiment, and several militia began reclaiming positions in the northern part of the city. 5 tanks from the north were en route to support the main gate, yet the independent regiment, in coordination with artillery fire, successfully neutralized these tanks. Song Yi approached the commanding officer, his tone invigorated. Since the arrival of the Tiger Brigade, the balance of this battle has begun to tip. To date, of the original 18 tanks, only 3 remain scattered chaotically around Ping'an County, and even those are beleaguered by artillery fire. Without artillery support, and with the infantry tank cooperation faltering, the various units commenced their counteroffensive. The enemy's morale has evidently waned, and defeat is imminent. Victory is merely a matter of time. The man draped in a coat surveyed the battlefield through his binoculars when suddenly his gaze faltered. How long have Commander Lin and his men been here? Song Yi glanced at the time and replied, for hours, sir. Are they planning to leave Ping'an County? Could it be that they intend to? At Jinhuan Pass, another of Lin Tianxin's units had arrived. Observing the current troop strength in Ping'an County, it was evident that this unit consisted of only a single battalion. Yet, this battalion would have to withstand the onslaught of the 4th Brigade, comprising 5,000 to 6,000 enemy soldiers. An unsettling thought crossed Song Yi's mind as he contemplated the worst-case scenario. Have the independent regiment launch a direct assault on the remaining enemy forces, while the 772nd Regiment eliminates the enemy in the north. The new 1st and new 2nd Regiments should proceed directly to Jinhuan Pass and follow Lin Tianxin's command. Without a moment's hesitation, the man cloaked in a coat issued this order. At this juncture, retreating from the battlefield to return to Jinhuan Pass signified that Lin Tianxin intended to leave the entire 4th Brigade stationed there. Song Yi promptly arranged for the execution of the orders and returned to the man in the coat, his eyes brimming with excitement. Now that the mechanized forces had been neutralized and Lin Tianxin was en route back to Jinhuan Pass, Song Yi was resolute in his belief that this was more than a mere procedural move. It suggested that the countdown for the 4th Brigade had begun. The commanding officer exhaled a deep breath, his gaze invigorated as he observed the increasing number of soldiers charging into battle, while the enemy forces grew increasingly disordered. The layout of Ping'an County had been established. Not only had the county been seized, but 2 battalions had been annihilated within its confines, and the mechanized units were steadily being overwhelmed. Now, Lin Tianxin was poised to execute the final step on the map, to prevent the 4th Brigade from returning to Taigu County. Each move had unfolded without significant deviation. This battle not only resulted in the capture of Ping'an County, but also dismantled the command center of the Spring Offensive and decimated the mechanized forces at Onbian Xiongtian. Should the 4th Brigade be eradicated, this victory would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire northwestern Shaanxi region, and indeed, across the nation. Those who remain in the northwestern region of Shaanxi, still hesitating, will come to realize that the enemy is not invincible, and retreat will not bring about peace. It is imperative to disabuse the surrenderists of their delusions. As the commander articulated these sentiments, his tone was remarkably serene, as if he were merely discussing mundane matters. However, upon hearing these words, Song Yi's gaze subtly shifted towards the distant Jinhuan Pass. The fiery crimson of the sunset was imprinted in his eyes, everything appearing so vividly red, akin to blood-stained hues. Although black smoke billowed over the battlefield, it seemed utterly monotonous beneath the blood-red sky. At that moment, he fell silent. For Song Yi understood with clarity that if the 4th Brigade were to falter, all that had been spoken would materialize into reality. Perhaps the day of our comprehensive counteroffensive is not far off. Song Yi murmured softly, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented fervor. Chapter 185, Iron Army as twilight descended. The vibrant scarlet of the sunset gradually faded, giving way to the faint twinkle of stars emerging in the darkening sky. Though their illumination was feeble, it provided a guiding light for the wayward souls lost in the night, in the direction of the small temple 15 miles away. On a mountain path south of Jinhuan Pass, the team arrived. Commander Qing, we have arrived, said Zhang Zhenjun, the commander of the 771st Regiment, as he hastened to the side of the bespectacled man, offering a salute with a solemn tone. After a relentless 35 kilometers, transporting over 2,500 men for nearly 3 hours from their base to Jinhuan Pass, had left his hat drenched with sweat. From the backside of the mountain, the sound of intense gunfire echoed, causing him to tighten his grip on the box pistol at his waist. 1st Battalion, move through the right mountain gully. 2nd and 3rd Battalions, follow me and seize the mountaintop. The bespectacled man folded the map and handed it to the guard squad. Although separated by merely one mountain, the continuous bursts of light and the cacophony of gunfire from the other side furrowed his brow. He was already aware of the telegram's orders. Understanding the arduous nature of the mission to intercept an entire enemy brigade, the telegram indicated that the Tiger Brigade had left a battalion at Jinhuan Pass. And prior to their arrival, he had been uncertain how a solitary battalion could hold the line, initially fearing they would arrive too late. The distant sounds of artillery from Jinhuan Pass compelled him to urge the soldiers onward, their pace quickening without needing further command. However, as the 771st Regiment charged towards the elevated terrain beside the road, Commander Qing stood atop the high ground, his gaze fixed intently on a specific mountaintop, his body trembling. All units, advance. Immediately, he bellowed. The 2 high points along the road to Jinhuan Pass were embroiled in a frenzy of gunfire. Before his eyes lay a hillside carpeted with the bodies of fallen enemies, a gruesome sight where the earth was no longer visible, obscured by the mass of corpses intertwined with one another, while some craters had already formed pools of blood. The air was thick with smoke, and flames continually erupted from the slope. As they ascended, the number of enemy corpses diminished, yet the toll on the soldiers grew heavier. Nearly 10 meters from the summit, what remained was not just bodies but dismembered limbs of comrades scattered across the ground. The horrific scene sent a shiver down Commander Qing's spine, for he recognized that such devastation could only result from charging the enemy with explosives. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Qing's eyes were filled with a profound silence, while around him, the soldiers' eyes reddened with fury. Under the leadership of their commanders, they began to close in on the enemy with fervor. The dense accumulation of bodies vividly illustrated the ferocity of the prior firefight. What was once a position had been utterly ravaged by grenades. Some soldiers lay prone in the craters, while others stood beside boulders, firing their weapons. The heavy machine guns had long ceased their thunderous roars, replaced by sporadic gunfire and the occasional crackle of light machine guns. Yet, as soon as the enemy drew near, those heavy machine guns and the scattered gunfire would converge into a cacophony of fire, illuminating the entire height with a fierce glow. At the foot of the hill, hundreds of enemy soldiers gathered, some having discarded their uniforms, their heads adorned with distinctive headscarves as they charged over the fallen. Chengbu silently observed the scene before him, the brutality of the battle vividly revealing the indomitable fighting spirit of this unit. On the summit, a one-armed commander tirelessly directed the soldiers defending the pivotal position of Jinhuan Pass. Through his binoculars, Chengbu beheld this gripping sight and bellowed, "Zhang Jingjun, come here. Whatever it takes, immediately establish a passage for support to the right flank of Jinhuan Pass." "Yes." Zhang Jingjun responded with equal fervor, setting off towards the front lines. Yet, he could hardly comprehend what lay ahead. Prior to their arrival, they were aware that only a single battalion was engaged in the defense against an entire brigade of the enemy. Astonishingly, they had managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. A lifetime of experience and a profound understanding of renowned battles surged through his mind, countless classic defensive strategies filtering through his thoughts. However, he found no precedent for how a mere few hundred could withstand an attack from an entire brigade. This was not a militia of 5,000 or 6,000, but rather an organized enemy brigade. The sounds of gunfire erupted as the 771st Regiment fought fiercely to secure the high ground on their right flank, the enemy responding promptly, dividing their forces to engage in a counteroffensive. The two armies clashed, immediate gunfire ensued, and the air was thick with the echoes of battle. In the third engagement at Jinhuan Pass, Chengbu's gaze shifted with difficulty from the mountaintop to another front where fierce exchanges were taking place. His attention momentarily faltered as he observed a group clad in civilian attire, their firepower astonishingly fierce, numbering approximately 1,000, fiercely entangled with the enemy. It was evident that they too sought to carve a path for reinforcements, Yet the enemy's resistance was resolute. The gunfire was distributed along both sides of the road, littered with countless shell craters. Chengbu's expression revealed a hint of astonishment. He had never witnessed such firepower from militia forces. Observing their formations, he marveled at how a militia unit could possess such military acumen and tactical arrangement, leaving him perplexed as to which militia in the northwestern region of Jin could achieve this. No, they were certainly not mere militia. They belonged to a later arrival on the battlefield. Lowering his binoculars, Chengbu reached a conclusion. If there were indeed 1,000 militia forces nearby, he would have been aware of it, and their combat effectiveness was far beyond that of ordinary militia. His gaze fixed on the enemy's rear position, tracing the battle lines. He realized that this militia unit aimed to approach the defenses at Jinhuan Pass from the right flank. However, the enemy had effectively divided their forces to block their advance, making it difficult for them to breach the high ground at Jinhuan Pass. The enemy understood that they could not allow this militia unit to pass. The pass had withstood numerous assaults, and if this militia reached Jinhuan Pass, their chances of penetrating the defenses would be utterly thwarted. It is evident that the tactical proficiency of the 4th Brigade is exceedingly high, even with the unexpected involvement of the 771st Regiment, which momentarily alleviated the assault on the Seoul Guardian Pass. It was insufficient to turn the tide. The late arriving 771st Regiment, despite its numerical superiority with 2,500 troops, found itself swiftly halted by 1,000 enemy soldiers as it attempted to advance towards the high ground on the right flank of the Seoul Guardian Pass. The enemy, clearly discerning the intentions of the 771st Regiment, directed the remaining 1,000 troops to charge directly towards the high ground on the right of the Seoul Guardian Pass. This scene ignited a fierce determination within Cheng, who, through his binoculars, surveyed the situation at the right flank of the Seoul Guardian Pass. He instructed his communicator to have Zhang Jingjun deploy the 2nd Battalion to directly assault the enemy positions beneath the high ground, emphasizing the necessity to hold their ground and prevent any advance towards the elevated terrain. The 3rd Battalion was to maneuver through, and within 5 minutes, he demanded they secure the vicinity of the high ground. If they could not capture it, they were to defend the 2 routes below. The command was issued with a voice that thundered with urgency. The enemy was obstructing their support, intent on breaching the Seoul Guardian Pass. As Chung perceived that the defensive strength on that hilltop was waning, a realization not lost on the enemy either. With a furrowed brow and binoculars in hand, Cheng anxiously monitored the high ground at the right flank of the Seoul Guardian Pass. The enemy's mortars began to rain down, and although few in number, their suppression of the Seoul Guardian Pass was formidable. The disarmed commander persisted, but the eruption of flames not far away caused Cheng's pupils to constrict slightly. The Iron Army. Chapter 186. Commander, have we not lived up to your expectations in the 3rd Battalion? At the Jinhuan Pass, sporadic gunfire echoed across the battlefield. Though faint, it had never ceased, and as soon as the enemy drew nearer, the firepower would surge with ferocity. At the 01 high ground, the ground was carpeted with layers of enemy corpses, rendering the soil invisible. In some depressions, thick blood had congealed, quivering like crimson jelly amidst the sounds of explosions. Commander, we've exhausted all the ammunition for the heavy machine gun, Li Hongyan reported, limping with a heavy heart as he gazed at Ding Jiagua. At that moment, Ding Jiagua's lips were devoid of color, his face a grimy canvas of dirt and blood. A thin rope was tightly bound in his armpit to staunch the bleeding. If necessary, detonate the explosives we buried earlier. I have not fulfilled the commander's task. Let Gao Jieqing complete it. If he fails, it falls to you. Remember, do not allow the enemy to cross this Jinhuan Pass. This is my promise to the commander. Ding Jiagua's voice was intermittent, frail, yet resolute, as Li Hongyan listened intently. Understood. Just as Ding Jiagua finished speaking, a soldier's voice rang out. Commander, the enemy is regrouping for another charge. Ding Jiagua, once dazed, was suddenly alert, propping himself up despite the dizziness from his blood loss. His vision blurred slightly, but then a soldier excitedly exclaimed, Commander, it seems the 1st Battalion has arrived. Some say they've spotted the death flag. At this revelation, Ding Jiagua froze momentarily, and then the air was pierced by the whistling sound of incoming mortar shells. He listened as the distant cannon fire echoed, his hazy vision catching glimpses of swirling dust. The commander has sent reinforcements. All soldiers, cooperate with the 1st and 2nd Battalions to hold back the 4th Brigade and annihilate them. Ding Jiagua shouted with all his strength. Charge, he murmured, almost as if in a trance, before collapsing backward. Commander, Li Hongyan, anxious, moved to check on him, but was interrupted by a hurried voice beside him. Li Hongyan, arrange for someone to assist the commander with bandaging. The rest of you, follow me into the charge. Gao Jieqing's eyes were ablaze as he seized a nearby rifle, leaping out of the trench with one hand. The other soldiers, witnessing this, immediately followed suit. Outside Jinhuan Pass, on a hilltop, Chengbu listened to the whistling of shells overhead, and as soldiers began to emerge from the trenches, He was astonished to see them led by a bloodied figure with one arm, initiating a countercharge. "What is Zhang Zhengjun doing?" Chengbu inquired, his tone rife with urgency. Though surprised by the shelling's impact, he noted that most of the charging soldiers were injured, some gravely so. Chengbu gazed anxiously at the tense front line, his heart heavy with urgency. If the support route remained unbroken, this contingent would surely meet its demise before his very eyes. Just then, a rapid clattering of hooves echoed from afar, prompting Chengbu to swiftly turn his head. He beheld a cavalry force of several dozen emerging onto the battlefield. Through his binoculars, he observed the dried bloodstains on their uniforms, indicating they had rushed from another battleground. Pingan County? A flicker of realization crossed Chengbu's eyes as he deduced the origin of this troop. The blood on the horses' coats hinted at a fierce clash. While Chengbu pondered how to coordinate with them, a piercing sound filled the sky once more. Shells rained down upon the enemy ranks, and amid the second barrage, a flag unfurled on the road. The banner fluttered as the soldiers beneath it sprinted forth with an unparalleled swiftness. The cries of battle echoed in every direction, almost ceaseless, as they surged onto the battlefield, charging straight at the enemy. Lin Tiandust instantly came to Chengbu's mind. With each round of artillery fire, the valiant soldiers charged fearlessly forward. The enemy's tactical competence was undeniable, but these warriors exhibited an even higher caliber of skill. Their coordination, the interplay of firepower, and the cavalry's strategic maneuvers culminated in a crushing momentum against the approximately 1,000 foes. Meanwhile, Chu Yunfei stood with a somber expression, observing the newly arrived troops and glancing at the hilltop, a hint of shame flickering across his face. Although they had not arrived too late, they were stymied by 1,000 enemy soldiers, making it difficult for them to advance even an inch. While they had alleviated some pressure on the garrison forces atop the hill, they still faced an unrelenting assault from over 3,000 adversaries. "Coordinate with them to annihilate the 4th Brigade here," Chu Yunfei commanded. Without needing further urging, the soldiers, stirred by the distant battle cries, strove to synchronize their efforts. The cannon fire roared incessantly as the 4th Brigade descended into a frenzied last stand. "Clear the enemy from the hilltop," Lin Tiandust ordered after directing the bombardment, leading the first echelon into the fray, his gaze stern. Despite executing several rounds of mortar fire against the hill, he was acutely aware of the situation within the 3rd Battalion from the visual map. Lin Tiandust's expression darkened, regardless of prior preparations. His heart now brimmed with a fierce intent to kill. "Xiao Shan, inform Wang Jiantang and Li Weigua that I do not want any prisoners. Any battalion that leaves me with captives will face dire consequences," Lin Tiandust commanded with a grave tone. "Understood." Xiao Shan nodded solemnly and hurried to relay the orders. Likewise, Lin Tiandust led his troops toward the hilltop. "Kill." The voice of Gao Jieqing echoed as Lin Tiandust gazed upon the severed arm of Gao Jieqing, whose eyeless sockets were adorned with hastily applied hemostatic agents. "Your mission has been accomplished." Lin Tiandust's tone bore a weight of sorrow as he observed the injured warriors behind Gao Jieqing. "Captain, the mission is complete." A familiar voice emerged, and Gao Jieqing, with his blurred vision and clouded senses, quickly regained awareness. "Fong Bailu, take care of him and lead me to Ding Jiagua," Lin Tiandust uttered gravely. Several soldiers instantly reacted, promptly guiding Lin Tiandust towards the front lines. Shortly thereafter, Lin Tiandust beheld a soldier tending to a blood-soaked figure, an arm missing and blood seeping continuously from a wounded leg. "Squad leader, the captain has arrived," Li Hongyan called out repeatedly. As the unconscious Ding Jiagua seemed to respond to the sound, slowly opening his eyes, their clarity hazy yet capable of discernment, Ding Jiagua struggled to muster a faint smile. "Captain, I trust our 3rd Battalion has not let you down." Chapter 187. The 1st and 2nd Battalions in direct fury all are commendable. Let us not forget our promise to trample the cherry blossoms. Lin Tiandust gazed at Ding Jiagua, whose body bore several shrapnel wounds and penetrating injuries, with his legs showing deep fractures down to the bone. His pallid visage was sustained solely by an indomitable will. Although gunfire continued to echo across the battlefield, Lin Tiandust's voice pierced through, reaching Ding Jiagua's mind, causing a subtle shift in his brow. "Fong Bailu, attend to the injuries." A grave expression crossed Lin Tiandust's face as he beckoned the approaching Fong Bailu. Responding swiftly, Fong Bailu retrieved bandages from his backpack. In wartime, such supplies were akin to gold, akin to sulfanilamide crystals sprinkled upon wounds. One package was far from sufficient. Ding Jiagua's right arm was completely severed, and his right calf was reduced to mangled flesh, exposing the bone beneath. A rudimentary treatment had been administered previously, but the wound now bled profusely. With practiced hands, he cut open the bandages on the right thigh and began to clean the wounds. The soldiers trained around the Spring Festival had begun to exhibit a transition towards the role of battlefield medics. Lin Tiandust had contemplated bringing Xiao Shuwen along, yet the latter's lack of battlefield experience posed a significant risk. In the chaos of war, bullets are indiscriminate. Having a doctor among them was akin to planting a seed, one that could yield more battlefield medics in the future. After giving his instructions, Lin Tiandust stood aside, silently observing. The right calf had been reduced to a mass of flesh, with shattered bones protruding from the knee of the right thigh. Although Fong Bailu had only recently learned from Xiao Shuwen, he possessed his own judgment. The situation at hand was far from optimistic. It is often said that one's fingers are connected to the heart, yet the multitude of wounds and exposed bones rendered that notion simplistic. With every wound he attended to, Fong Bailu felt a tremor within. He had envisioned the brutality of the battles fought here. But the reality was far more harrowing than he had anticipated. Commander, Captain Ding has sustained too many injuries. The primary concern is excessive blood loss. We must stitch the wounds urgently, but that can only wait for Dr. Xiao's arrival. For now, I can only assist in stemming the bleeding, Fong Bailu concluded. Casting a glance across the battlefield, littered with craters and soaked in blood, now a mire that reeked of iron. Finding a relatively even patch, Lin Tiandust watched in silence, feeling powerless in the face of the unfolding tragedy, for he lacked medical knowledge. The gunfire persisted around him, though the sound of artillery had faded. His gaze drifted towards the direction of Pingan County. Since the onset of hostilities, he had dispatched someone to summon Xiao Shuwen. Search the battlefield for any surviving soldiers. Additionally, we must gather our fallen brothers. We will take them home. Lin Tiandust turned to the assembled soldiers, speaking in a somber tone. Understood, the soldiers replied, their voices heavy with sorrow. In this battle, the 3rd Battalion was truly decimated. Upon their arrival, they had already witnessed the road guarded by the 3rd Battalion at Jinhuan Pass, where the enemy had not advanced a single step. Blood flowed down from the high ground on both sides, and the mountain of corpses stained the earth red. The battlefield was rife with skirmishes, yet for them, a new task loomed ahead, to gather the fallen brothers of the 3rd Battalion. How they longed to uncover a warrior and find even the slightest movement from a fallen comrade. A mere twitch of a finger would ignite their spirits. Alas, such scenes were few and far between. Damn the enemy. One soldier's face was etched with a fierce desire for vengeance. With each body he turned over, his murderous intent intensified, yearning to join the assault below to avenge the 3rd Battalion. Yet, as he observed the flag of death soaring above, furiously breaking through one enemy line after another, he silently lowered his head, diligently attending to his own duty. On the battlefield, the flag of death billowed, wherever it appeared. The enemy could not escape its clash. Wang Jianeng gripped a crooked rifle, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Chansheng, take some men to clear those depressions on the right. Use grenades to pave the way. Wang Jianeng fired a shot at a crawling enemy on the ground, his expression unwavering. He had not ascended the high ground, but from the blood-stained path below, he could see the mountain of corpses looming above. As soon as the order was issued, a small figure approached him, prompting Wang Jianeng to halt. Cousin, the commander has ordered that no prisoners be taken, otherwise, everyone will face demotion. Xia Shanzi spoke urgently, his words swift and unencumbered. As he headed toward the 2nd Battalion's position, Wang Jiantong's heart sank, his gaze drifting towards the direction of Hill 01. In the night, apart from the flickering flames of a few bonfires, there were plumes of black smoke and piles of enemy corpses. Visibility was severely limited. The entire battalion must swiftly cleanse the battlefield. Immediately. I do not want to see any living enemy. Wang Jiantang raised his crooked rifle, his murderous intent palpable, clearly indicating that the situation on the mountain was dire. With blood-red eyes, Wang Jiantang scanned the surroundings. On this blood-soaked path, any enemy still capable of movement would be dispatched with a bullet. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion formed into groups of 3 and began patrolling the battlefield, the sound of gunfire resonating continuously. Wherever they stepped, any fallen enemy would be ensured never to rise again. In addition to the 1st Battalion's relentless assault on the enemy preparing to retaliate, a roar echoed across the battlefield. It sounded thunderous enough to drown out the gunfire. Annihilate this rout. Damn it. Charge, I want no survivors. Kill. On the battlefield, the soldiers did not dare to lift their heads. All that could be seen were bursts of flames and swift figures sweeping across the terrain, charging forward like an unrelenting tide. Beneath the shroud of night, they resembled harbingers of death. Chen Chong stood 15 meters to the right, beside a discarded 3-wheeled vehicle. After discharging his weapon, the deep voice of Lu Sangun echoed in the air. To his right, Chen Chong spotted a Japanese soldier crouched on a 3-wheeler, 2 hands emerging from behind it. Bang! The gunfire rang out, and the enemy fell. The trio walked along a path, with Wei Heshang in the center, while Chen Chong and Lu Sangun remained vigilant on either side. Well done. Do not let these beasts perish too quickly. Wei Heshang's gaze was icy. As his blade rose and fell, the anguished wails of the enemy echoing relentlessly. Yet, to Wei Heshang, those cries seemed to fade into oblivion. Monk, Chen Chong. It appears there are several enemies lying in ambush on that hillside, Lu Sangun whispered, pointing in a direction. Let us go. The commander has ordered that no survivors be left. With a shot fired, they raised their weapons, transforming into nightmarish specters. collecting the souls of their foes in the grim realm of the soul-reaping gate. Chapter 188, the 3rd Battalion. Truly remarkable as the evening breeze whispered through the air, sporadic gunfire echoed across the battlefield of Jinhuan Pass. However, in stark contrast to the earlier chaos, the cacophony of gunfire had significantly diminished. Reports from the headquarters indicated that the mechanized units of the enemy had been annihilated, with only a solitary tank and a few hundred soldiers managing to flee. The whereabouts of the mechanized division led by Aoyama remained unknown, while various regiments and local militia were tirelessly engaged in eradicating the remaining enemy forces in Ping'an County. Zhang Jingjun hastily approached the bespectacled man, his steps brisk, yet his gaze evasive, avoiding direct eye contact as he delivered the report. With over 2,000 men in the regiment, bolstered by a well-equipped militia providing fire support on the right flank, they had yet to breach the enemy's defenses and secure a passage to reinforce the heights of Jinhuan Pass. Had it not been for the timely reinforcements from the Tiger Ben regiment, those strategic high grounds would undoubtedly have fallen entirely into enemy hands. He understood all too well the grim fate that awaited the valiant soldiers who would lie in eternal slumber at Jinhuan Pass. As a soldier himself, he could not bear the thought of his own impotence in failing to open a path for support, condemning those brave warriors to rest eternally in the soil of Jinhuan Pass. The military acumen of the enemy was indeed formidable. The bespectacled man, upon hearing Zhang Jingjun's words, regarded him with a mix of understanding and sympathy, letting out a gentle sigh. He had observed the recent assault by the 771st Regiment in its entirety, noting no oversights or errors. Even he would have fared no better in their position. Yet, the resilience of the enemy made their advance a daunting struggle. In the brief moments following their initial attack, the enemy had swiftly adapted, dividing their forces to mount counterattacks. Though lacking heavy artillery, their tactical deployment exacted a steep price for every inch the 771st Regiment gained. Remarkably, this very unit had now been completely obliterated on the battlefield of Jinhuan Pass. The entirety of a brigade had met its end in this location. The mechanized forces of the 4th Brigade, led by Aoyama, alongside 5 other direct subordinate units, had all been vanquished by the Tiger Ben regiment. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Chengbu's eyes. This battle signified not merely the annihilation of the 4th Brigade, but also a pivotal shift in the surrounding dynamics of Ping'an County, a transformation from passive defense to proactive offense throughout the entire northwest of Shaanxi. The significance of this victory was monumental, representing the spring offensive that the enemy had meticulously prepared for an entire year. Shortly after the onset of spring, a fierce campaign had erupted in this region. Logically, one would not expect a swift resolution, yet now, Ping'an County had fallen, and Aoyama's 2 major infantry divisions had been decimated. The ability of the Tiger Ben regiment to provide reinforcements indicated that the conflict in Ping'an County was nearing its conclusion. Coupled with the current situation concerning the 4th Brigade and a nearby infantry division in Taigu County, this battle represented not only a strategic triumph but also a clarion call. Regardless of whether it was in Taigu County or Ping'an County, the primary offensive was being spearheaded by Lin Tiandust's forces. Most crucially, the strategic division between the mechanized units and the 4th Brigade had been executed by Lin Tiandust's troops. It can be stated that from Taigu County, the Huber Corps, with over 2,000 men, has shaken over 10,000 enemy troops through their relentless assault, resulting in the near annihilation of this formidable force. The mere thought of such a victory stirs a profound sense of disbelief within him, yet the undeniable reality unfolds before his very eyes. Come with me to the heights, the bespectacled man commanded, his gaze sweeping across the terrain before settling on the elevated ground, a place capable of decimating mechanized units and obliterating the 4th Brigade. Lin Tiandust's troops, stationed at Jinhuan Pass, have made invaluable contributions to this endeavor. With that, Chengbu set forth towards the high ground, followed closely by Zhang Jingjun. The path leading to Jinhuan Pass was already fraught with difficulty, now further complicated by layers of fallen enemy corpses, the stench of blood mingling with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Chengbu, a seasoned warrior, furrowed his brow, for through the lens of his binoculars, he had witnessed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Standing at the foot of Jinhuan Pass, gazing upward, he now comprehended the ferocity of the battles fought here. Step by step, he ascended atop the bodies of the vanquished, gradually approaching the pass. Some soldiers were engaged in the grim task of clearing the battlefield, their exchanges sparse and strained. A few limped through the heaps of corpses, searching for comrades clad in similar uniforms. Occasionally, a severed limb would be discovered, or the remnants of a once-living soldier. On a slightly flattened patch of ground, the fallen were arranged in orderly rows, their sacrifices apparent. Chengbu's countenance was laden with silence as he beheld the shadow of a figure squatting amidst the fallen soldiers. Even the nearby soldiers occasionally cast furtive glances at this individual. Though Chengbu had never encountered Lin Tiandust, he instinctively surmised that this was indeed him. At that moment, Lin Tiandust silently removed plaque after plaque from the bodies of the sacrificed, holding them in his hands, stained red with blood. the crimson fluid seeping through his fingers. Zhang Jingjun summoned the 2nd Battalion to assist the Huber Corps in locating the fallen soldiers, Chengbu ordered. He understood the glances exchanged among the soldiers. Lin Tiandust embodied the very spirit of this unit. After a brief survey, Chengbu refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to stand quietly by, awaiting Lin Tiandust's handling of the somber task at hand. During this wait, a man clad in civilian attire, robust in stature, emerged upon the heights. Chengbu scrutinized him closely, a flicker of recognition dawning in his eyes. Xu Yunfei ascended step by step from the foot of the mountain, his expression increasingly grave. The fallen enemy corpses scattered at the base bore witness to the brutality of this conflict. It was evident that the fighting had predominantly transpired on the hillside, where the ground was now littered with the remains of the deceased, and signs of grenade explosions marred the terrain. As Xu Yunfei made his ascent, he felt the ground beneath his feet was not merely muddy from the rain, but soaked with blood. Upon reaching the summit, he found the terrain of the position uneven and treacherous. What is referred to as a stronghold is, in fact, merely a series of small pits or a massive boulder serving as a shelter, with the only advantage being its elevated position. Yet, this modest stronghold has successfully thwarted the frenzied assaults of thousands of adversaries. The 3rd Battalion, truly commendable. Kang Jie's voice was laden with gravity as he surveyed the scene before him. He had never run with the 1st Battalion nor the 2nd. However, now, standing before what he had always believed could rival the 3rd Battalion, he found himself enveloped in silence. The two high grounds had transformed entirely into a purgatory for the enemy, with an unbroken expanse of their lifeless bodies stacked high beneath the elevations. Yet, apart from the corpses, the landscape was littered with craters and smoldering campfires. He could scarcely fathom how a single battalion could withstand the onslaught of thousands for several hours. It was only upon reaching the summit that he beheld Ding Jiagua lying there, pallid, with his left arm entirely severed and his right calf shattered. He also saw Gao Jieqing, bloodied, with a severed arm and missing eyes. One was the battalion commander of the 3rd Battalion, and the other, his deputy, who also commanded a company. From these two men, one could ascertain the indomitable fighting spirit of this unit. In the distance lay rows of fallen warriors, their fragmented bodies striving to piece together their valor. A single battalion had held off an entire brigade of foes. It was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, before him, they had forged this reality through their flesh and blood. Kang Jie murmured softly, his expression heavy with solemnity, a sentiment that dulled his inner joy for victory. For what lay before him was indeed profoundly grave. Chapter 189. We persist not because we see hope. Pingan County. Beneath the shroud of night, the city was no longer illuminated by bright lights. Rather, it was cloaked in the remnants of war. The sounds of cannon fire had faded, leaving only sporadic gunshots that occasionally erupted into bursts of rapid fire. Commander, the latest news from Jinhuan Pass. The 4th Brigade has been completely annihilated. The hand of Song Yi, holding this piece of news, trembled slightly. Even upon receiving this information, he had confirmed it several times before hastening to the command room. This battle had far exceeded his previous expectations. He had anticipated some victories, but never imagined achieving such monumental results. Excellent. A resounding clap echoed from the makeshift command room as a man clad in a military coat struck the table with enthusiasm. His voice brimmed with exhilaration. And he finally set aside the handkerchief he had been gripping, his expression relaxing as the beads of sweat on his forehead diminished. Remarkable. Not only have we seized Pingan County, but we have also eradicated nearly 10,000 enemy troops. He struck the table again, his tone brimming with excitement. Well done. Splendid work. Figures moved restlessly within the command room, the exhilaration evident on their faces. This battle, however, weighed heavily on his heart, for they were precariously balancing on a tightrope. Should the tides of war turn against them, the gradually improving situation could devolve into chaos. Yet, the current outcome was the most favorable possible, overwhelming him with emotions he could scarcely contain. He felt an urge to smash the table, to shatter the glass. The profound worry that had previously gripped him was now eclipsed by exhilaration. The final battle at Jinhuan Pass marked the conclusive move in the greater conflict. The pieces had fallen, the game was set. He understood clearly that if Jinhuan Pass could not be held, the benefits for Pingan County would be drastically diminished. The 772nd Regiment, the Independent Regiment, the new 1st and 2nd Regiments, the District Brigade, the Militia, and even the Tiger Ben Regiment would all find themselves encircled within Pingan County. Nearly 10,000 individuals could potentially be ensnared in the quagmire of Pingan City, trapped by the mechanized forces and the 4th Brigade's alliance. Once ensnared in this mire, the speed of reinforcement for the enemy would far exceed theirs, not only matching their numbers, but even surpassing them, with aerial bombardments and the rumble of tanks resonating from the ground. But now the outcome was clear. The mechanized forces were firmly encircled within the confines of Pingan City, while the 4th Brigade, alongside the Tiger Ben Regiment, had been obliterated at Jinhuan Pass. This was a battle destined to be etched in history. How could he not feel invigorated? What about the losses among the defenders at Jinhuan Pass? Suddenly, as if recalling something urgent, he turned swiftly to Song Yi. Observing Song Yi's expression grow increasingly solemn in response to his inquiry, his gaze darkened slightly. The soldiers defending Jinhuan Pass were merely a battalion under Commander Lin, around 600 men. Song Yi's face bore a grave expression, and he exhaled softly. His words were somewhat stifled. The prospect of 600 men withstanding the assault of a brigade implied devastating losses, the implications of which were all too clear. The location of Jinhuan Pass and its general terrain were familiar to him. Although it boasted an advantageous high ground and perilous topography, it ultimately represented a modest elevation among the lesser. 600? The man clad in a military coat narrowed his gaze and swiftly seized the telegram from Song Yi, examining it personally. However, the more he scrutinized, the graver his expression became. The 3rd Battalion consisted of valiant warriors, the true embodiment of an iron army. With a heavy sigh, the commander lamented that the 771st Regiment was over 35 kilometers away from Jinhuan Pass, and even fully equipped. They would require approximately 3 hours to arrive. Meanwhile, during this critical interval, Lin Tiandust led his troops against the mechanized forces of the enemy in Ping'an County, meaning they had been defending against an entire enemy brigade with merely 600 men. He understood the precariousness of such a battle better than anyone. Should Jinhuan Pass fall, the entire situation would inevitably turn passive, not to mention the risk of complete annihilation in Ping'an County. Yet, it was precisely because of this precarious situation that the garrison had managed to hold their ground. And Lin Tiandust's decision to station a battalion of 600 at Jinhuan Pass indicated his unwavering confidence in their ability to withstand the onslaught. The potential losses weighed heavily on Lin Tiandust's mind. This was undoubtedly one of his most significant sacrifices. The commander exhaled softly, releasing a breath laden with concern. Commander, if we achieve victory in this battle, should we send a telegram on behalf of Regiment Leader Lin? Song Yi murmured from the side, noting that the outside world was currently paralyzed by fear, yielding Taigu County to the enemy. However, with the tides of war now firmly established, Song Yi contemplated whether to proactively send a nationwide telegram to assist Lin Tiandust. He would indeed send it. The battle in Ping'an County was intended to dispel any lingering illusions, and regarding subsequent troop reinforcements, he would notify all divisions to refrain from competing with Lin Tiandust for soldiers, allowing him to prioritize replenishing his forces. The commander shook his head, his words trailing off as his tone grew suddenly grave, his gaze fixed upon Song Yi. Understood, Song Yi nodded. Once the clearance in Ping'an County concludes, we shall proceed to Jinhuan Pass. The commander gazed southeast and sighed softly, eager to personally inspect the situation at Jinhuan Pass. I will make the arrangements. Song Yi nodded resolutely. As the bright moon descended and the air turned slightly chilly, only the cool mountain breeze lingered at the summit. The sounds of gunfire had dissipated, and the flames across the battlefield had subsided, leaving a lingering scent of gunpowder in the air. At this moment, atop the mountain, Xiao Shuwen had no time to regard the beads of sweat cascading down his brow. His eyes were filled solely with urgency. He had envisioned countless war scenes. Yet upon arriving at the battlefield, he realized that all his imaginings were but a mere glimpse into the vast reality. Commander, Squad Leader Gao has escaped the clutches of death, though he remains unconscious. Captain Ding's wounds have been treated and the bleeding has ceased. But we lack sufficient blood bags to sustain him. He is now suffering from a high fever due to the wounds and requires medicine from Heiyun village. Furthermore, his leg is beyond saving. Xiao Shuwen's tone was somber. The blood loss had reached 35%. Physiologically, he should have succumbed to shock. Yet he remained conscious despite the severed limb and bleeding. Returned to Heiyun village. Lin Tiandust felt a slight relief upon hearing Xiao Shuwen's assurance of survival. The commander and Captain Ding could not endure the jolts. The other severely injured soldiers were in the same predicament. They could not be transported by wagon but had to be carried back on stretchers, ensuring the journey was devoid of excessive bumps. Carry the wounded soldiers slowly, Lin Tiandust declared without hesitation. As his words echoed, Wang Jiantang and Li Weiguo promptly organized the soldiers, carefully lifting the stretchers. Lin Tiandust's gaze fell upon Cheng Bu and Chu Yunfei, to whom he offered a salute. The two immediately returned the gesture, exchanging no further words. Watching as Lin Tiandust led the team away, numerous soldiers bore the stretchers, which contained not only the living wounded but also the deceased being taken home. Salute! Cheng Bu and Chu Yunfei exclaimed almost in unison. As their voices faded, soldiers atop the mountain, those on the hillside, and those engaged in the battlefield paused in their tasks, gazing at the departing multitude. As dawn broke, the horizon transformed from a vibrant red to a gentle halo. The rising sun cast its angled rays, distinct from the setting sun, which lacked the fiery red and instead emanated a softer glow. This light caused all the soldiers to squint. Lin Tiandust, observing the sunlight, suddenly turned to look back at Qingbu and Chu Yunfei. We do not persevere merely because we see hope. We hope for the day we can toast together, he said. An uncommon sentiment as he walked at the rear of the procession, glancing at the two before striding towards the emerging dawn. Only through perseverance can we witness hope. Chu Yunfei and Chengbu exchanged a glance, watching him depart while murmuring softly to one another. Chapter 190. The Tiger Brigade, unimaginable strength as dawn broke. The darkness receded. The sounds of gunfire in Ping'an County had faded, and soldiers were diligently clearing the battlefield both within and outside the county. The remnants of fire still smoldered, and smoke billowed, painting the entire town in a state of devastation. At the main entrance of Ping'an County, numerous craters scarred the ground, marking the area with evidence of the fierce conflict. On the outskirts, some militiamen were also engaged in the cleanup efforts, while one individual curiously surveyed the surroundings. Captain Ma, I heard you managed to disable a Japanese tank and annihilate over 50 enemy soldiers, Fong Ming remarked, his eyes betraying a sense of envy. As he had not participated in the Grand Battle of Ping'an County, but had only created disturbances at various outposts on the periphery. We merely seized the opportunity. Coincidentally encountering the Tiger Brigade returning to assist, Ma Kanghui responded thoughtfully. Fong Ming's words stirred emotions within him, as the recent battle still vividly replayed in his mind. The image of galloping warhorses etched deeply in his consciousness. The charge of flesh against steel remained a profound memory. Who might this be? Ma Kanghui inquired, his gaze falling upon a figure beside Fong Ming, curiosity crossing his features. This is Zhang Hai, the company commander of the 2nd Company in the 3rd Battalion of the Independent Regiment. After this battle, I intend to join the Independent Regiment and become part of its 3rd Battalion, Fong Ming replied with a smile, making the introduction. Joining the Independent Regiment had been a decision he had contemplated for some time, and considering Ma Kanghui shared similar sentiments, he felt inclined to facilitate their acquaintance. However, Fong Ming soon realized that Ma Kanghui's attention was not on him, but rather fixed on the horizon. This behavior was not isolated. The nearby soldiers also gazed intently into the distance, including Zhang Hai, who mirrored the same focus. Unconsciously, Fong Ming turned his gaze, and in the distance, figures emerged against the morning light, their military uniforms tattered and riddled with holes. Many soldiers were bandaged in makeshift attire, some with clothing serving as rudimentary dressings. A column of troops moved slowly along the distant road. The visible fatigue on the faces of the soldiers was palpable. Their pace was unhurried, steady, and devoid of any dramatic fluctuations. Among the ranks, numerous stretchers were evident. What a tragic scene. It appears they suffered significant losses. Did they not hold their position? Fong Ming pondered aloud, though he understood that in warfare, victories are often accompanied by defeats. This unit must have endured considerable sacrifices, likely failing in their defensive mission. Just as he was about to step forward, a hand firmly grasped his shoulder. They are not a defeated army, Zhang Hai asserted with gravity, his gaze fixed intently on the column advancing along the outskirts of Ping'an County. After a brief pause, he continued, they are the Tiger Brigade. The Tiger Brigade left behind a 600-man battalion at Jinhuan Pass to hold off 6,000 troops from the 4th Brigade, which led to the great victory at Ping'an County. The 1st and 2nd Battalions of the Tiger Brigade have returned to annihilate the 4th Brigade at Jinhuan Pass. Zhang Hai's gaze brimmed with reverence as it fell upon the mechanized forces of the enemy within the ranks. The devastation they suffered was chiefly attributed to the artillery fire that fragmented their formations. However, an equally significant factor was the inability of the 4th Brigade to advance due to the ambush at Jinhuan Pass. Had it not been for this setback, the battlefield would have transformed into a different scenario, characterized by the coordinated efforts of infantry and armored units in a protracted positional warfare. Moreover, the achievements of the Tiger Ben Corps were not confined merely to Jinhuan Pass and Ping'an County. They had executed a rapid march to Taiga County, immersing themselves in the fray, followed by various tactical maneuvers leading to Ping'an County. Each engagement felt surreal, yet the absence of youthful exuberance among those marching ahead was palpable. Zhang Hai fell into a contemplative silence, for behind each of these battles lay the relentless march of countless soldiers. The valiant stand of the 3rd Battalion of the Tiger Ben Corps. In a world devoid of war, perhaps he would have lived without a care. Zhang Hai gazed at the faces illuminated by the sun, their expressions weighed down by solemnity. In a peaceful existence, Lin Tiandust might have found joy in his hometown, relishing life with his parents while immersing himself in literature. Yet now, circumstances had forged him into a steely commander. Fong Ming's attention was suddenly drawn to a distant unit, his eyes reflecting a profound curiosity. From Luakue Slope to Taiga County, and from Ping'an County to Jinhuan Pass, he had heard countless legends of the Tiger Ben Corps. The notion of a battalion holding off a brigade was beyond his imagination. How could 600 withstand 6,000 enemies? The disparity was tenfold, akin to their earlier guerrilla tactics where 600 dared to confront merely around 100 foes. Fong Ming's gaze fell upon the litters, their coverings stained with blood. In his mind, A brigade held the capacity to sweep through Ping'an County's stronghold several times over, yet the Tiger Ben Corps had annihilated it at Jinhuan Pass. His eyes were filled with admiration. A brigade was akin to a towering mountain, ultimately belonging to the adversary, yet the forces before him represented their own formidable peak. Salute. Zhang Hai's voice rang out with authority, instantly prompting the nearby soldiers to react. One by one, they silently set aside their spoils and stood in respectful attention. Chapter 191. We prefer to call the vanguard army Luo Kuei Pa. On this road, once deemed haunted by apparitions, a multitude of individuals was in motion. Suddenly, several agile figures emerged from behind a small hill. Brother Lu, after we pass this Luo Kuei Pa, there are still 35 kilometers to reach Heiyun village. It appears that some villagers are ahead. They should not be the enemy, reported a returning scout, detailing the road conditions ahead. In this front line, one must exercise utmost caution. Among the returning scout's entourage was a robust middle-aged man who silently lowered the image in his hands. Nodding at the report, he turned to his brothers. Brothers, let us muster our strength for this final stretch. Upon our return, I will request that the boss arrange matters properly. The words of the stout man instantly ignited a flicker of excitement among the transport crew. However, after a brief interval, Lu Zhenxing caught sight of the villagers the scout had mentioned, who were engaged in a ritual. A group of villagers, both young and old, were gathered before a stone shrine, offering incense. As they approached, Lu Zhenxing's expression turned curious. He noticed that the shrine did not house any deities but was instead filled with discarded shell casings. Stopping in his tracks, he raised his hand to signal a halt. Villagers, what are you worshipping? Lu Zhenxing inquired, inching closer to the small shrine. The group of villagers, including several elderly individuals, became slightly wary upon noticing the movement on the road, perhaps reassured by the sight of the ox carts, which clearly did not belong to the enemy. The elders began to lower their guard. There are many young soldiers who sacrificed their lives here to combat the enemy, pacifying the restless souls of this region. An old man replied solemnly, bowing 3 times in reverence. Is this the Hu Ben regiment? Yes, indeed, it is the Hu Ben regiment. However, we prefer to call them the vanguard army. The elder, evidently a loquacious individual, responded promptly. The vanguard army? Lu Zhenxing was momentarily taken aback, sensing his confusion. The elder elaborated, they have long been active among the enemy ranks. What else could they be called? Sir, could you enlighten me further? Lu Zhenxing's curiosity was piqued, drawing him closer. To speak of the vanguard army could take 3 days and nights. I have heard they are currently engaged in combat in Ping'an County. The elder's words left Lu Zhenxing momentarily speechless. Ping'an County? Isn't that a military stronghold? There must be numerous enemies there. His tone grew anxious, breath quickening. Indeed. I have heard that Ping'an County is home to 2 infantry battalions, and it seems they are also engaged with mechanized units and a 4th brigade, having fought for over a day and night. Just yesterday, some even reported hearing cannon fire, the elder explained. The moment he elaborated, those beside Lu Zhenxing were left bewildered. As the adage goes, a leader's character reflects upon their troops. Lu Zhenxing was well aware of the military compositions involved. That must be over 10,000 enemies then? Lu Zhenxing's voice held a note of uncertainty. Indeed, an entire contingent of troops has been mobilized, all stationed in Ping'an County. The new regiment from Dashaman village was dispatched early on, but now it seems their battle has concluded, leaving uncertainty about the outcome. The elder's tone was tinged with concern, and their presence at Luokuei Slope stemmed from such apprehension. They hoped for the warriors' protection. As they paused, Lu Zhenxing took a moment, nearly half an hour, to absorb all he wished to understand. Yet, the more he learned, the more agitated his spirit became. In the battle at Luokuei Slope, 2,000 enemy infantry had been annihilated, a testament to the harsh realities of war. Lu Zhenxing observed the enduring scars of conflict, the roads pockmarked with craters, and the eerie whispers of the wind that seemed to echo the cries of battle in his ears. Warriors surged down the slopes, vanquishing the enemy with relentless fervor, their weapons unleashing a torrent of wrath, flags billowing in the wind, and the cacophony of battle resonating violently. No amount of information relayed from Pudong could compare to the stark reality of witnessing it firsthand. He poured out several bottles of Finjiu, gazing at Luokuei Slope for a considerable time, yet ultimately, he could not forget his mission. He fetched 2 bottles of Finjiu for Liao Guanhua, pouring them out and bowing deeply 3 times before preparing to depart. However, at that moment, a young subordinate dashed to their side. Brother Lu, a military unit has appeared behind us. Upon hearing the word military, Lu Zhenxing's demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance. He spoke with gravity. Proceed as planned. Keep the goods secure and clear the way. Additionally, prepare some funds to avert misfortune. With that, the entire convoy swiftly repositioned, not to confront the enemy, but to prioritize caution, especially as they were transporting urgently needed supplies for the Tiger Legion. As Lu Zhenxing's instructions were issued, the transport team quickly moved aside to grant passage to the approaching troops. Simultaneously, he remained alert, carefully guiding the transport team to the roadside, where ominous figures emerged, their heavy footsteps drawing nearer, carrying an air of foreboding. As the unit approached, a wave of metallic scent filled the air. Lu Zhenxing, detecting the unfamiliar odor of blood, realized the stark disparity between his gang and the unit before him. The weighty gazes of the soldiers seemed capable of devouring all adversaries in their path. The pervasive stench of blood revealed the grim reality. Each soldier bore remnants of dried blood upon their uniforms, none devoid of stains, nor intact. Some were bandaged, while others advanced with missing limbs, their pallid faces supported by comrades. Each stretcher that passed by carried not only the scent of blood, but also the acrid tang of medicinal substances, awakening a clarity within him. Stirred by the sight of the wounded warriors, "Brother Lu, it appears they have suffered a defeat," Liao Guanghua remarked thoughtfully, as the beleaguered unit continued onward. His gaze had never wavered from the departing group, yet the heavy atmosphere prompted a surge of speculation within him. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenxing watched as the team gradually receded into the distance, his eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. The palpable scent of blood and the steadfastness of their march conveyed an undeniable strength in their military demeanor and discipline. Each soldier appeared as though they had emerged from a grave. Could it be that they had encountered a mechanized unit of the enemy? Lu Zhenxing observed the soldiers, many of whom were missing limbs and adorned with bandages. However, this speculation remained unanswered. It was only after the group had vanished from sight that Lu Zhenxing's transport team resumed its journey towards Heiyunzhai. Yet, the further they traveled, the more he sensed something amiss, for that group continued to lead the way ahead of them. Liao Guanghua, beside him, spoke hesitantly after a moment of silence. "Brother Lu, it seems that this group is also headed for Heiyunzhai." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenxing struck his thigh with force. They had followed at a distance for nearly 5 or 6 kilometers, and he had sensed something was off, though he had not considered this possibility. Consequently, the pace of everyone quickened. Chapter 192. Once a martial sage, now Lin Tiandust. The sky was clear, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, and the temperature was pleasantly cool. March had quietly slipped away, and the snow on the back mountain of Heiyun village had long since melted, leaving only a few traces of winter in the frost that lingered atop the mountain during the early hours of the morning. Yet, amidst the high mountains, the roses had taken root in the soil, with some already sprouting tender buds. Before a gravestone, groups of people busied themselves in the cultivated fields. "Sister Chunxiu, the land is ready for cultivation. We can sow seeds around May," Cheng Tinjing said, slowly straightening her bent body, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, and gazing at the fertile land, feeling exhausted. At this moment, a sense of fulfillment filled her heart, yet her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the gravestone on the back mountain, leading her to gaze longingly into the distance. For her, waiting felt like a torment, especially when Xiao Shuwen hurriedly departed with a few precious herbs and several doctors. Her heart was restless. She wished not to think negatively, but thoughts often ran amok, and it was not just her. The people left behind in Heiyun village, be they warriors or women, frequently cast their eyes towards the horizon, as if anticipating the arrival of figures at the mountain's end. However, that anticipated sight had yet to materialize. "Well, let us hope the weather improves," Chunxiu said, readying the half-used bag of fertilizer in her hands. She lifted her gaze to see Cheng Tinjing, lost in thought, staring into the distance. This too led her gaze to the far-off mountains, where the undulating ranges obscured a path that seemed to weave in and out of visibility. "They will surely return," Chunxiu reassured, shouldering the half-bag of fertilizer. "Let us head back." Just then, a woman sprinted into the field, shouting excitedly, "The leader has returned. The leader has returned." Her voice echoed across the fields, stirring the hearts of everyone like a gentle breeze. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tinjing immediately raced towards the direction of Heiyun village, her feet pulling at the earth beneath her. Chunxiu set down her half-bag of fertilizer and quickly followed suit. In an instant, figures emerged from the fields, from the makeshift hospital, and from every corner of Heiyun village, all rushing towards the village gate. However, as they approached the gate, Cheng Tinjing's expression grew increasingly grave, for her eyes fell upon the stretchers being hurriedly carried towards the temporary hospital. "Let me help," Cheng Tinjing exclaimed, recognizing the weariness etched on the soldiers' faces and swiftly joining in to assist. Others followed suit, directly aiding the returning warriors in moving their gear and artillery. When strength fell short, they united their efforts. Upon arriving at Heiyun village, many soldiers collapsed at the village entrance, the tension that had held them taut finally released. "Quickly, boil water, make sure to prepare plenty of hot water, and keep the fire burning bright to raise the temperature," Cheng Tinjing directed. And the villagers began to busily and methodically attend to the tasks at hand. "Captain's son, I'm here." Someone received the horses from Sundishing, gazing at the dried bloodstains on each steed and the few that were foaming at the mouth. They all understood the brutality of the battles that lay beyond. Cheng Tinjing's eyes swept restlessly, noticing the absence of familiar faces in the ranks, her heart growing heavier. At that moment, she heard Xiao Shuwen's urgent voice. Song Yongyu. Take a team to the warehouse and retrieve all the medical supplies in the remaining blood bags. Ma Shanqiang, Zhangyu, you are responsible for the other operating room. The severely wounded soldiers will be entrusted to me. Xiao Shuwen rolled up his sleeves and hurried into the operating room, instructing Ma Shuwenxiang as he walked. In the hospital's operating room, Lin Tiandust stood quietly at the side, observing. How is it? Captain, we cannot save Ding Ying's leg. Amputation is necessary. Xiao Shuwen's expression remained calm, for he understood that amidst the tumult of thoughts, he must maintain composure. The protruding white bone of Ding Jiagua's leg made it evident that it was beyond salvage. Then we shall proceed with the amputation, Lin Tiandust stated without hesitation. Yet, at that moment, Ding Jiagua's voice emerged softly. Captain, if I lose my leg, will you still carry me to step on the cherry blossoms? Absolutely, Xiao Shuwen replied, prompting a smile to grace Ding Jiagua's face as he turned to Xiao Shuwen. No anesthesia, just saw it off and save the medication for the other soldiers. Ding Jiagua's tone was resolute, yet his words cast a shadow of doubt over Xiao Shuwen's countenance. No anesthesia? While it may be limited, for the other soldiers. Ding Jiagua shook his head, prompting Xiao Shuwen to glance hesitantly at Lin Tiandust. Proceed as instructed. Lin Tiandust's succinct response spurred Xiao Shuwen into action. At the entrance of Heiyun village, carts drawn by oxen were transporting supplies into the stronghold. At the forefront of the procession, Cheng Tinjing led Lu Jinxing and his party into Heiyun village. Upon learning that someone had come specifically to deliver supplies, she promptly arrived to extend her welcome, considering the small number of individuals and the recent return of the troops. The troops have just returned, Cheng Tinjing explained. Having thoroughly inspected the dwindling medical supplies, which shaped her amiable demeanor towards the newcomers. As Lu Jinxing stepped into Heiyun village, he surveyed his surroundings, scrutinizing each individual he encountered. We need some people to help move the medical supplies to the temporary hospital. The soldiers are in urgent need. After bringing Lu Jinxing inside, Cheng Tinjing immediately called for assistance. Promptly, several women began unloading items from the ox carts, shouldering them as they hurried towards the operating room. Observing this, Lu Jinxing raised his hand, help out. He then joined in the effort to transport the supplies, following closely behind Cheng Tinjing, when suddenly, he halted in his tracks as a heart-wrenching cry echoed from within the operating room. Damn it! Damn it! I've lost so many brothers. I must strike at the heart of the enemy. Ah, those bastards, all new recruits, get ready for me. I will double the training intensity. We will fight the enemy with all we've got. The voice was hoarse, filled with a fierce intensity. Lu Jinxing paused, instinctively glancing toward the source of the sound. There. A group was gathered at the entrance, some led by a young soldier, others having just directed a team to move supplies, and even several injured warriors, all anxiously waiting outside the building. What is happening? Lu Jinxing felt a sense of confusion. The anesthetic is gone. Amputations are needed. The supplies are left here. Cheng Tinjing, aware of the circumstances, spoke in a subdued tone. To be honest, if it had been 10 minutes earlier, it might have been useful. However, seeing Lu Jinxing's weary expression, she realized there was little she could do. One could not expect too much. The medical supplies collected by Su Lan arriving was already quite commendable. No anesthetic? Direct amputations? Lu Jinxing's gaze froze as he instinctively set down the supplies in his hands. He stared blankly at the operating room, silently watching Cheng Tinjing as she entered with some medical items. Brother Lu, Commander Lin has been injured. Liao Guanghua's tone was grave. Observing the tense expressions of the soldiers outside, clearly aware that someone of utmost importance was inside the operating room. Throughout this journey, he had heard countless legends of the Huben regiment. He had seen the portraits Su Jingxiang provided. However, the sudden revelation of performing amputations without anesthetic filled him with admiration. Commander Lin was a rarity in this world, surpassing even the ancient martial saints. And the leader had remained modest. As Lu Jinxing listened to the heart-wrenching curses echoing from within, he quietly took out a portrait, his eyes filled with reverence. This Commander Lin fulfilled every fantasy he had of a hero. Loyalty and righteousness, vengeance for grievances, to turn the tide of disaster, to support a collapsing edifice. Even in the face of disability, the will remains unyielding. The desire to strike at the enemy's homeland ignited within Lu Jinxing an irresistible urge to stay. Chapter 193. Lin Tiandust in the Black Cloud Stronghold. Lu Jinxing bore 2 boxes upon his shoulders, transporting them towards the warehouse on the back mountain. Compared to the ancient martial saint, Commander Lin, Lu Jinxing instinctively quickened his pace. Having previously accompanied Su Jingxiang in seizing territory, he was acutely aware of the pain that accompanied a bullet wound to the shoulder. As soon as Lu Jinxing set down the supplies from his shoulder, he heard the faint sound of footsteps, stirring his senses. Commander, we have arranged for the dispatch of coded telegrams. Ting Ying, concerned for the commander's well-being, remarked. I have heard that the commander is in poor health, having fought without rest. Spring Shou's concerns differed, but as soon as she finished speaking, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the side. Sheng Tinjing also noticed Lu Jinxing, offering a slight smile and a greeting. Mr. Lu, thank you very much. Sheng Tinjing held a list, diligently recording details, as the increasing combat responsibilities of Wang Jiantang naturally shifted logistical duties onto her shoulders. It was merely a small effort. Lu Jinxing replied with a smile, his eyes glinting with curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, he could not suppress his desire to inquire about everything related to Commander Lin. And thus he boldly asked, Miss Qing, regarding the coded telegram from the battle in Ping'an County, could you share its contents with me? His eagerness was unabashed. Sheng Tinjing, meeting Lu Jinxing's inquisitive gaze, responded, there is nothing to conceal. It is, after all, a coded telegram. Essentially, it states the complete annihilation of the defending forces in Ping'an County, the 4th Brigade, mechanized units. Oh, and the commander also mentioned that as long as he draws breath, he will bear the responsibility to eliminate the enemy, and as long as the enemy persists, he shall fight to the bitter end. Sheng Tinjing had evidently comprehended the telegram's details thoroughly, yet after relaying the information, she cast a glance around. Mr. Lu, I still have some statistics to finalize. I shall attend to that now. She politely bid farewell. Lu Jinxing nodded, his gaze unconsciously following Sheng Tinjing's departing figure. At that moment, his mind was consumed with the heart-wrenching curses he had heard outside the operating room in the Black Cloud stronghold, and along with those sounds, he envisioned Commander Lin. Leaning upon his injured body, his spine held straight. Though his right leg was lost, he still stood resolute at the position, embodying tenacity and unwavering spirit. Lu Jinxing's complexion flushed. At that moment, he truly felt that the portrayal of his leader was strikingly accurate. His most vivid sensation was that of a stalwart, indomitable figure standing before him, an imposing physique and wise gaze that inspired awe, causing Lu Jinxing to straighten his back instinctively. Back in Pudong, the reports of Taiko County being occupied by the enemy were fresh in his memory. He had witnessed the path from Pudong to Jinshi Bay, traversing major cities and humble villages, wherever the enemies might extended or in their strongholds. It was all a narrative of Taiko County's victories without a fight. They even published the final coded telegram from Commander Lin in newspapers, accompanied by scornful remarks that dripped with derision. Lu Jinxing observed a great deal along his journey. Although it did not affect him directly, he could not escape the cacophony of curses hurled by the local landlords. Now, upon hearing of yet another coded telegram, a profound tremor coursed through his heart. If the reports he had received were accurate, the number of enemy soldiers eradicated was likely beyond imagination. The garrison at Ping'an County was said to have over 2,000 troops, while the 4th Brigade boasted around 6,000, complemented by mechanized forces exceeding 3,000. Adding the figures from Taigu County, the total likely surpassed 10,000 enemy combatants. Lu Jinxing swallowed hard, brushing past the Hu Bin Brigade, with the pungent scent of blood vividly etched in his mind. This was no mere brigade, they were akin to gods of death. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice beside him, pulling him back to reality. Brother Lu, it seems Commander Lin has awakened. Many people have gone to see him. Should we not pay a visit? Unconsciously, Lu Jinxing's gaze followed his companion towards the bustling figures at Heiyuanzhai. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately shook his head. Let the commander and the others rest well. We shan't intrude. We are preparing to return to Pudong, having just survived a calamity. It was a stroke of luck that they were still alive, and there was no need to disturb Commander Lin. He needed to recuperate well to continue the fight against the enemy, while they themselves needed to hasten back to prepare for the next phase of supplies. Given the intensity of combat faced by the Hu Bin Brigade, the medical supplies recently delivered would likely not last long. As Lu Jinxing and his companions departed, he exchanged brief pleasantries with a nearby woman. Just as they were about to step out of the village, a youthful voice called out, prompting him to halt and turn. A young figure approached briskly, accompanied by several others. Young brother, is there something you need? Lu Jinxing inquired politely, scrutinizing the young man. Thank you for your assistance. Please extend my regards to Su Lan and Mr. Su. It is not easy to encounter the enemy on your return journey, Lin Tiandust replied, handing Lu Jinxing a map. His words laced with gratitude. Lin Tiandust had meticulously reviewed the recent supplies. Su Lan's letter contained a detailed inventory. Just back from a mission, he had numerous matters to attend to, leaving him little time to manage everything. This map provided comprehensive details of certain regions in the northwestern part of Jin, marked with various enemy strongholds and safe routes. You are being overly courteous, young brother. We merely did what was within our capacity. You are the ones on the front lines. To be honest, you are quite fortunate. Engage the enemy diligently and learn as much as you can. The future belongs to you, Lu Jinxing said, his robust physique towering over Lin Tiandust, creating a striking visual contrast despite their similar heights. As he spoke, he gently patted Lin Tiandust on the shoulder, offering encouragement. Lu Jinxing was aware that the captain was currently resting in bed, making it inconvenient for him to send them off. However, the sentiment was what truly mattered. In comparison to their efforts on the front lines, he felt that he had only rendered assistance within his limited capacity. The landscape remains unchanged, and the waters continue to flow, we shall meet again. Lu Zhenxing carefully stored the map, clasped his fists in a gesture of respect towards Lin Tiandust, and then resolutely turned to leave. Heading towards the outskirts of the Black Cloud stronghold. Behind him, figures clasped their fists in similar fashion, not lingering but instead proceeding into the distance. They came swiftly and departed just as hastily. Lin Tiandust, somewhat incredulous, pointed at his own nose, and then turned to Wang Jiantang beside him. Did he just tell me to work diligently? What does he mean by learning more and observing more? Lin Tiandust prided himself on his comprehension skills. Yet the words felt oddly disconcerting. Wang Jiantang and Li Weiguo exchanged glances, pondering the implications. Perhaps it was meant as encouragement? Li Weiguo ventured uncertainly. Captain, do you think it might be akin to Zhuge Liang, trying to draw your attention and prompting you to make 3 visits to the cottage? Wang Jiantang, evidently well-versed in the romance of the 3 kingdoms, effortlessly quoted its allusions, yet as he spoke, his words faltered. Lin Tiandust gazed, bewildered, at the swiftly retreating figure, feeling that this was not reminiscent of Zhuge Liang's 3 visits. If that were the case, why did he depart so quickly, without even a backward glance? He seemed preoccupied, not even glancing at the map he had just provided, but rather fixated on something else, perhaps a portrait. He must be in a hurry to meet his beloved. Lin Tiandust surmised, watching as a throng of figures vanished at the end of the road before gradually withdrawing his gaze. Chapter 194. Those who stoke the flames for the people must not be frozen in the wind and frost. Pingan County. The smoke of battle has dissipated, leaving behind the scars of war. Bloodstains still mar certain streets, and wooden structures at the corners bear the marks of gunfire. Within the temporary command center of Pingan County, some soldiers are hastily organizing documents. Although the battle in Pingan County concluded 2 days prior, the surrounding area remains engulfed in the process of cleaning the battlefield and monitoring the enemy's movements. Once the area is secured, the 771st Regiment will be stationed in Pingan County, while the other units will return to their original posts in an orderly fashion. It is imperative to remain vigilant regarding reconnaissance along all routes leading to Pingan County and to seek an opportunity to inquire about Commander Lin's plans for the region. This skirmish has inflicted significant damage on the enemy. However, it has also heightened their vigilance. They have begun to employ greater mobility, no longer advancing blindly, but rather executing a strategic division of forces, utilizing railways to maneuver across the battlefield, thereby creating a formidable chasm between us and other strongholds. All units must exercise caution to avoid encirclement by the enemy. Have you duly noted my instructions? In the command center, a man clad in a military coat issued orders with precision, relaying them to Song Yi. The latter swiftly took notes, nodding emphatically as the commanding officer concluded his remarks. At that moment, a radio operator, previously engrossed in communication, suddenly brightened with excitement, swiftly removing his headphones and glancing at the commander and Song Yi. Commander, we have received a new coded telegram. Commander Lin has sent a message to the nation. The man in the military coat, who had been folding a map, immediately set it aside and took the telegram. The translated lines captured his attention. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he handed the telegram to Song Yi. As long as we draw breath, we shall annihilate the enemy. As long as we do not retreat, we shall fight to the death. This is the spirit that a soldier should embody, the words of one who defends the homeland. The man in the military coat spoke with fervor, pacing within the command center. Song Yi, proceed. Relay the coded message nationwide. Yes, sir. Furthermore, the news of the ZHNHN battle must also be disseminated across the nation. Report that the Hu Ben Regiment, with 600 men, successfully held off the enemy's 4th Brigade for 4 hours, annihilating them entirely. This victory stands as the most significant achievement in the entirety of northwest Shaanxi. He paused briefly before continuing. Additionally, gather and send the photographs taken from both the Pingan County battlefield and the ZHNHN battle to the various underground newspapers. As the man in the coat spoke with increasing enthusiasm and conviction, he struck the table where the maps lay. The enemy boasts of occupying an empty city. It is time to cleanse that disgrace. Select the finest images of the destroyed trucks, tanks, and artillery, ensuring they are the clearest photographs possible for dispatch. In summary, let the nation be aware of our conquest of Pingan County. The commander of the spring offensive, Ashur Xiongtian, has met with defeat. The 6 direct subordinate units have suffered total annihilation. Remember, there is no need to vie for credit with Lin Tiandust. Every statement carries a tone of gravity. The Tiger Ben Corps played a pivotal role in this battle. Lin Tiandust entered the fray, drawing the enemy into action and initiating this conflict. The swift capture of Pingan County by the Tiger Ben Corps compelled the mechanized units and the 4th Brigade to retreat in haste. The defense at Jinhuan Pass and the return of the Tiger Ben Corps to Pingan County led to the obliteration of Ashur Xiongtian's proud mechanized forces and the 4th Brigade. Since Lin Tiandust has taken on this battle, shouldering the burden of scorn, his crucial role in every segment of this conflict is acknowledged. Yet he remains uninterested in claiming credit, focusing instead on the facts. A true bearer of the flame for the people must not succumb to the harshness of the elements. Indeed, Song Yi grasped the underlying message and was preparing to leave for the telegraph office when the voice of a man in a military coat resonated once more. There is one more matter. Since Commander Lin has sent a telegram, he should have returned to Heiyun village to select the best half of the vital supplies captured from Ping'an County, Jinhuan Pass, and various battlefields and send them to Heiyun village. You shall personally oversee this matter. This half. Song Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. As it pertained to his own interests, at that moment, he truly hesitated. If he received fewer supplies, perhaps he could better equip a battalion. However, before he could finish his thought, he was decisively interrupted. They had sustained their operations through warfare, apart from the initial instance. They had not received any allocations from the mountain city. Should they fail to secure adequate supplies this time, they would have to pay with lives in the next battle, which was unacceptable. In this conflict, their 3rd battalion had been severely diminished and urgently required recuperation, having fought against the enemy forces. They had consistently stood in positions more perilous than ours. The man in the coat had witnessed firsthand the brutality at Jinhuan Pass, the severity of which exceeded his expectations. 600 soldiers had held off nearly 10 times their number of adversaries for 4 grueling hours. A display of fighting spirit that left him in silence as he gazed at the countless enemy corpses strewn across the hills. Yes, I shall go myself. Song Yi nodded emphatically, his steps resolute as he moved toward the exit. This battle may be concluded, yet layers of trials lay ahead. The man in the coat surveyed the ravaged Ping'an County with a deep sigh. Presently, the northwest of Jin is akin to a chessboard divided by railways, with armed trains continuously patrolling. Ping'an County is merely one region among many. If the blockade strategy of the enemy is not resolved, they will be unable to connect with other areas, resulting in a fragmented resistance against their common foe. Old Yan, having studied abroad in the land of the enemy, had lived peacefully, pursuing his own life. Yet in the territory of Genie, if Old Yin does not engage, they will be unable to achieve their ultimate goal of a major counteroffensive. He remains an entirely unstable element. Faced with this situation, he found himself quite troubled, merely hoping that this campaign would awaken Old Yin. In the warehouses of Ping'an County, the Independent Regiment, New 1 and New 2 regiments, along with soldiers from several militia battalions, were gathered. They were engaged in fervent debate, yet the loudest voice among them belonged to Li Yunlong, who stood before the crowd. Cease your clamor, you two. This county was captured by my independent regiment alongside the militia. Therefore, it is only fitting that we take the spoils first. Li Yunlong gazed at the impressive array of armaments before him, his eyes nearly bloodshot with fervor. The sight of heavy machine guns, submachine guns, grenades, mortars, and even the 92 type artillery left him dazzled. Enough of your nonsense. What connection does the fall of Ping'an County have with you, Li Yunlong? If it weren't for the defensive efforts of our New 1 and New 2 regiments, would you have so easily captured the county? Moreover, Ding Wei and I have tirelessly traversed between the small temple 15 miles away and this place, all while defending the city. We have truly earned our share. Kong Jie showed no sign of retreat, standing resolutely alongside Ding Wei to block Li Yunlong's path. After all, if this reckless fellow was not restrained, they might soon find themselves leaving with the equipment. Indeed, how many shots did your independent regiment fire to capture Ping'an County? I heard it was Commander Lin who blasted open the city gates for your entry. We sustained significant ammunition losses while engaging the mechanized forces of the enemy at the 15-mile temple. Your audacity, Li Yunlong, is truly astounding, like Zhu Beiji shaving his beard. All that remains is your skin. After Ding Wei's remark, Kong Jie nodded in agreement, adding his voice. The two had already concocted a plan to claim the resources, intending to split them evenly. They were well aware of Li Yunlong's temperament. Hey, I never imagined you two would be so brazen. Li Yunlong halted mid-stride. But at that moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Following his gaze, Li Yunlong turned to a particular direction. Meanwhile, Kong Jie, who had been smoking, promptly extinguished his cigarette and secured it at his waist. As the three debated, the leader of the 772nd Regiment, Cheng Xiezi, who had yet to interject, straightened his posture. What is the meaning of this ruckus? Song Yi's voice resonated with authority as he scrutinized the gathering at the warehouse entrance. The crowd fell silent, bowing their heads in acceptance of the reprimand. Half of the weapons here must be selected. Do not choose any defective ones. Kong Jie and Ding Wei, when you return to Dashaman village, ensure the selected weapons are delivered to Haiyan's High. Upon hearing these orders, Li Yunlong was the first to react, lifting his previously lowered head and swallowing hard as he surveyed the weapons around him. Half? Li Yunlong hesitated momentarily. Did you not hear me clearly? Song Yi admonished sternly. Yes. The response was immediate, not only from Li Yunlong but also from Kong Jie and Ding Wei, who straightened their backs in affirmation. After conveying his orders, Song Yi cast a lingering, cautionary glance at Li Yunlong and the others before promptly departing without lingering further. The audacity of Lin Lianzhong. absent yet still attempting to seize our provisions. Li Yunlong exhaled a deep breath, his gaze tinged with a sense of nostalgia. It appears that the Jinhuan Pass has indeed inflicted a grievous injury upon him, leaving him devoid of any share. With that, he promptly stepped forward, meticulously selecting artillery shells and salvaging several pieces of equipment that remained relatively intact. Zhang Dapio, choose some quality items for that scoundrel Lin Lianzhang. Li Yunlong beckoned, his voice carrying a weight of authority. Understood, Zhang Dapio replied with alacrity. Meanwhile, Kong Jie and Ding Wei exchanged knowing glances. And they too commenced their tasks. Xie Yulin, instruct the soldiers to come in and select additional artillery shells. And ensure that the remaining 92 cannons are all marked for Commander Lin, Kong Jie asserted, his tone resolute as he called to Xie Yulin. Upon hearing these directives, the soldiers engaged in the selection process began to act with renewed purpose. However, as the equipment selection progressed and half of it was gathered, the atmosphere among the commanders shifted once more. With Lin Tianshun's share now divided, it was their turn to partake. Enough of this idle gazing. Take what you deserve based on your strength. Li Yunlong could no longer contain himself, his voice booming as he rolled up his sleeves, ready for confrontation. Yet, just as his words hung in the air, a voice resonated from outside the warehouse. I congratulate you all on your newfound fortune. At the utterance of this voice, the atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. Chapter 195. As long as I draw breath, I shall bear the responsibility of vanquishing the enemy. Until the enemy departs, I shall fight to the death. In a lavishly adorned parlor, a striking oil painting graced the center of the wall. Su Jingxiang gazed intently at this imposing artwork, his eyes reflecting profound wisdom. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, heralding the arrival of someone before they even appeared. Brother, the latest coded telegram from Northwest Shaanxi has arrived. Upon hearing the words Northwest Shaanxi, Su Jingxiang instantly turned, seizing the telegram from Gui Yunming's hands before he could utter another word. Brother, just as Commander Lin mentioned, there is a reason they do not defend Taiko County. Gui Yunming's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement, having read the telegram multiple times. With each reading, his fervor intensified. Su Jingxiang said little, his focus fixed on the telegram. The complete annihilation of the Pingyang County garrison, the total destruction of the 4th Brigade and mechanized units. To all compatriots, as long as I draw breath, I shall bear the responsibility of vanquishing the enemy. Until the enemy departs, I shall fight to the death. In just a few lines, Su Jingxiang paced back and forth, reading and rereading the words, feeling invigorated with each recitation. Excellent. Su Jingxiang tightly gripped the telegram, his eyes alight with excitement, mirroring Gui Yunming's own barely contained enthusiasm. Monkey, have any photographs been transmitted? Brother, the telegram was just received. There are no photographs yet, Gui Yunming explained patiently. Aware that the telegram was fresh and images would not circulate so swiftly, Su Jingxiang stood beside a large map, scrutinizing several locations within Pingyang County. Surrounding the enemy to aid ourselves? No, that is not it. Drawing the tiger away from its mountain? No, that is incorrect. Concealing the truth to cross the sea? No. Taking advantage of chaos? No. Luring the enemy into a trap? Cutting off their resources? Why is my mind so dull? Why didn't I study more diligently? Commander Lin possesses such tactical brilliance. Su Jingxiang lamented, slapping his forehead in frustration. When the time comes to use knowledge, one regrets not having learned more. Overwhelmed by what he had heard, he found himself at a loss for words, lamenting his lack of education in his youth. Monkey. Yes? In a few days, photographs from Pingyang County should reach Miss Ye. Once the newspapers are published, have the underground press print additional copies. I wish to honor the commander, sparing those who merely engage in idle gossip a glimpse of their own superficiality. These fickle individuals cannot possibly grasp Commander Lin's grand strategy. Su Jingxiang spoke with unwavering determination, pausing momentarily before continuing, and when the photographs arrive, ensure that a few extra are sent to me. Understood, Gui Yuming replied, nodding earnestly. Wait, there is one more matter. Su Jingxiang's gaze fell upon the portrait displayed in the parlor, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. I believe that the leader's wise gaze is insufficient. A man capable of commanding the enemy's every move should possess not only wisdom, but also a mind that transcends the ordinary. At the very least, he ought to don a cloak, embodying the fierce spirit of the battlefield. Moreover, I require a reminder when I utter harsh words, for I must immerse myself in literature. Learning from the leader's demeanor, a strategist of his caliber would never resort to vulgarity. Su Jingxiang stood resolutely before the grand portrait, adjusting his Zhongshan suit. The imposing image towering above him, he resembled a loyal subordinate being inspected, standing tall with one hand clasped behind him and the other resting in front. His gaze profound and distant. Beside him, Gui Yuming remained silent, struggling to adapt to the sight of his superior. My friend, do you remember the words I imparted to you? Su Jingxiang gently turned, his tone amiable and refined. Understood, brother, Gui Yuming replied softly from the side. In the future, let us amend how we address one another. Refrain from calling me brother, and refer to me as Mr. Su. After standing for a moment, Su Jingxiang gradually seated himself, intending to cross his legs, but ultimately leaned back against the sofa. Gesturing towards the portrait as he instructed, quickly summoned the painter. In Wuyan County, Heian Village. It is more fitting to describe this place as an ancient town, adorned with traditional architecture and courtyards. Here, there are over 30 courtyards, totaling more than 800 rooms. It is said that the Yin family's official residence was initiated in the early 1920s, completed after 14 years at a cost of 140,000 taels of silver. Within a room rich with antiquity, a man dressed in military attire, not particularly tall, yet sporting a distinctive mustache, intently examined a map hanging in the corner. "What is the situation in Wuchang?" he inquired with a grave tone. "Both the teams from Liu's and Zhaodong have retreated. They intend to utilize these regions to encircle the enemy once more. The third combined army has gathered," Zhao Songzhan, standing beside the mustached man, replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, the mustached man's expression turned serious as he focused his gaze on the northwestern Shanxi area. He paced a few steps, observing the gradually tightening encirclement before asking again, "Have we received any news regarding them?" "None, but there is one matter speak." The Hubei Brigade issued another coded telegram, and the 8th Route Army also sent one. Zhao Songzhan handed over the telegram he held. The mustached man, intrigued, accepted it. "As long as the enemy remains, we shall fight to the last breath. The Hubei Brigade in this mountain city exhibits remarkable bravery, stirring the waters of my territory." As he spoke, he slowly seated himself, scrutinizing the telegram in his hand, which held not just one but several detailed messages. Observing these communications, his brow furrowed in concern as he lifted his gaze to the distribution map, his eyes fixating on the enemy's encirclement. The entirety of northwest Jin, and indeed a significant portion of the nation, has been entirely consumed by the invaders. Moreover, following the conclusion of the battle in Ping'an County, the enemy will promptly alter their strategy, leveraging their control over the railways to execute rapid troop movements, encircling each strategic point one by one. This will evolve into large-scale military operations rather than mere skirmishes. Yet, gazing at this map, one remains silent, lost in thought for an extended period. Chapter 196, Commander Li. You may have misunderstood. On a cloudy day, with a gentle breeze and the warmth of approaching spring, the various factions gradually returned to their respective bases in Ping'an County. The mobilized troops had diminished significantly. Although Ping'an County had been captured, it did not signify that other regions had been relinquished. This mobilization had redirected the entirety of the surrounding area. Now that the fighting had concluded, apart from the 771st Regiment stationed here, the assembled personnel from other regiments and the militia were also preparing to depart. Beneath the crumbling city gate of Ping'an County, Ma Kanghui had gathered over 300 soldiers, ready to leave. Just as he was about to set off, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. "Captain Ma, where are you headed?" The voice arrived before the figure did, and Ma Kanghui turned to see Fong Ming hastening towards him, accompanied by a contingent of about 200 men. Fong Ming scrutinized Ma Kanghui, sensing an inexplicable shift in his demeanor. The man who had once been boisterous and impulsive now exuded a newfound composure. Whether in his tone or his manner of action, Ma Kanghui seemed transformed. Fong Ming pondered what could have transpired over the past 2 months that rendered him so unfamiliar. "We have unanimously decided to join the Hubei Brigade at Haiyan's, Ma Kanghui declared candidly. "Captain Ma," Fong Ming began. "While it is undeniable that the Hubei Brigade excels in combat against the enemy, boasting superior equipment and high military standards, with a formidable commander." As he spoke, Fong Ming found himself at a loss for words, his thoughts growing increasingly convoluted. The desire to invite Ma Kanghui to join the independent regiment began to slip away. Upon hearing this, Ma Kanghui smiled and shook his head, stating firmly, "Our entire battalion owes our lives to Commander Lin. During the ambush at Erdehizi, had it not been for his intervention, you would not have seen us again. It was because he saved us that the entire Hubei Brigade marched 30 kilometers in haste, perhaps preventing Commander Lin from losing an entire battalion in the fierce battle at Jinhuan Pass." His voice was resolute, and many nearby soldiers, upon hearing his words, displayed unwavering determination. Though he might be illiterate and lacking in profound wisdom, the principle of gratitude was not lost on him. After the war, Ma Kanghui had heard many accounts and reflected on how his own reckless behavior and refusal to heed advice could have jeopardized the Hubei Brigade's grand strategy, leading to the loss of over half of the 3rd Battalion at Jinhuan Pass. Each night, he felt haunted by the souls of the fallen there. The decision to join the Hubei Brigade was his suggestion, but it was not solely his choice. It was a collective agreement among all. As one soldier put it, they felt compelled to join the 3rd Battalion to atone for their past transgressions. Yet, as he gazed at Fong Ming, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Ma Kanghui's eyes. "Why not join us? It would be splendid to have a companion. We 2 brigades have fought together against the enemy before. We can continue our struggle with the Tiger Bravery Regiment." Ma Kanghui naturally wished to bolster the strength of the Tiger Bravery Regiment, and thus extended an invitation. However, The moment the invitation was uttered, Fang Ming found himself momentarily taken aback. Ma Kanghui's words ignited a cascade of thoughts within him. The solitary advance of the Tiger Bravery Regiment, the rapid march towards Taiguo, the assault on Ping'an County, the annihilation of mechanized forces, and the fierce battle at Jinhuan Pass. Unconsciously, Fang Ming turned to gaze at the soldiers behind him, their eyes reflecting a fervent desire. This stirred a silence within him for several seconds, during which his initial complexity of emotions gradually transformed into a resolute determination. Very well. Fang Ming nodded, promptly turning to issue instructions. Stay within the ranks. As soon as the words left his lips, the majority of the group understood instantly, beginning to seamlessly integrate into Ma Kanghui's contingent. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind, causing Fang Ming's gaze to flicker slightly. Commander. This is the Captain Fang I mentioned, along with Captain Ma. Captain Fang has decided to join our independent regiment. Zhang Hai's voice rang out, prompting a shared glance between Fang Ming and Ma Kanghui. A slight smile crept onto Li Yunlong's face. The amalgamation of these two militia brigades had formed a troop of over 500 men. It brought him a sense of comfort, knowing that with his leadership, the unit had been preemptively reorganized. This readiness spoke volumes about their combat capability. Moreover, the soldiers' eyes sparkled with excitement, evidently familiar with the independent regiment's exploits and Li Yunlong's esteemed reputation. Li Yunlong felt immense satisfaction at the sight of nearly 600 soldiers before him. This prompted him to quicken his pace, striding swiftly to the two men, grasping their hands with a broad smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. Welcome to the independent regiment. I, oldly, may lack in many areas, but I treat my own as brothers. When you join us, we shall share meat and bones alike. Li Yunlong beamed at the two militia leaders, who arrived equipped and ready. This expansion was a substantial boon for the independent regiment. Recruiting 500 new soldiers could take ages, along with the need for equipment and training, but now they had achieved it in a single stroke. Ma Kanghui, without any preamble, spoke directly. Commander Li, you may have misunderstood. We are planning to head to Haiyan's High. Li Yunlong's smile instantly faltered, a sense of emptiness washing over him as he tightened his grip on Fang Ming's hand. Captain Fang, welcome, welcome. Li Yunlong's tone was sincere, though his eyes blinked incessantly. Commander Li, Captain Ma has saved my life. I may not grasp the grand philosophies, but I understand the importance of gratitude. If he joins the Tiger Bravery Regiment, I must accompany him. Fang Ming abruptly withdrew his hand, feeling guilty and unable to meet Li Yunlong's gaze, retreating step by step. Commander Li, the journey is long. We must take our leave now. Until we meet again. Ma Kanghui clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and turned to depart. Similarly, Fang Ming moved even faster than Ma Kanghui, fearing that Li Yunlong might cause some trouble. He had heard of Li Yunlong's reputation as a formidable commander, yet his temper was notoriously volatile. Shall we discuss this further? Li Yunlong's words went unanswered. As he observed the retreating figures, his face grew flushed with frustration. That damned company commander Lin. This represents a source of 500 soldiers. Li Yunlong muttered, only to be taken aback by Zhang Hai's expression. You want to follow as well? I do not wish to. In life, I am the commander's man. In death, I am but a ghost of the commander. Li Yunlong disregarded Zhang Hai, his mood heavy with irritation as he turned to leave. That scoundrel has already taken so many of my men. It's all in vain. I selected numerous fine options for him, yet he still insists on poaching my personnel. Li Yunlong lamented, a profound sense of helplessness etched upon his face. Chapter 197, The Sound of Wind Chimes, the soul returns home in the Black Cloud Stronghold. On the back mountain stands a forest of stone tablets, each one erect and solemn. Before these stones lies a series of terraced fields, while the tablets lean against the great mountain behind them. Each stone is etched with names, and scattered yellow papers lie before them, with wind chimes dangling from nearby branches. As the wind stirs, the chimes ring out, their clear notes resonating across the mountain, drifting into the distance. This Black Cloud Stronghold is our shared home. Lin Tiandust gazes silently at the inscriptions before him. The phrase fallen leaves return to their roots resonates deeply. The desire to return all sacrificed warriors to their homes has long been his heartfelt wish, yet the chaos of the current war looms large. He silently observes the stone tablets, as memories conjured by the names flicker through his mind. This battle has indeed enriched his visual map with invaluable experience. Yet the progress it marks, barely surpassing 40%, fails to bring him joy. The sight of the stone tablets weighs heavily on Lin Tiandust's heart. The losses in the 3rd Battalion are staggering, and the cavalry unit has suffered significant setbacks, although the casualties in the 1st and 2nd Battalions are somewhat less severe. The overall toll is unprecedented. To Lin Tiandust, this experience is but a grim tally, bought at the cost of lives of the brave soldiers who once stood alongside him. Thus, he often chooses to reflect on his experiences here, a continual reminder not to forget that each command he gave had real consequences, and that the fallen were never mere stepping stones to his accolades. but vibrant lives extinguished too soon. Our promise shall be fulfilled. Lin Tiandust murmurs softly, adjusting his attire, raising his hand in a solemn salute, his demeanor grave and respectful. The sound of wind chimes is crisp and clear. The laborers in the fields, at this moment, find their gazes drawn instinctively towards the grove of stone tablets. Spring Xiao, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, looks up to see the figure standing among the tablets. The commander has already been there for half an hour. She raises her hoe, swinging it down with determination. The losses in the 3rd Battalion are profound. Cheng Tinjing, holding freshly mixed fertilizer, also glances toward the stone tablets, her expression somber. The sunlight is blinding, casting shadows that make the figure appear almost ethereal, forcing her to squint and shield her eyes to see clearly. The silhouette before the tablets has stood alone for quite some time. Suddenly, a more urgent chime rings out, as if in response. Observing Lin Tiandust, who has remained still for so long, the people in the fields watch as he slowly turns and departs. At the foot of the back mountain, Li Weigua approaches the commander, who has just descended from the grove of tablets. Commander, I wish to take advantage of this lull to return to Li Village, he says gravely, clutching a few nameplates. Most of those who followed him from Li Village have families waiting for them, and along the journey, there have been casualties. In the face of war, where blades are blind, even he cannot predict when he might fall. Although death brings immense sorrow, the names inscribed in the lineage of the Li family must be recorded. Zaya Shanzi, please visit Li family village on my behalf, Lin Tiandust stated thoughtfully. Despite the recent conclusion of the Great Battle, one cannot dismiss the possibility of the enemy's erratic actions. Should he be absent from Heiyun village and the enemy deploy a unit deep into our territory, the consequences could be dire. This consideration is not without merit, rather. It is the result of Lin Tiandust's careful deliberation. After all, the enemy had experienced an unbroken string of victories, and following this setback, they are likely to retaliate on a grand scale. Understood, Li Weigua nodded. The movements of the enemy remain uncertain, and as the military commander, he must remain within the ranks. Just then, Wang Jiantang approached briskly. Commander, old Ding has awakened, and his fever has been brought under control. Wang Jiantang's announcement instantly brightened Lin Tiandust's expression. He patted Li Weigua on the shoulder and hurried towards the makeshift hospital. Heiyun village is not particularly large, and as Lin Tiandust jogged, he soon arrived outside the temporary hospital. Though the man was not yet visible, his booming voice resonated within. You bunch of rascals. Do you have any idea that when I wielded that heavy machine gun, a single bullet pierced through 50 of the enemy? The power of the enemy's Type 92 heavy machine gun is formidable, mowing down foes in swathes. Furthermore, while your Captain Gao had his hand blown off at the outset, upon my arrival after the assault, I realized that our 3rd Battalion embodies the very essence of unwavering resolve. The command of our leader is to be followed to the letter, no matter the cost. At Ding Jiagua's bedside, several soldiers who had remained at Heiyun village during the battle gathered around, their spirits alight with admiration and longing. On the periphery, some wrapped in bandages or reclining against other hospital beds fixed their determined gazes upon Ding Jiagua. Most of them were soldiers from the 3rd Battalion. Listening to Ding Jiagua's words, their eyes sparkled with the thrill of victory, memories of the battlefield, and the anguish of lost comrades, yet there was no trace of regret. Gao Jie glanced at the hurried figures approaching outside and whispered, the commander has arrived. If you do not return to your position within 10 seconds, the next front row spot will be given to those behind you. Ding Jiagua weakly waved his remaining hand. Instantly, the soldiers dispersed swiftly, without hesitation. Commander! Commander! As they scattered, many noticed Lin Tiandust standing at the door, halting momentarily, his expression betraying a hint of guilt. Listen closely, it's all right. Lin Tiandust offered a gentle smile, eliciting a sense of relief among the soldiers. Lin Tiandust stepped inside, observing Ding Jiagua lying on the hospital bed. His complexion still somewhat pale, yet significantly improved compared to a few days prior. You should rest for a while before worrying about your appearance, Lin Tiandust remarked, shaking his head with a sense of helplessness. Commander, you are well acquainted with my circumstances. I, Ding Jiagua, have traversed through life for a considerable duration, and your sudden insistence on my stillness is rather suffocating. As he spoke, Ding Jiagua attempted to gesture his robust health, but abruptly caught himself in an awkward smile. Just remain patient. There are matters concerning Gao Jieqing that require your attention. Indeed, set aside other concerns. Focus on your recovery. Both Wang and I will support you, Li Weigua and Wang Jiantang said, shaking their heads in resignation, signaling Ding Jiagua to refrain from unnecessary movements. Lin Tiandust assessed Ding Jiagua, noting the fleeting glimmer in his eyes, understanding the unspoken implications. After all, losing an arm, akin to Gao Jieqing, would certainly have repercussions. Yet the gravity of a leg injury presents an entirely different challenge. The essence of true combat represents but a fragment within the broader narrative of war. Much of the time is dedicated to maneuvering, strategizing, fortifying positions, and gathering intelligence. A compromised leg significantly hinders one's ability to keep pace with the rhythm of warfare. Hence, Ding Jiagua comprehended the arduous reality of standing at the forefront. Once your injury heals, do not even think of slacking off. You must assume the role of our regiment's chief instructor. Furthermore, we need an experienced commander at the rear, especially as we prepare to commence training new recruits. I was deliberating whom to appoint, and you are perfectly suited for the task, relieving me of my worries, Lin Tiandust remarked with a cheerful tone, laced with a hint of jest. Upon hearing these words, Ding Jiagua's eyes brightened slightly. Commander, this is my duty. I assure you that the new recruits will be fervently trained, securing our rear, he declared with unwavering conviction, nodding emphatically, a smile unconsciously creeping across his face. His fear was never about losing a leg, but rather the potential ineffectiveness that followed such a loss. That is reassuring, Lin Tiandust replied with a grin. Wang Jiantang and Li Wei exchanged glances, feeling a slight relief at Ding Jiagua's demeanor. Old Ding, do take care of our 1st Battalion, they said jovially. And you need not apologize for the past, just ensure the supply of troops for the 2nd Battalion is well managed. Yet, Ding Jiagua's retort was swift and proud. I am from the 3rd Battalion, and should there be capable soldiers, I will prioritize them for my battalion. Do not even entertain the thought otherwise. The conversations emanating from the makeshift hospital elicited knowing smiles from the doctors and nurses present. War is indeed fraught with agony, and it shall persist. However, those who survive must forge ahead. Chapter 198, The Cage Formed by the Railway Heiyun Village. After a 6-day respite, the entire Heiyun village regained its former vitality. In the 3rd Battalion, aside from a few severely injured soldiers, training gradually resumed as it once was, and the other 2 battalions followed suit. However, the numbers in the 3rd Battalion starkly contrasted with those of the other 2. Gao Jieqing stood outside the main gate of Heiyun village. In the sheltered area by the mountains, due to his injured right arm and the loss of sight in one eye, he was unable to engage in strenuous activity. And his body felt quite frail. He could hardly stand for long, and could only supervise the daily training of the 3rd Battalion. Report. All 311 members of the 3rd Battalion are present. Please provide instructions. Li Hongyan stood upright and saluted. Gao Jieqing cast a brief glance over the assembled crowd and spoke sternly. Jog 3 laps. After issuing the command, he moved aside and sat down, feeling somewhat weak. As the order was given, the entire unit began to mobilize in an orderly manner. However, not long after Gao Jieqing seated himself, he caught sight of several figures approaching along the road leading to Heiyun village. At the forefront was Xia Shanzi, followed by hundreds of people, none of whom were armed. Over 500. Militia similar to Wang Fu and his group. With a single glance, Gao Jieqing formed a judgment. Though their formation was disorganized, the movements of these individuals indicated that they had received some training. The 3rd Battalion had suffered losses and needed to be replenished swiftly, otherwise, they might not be included in the next expedition. Gao Jieqing mused internally, glancing toward the rear. Militia, while perhaps lacking in combat effectiveness compared to them, possessed a foundation of training and an awareness of obedience to orders. Those with such a foundation, with just a bit of additional training, could develop formidable combat capabilities. Li Hongyan, continue with the training arrangements. Have a few people assist me in finding the battalion commander, Gao Jieqing commanded before steadily making his way into Heiyun village. Time was of the essence. If they delayed the distribution of these individuals, they might gain nothing. Moreover, facing Wang Jiantang and Li Weiguo, Gao Jieqing felt a twinge of insecurity. After all, scholars were not to be trifled with, and neither was Li Weiguo. Having recently taken command of the 3rd Battalion, he felt particularly apprehensive in front of these 2, as he had witnessed too many intricacies and knew that a single misstep could lead to the collapse of the 2nd Battalion. With the support of a few individuals, Gao Jieqing quickly arrived at the temporary hospital. Ding Jiagua lay on a bed covered with cotton quilts, basking in the sunlight. Battalion commander. Gao Jieqing approached Ding Jiagua hastily, speaking in a rushed tone. You are the battalion commander now. You must conduct yourself as such. You cannot react so dramatically at the slightest issue. It shows a lack of resolve. How can I trust you with the 3rd Battalion? Furthermore, you are still injured. Are you not concerned that your vigorous movements might aggravate your wounds? Speak. What has transpired? Ding Jiagua squinted against the sunlight, observing Gao Jieqing's fervent demeanor with a hint of reproach in his tone. 500 individuals have come to join us. They have already entered the village. Gao Jieqing succinctly conveyed the information. Ding Jiagua's expression momentarily froze, his gaze flickering slightly. Bring me to the Hall of Justice. Ding Jiagua, without uttering a word, immediately summoned the nearby soldiers, while observing Gao Jieqing, who remained frozen in place. What are you still dawdling for? Fetch a stretcher and have the soldiers carry you over as well. Gao Jieqing's expression momentarily faltered, yet he quickly grasped the situation, vigorously nodding in agreement. Carry me to the gathering hall, quickly, he urged with a sense of urgency. Moments later, 6 or 7 figures lifted Ding Jiagua and Gao Jieqing, making their way toward the gathering hall. Inside the gathering hall, following the skirmish at Ping'an County, Lin Tiandust had stationed scouts at a considerable distance. Some of the enemy's strongholds began to mobilize proactively, evidently wary of a counteroffensive. However, the direction of their movement was intriguing. Through the synthesis of various intelligence reports, Lin Tiandust observed the enemy abandoning certain villages as they shifted toward the railway line. Although his information was somewhat fragmented, it allowed him to speculate on the enemy's intentions. This signifies a strategic shift, aiming to utilize the railway for division. Lin Tiandust pondered, his gaze fixed on the map. The capture of Ping'an County indicated that the enemy was not in haste to retaliate, which spoke volumes. The railway would facilitate a broad geographic separation. The swift fire support provided by the railway would prevent cohesion among the regions, forcing the segmented troops to fight independently, unable to form effective alliances. This strategy posed a significantly greater threat than prior ones. It resembled a cage. He could assure that if any unit displayed signs of weakness, it would inevitably be compressed toward the interior regions, initiating a purge based on the railway. The forthcoming challenge would be determining whether the cage held firm or if they had grown sharper. A prompt reorganization was imperative. As Lin Tiandust contemplated the map, two figures hastily entered the gathering hall. "Commander! Commander!" Li Weiguo and Wang Jian'eng exclaimed in unison, with Li Weiguo's voice leading the charge. "Commander! Last time I had no objections to Wang Fu voluntarily joining the Death Battalion, but this time I consulted the malicious sentiments. They are solely intent on joining our Tiger Brigade. I believe it is time for the 2nd Battalion to take the lead." Li Weiguo spoke with urgency. This batch of militia clearly bore the marks of battle experience, and their overall combat effectiveness, as guerrilla fighters in enemy-occupied territory, was not to be underestimated. "You weren't saying the same outside," Wang Jian'eng retorted, somewhat displeased. However, before he could finish, he noticed a commotion outside the hall. His gaze instinctively turned as 6 or 7 individuals entered with 2 stretchers, upon which lay 2 figures. As they stepped into the gathering hall, one of the figures spoke. "Commander, you are aware that our 3rd Battalion has not allowed a single regiment of enemy troops to set foot beyond the Soul Guardian Pass. The number of enemies annihilated by our 3rd Battalion at the pass exceeds 2,000, if not 3,000. I understand that your intention in allowing the 3rd Battalion to rest is for their benefit, yet those young rascals may not share this sentiment. Why should they accept that the 1st and 2nd Battalions feast while they, unlike us, Ding Jiagua and Gao Zheqing, who are missing limbs, are sidelined? I know, Commander. You would never wish to witness the 3rd Battalion languish." Ding Jiagua spoke fervently, his tone brimming with passion. "Alas, lives have been lost." Upon hearing this, Wang Jian'eng looked at Ding Jiagua and Gao Zheqing lying on stretchers, realizing that these 500 militia members were but a fleeting memory. Li Weiguo remained silent. Confronted with the plight of Ding Jiagua and Gao Zheqing, how could he voice anything? If he did, his conscience would weigh heavily upon him. Yet, the thought of these 500 joining the 3rd Battalion, resulting in a numerical advantage over the 2nd Battalion, filled him with a sense of urgency. After all, while 500 may seem a small number, it must be noted that the regiment ranks by combat effectiveness. Following the battle at Jinhuan Pass, who would dare underestimate the 3rd Battalion? Gao Zheqing, cease your pretense. I saw you leading a training session this morning. Rise and accept these 500 men. Lin Tiandust chided with a laugh. Yes, Gao Zheqing responded, immediately breaking into a grin, swiftly rising from the stretcher, standing tall, saluting, and hastily departing the assembly hall. Anxious that the commander might change his mind, Lin Tiandust watched Gao Zheqing's retreating figure before his gaze shifted to Ding Jiagua. "And you? Do you intend to stage a funeral procession for the mission?" "Commander, you know me well. I am most obedient to your commands." Ding Jiagua replied with a satisfied grin. Lin Tiandust shook his head, gesturing as his gaze turned towards Li Weiguo. "You must hurry back. We cannot afford to rest for long." "Understood." Chapter 199. Courageous among the 3 armies. After traversing one yellow earth-high slope after another, a remote mountain village emerged. Nestled among the surrounding peaks, Li Family Village, akin to most villages in northwest Shaanxi, retained the most genuine customs of its inhabitants and had rejuvenated its former vitality. The village head, Li Weiguo, cast his gaze upon the elders standing at the village entrance to greet them, his expression somewhat somber. Approaching home stirred a mix of emotions. Gazing at Li Family Village from afar, Li Weiguo hesitated for a long while before ultimately taking a step towards the ancestral hall. Li Family Village had maintained the practice of vigilance, and as soon as Li Weiguo appeared, the villagers unconsciously gathered at the entrance, faced with a myriad of mixed gazes. Every step felt burdensome to Li Weiguo. "It is good to be back. It is good to be back," murmured the village head, leaning on his cane as he scrutinized Li Weiguo. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the nameplate that Li Weiguo silently offered. Familiar names emerging and causing his murky eyes to tremble. Once, the figures of those who had departed were vividly etched in his memory. Now, their return manifested solely through the nameplate in her hands. At that moment, a woman in her 50s appeared, time having etched deep lines upon her visage. Yet, perhaps the scars of war were even more pronounced than the passage of time. With clouded eyes and hair nearly white, she slowly approached, supported by a young woman in her blooming youth, her gaze fixed intently on the brand-new cloth shoes crafted by her own hands. The eyes that once beheld the world now seemed to dim slightly. Under the weight of her gaze, Li Weiguo dared not meet her eyes. "And Zhang, I am sorry." He spoke, his voice tinged with melancholy. Zhang Yunxiu wobbled closer, acutely aware of every stitch in the shoes she had sewn herself, though worn and tattered. The wear and tear paled in comparison to the weight of her gaze resting silently upon Li Weiguo. "I knew I couldn't stop him when your father was brutally slain before my eyes. I could foresee this day. There is no need for apologies," Zhang Yunxiu murmured, her left hand clutching a pair of cloth shoes, her right mirroring the same, the only difference being their degree of wear. The person who once wore those shoes was no longer present. Observing Li Weiguo's guilt, she refrained from placing blame upon him. In the battlefield, bullets are indiscriminate. Supported by Li Yoxin, she lifted her gaze towards Li Weiguo before lowering it again to her hands. "Is my son brave?" Zhang Yunxiu inquired. Her eyes, clouded and tear-stained, had long since run dry, as if veiled by a layer of white gauze. "Courageous among the 3 armies," Li Weiguo affirmed with unwavering conviction. "That is good." Zhang Yunxiu nodded slightly, her spirit somewhat adrift, as she slowly stepped aside. The sacrifices extended beyond her family alone. All walked silently towards the ancestral hall of Li family village. As names were read aloud, many faces bore the weight of solemnity. Although tears often lingered at the corners of their eyes, no one wept loudly. Some embraced while others stood alone in solitude. The recitation of names rendered the atmosphere within the ancestral hall palpably heavy. At the moment the names were registered, an involuntary sigh of relief swept over everyone. "Chiefly, this is a letter for you from the commander," said the respectful Zai Shanzi, saluting before stepping back to stand beside Li Weiguo. Li Weiguo and his party did not linger, spending less than half a morning in the village. After attending to all matters, they prepared to depart for Heiyunjia. It was not an act of evasion, rather. The current tension of war loomed, with battles potentially erupting at any moment, and he dared not stray far from Heiyunjia for too long. The journey was extensive, and he needed to return promptly. As they were about to leave, Li Weiguo and Li Xianling turned to gaze at the revitalized Li family village. Their eyes filled with resolve. "Let us go. We shall take care of ourselves," Li Chengren said, observing the throng of villagers who paused at the village entrance. Their expressions complex. He waved his hand, urging them to move on. Li Weiguo nodded and turned to depart. At the village entrance, a large group of elders watched the retreating figures of Li Weiguo and his companions, their gazes imbued with myriad emotions. Once Li Chengren could no longer see Li Weiguo, he lowered his head to examine a letter in his hand. "Though I have never met the villagers of Li family village, I am fortunate to join your sons on the battlefield in this time of national peril, where your noble intentions shine. Not having sent you off properly, I feel unworthy to face the elders. All I can do is seek revenge for our homeland." The script of the letter was elegant, and as Li Chengren's murky gaze lifted, he looked towards the figures that had long since vanished from sight. Yang Xianling, within the headquarters command room. The incessant beeping of telegrams filled the air, occasionally interrupted by the ringing of telephones. A man clad in a military coat focused intently on the large map spread across the table. Following the capture of Ping'an County, the enemy strongholds in northwest Jin began to shift dramatically, drawing closer to various railway lines on the expansive map. The encirclement had been fragmented into numerous segments by these enemy outposts, deviating from the previous strategy of a unified front advancing inward. "Chief, the latest intelligence indicates that the enemy is launching large-scale offensives across the nation, deploying substantial forces toward Wuchang. Furthermore, they have dispatched multiple waves of bombers to assault the mountain city and have sent troops to Southeast Asia to control the supply routes," reported Song Yi, succinctly conveying the details of the telegrams. "The enemy has strengthened its hold on Cheong Island and initiated landing operations along the coast, seeking to encircle from both Guangxi and then advance along the Yangtze River from Pudong. The Japanese forces in East China and the 3 northeastern provinces have also commenced sweeping operations across various regions." Song Yi handed over the telegrams, then began marking several points on the map to indicate the newly discovered enemy strongholds. However, with each mark, it became evident that most enemy positions were situated along the railway lines. The man in the military coat, upon hearing this information, furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he cast the telegram onto the ground. "The audacity of these invaders is astonishing. They dare to covet our entire territory. Is this not a mere reenactment of the events in the northeast?" The general discarded the telegram in his hand, placing both hands upon the table. "For the current national situation is far from optimistic, particularly in northwest Shaanxi." Observing the fragmented regions carved out by the enemy, his brow furrowed in concern. Unlike the previous siege, this segmented encirclement signifies a notable shift in their strategic deployment, one that is decidedly more lethal. Should we fail to breach this prison-like confinement, each area would remain isolated and defenseless. By leveraging the mobility of the railways, they are systematically severing our connections between various factions, subsequently concentrating their forces to annihilate our viable strength. The man, clad in a greatcoat, gazed intently at the map, his tone grave. The battle at Ping County has enlightened the enemy in northwest Shaanxi. It is wiser to exploit their advantages than to remain passively overwhelmed. Engaging in large-scale confrontations will render them incapable of breaching these blockades, especially now that the snow has melted and the spring rains have diminished, marking the arrival of the enemy's mechanized forces in their element. The efficiency of railway transport far surpasses our capabilities. Following the fragmentation of the battlefield, their guerrilla advantages will be significantly diminished, yet they must remain vigilant against the enemy's substantial troop movements, which may lead to the systematic extermination of isolated regions. The entire Jingji area has been transformed into numerous prisons, each one a potential stronghold for the enemy. They can mobilize their forces at will via the railways, crushing us one by one. In contrast, should we choose to engage them, we must unify our local forces. However, due to the enemy's blockades, it is exceedingly difficult for us to establish connections. Furthermore, any attempt to sabotage the railways would require confronting the enemy's strongholds, which allows them to swiftly reposition their troops, leaving us with no avenue for retreat. Take, for instance, our current predicament. The enemy has effectively severed Ping County, rendering it an island, inaccessible to other units while we remain stranded. Su Yi spoke, continuously gesturing at the railway lines and the enemy strongholds marked on the map. The current situation, following the enemy's deployment, has ensnared them in a deeper state of passivity. Upon hearing this, the general gradually withdrew his hands, placing them behind his back as he paced back and forth. He recognized that the enemy was beginning to exploit the advantages of the railways, playing for time to obliterate their resistance. From the gradual erosion of our land to the present annihilation of our fighting force, his gaze lingered on the railway lines on the map, his expression growing increasingly cold. The advantage of the railways. Chapter 200. Analysis of Gaojie City. Within the assembly hall of the Black Cloud Stronghold, a map lay before them, marked with thick lines indicating the railway routes, while red dots denoted the train stations. Examine the new arrangements of the enemy on this map and share your insights, Lin Tiandust stated gravely, seated before the gathered individuals. The tranquility of the northwest region of Shaanxi was deceptive, concealing turbulent undercurrents. The enemy's spring offensive had momentarily stalled, yet the new deployments instilled in Lin Tiandust a palpable sense of impending peril. The railway lines resembled a confining prison, isolating various strongholds while evoking the sensation of being lambs awaiting slaughter. Commander, it appears the enemy intends to encircle us one by one. The railways in this area are firmly under their control, and these enemy strongholds are situated along the railway lines, with the farthest being a mere 50 kilometers apart. Moreover, each major train station is heavily guarded by enemy forces, Wang Jiantang remarked, his tone grave as he studied the map. With the commander's markings, he instantly comprehended the strategic intentions of the enemy. The delineation of regions indicated that each was surrounded by the adversary. While some areas seemed to be under the control of their bases, a large-scale mobilization by the enemy could render their hold illusory. When faced with equal enemy forces, the warriors in these bases would stand little chance, given the inadequacy of their weaponry. Commander, our entire area lies within the encirclement, Li Weiguo observed, gazing at the surrounding railway lines and enemy strongholds with a serious demeanor. Should they engage in combat with the enemy, what appeared to be a small force could swiftly escalate into a battle involving tens of thousands within a single hour. Within 2 hours, those numbers could potentially swell even further. The threat posed by the enemy's grid-like encirclement, facilitated by the railway and strongholds, was clear to them. Lin Tiandust was not surprised that Wang Jiantang and Li Weiguo perceived the situation so swiftly. His gaze then shifted to another figure. Following his line of sight, Wang Jiantang and Li Weiguo turned their attention to Gaojie City, prompting them to speak. Xiao Gao, speak your mind freely. There is no need for hesitation. Indeed, take a cue from old Ding. He articulates his thoughts with great flair, they added, their camaraderie evident. In this moment, harmony prevailed between Wang Jiantang and Li Weiguo, especially considering that Gaojie City was the youngest among them, only slightly older than Lin Tiandust. The demeanor towards the relatively slender and youthful captain of the 3rd Battalion was markedly gentler compared to their interactions with Ding Jiagua. Commander, I believe the enemy has shifted their strategic focus from merely occupying land to predominantly annihilating our combat forces. They must be feeling the strain the guerrilla warfare has imposed on their logistics, Gaojie City expressed thoughtfully. Gao Zheqing, holding a long wooden stick, pointed at the map and reiterated, the Battle of Ping County is merely an introduction. The enemy's recent deployments have undergone significant changes. They are now leveraging their advantages to compensate for their shortcomings. However, the Japanese are confined to a small territory, embroiled in conflicts across South Asia, the northern regions, and various islands in the Pacific, and their forces on our soil do not represent their full strength. This strategic arrangement aims to concentrate minimal troops for maximum effect, utilizing their mobility and equipment superiority to sever the encirclements in northwest Shaanxi, directly overwhelming our available forces. This approach not only ensures a strategic victory but also inflicts psychological damage on our soldiers. Consider the Beijing Station. These crucial railway hubs serve as pivotal transfer points within the enemy's encirclement. Further afield, the key location is Niangziguan, while the nearest is Qufengting, which is also an essential transportation hub. To break this impasse, we cannot rely solely on conventional thinking and merely bomb the railways. While bombing is quicker than repairs, it only addresses symptoms, not the root cause. We must destroy and seize these vital railway stations, demonstrating to the enemy our capability to dismantle their critical supply lines. Only then will their strategic deployments falter. However, last time, you led a team to Qufengting, and this time, the enemy's strength is likely considerable, forming a formidable triangle with the other key stations. Nonetheless, these cages are not unbreakable. If our fists are strong enough, capturing the station could liberate a significant area. As Gao Zhecheng spoke, he did not pause, filling the assembly hall with his voice alone. Lin Tiandust and Wang Jianeng listened intently, with Wang diligently noting down key points. Once Gao Zhecheng finished, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Lin Tiandust's gaze lingered on the map, affirming Gao's insights, his eyes reflecting a treasure-like admiration for him. Ensure ample supplies for logistics. We can no longer afford to rest. The entire regiment must prepare for battle, Lin Tiandust declared gravely. Understood. At the moment the command was issued, the three men straightened instinctively, fully aware of the significance of Lin Tiandust's orders. As they exited the assembly hall, Li Weigua could not contain his curiosity and turned to Gao Zhecheng. Hey, Xiao Gao, where did you learn all that? He inquired, intrigued by Gao's insightful analysis. I was in the 16th class of Huangpu, but I couldn't abide certain ideologies, so I left halfway through and have been following Captain Ding ever since, Gao Zhecheng replied, touching his head. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiantang and Li Weigua paused, locking eyes in astonishment, and almost in unison, they asked, what has Ding Jiagua offered you that compels your unwavering loyalty? Li Weigua's expression was somewhat peculiar. Wang Jianeng also cast a curious glance. He is my brother-in-law. Li Weigua momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Are you certain he's your brother-in-law and not your second uncle? Beside him. Wang Jiantang blinked and earnestly scrutinized the figure of Gao Zhecheng before him. Chapter 201. The war approaches again. Tianjin, a few days ago. That group of individuals has already joined us. The number of the 3rd Battalion has, I believe, surpassed that of the 2nd Battalion. Chuanxiu, having retrieved some previously hoarded fabric from the warehouse and laid it upon the ground, spoke with a smile. She had also witnessed the arrival of a group from outside Heiyun stronghold, joining the training of the 3rd Battalion, which brought her a slight sense of relief. After all, during the last return of the 3rd Battalion, she could hardly believe that half of the battalion had perished, the intensity of which was unimaginable. Indeed, it has exceeded that. Cheng Tianjing noted with a stroke on her list, responding softly, more people is certainly better. While engaging in conversation, Chuanxiu did not pause her work for even a moment. Sister Chuanxiu, prepare to assign some individuals to hastily produce military uniforms, Cheng Tianjing instructed. Suddenly, a hurried footstep echoed through the air. Tianjing, Tianjing. A figure rushed in, their gaze sweeping the room. The commander has issued new orders for us to expedite the production of cloth shoes. Upon hearing these words, both Cheng Tianjing and Chuanxiu's expressions instantly stiffened, for they understood the implications of this command. Sister Chuanxiu, move all these items to the fabric storage in the stronghold. I will summon the people from the back mountain, Cheng Tianjing quickly organized. Understood, Chuanxiu nodded with a serious demeanor. In a brief span of time, the entire stronghold became a flurry of activity. Groups of horsemen descended the mountain and returned, dragging along a multitude of supplies, including coarse fabric for shoemaking and ample materials for clothing. These were either bartered with resources or purchased with funds donated by Su Lan from Pudong. At this moment, Sun Dishing's cavalry had effectively transformed into a transportation brigade. Brother Xianling, are you going to war again? Li Yoxin inquired. Having set down a large bundle of coarse fabric from her horse, turning to assist Li Xianling, who was nearby. Quite possibly, Li Xianling replied, hesitating for a moment as he wiped the sweat from his brow. It's how my brother engages the enemy. Li Yoxin effortlessly unloaded a massive pile of fabric from her horse, seemingly casual as she asked, how does he confront the Japanese? His aim is quite accurate, Li Xianling remarked, glancing at her, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, but when we faced the advancing tanks in Pingan County, he wielded a bomb and detonated it. Li Xianling was aware of Li Yoxin's true question, though he had always been reticent about it. Li Yoxin paused, her hands momentarily freezing before she resumed her labor, silently observing the women around her, their expressions filled with urgency as they strove not to waste a single moment. She exerted herself even more fervently. My aim is also quite accurate. Even more so than my brother's, Li Yoxin suddenly declared, seemingly directed at Li Xianling. Yet her voice was barely above a whisper. For a moment, Li Xianling did not catch her words and hastened a few steps closer. What did you just say? Li Xianling queried, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Has my brother come to see this place as home? Li Yoxin listened intently and inquired once more. This is also your home, your new home. You and Aunt Zhang should live well in the village. Li Xianling's expression relaxed slightly. The captain refrained from speaking, fearing that Li Yoxin and Aunt Zhang might be unable to bear the weight of his words. In Black Cloud Village, everyone was diligently occupied. On the back mountain, the large team, led by Ma Qianhui and Fang Ming, had already joined the veterans of the 3rd Battalion for training. Squad leader. The training intensity of the Tiger Bend Regiment is truly formidable. I must say, even with our daily runs in the mountains, it has become quite overwhelming. How do these individuals manage to endure? Fang Ming wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, panting as he spoke. Yet, his gaze fell upon the veterans of the 3rd Battalion, who appeared unperturbed, even sharing laughter, making him question whether they were consuming different sustenance. Despite running the same distance and sharing the same meals, after several days of training, he felt utterly exhausted. Fang Ming, who had been conducting guerrilla warfare in enemy-occupied territory, was well aware that sometimes they had to traverse several days' worth of rugged mountain paths, demonstrating that their physical capabilities were indeed commendable. However, compared to the veterans before him, his efforts seemed trivial. Do not forget the Battle of Pingan County. They did not pause even once throughout the entire ordeal, Ma Qianhui remarked, kicking his legs and taking several deep breaths. To be honest, he too found the training somewhat unbearable, had it not been for the fire within him. He would have succumbed long ago. Joining the 3rd Battalion was, for Ma Qianhui, the best outcome. His dedication to training had even drawn the attention of Gao Zheching. Gasping for breath, Ma Qianhui adjusted his breathing. We must steel ourselves and not forget our objective. We shall tread the path that those fallen warriors could not complete, he declared with a commanding voice. In the ranks, his words elicited a tense response from all the soldiers, their expressions turning serious. The veterans of the 3rd Battalion regarded Ma Qianhui with admiration. At that moment, Gao Zheching, whose complexion had gradually regained some color, appeared on the training ground. All personnel, assemble, shouted Li Hongyan, standing beside Gao Zheching. Instantly, the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, who had been resting, began to rush towards the open ground in the center. 863 members of the 3rd Battalion assembled. After Li Hongyan counted the numbers, he saluted respectfully and stepped aside. We shall now enter a state of readiness, he announced. Upon hearing this, the faces of the veterans lit up with excitement, many of them becoming restless. In Ma Qianhui's eyes, a fierce spirit of combat emerged, accompanied by a profound sense of guilt towards the 3rd Battalion. He had always believed that the rapid march and the urgent return to Pingan County were due to his own shortcomings, leaving the 3rd Battalion to guard the Seoul Guardian Pass against the onslaught of an entire brigade. Yet, it was precisely because of that battle that nearly half had perished at the Seoul Guardian Pass. The previous commander of the 3rd Battalion still lay in a hospital bed. Ma Qianhui relentlessly pushed the company to train harder, yet looking at the soldiers before him, they did not resemble those who had merely survived a grueling battle. Instead, an air of sudden ferocity enveloped them, reflected in the eyes of each warrior. Let Ma Qianhui clearly recognize the stark disparity. They are still far from becoming soldiers of the 3rd Battalion. Company Commander Ma, Company Commander Fang, please come here, Gao Zheching said before taking a seat nearby. Upon hearing this, Ma Qianhui and Fang Ming promptly stepped out of the ranks and approached Gao Zheching. The logistics team is currently working diligently and should distribute the uniforms and nameplates to the 2nd and 3rd companies within the next few days. Ordinarily, you would not be required to participate in this battle. However, the commander has decreed that both veterans and recruits will join forces in this engagement, learning through combat and battling while learning. You two have emerged from guerrilla warfare, and I have faith in your combat skills. Nevertheless, the intensity of the battle will be high. Those soldiers who are unable to keep up with the training will remain in the village to strengthen their skills. Gao Zheching spoke calmly, his words gentle yet unmistakably clear. Commander, none of our company will lag behind. I will certainly enhance their training and uphold the dignity of the 3rd Battalion, Ma Qianhui asserted with unwavering conviction. Fang Ming, after a moment of hesitation, interjected. Some of them are injured. They need to recuperate. Once the real battle begins, the intensity will be no joking matter. The commander most wishes to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Gao Zheching pondered for a moment and then shook his head. Upon hearing this, Fang Ming nodded, understanding the reality based on his knowledge of the regiment's history. The regiment has never engaged in battles of low intensity. After a brief exchange, Ma Qianhui and Fang Ming watched as Gao Zheching departed. War is imminent. Indeed, the two raised their heads to the sky, observing the old trees in the village sprouting new buds, a verdant sight unfolding before them. Chapter 202. He is the true general. As a substantial contingent passed through the village of Dashimen, many warriors had, at that moment, transformed into transport soldiers. Numerous soldiers bore upon their shoulders 7 or 8 long rifles, while an even greater number carried ammunition boxes. Some were hefting heavy machine guns and mortars. And trailing behind the group were several horses pulling a 92-style infantry gun. "Old Ding, something feels amiss," Kong Jie remarked, upon returning from Ping'an County. He had wasted no time in swiftly transporting the equipment from Heiyunzhai. However, due to the nature of the transport, they faced the challenges of overloading, evading enemy outposts, and dodging reconnaissance aircraft, resulting in a considerably circuitous route. Now, Heiyunzhai loomed in the distance. Along the way, he observed numerous unfamiliar figures making their way toward Heiyunzhai, including both the young and many civilians pushing various items. Upon reaching Heiyunzhai, the realization dawned on him. He had anticipated this. Ding Wei pondered thoughtfully, his gaze contemplative. The closer they approached Heiyunzhai, the more palpable the weighty atmosphere became. The enemy's strategic shift was evident, and it was clear to him that this alteration in strategy, moving from aggressive advancement to the intent of annihilating living forces, sought to stabilize the rear. With a basic understanding of the enemy's forthcoming maneuvers, it seemed the small enemy forces were attempting to methodically dismantle their strongholds one by one. Ding Wei's words caused Kong Jie's expression to darken slightly, his brows furrowing. While he conceded that Ding Wei surpassed him in strategic insight, it did not imply he lacked vision. The sight of Heiyunzhai unmistakably indicated a return to a state of wartime preparation. Only a little over a week since their last engagement. Currently, armored trains roamed freely, their artillery enhanced by the enemy, while aircraft patrolled the skies, making movements in enemy territory exceedingly perilous. Kong Jie frowned. The aftermath of the battle in Ping'an County had indeed engendered a greater initiative. Yet, at this juncture, the enemy held too many cards, and with this adjustment, the initiative of the battlefield had unwittingly reverted to their control. Consequently, it would be challenging for them to launch effective offensives, while constantly needing to guard against sudden enemy troop concentrations. Could Lin Tiandust truly venture once more into enemy-occupied territory? The thought crossed Kong Jie's mind, accompanied by a sense of audacity. However, this time, the occupied area was evidently not as easily accessible as before. Without Lin Tiandust, he would not dare to engage in such a conflict. They must swiftly deliver their supplies to Heiyunzhai. Ding Wei spoke with resolute authority, urging the soldiers to hasten toward Heiyunzhai. As they neared the stronghold, the influx of people increased, with many soldiers carrying various goods. They instructed the soldiers to deposit some of the weaponry for transfer. Upon entering the gate of the stronghold, Kong Jie and Ding Wei witnessed a flurry of activity as supplies were being reorganized, with numerous individuals busily engaged in their tasks. Exchanging a knowing glance, Kong Jie and Ding Wei understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, scarcely had they stepped inside when a voice resonated from the side. "Commander Kong and Commander Ding," Lin Tiandust said with a smile, extending his hand. "Commander Lin, many events transpired on the road, causing our late return. These are all items that headquarters instructed us to bring along." Kong Jie gestured towards the ongoing transfer outside the village. Lin Tiandust glanced over, recalling the information he had heard about Kong Jie and Ding Wei delivering supplies. Although he harbored little hope upon witnessing the array of weaponry, with gun oil still visibly fresh on some firearms, and the mountains of ammunition piled high, his perspective shifted. "Thank you," Lin Tiandust expressed with genuine gratitude. "There's no need for thanks," Kong Jie replied with a smile, the corners of his eyes crinkling with warmth. He casually remarked, "Commander Lin, where do you plan to strike next?" Having grown familiar with Lin Tiandust, Kong Jie believed that a straightforward approach was the best way to engage in conversation. He held a firm belief in Lin Tiandust's military prowess and strategic insight, and the current state of Black Cloud Village suggested significant movements were afoot. At this moment, he merely sought confirmation. "We intend to advance into enemy-occupied territory, severing the enemy's reliance on the railway," Lin Tiandust declared without hesitation, articulating his intentions clearly. Kong Jie's expression remained composed, yet he pondered for a moment before responding. "The enemy's reconnaissance is quite frequent, and after our recent engagements, their bomber support has been remarkably swift." His tone was laced with gravity. "Time waits for no one. We cannot afford to delay until the enemy executes their strategic designs." Lin Tiandust mused. Although lacking specific intelligence channels, he could surmise the implications of Kong Jie's observations. The battle at Ping'an County had indeed inflicted considerable pain upon the enemy, who, being shrewd, would certainly capitalize on their aerial advantage. Yet, in the face of this aerial supremacy, Lin Tiandust recognized that his options were limited. The only recourse was to expedite the resolution of combat and utilize the cycles of day and night to mitigate the enemy's aerial strengths as much as possible. He could not simply retreat into Black Cloud Village due to the enemy's aerial advantage. The longer they delayed, the more time the enemy would have to prepare. Ultimately, it would become increasingly difficult to engage them. Rather than allowing the enemy to establish their foothold, it would be wiser to launch an offensive while they were still off balance. The railway, after all, would only be rendered ineffective if the enemy felt genuine pain, dissuading them from their audacious maneuvers of transit and blockade. The enemy's intentions were glaringly apparent. They sought to carve out zones and utilize the railway for rapid support to orchestrate a segmented encirclement. Ding Wei and Kong Jie did not linger long at Black Cloud Village. After conversing with Lin Tiandust and visiting Ding Jiagua, they departed. The soldiers who had transported the supplies awaited them outside the village, and the two commanders proceeded to join them, suddenly halting. They cast a glance back at Black Cloud Village. He yearned to engage the enemy head-on, penetrating deep into their territory alone. Ding Wei exhaled a heavy sigh. He recognized the formidable challenge of confronting the enemy in such a manner. Yet, should he succeed, the enemy would be compelled to reconsider their stance, thereby altering the dynamics of the entire region of Jinsei Northwest, shifting the tide from a state of perpetual defense to one of initiative. He was a true commander. Kong Jie, reflecting on this, shook his head in contemplation. Prior to the events in Taiga County, he regarded Lin Tiandust's tactical prowess and command skills as exceptional. However, after the encounter in Taiga County, his perspective evolved. Lin Tiandust, willing to bear the brunt of criticism, redirected the enemy towards Taiga County, thereby instigating an assault on Pingan County. At that moment, Kong Jie came to a profound realization. Lin Tiandust was far more than a mere strategist. He was a commander who understood the delicate balance of sacrifice necessary to achieve his strategic objectives. Chapter 203. The Battlefield Doctor. Xiao Shuwen, Yang Xianling. In the headquarters command room, a figure glanced at the commendation telegram several times. The iron finger noted that Shansheng had only issued a commendation telegram this time, showing no intention of providing any equipment supplies. The photographs sent by Shansheng were publicly released in their controlled newspapers, boldly declaring that the Jinsui army should take the Tiger Bin regiment as a model and engage in similar battles in northwest Jin. As Songi spoke, he handed over the commendation telegram, which prominently stated that the Jinsui army was to heed the commands of Shansheng. Heed his commands? The entire Shansheng was ablaze with turmoil, and there was no time for such trivial maneuvers. If Wuchang fell, it would be a direct assault on our doorstep in Yichang. Moreover, Qiong Island was under control. The landing in the two Guang regions was progressing rapidly, the eastern regions were being purged, and northern China was encircled. We were being gradually encroached upon by a mere speck of land. This was a time for unity. Showcasing the battle at Jinhuan Pass and the victory at Pingan County was of utmost importance. Yet, Shansheng merely indicated a lack of equipment support. Despite the fact that the Tiger Bin regiment was nominally under their command, such petty schemes. His words were somewhat extreme, and his gaze betrayed his anger. Any discerning person could guess the intentions of that individual in Shansheng. Although the battle at Pingan County had a significant local impact, its strategic importance on a broader defensive scale was not as substantial as one might imagine. However, this was not merely a matter of defense strategy. They had secured a victory. Yet, after Shansheng's proclamation, the narrative had shifted somewhat. Nevertheless, in Pudong and other regions, underground newspapers utilized intelligence personnel to replicate and disseminate those photographs, garnering considerable response. Numerous areas witnessed demonstrations, and many ambitious individuals, including wealthy merchants and prominent families, began donating supplies, with many joining the anti-Japanese forces. In Shansheng alone, 3 protests erupted in a single day, and within various nationalist army units. Reports from underground newspapers and those telegrams had spread internally, turning the valor of the battle at Jinhuan Pass into a symbol for many soldiers. Even the 3rd Group Army heading to the Wuchang battlefield distributed copies of such newspapers to every battalion. Through telegrams, it was learned that many newspapers in Pudong and other areas spontaneously disseminated this news. Song Yi sensed the transformation in the soldiers around him and the situations unfolding in various locales. The war situation was dire, yet the will to resist was evidently stronger. Many soldiers were commendable, yet they lacked the means to utilize their abilities. That damned Yin Laoshi treated Lin Tiandust as nothing more than a mere pawn. His own conservatism was one thing, but his unrealistic fantasies were another. The Ironblood commander cursed, his gaze fixed on the map of northwest Jin. However, the more he studied the black lines dividing the base areas into numerous segments, the less he wished to gaze upon that map. After the victory at Pingan County, he had instructed the 771st Regiment to undertake certain actions, but before the entire regiment could approach, they were detected by aircraft overhead, forcing them to retreat. According to intelligence, the train stations at Yangtze Pass, Beijing Station, Jiufeng Pavilion, and Shiyun Station, among others, have long been heavily guarded by enemy troops. Each station is equipped with several armored trains poised for immediate deployment, and tanks are present, instilling a sense of trepidation, as these forces could appear at any point along the railway, ready to launch a swift assault. These critical train stations must be breached. The Iron Blood commander gazed at the map dotted with train stations, murmuring to himself. The national situation is chaotic, yet the conditions in the northwestern region of Shanxi, as well as in Jinchai, are equally grim. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a communications officer rushed into the command room. Report. We have the latest news from Dashaman village. He promptly delivered a telegram to the two men. Upon hearing the news from Dashaman village, the commander's eyes flickered. He quickly took the telegram for a brief glance before redirecting his gaze to the map, handing the telegram to Song Yi. His eyes swept over the train stations, resembling a prison formed by intersecting lines, and his expression sharpened. How long have they had to rest? Is this too hasty? Song Yi voiced his concerns. Although he was well aware of Lin Tiandust's capabilities and believed in his resourcefulness, the 3rd Battalion had suffered significant losses, and the entire regiment had sustained varying degrees of casualties in Ping'an County. The troops' manpower, rations, and supplies all required careful preparation. Lin Tiandust's readiness to move so swiftly was unexpected. He was not one to rush. Rather, he aimed to exploit the enemy's incomplete strategic intentions while they were still unsteady, instilling a sense of caution in them. The Iron Blood commander spoke with palpable excitement, likening the situation to a labyrinthine prison. A sharp blade awaited them. If Lin Tiandust were to penetrate the enemy's rear, coordinating with other bases, and manage to carve a breach in the fortified defenses, the outcomes would be dramatically altered. The more he contemplated, the more he felt there was no reason to delay. Dispatch telegrams to all units, ensuring continuous disruption along the rail lines. Strike and retreat. Retreat and advance. In short, we cannot remain idle. We will detonate when the railways are ready, and if heavily guarded, we will strike elsewhere. We must not allow them to rest. We shall agitate the situation. Furthermore, reach out to all regiments. This time, we will coordinate with Lin Tiandust for a counteroffensive. Let us strike. A resolute tone filled the command room, and a wave of seriousness washed over the staff. Yes, they had contemplated this counteroffensive countless times, and now, it seemed within their grasp. At Heiyun village, the night was as dark as ink, accompanied by the chorus of cicadas. Xiao Shuwen stood outside the makeshift hospital, gazing up at the twinkling stars, momentarily lost in thought. After about 10 minutes, he slowly withdrew his gaze, surveying the dimly flickering lights of the temporary hospital. Suddenly, he adjusted his attire, resembling a warrior clad in military uniform. As he gazed at the flickering flames emanating from the assembly hall of Heiyunjai, he resolutely advanced towards it. However, after taking only a few steps, a voice unexpectedly echoed from behind. Have you made your decision? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuwen halted momentarily, turning to locate the source of the voice. His gaze landing upon Ma Xuanxiang, who stood behind him. Accompanying Ma Xuanxiang were Zhang Yu and several physicians who had traveled from Pudong, all standing nearby. Among them were disciples such as Song Liangyu and Li Yoxin. Noticing the collective gaze directed at him, Xiao Shuwen smiled. Yes, I have made my decision. He nodded affirmatively. Inform the commander that we wish to join as well. Ma Xuanxiang, observing Xiao Shuwen's faintly visible countenance in the dim light of the night, spoke with unwavering conviction. This is our unanimous decision. Those remaining will be taken care of, and we have already cast our votes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuwen's expression momentarily faltered as he scanned the faces of those present, meeting their unwavering gazes. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately nodded. He then turned and proceeded alone towards the direction of the glowing lights. Within the assembly hall, as the time for departure approached, Lin Tiandust scrutinized a map, meticulously planning the route ahead. This expedition would be a prolonged engagement. The ammunition and firearms carried were nearly 2 to 3 times over capacity. Even if they were to assault Chofeng Pavilion again, he needed to first identify a suitable base to store the majority of their weaponry. Furthermore, he intended to bring along the newly recruited soldiers, intending to use 1 or 2 small-scale skirmishes to train these fresh recruits. Only through such experiences could they quickly acclimatize, rather than remaining in a sheltered environment. Just as Lin Tiandust was deep in thought, the sound of footsteps drew his attention, prompting him to look up at the newcomer. Dr. Xiao? Lin Tiandust was somewhat taken aback as he observed Xiao Shuwen, donned in military attire, entering the room. The commander is setting out tomorrow, and we wish to accompany him. I believe we can adapt. Xiao Shuwen spoke with earnestness. In terms of medical assistance, swiftness is undoubtedly paramount. Lin Tiandust did not respond immediately, his gaze fixed on Xiao Shuwen. In this era, a doctor was an exceedingly valuable asset. A battlefield medic is one who competes with death itself for lives. However, amidst the chaos of gunfire, it is exceedingly challenging for one unacquainted with the battlefield to adapt swiftly. Nevertheless, considering the circumstances of this particular situation, Lin Tiandust pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. In the tumult of battle, you should remain as far back as possible. Yes. Upon receiving this affirmative response, Xiao Shuwen promptly stood upright, mimicking a military salute with precision. Chapter 204. The battle against the little devils. The air was filled with a brisk breeze, and the warm sun hung high in the sky. In the training grounds of the rear mountain, a sea of people had already gathered. Before the stone monument at the foot of a great mountain, the sound of wind chimes echoed intermittently as various units assembled with haste. Young figures appeared at dawn, quietly gazing at the grove of monuments. 3rd Battalion assembled. Cavalry Company assembled. 1st Battalion assembled. As voices rang out, Lin Tiandust's gaze lingered on the grove of monuments before he slowly turned to face the nearly 4,000-strong battalion. From a humble beginning of merely 20 individuals to this day, he was acutely aware of the hardships endured along the way. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a warm glow upon the troops. Though April's chill lingered, the sun's appearance brought a sense of comfort to all. After a prolonged silence of contemplation, Lin Tiandust finally spoke. The new warriors have likely just learned the significance of this monument. Following this battle, I do not wish for your names to be inscribed upon it. This is our first time preparing in advance, and our inaugural venture into enemy territory with fresh recruits. No one desires conflict, yet we must engage in this battle. Once on the battlefield, my sole demand is this: whether you are a new recruit or a seasoned soldier. During combat, I expect you to execute orders as resolutely as the 3rd Battalion, even when faced with overwhelming odds. Like at Jinhuan Pass, we must stand our ground. Even in death, Lin Tiandust was not one to shy away from casualties, yet his gaze was sharp, filled with unwavering determination. He spoke these few words simply, for he understood that the spirit of an army is forged through each battle fought. The training period for the new recruits was brief, but time waits for none. And war does not commence only when all preparations are complete. More importantly, I hope that while you follow orders, you will also survive. For those waiting for you will not linger indefinitely. Thus, in our battle against the little devils, we shall strive to ensure that future generations inherit a sense of reunion, sparing them the trials we have endured. This battle takes us into enemy territory. Unlike the previous engagement at Shofing Pavilion, we shall not merely return after a skirmish. Instead, we will inflict pain, instill fear, and eliminate our foes, turning them into fertilizer for the land. Lin Tiandust's gaze remained sharp, his calm demeanor resonating clearly amidst the gentle chime of the wind bells. Among the 4,000 troops, the eyes of the veterans gleamed with a fervent desire, a yearning for battle. Standing at the forefront of the ranks were Ma Kanhui and Fong Ming, exchanging a glance that conveyed mutual understanding. A guerrilla force exceeding 4,000 strong was poised to enter the enemy's occupied territory. Fong Ming's eyes sparkled with disbelief. He could feel the fire of determination coursing through his veins. Behind the youthful commander stood a grove of monuments, the crisp sound of wind chimes akin to the rhythmic beating of war drums. Both he and Ma Kanhui hailed from guerrilla backgrounds, well aware that simplicity was paramount in enemy territory. Whether in terms of weapons or personnel, the principle was to keep things uncomplicated, withdrawing when one cannot prevail. The enemy's mobile forces in the mountainous terrain could hardly pursue. Their limited numbers allowed for swift maneuvering without hesitation. Yet, what Fong Ming beheld was an entire regiment, accompanied by cavalry, artillery, and even the 92nd Infantry Cannon, along with field medics. At first glance, he hesitated, but upon observing the young commander standing before the monument, he swiftly quelled his doubt. This was a person who traversed enemy territory with ease. It was not as if he had never encountered the world before. Ma Kanhui took several deep breaths, shaking his legs, his face flushed, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Was it I who had not seen the world? Or was it you? Your face is as red as a monkey's backside. The weather is rather warm. Ma Kanhui spoke with an air of calm. Why are you shaking your legs in this heat? Fong Ming retorted with irritation. I am calling upon the spirits, traversing paths they have yet to complete. Ma Kanhui replied with grave seriousness. Upon hearing this, Fong Ming fell silent, glancing at the grove of monuments and then back at Ma Kanhui, eventually beginning to mimic his demeanor. The spirit of battle soared, a palpable energy felt by all. Among the ranks of field medics, Li Yoshin too was moved by the surrounding atmosphere. She understood that combat could lead to death. After arriving here, she had heard of the 3rd Battalion. In the battle at Jinhuan Pass, nearly half of the battalion had perished there, yet now, gazing at her comrades, she saw their eyes ablaze with the will to fight. This was the unit her brother belonged to. Li Yoshin observed the fierce determination reflected in their eyes. At this moment, she began to comprehend that not only people from Lijia village, but many others would willingly gather here. She recalled her return to Lijia village after years of wandering. Li Yoshin could not help but gaze at the vast grove of monuments, as if responding to an unspoken call, the sound of wind chimes resonating. At Heiyun village, in a makeshift hospital bed, Ding Jiahua had been staring out the window. He chose to remain here rather than see them off. Do not lose face, he murmured softly. Reclining against a high stack of pillows, he understood that attending the farewell would fill him with doubt, making it hard to let go. Revealing a softer side to the iron-willed 3rd Battalion. As a soldier seasoned by battle, one who had personally led the 3rd Battalion, he found solace in merely hearing the sound of their footsteps as they marched off to confront the enemy. At that moment in Heiyun village, all halted their tasks, many instinctively bowing before the monuments, praying for the safety of those departing. Among the crowd was Zhang Yunxiu, who had recently arrived. Since her arrival, she had diligently sewn countless memorial plaques, Although her literacy was limited, she followed a notebook to inscribe names. Each time she completed a plaque, she would hold it with both hands to her wrinkled forehead, praying fervently to avoid witnessing these plaques appearing alone. For behind each name lay a promising young man. They must return. Zhang Yunxiu gazed skyward, her lips moving in quiet prayer. At this moment, the back mountain of Heiyin village bore witness to prayers more fervent than those offered in temples. A gentle breeze caressed the air, causing the wind chimes hanging from the stone tablet to resonate with a melodious sound, pleasing to the ear and heart. The fertile land before the monument lay freshly turned, with numerous unknown birds busily foraging for insects among the tilled earth. In front of the gathered crowd, Lin Tiandust took a few deliberate steps forward, and the previously restless throng fell into a hushed silence. He simply uttered 2 words, "Let us depart." Chapter 205. The sharpest blade the clouds had yet to disperse, and the march continued unabated. The wind howled, resonating with the sound of wind chimes. On the road at the foot of Heiyun village, Kong Jie and Ding Wei stood in wait, observing the multitude of warriors emerging from the stronghold. The footsteps echoed heavily, a dark mass of soldiers pouring forth like a torrential flood. To Kong Jie's surprise, he also noticed several female soldiers appearing, scrutinizing a group of women in the middle of the ranks. They carried medical kits and held boxes in their hands. Though their strides were not as expansive as those of the male soldiers, they kept pace without faltering, tightly following the formation. Among this field medical team, a few female soldiers bore long rifles as they marched alongside. It seemed our suspicions were correct. They must be preparing for an extended deployment. Ding Wei murmured as he observed the unit's arrival. Kong Jian nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping the area, as he spotted a familiar figure approaching. He stepped forward without hesitation. "Commander Kong, Commander Ding," Lin Tiandust greeted as he met the oncoming group. However, Kong Jie pulled Lin aside for a moment. "Commander Lin." Kong Jie spoke in a hushed tone, producing several documents from Xie Yulin's pack, alongside a large map held by another soldier. "This is a map of the entire northwestern Shaanxi region, with key military strongholds and territorial distributions marked by headquarters, along with intelligence regarding various local bases. This document contains a detailed analysis specifically for you. It is imperative that you entrust it to someone reliable. We will use this for our communications. Additionally, this is a distribution map of nearby guerrilla forces. Commander Lin, you can reach out to them for intelligence while in enemy territory. These files contain reports from informants regarding enemy movements. Please remain vigilant regarding their reconnaissance efforts." As Kong Jie handed over each document, he elaborated on their significance until Xie Yulin's pack lay empty. He then lifted his gaze to Lin Tiandust, noting the youthful countenance shared by many within the regiment. Soldiers passed by, their footsteps resounding. Sunlight filtered down upon them. "Thank you. Take care." Lin Tiandust saluted with a raised hand. "Take care," Kong Jie replied solemnly. Returning the gesture, Ding Wei, Xie Yulin, and the surrounding soldiers hurriedly waved farewell, watching as the entire unit departed. They clearly observed that as the soldiers were about to vanish around the bend, many, including Lin Tiandust, instinctively turned to glance back at the mountain. Kong Jie and Ding Wei followed their gaze. The mountainside was adorned with fresh sprouts, and a large batch of recently planted crops swayed in the brisk wind, creating a symphony of chimes that echoed through the hills. Yang Xianling, headquarters command room. The incessant sound of telegraphs filled the air as figures moved in and out, bustling with activity. A large map lay spread across a long wooden table, where a man in a military coat furrowed his brow, intently studying the telegrams in his hands, his expression grave. Beside him, Song Yi was studying the map, diligently marking the new deployments of enemy troops. It seemed that Wu Chang could not hold out much longer. The commander set down the telegram, rubbing his temples in fatigue, and murmured softly. Each telegram weighed heavily on his mind, revealing that the enemy's assaults across various regions not only persisted but appeared to be gaining even greater momentum. The vast disparity in weaponry rendered the small enemy forces unstoppable. After updating the map with the new notations, Song Yi sighed deeply. It was akin to the current situation in the northwestern Shaanxi bases, where their sabers and rifles faced off against the enemy's tanks and aircraft. Often, they found themselves overwhelmed by a mere tank supported by infantry, with fewer than 100 enemy soldiers able to suppress an entire battalion of over 1,000 men. The cost of destroying a single armored vehicle could be exorbitant, and success was not guaranteed. Although the battle at Ping'an County demonstrated the effectiveness of combined arms tactics, it required a multitude of precise gunners. The enemy's iron cage strategy, utilizing armored trains and heavy firepower, had begun to suffocate them. As the two continued their conversation, a voice suddenly broke the tension. A soldier delivered a new telegram to the commander's desk. "Report, latest telegram." The man in the overcoat glanced at it before his gaze fell upon the large map on the table, handing the telegram to Song Yi. "Commander Lin and his men have set out." The brevity of the message caused Song Yi's eyes to dart immediately to the enemy deployment map. So many troops, plunging into enemy-occupied territory. If they targeted the railway lines or train stations, it would undoubtedly lead to a large-scale confrontation, as the enemy could swiftly mobilize reinforcements via the railways. Worry etched on his face, Song Yi glanced at several vital train stations in northwestern Shanxi, all surrounded by enemy territory with few guerrilla units nearby. The enemy frequently conducted sweeps in the area and established numerous hidden sentries and checkpoints to ensure the safety of each station. Song Yi concluded that Lin Tiandust would undoubtedly target these train stations, as the small enemy forces there formed the foundation of the Iron Cage strategy. Were it not for the formidable defensive capabilities, the proximity of these points would make it impossible for the enemy to impose such restrictions. The battle at Ping'an County has ignited a spark. We must fan this flame into a roaring fire, starting from our feet and spreading to Taiyuan and the 3 eastern provinces. Now that Lin Tiandust has penetrated deep into enemy lines, he stands as the sharp edge of our entire war zone. Our task is to widen this wound even further. As long as Lin Tiandust's blade remains sharp, the enemy's Iron Cage strategy will collapse under its own weight, and the dynamics of the situation in northwestern Shanxi will shift from defense to offense. That will be our moment for a comprehensive counterattack. The commander's expression was resolute, for he had fought alongside Lin Tiandust in a remarkably synchronized manner and thoroughly understood his intentions. Although it is said that once the fighting commences, they will likely face the formidable encirclement of the enemy, along with mechanized units, he is acutely aware of the immense threat this force could pose behind enemy lines. Should the cage tactic be compromised and the regions become interconnected, he confidently asserts that Lin Tiandust will launch a direct assault on Taiyuan, thereby facilitating a comprehensive counteroffensive in the Jinchaji region. Chapter 206. The battle begins in the wilderness. The unfamiliar chirping of insects gradually intensified during the night. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a harmonious symphony with the insect sounds, evoking a drowsy sensation. Beneath an ancient tree, Lin Tiandust unfurled the map that Kong Jie had delivered. By the light of the moon and a flickering candle, he meticulously scrutinized his current position and the surrounding circumstances. Qiufeng Pavilion, NZ Pass, Beijing Station, Xi'an Station. Lin Tiandust studied the myriad markings on the expansive map, along with the layout of the railway lines, his brow furrowing deeply. The majority of his attention lingered on the strongholds of these train stations, heavily fortified by the enemy. Every 50 kilometers, armed trains patrolled the tracks daily, and with such rigorous surveillance coupled with swift enemy reinforcements, it would indeed be no simple task for the guerrilla forces to sabotage the railway. This design of a cage had likely been in planning for quite some time. Lin Tiandust pondered the enemy's strategic deployment as revealed by the map. They aimed to secure the conflict within the cage with minimal troops through rapid maneuvering and concentrated forces. If they remained passive, the enemy would sweep through each area like autumn leaves caught in the wind. NZ Pass. After a prolonged gaze, Lin Tiandust murmured softly, his eyes resting on a particular railway station on the map. His expression grew increasingly steely. This location had occupied his thoughts for an extended period until he noticed several figures approaching, snapping him back to reality. The captain, the silent former commander of the unit, had sent his final message, announcing a change in the overall commander for the spring offensive. Akinobori Mitsunari had been reassigned back to the northeast provinces. Wang Jiantang's figure ambled closer, his tone momentarily pausing as he held the telegram under the dim candlelight. Curiosity piqued, Lin Tiandust leaned in as Wang Jiantang continued. The new commander is YD Masaneo. With the expansion of the unit and an increase in personnel, each of the 3 battalions was now equipped with a radio. Moreover, several new telegraph operators trained from the 2nd Regiment had taught others, establishing a small telegraph team in each battalion. A change in command? Lin Tiandust was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting back to the map. Instead of focusing on NZ Pass, his eyes fell upon a location he had previously visited, Qiufeng Pavilion. He had contemplated Qiufeng Pavilion before, as there were numerous new recruits among the ranks, over 1,000 fresh soldiers needing to be honed. During their long march, he had consciously slowed the unit's pace upon noticing that some of the new soldiers were struggling to keep up. After rolling up the map, Lin Tiandust gestured to Xiaoshanzi and Fang Bailu to securely store it away. This was his first large map, and its significance was self-evident. Although this map had discrepancies in professional accuracy compared to reality, it was still a highly detailed map, exceeding 80% completion, and thus constituted a vital strategic asset. This grand map is the only one of its kind, and he wishes to avoid any damage to it. Once the grand map is rolled up, he immediately takes out the smaller map of the current location. First, he intends to have some of the new recruits practice under the guidance of seasoned veterans, with one veteran paired with 1 or 2 newcomers, forming combat teams. Lin Tiandust spoke, gesturing towards a railroad on the map named Shanshan, indicating a Japanese stronghold nearby. Wang Jiantang and the others swiftly directed their gaze towards the map. After a brief moment, Wang Jiantang leaned forward, pointing at the map, and remarked, "The Shanshan line." "Commander, Although this small stronghold harbors only 300 Japanese soldiers, there are 2 strongholds here, and here, each with 2 or 3 companies. We must remain vigilant if a confrontation arises. Wang Jiantang spoke with a serious tone. This battle was meant for training. And within a 6 to 7 kilometer radius of the Japanese stronghold they intended to assault, there existed another Japanese outpost on either side of the railway, forming a triangular defensive formation. 300 Japanese soldiers could be swiftly dealt with by the veterans of their regiment, allowing them to depart before reinforcements could arrive. But with the inclusion of the new recruits, Wang Jiantang harbored concerns. Commander, leave the Japanese at the 2 adjacent strongholds to old Wang and me. Let the seasoned soldiers lead the newcomers to tackle these 300 adversaries, Li Weiguo said, rubbing his hands together, his expression somewhat content. Lin Tiandust pondered for a moment, glancing at Gao Jieqing, who had just returned from bandaging his wounds at Xiao Shuwen's side. Commander, I believe that to truly train the troops, they must experience the battlefield firsthand. We should strike these 3 locations simultaneously, leaving the Japanese no time to react. Each regiment should target 1 location, while cavalry units provide protection at the center. Our artillery can effectively cover 3 sides, and we will decisively eliminate this threat, Gao Jieqing stated earnestly, his demeanor grave. Although the 3rd Regiment also had new recruits, their numbers were fewer compared to the 1st and 2nd Regiments, and the militiamen led by Ma Kanghui possessed combat experience. However, to engage, the 3 regiments needed to conclude the battle swiftly, ensuring that they were not outflanked by the other 2 locations. The optimal strategy would be to initiate combat at 3 points simultaneously, concluding the conflict with utmost efficiency. You seem to share my thoughts. Each regiment will advance towards its designated area, with artillery support directed towards the 3 fronts. This engagement is for training, and I do not wish to witness any casualties beyond reason. I will personally lead the 3rd Regiment, Lin Tiandust asserted with a serious tone, his gaze sharp. Having witnessed the independence of each regiment during the battle at Jinhuan Pass, he recognized that each regiment commander possessed the capability to stand on their own. In high-intensity situations, Lin Tiandust would constantly offer reminders and instructions. However, the intensity of combat at these small strongholds was manageable for Wang Jiantang and his comrades. All they needed was to neutralize the enemy's firepower, akin to their defense at Jinhuan Pass, where 600 defenders held off an assault of over 4,000 adversaries, a feat achieved primarily through concentrated firepower during the initial stages. In this battle, Lin Tiandust would provide artillery support, while the 3 others were tasked with swiftly executing tactical maneuvers to achieve the desired training outcome, allowing some recruits to taste the reality of combat. The time was now 23:19. The assault was set to commence at 6 o'clock the following morning. Lin Tiandust glanced at his pocket watch. Yes, understood. Wang Jiantang and the others proceeded towards their respective squads. Sun Dishing, come here for a moment, Lin Tiandust called out to Sun Dishing, who was standing nearby. Commander, I have a task for you. Upon hearing this, Sun Dishing immediately straightened up, his demeanor filled with vigor, his eyes wide with anticipation. Take this map. Some heavy weaponry and ammunition within the squad need to be transported to this cave, in coordination with the logistics personnel. Understood. Although the mission was not combat-related, Sun Dishing saluted promptly, for a soldier's duty is to obey orders. These resources are our lifeblood. We cannot rely solely on seized supplies. Should our captures falter, this will serve as our fallback. The logistics radio will be operational every morning at 5 o'clock sharp, remaining on standby for 10 minutes. We will initiate contact then. Maintain silence at all other times. Lin Tiandust's tone was imbued with gravity. Commander, the cavalry company guarantees mission completion. Sun Dishing nodded resolutely. After arranging the munitions for overloading, Lin Tiandust exhaled softly, having successfully mobilized nearly all the ammunition. The weight they carried was staggering, rendering them incapable of engaging in combat while burdened with such supplies. At this moment, Lin Tiandust casually found a rock to sit upon, focusing intently on the mental map in his mind. Thousands of troops lay concealed in various locations. From above, one would hardly discern any trace of their presence. Like the stars shimmering in the night sky, only the darkness reveals their brilliance. After surveying the surroundings for a radius of 15 kilometers, he narrowed his eyes slightly, listening to the rustling of leaves and the chirping of insects. Awaiting the dawn of the next day. Chapter 207. Where did they come from? In the morning, the horizon was already tinged with light, heralding yet another splendid sunny day. However, in the northwestern region of Shaanxi in mid-April, a chill still lingered in the air, particularly within the mountainous areas where the temperature remained quite low. On the backside of a slope along the mountain spring line, a group of soldiers clad in peasant attire, armed with long rifles, lay in orderly formation. Nearly 1,000 men lay quietly on the hilltop, their somewhat rusty firearms cradled in their arms, and the patches on their clothing were distinctly visible. Captain, we have scoured all locations. There are no abnormalities, and the troops are well concealed, said a soldier who had hurried to the side of the commanding officer. His tone grave. Upon hearing this, Zhou Min, dressed in thin garments, instinctively scratched the scar on his forehead, which extended from the corner of his right eye to his brow. "The order from the county battalion is for us to devise a plan to blow up this railway junction," he remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the distant railway. Lost in contemplation, he understood that the primary mission across various regions was to launch assaults on the Japanese's railways, mines, and other vital locations. With a singular directive, the small devils must not be allowed to live comfortably. Although he had always engaged in guerrilla warfare, he was nonetheless aware of the surrounding situation. This junction would not be easy to handle. "Captain, there are 2 Japanese outposts within 10 kilometers of our location. If a fight breaks out, we," stammered Luo Wensheng, who stood beside Zhou Min, slightly shorter in stature. "Who said we should attack now? Warfare requires strategy. It's already daylight. We should wait until nightfall to approach stealthily," Zhou Min instructed in a tone reminiscent of a teacher. "Attacking the railway in broad daylight is tantamount to courting death. The surrounding Japanese forces will undoubtedly surround us upon hearing any commotion. You must think before acting. Look at the battle in Ping'an County. They employed such cunning tactics. Now that dawn is upon us, to act would be sheer folly." Before Zhou Min could finish his words, a series of piercing whistles filled the air. Boom! A cacophony of violent explosions erupted, resounding continuously. Zhou Min instantly flattened himself against the slope, refraining from any unnecessary movements, his eyes alert to the surroundings. A brief observation revealed that the mortars were not targeting them. Rather, the sheer number of them was astonishing, as explosions seemed to emanate from all directions. Simultaneously, gunfire erupted around the mountain spring line, both near and far, with some areas even experiencing detonations, sending towering plumes of smoke that Zhou Min could see clearly from his vantage point. "Luo Wensheng, go see who is firing. Who would be foolish enough to attack the Japanese in broad daylight?" Zhou Min shouted from his prone position. Yet, when he glanced again at the railway below, he was taken aback to find that the previously deserted tracks were now bustling with figures. "Captain, they're not one of us," Luo Wensheng exclaimed loudly. "Isn't there a risk of Japanese aircraft attacking during a daytime assault on the railway?" Zhou Min's pupils constricted slightly. The enemy's aircraft and the armored train were their greatest headaches. The armored train was impervious to destruction, and the heavy machine guns fired incessantly like a torrential downpour. Countless soldiers had already perished at the hands of this armored behemoth. With dawn barely breaking, it was evidently imprudent to sabotage the railway, especially considering that 2 nearby strongholds were already embroiled in conflict. This was clearly a premeditated assault. If this skirmish dragged on, they risked annihilation. As these thoughts coursed through Zhou Min's mind, his expression grew grave, yet before he could ponder further, another shell fell. Boom! A shell landed on the periphery of the enemy's stronghold, and within moments, another struck directly within their structures. In the span of mere seconds, over 10 shells had rained down, each one lethal, targeting the enemy's positions, fire points, and gathering spots. Zhou Min keenly observed figures emerging along the railway, clad in uniform military attire. Regular troops? A look of confusion filled his face. The numbers were comprehensible, yet how had these regular forces managed to survive behind enemy lines? This was occupied territory, and judging by the firepower displayed, it was astonishingly fierce. Zhou Min's gaze remained fixed ahead. Within less than 3 minutes since the gunfire commenced, a battalion of over 900 soldiers surged across the railway, launching an assault on the enemy's stronghold. As they charged, their battle cries thundered, resonating through the sky as if heralding the sun's ascent. Zhou Min witnessed soldiers stumble over the gravel on the tracks only to roll back up, executing their movements with precision. Following the initial artillery barrage, the remaining soldiers pressed forward with resolute determination. On the battlefield, retreat requires judgment, and fleeing signifies the onset of collapse. However, charging forward demands true valor. The soldiers before him surged like a relentless tide, and Zhou Min's pupils dilated. Even after breaching the stronghold, they swiftly engaged in combat. Over 300 well-equipped enemy troops were vanquished in less than 10 minutes. Zhou Min's expression froze. These warriors were already commencing the cleanup of the battlefield. The surrounding sounds of artillery began to fade, and gunfire diminished. "Captain, didn't you say that attacking the enemy by day was foolish? They are fighting fiercely and have startled the enemy." Luo Wensheng stared blankly as some enemy soldiers began to discard their helmets and armor, retreating in disarray. Zhou Min remained silent, his gaze vacant. However, at that moment, it seemed he suddenly recalled something, abruptly turning to Luo Wensheng beside him. "Wait, Luo Wensheng, didn't you say you had thoroughly checked? Where did these troops emerge from?" Zhou Min was astonished by the unfolding battle, but now he was struck by realization. The area the troops charged from was precisely where they had recently infiltrated. Moreover, Zhou Min had strategically positioned lookout points at various high elevations throughout the region. How could it be possible for over 900 men to appear without a whisper? He had just instructed Luo Wensheng to ensure that the soldiers concealed themselves in the surrounding areas, all in preparation for a nocturnal assault aimed at demolishing the railway junction utilized by the enemy. Yet, The sudden emergence of such a formidable force sent a chill down his spine. This was no insignificant number, especially given that they had infiltrated under the cover of night. Should this contingent harbor hostile intentions, it could spell disaster for them all. I personally scouted those locations, and at that time, there was truly no one present. Luo Wensheng gestured towards the soldiers below, who were diligently planting explosives on the railway, preparing to obliterate it. Zhou furrowed his brow even deeper. Just moments after his inspection, how could over 900 men suddenly surge forth? They were armed with mortars, submachine guns, and the formidable Type 38 rifle. The very thought unsettled Zhou. Had they encountered some foul entity in broad daylight? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became, muttering to himself, "This artillery doesn't resemble the equipment of our base. They strike decisively against the enemy." As he spoke, he felt an eerie sense of familiarity, though he could not quite place it. "Captain, it seems that the Qiufeng Pavilion was previously assaulted by a well-equipped unit, and many villagers reported hearing the gunfire. The entire ordeal lasted less than an hour and a half, resulting in the annihilation of over 2,000 enemy troops." Upon hearing Zhou murmurs, Luo Wensheng quietly interjected, "Qiufeng Pavilion." Observing the design of their uniforms, Zhou appeared to have an epiphany. Chapter 208. The permeating smoke of gunpowder. The sounds of gunfire gradually faded, leaving the air thick with smoke along the entire railway line, where explosions erupted in succession. The atmosphere was saturated with the acrid scent of gunpowder. As the distant tracks were rapidly being dismantled, a triangular defense formed between three strongholds, as three battalions advanced with unstoppable momentum, becoming the very essence of the land, punctuated by the sporadic sounds of detonations. However, this unit moved with astonishing swiftness from their appearance to their departure. Zhou instinctively glanced upwards, as if struck by a sudden realization. "We must retreat. This place is no longer safe," he declared loudly, rising from his prone position. His gaze remained fixated on the swiftly retreating soldiers, their expressions grave, before he finally joined their ranks. "This unit is formidable. If only we could ally with them, we could accomplish so much more," Luo Wensheng remarked, his tone imbued with excitement. The battle had concluded so swiftly that he felt as though he were living in a dream. It was evident that this unit was no mere guerrilla force. No irregular militia would deploy mortars with such abandon, unleashing nearly 10 rounds to clear a path. Clad uniformly in military garb, wielding Mausers, and the unmistakable sound of submachine guns echoed in the air. How could they not be powerful? Zhou turned to Luo Wensheng, saying, "This is the unit that attacked Qiufeng Pavilion, the Tiger Bin Regiment." Zhou yearned to fight alongside the Tiger Bin Regiment. Yet observing their relentless assault and marching rhythm, he sighed inwardly, aware that they could not possibly keep pace with such a rapid advance. They struck with the force of thunder, obliterating entire strongholds in an instant. Zhou had heard countless tales about the Tiger Bin Regiment. During the Battle of Ping'an County, 2,000 men orchestrated a clash involving 10,000, annihilating over 10,000 enemy troops. A mere 600 held off an entire enemy brigade at Jinhuan Pass. Initially, these stories seemed like the most bizarre legends, yet they had woven themselves into their reality alongside the reclamation of Ping'an County. He had often fantasized about orchestrating such a campaign himself, achieving victory against overwhelming odds. Yet, as a seasoned veteran, he understood all too well the challenges of overcoming the strong with the weak and the few against the many. Thus, he was astounded by the triumph at Ping'an County. Just 10 days had passed since that battle. How could they possibly appear here so soon? Luo Wensheng's expression reflected confusion. Noting that Ping'an County was over 100 kilometers away, requiring passage through a fortified railway line. Given that it has been less than 10 days since the conclusion of the battle, the Tiger Bin Regiment should be in a period of rest. Which unit in the entire northwest Shaanxi region could simultaneously engage at 3 points, equipped so splendidly, with artillery clearing the way and charging recklessly into battle? Achieving such swift victories? Zhou shook his head, speaking with unwavering conviction. This scenario unfolds under conditions of exceptionally high visibility. In such instances, success is not unattainable. Initially, Zhou commenced the offensive in the early hours, yet after a few encounters, the aircraft in the sky posed significant challenges and inflicted considerable casualties upon them. Consequently, during subsequent assaults, Zhou predominantly opted for night operations, as the combat efficacy of the aircraft diminishes after dusk. Luo Wensheng listened intently, yet suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he hesitated momentarily and spoke with a tone of astonishment. "Captain, do you think that our base commands us to sporadically detonate railways to sow chaos among the enemy? Could it be because this unit has ventured behind enemy lines?" Luo Wensheng's voice carried a note of excitement. Previously, while engaging in guerrilla tactics, they had relied on their circumstances to trouble the enemy. However, since the brief respite following the battle in Ping'an County, the base had frequently convened meetings and issued numerous orders. Without exception, these directives revolved around sabotaging railways or targeting enemy mines, with a clear intent to disrupt the enemy's lines and strategic points. The Tiger Brigade reappearing behind enemy lines. in alignment with the base's orders, inadvertently led him to this realization. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Min, who had been hastily advancing, momentarily paused and grasped the implication. It was highly probable. Zhou Min took a step forward, his eyes shimmering with a mixture of excitement and gravity. After all, the presence of this unit often heralded the onset of significant battles. This was not due to Zhou Min's fear of conflict, but rather his concern that his own forces might falter in combat effectiveness. Reflecting on the battle in Ping'an County, which had mobilized numerous regiment-level units, it was evident that despite their numbers, Zhou Min was acutely aware of their limited combat prowess, barely comparable to a battalion of the 8th Route Army, and certainly not on par with a battalion of the Tiger Brigade. The more he pondered, the more silent he became. The spring railway through the mountains connected to Chofeng Pavilion, suggesting that a major confrontation might be imminent, and he wondered if they could provide assistance in this upcoming battle. Zhou Min turned to glance at the distant battlefield, ablaze with fierce flames, his gaze flickering momentarily. Chapter 209. Returning to the homeland, knee-high weeds and towering trees obscured the sun. Shadows flitted through the forest until the figure at the forefront halted and issued a series of commands, causing the entire contingent to vanish into the surrounding thicket. Beneath the shade of a tree, Fang Ming's expression mirrored that of a seasoned martial artist. Shocked and bewildered, as if he had just been felled by a single blow from a mere child after years of rigorous training. Why the sudden silence? You're not usually so taciturn. Is it that after one battle, you've retreated into yourself? Ma Kanghui casually settled onto the ground as the troops came to a stop, panting heavily. He busied himself organizing some ammunition hastily gathered from the battlefield. Pressing it into his pouch, noticing the surrounding silence, Ma Kanghui turned his head, curious about Fang Ming. Throughout their journey, Fang Ming had spoken little, and that silence persisted even upon reaching their concealed location. Just before the battle commenced, he had displayed a spirited enthusiasm, shouting commands with fervor that rivaled his. Yet now, post-battle, he seemed utterly speechless. Upon hearing Ma Kanghui's inquiry, Fang Ming appeared to snap back to reality, releasing a long sigh towards the heavens. Do you not feel any shame? He murmured, his spirit visibly deflated. Truth be told, prior to their deployment, he had envisioned himself as a formidable warrior, envisioning glorious feats of valor on the battlefield. However, when faced with the veteran soldiers in actual combat, he comprehended the vast chasm that separated them. The veterans charged forward not only with speed, but also with an impeccable tactical cohesion that was executed to perfection. Many of his fellow soldiers would have suffered grievous losses had they not been accompanied by the experienced fighters from other companies. He had anticipated that the veterans of the 3rd Battalion would be fierce, having emerged from the harrowing depths of the Jinhuan Pass. Thus, upon joining the 3rd Company, he had trained relentlessly, believing his guerrilla background would afford him a certain advantage in speed and endurance, convinced that no one could outpace him. Not even the likes of Ma Kanghui, whom he had previously bested. Surely, a rooster can aspire to be among the phoenixes? He thought. Yet, when the charge command was issued, he could barely muster a shout before the veterans of the 3rd Battalion surged forth, their presence overwhelming. The disparity only widened from that moment on. It was not merely a matter of speed in the charge, but rather the lethal efficiency with which the veterans ended their foes. The difference in their assault capabilities was a chasm that spanned the heavens and the earth. Fang Ming had anticipated some level of disparity, but he had never imagined it would be so pronounced. This is the direction in which we must strive for progress, Ma Kanghui remarked calmly, glancing at his pouch brimming with securely packed ammunition. His adaptability far surpassed that of Fang Ming's, primarily due to his experiences during the charging assaults at Erdiozi, where he witnessed the valor of every soldier in the face of cannon fire. He had also witnessed the harrowing reality at Ping'an County, where flesh and blood stood shoulder to shoulder with steel. An indelible image etched into his mind. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities in contrast to those of the battalion's veterans. Thus, this time he felt a sense of assurance. The disparity was substantial. Ma Kanghui faced this gap head-on, observing the soldiers in the company, a glimmer of determination igniting in his gaze. He believed that one day, he would traverse the path that his fallen brothers in the Stone Tablet Forest had yet to complete. I have heard that the regiment ranks according to strength. Wouldn't the 1st and 2nd Battalions be even more formidable? However, Fang Ming's tone was subdued, struggling to contain the shock within. Previously unaware, he now comprehended that within the Tiger Bin Regiment, the 3 battalions were indeed ranked by prowess. I understand, as always, we must confront the disparity. These soldiers are our guiding light towards progress. Upon hearing this, Ma Kanghui nodded. He was acutely aware that the rankings among the battalions were not fixed. However, since the establishment of the 3rd Battalion, it had yet to challenge the positions of the 1st and 2nd Battalions, and similarly, the 2nd Battalion had been unable to unseat the 1st. The Death Battalion was renowned within the regiment, and its commander was equally famed as an erudite instructor and a battlefield madman. Observing Fang Ming's withdrawn demeanor, Ma Kanghui pondered for a moment before speaking. The veterans of the 3rd Battalion, when charging, would preemptively scout for cover, purposefully advancing. Upon reuniting, they would always have 2 to 3 soldiers providing cover from behind, seizing the position and using the cover as a forward base to shield the advancing troops. This was a cultivated synergy that required time to develop. However, following the veterans into battle once provided us with a shortcut. With unwavering resolve, Ma Kanghui secured his ammunition belt and leaned against the earthen slope, pausing briefly before continuing. The commander expects us to take shortcuts after this battle. All new recruits will have tasted the battlefield. It is only natural that we cannot compare to veterans who have clawed their way out of the heap of the fallen. One day, we too shall become seasoned warriors like them. No one is born a soldier. As Ma Kanghui spoke, he appeared to recall something, suddenly murmuring softly. Upon hearing this, Fang Ming's eyes flickered momentarily, nodding in agreement as he subconsciously adjusted his ammunition belt. This was the first lesson imparted by the veterans of the 3rd Battalion. War will never wait for you to be ready. It is said that this was uttered when he had just become a company commander. Fang Ming was filled with curiosity about the commander upon hearing this remark. He naturally sought to inquire about the commander's past as a company leader. However, the veteran who had spoken this was deeply reticent on the subject, unwilling to elaborate. After pressing for more information, he followed this veteran on a weighted 5-kilometer run, exhausting himself to the point of collapse, only to find that the veteran simply walked away without a backward glance. This only deepened Fang Ming's curiosity about the commander's past, yet this curiosity remained unfulfilled. In a small resting hollow on a gentle slope, soldiers draped in pale yellow fabric rested, their attire blending seamlessly with the earth beneath them. Moreover, their minimal movements rendered them nearly invisible from a distance. After adjusting their ammunition belts, these soldiers cradled their rifles and closed their eyes, drifting into slumber. According to the words of veterans, being able to fall asleep early on the battlefield signifies true adaptation to the harsh realities of war. Beneath a verdant jujube tree, Lin Tiandust scrutinized the large map, his gaze deep in contemplation. The commander, Dr. Xiao, has reported that the troops of the 3rd Battalion are now capable of leading the unit, Zia Shanzi conveyed, passing a cup of water into Lin Tiandust's hands. M.O., also known as Xiao Shuwen, could hardly bear the tension. Lin Tiandust, still focused on the map, casually responded while taking a sip from the cup. Let him return to the team. Understood, Zia Shanzi acknowledged, promptly setting off to inform Gao Zheqing. Lin Tiandust continued his examination of the map. This battle was one he would personally command for the 3rd Battalion. The newly enlisted soldiers, being militia, had indeed seen combat. After this engagement, they would gain a clearer understanding of the disparity between themselves and seasoned veterans, thus avoiding reckless actions. After all, learning by example is far more advantageous than navigating blindly, which is precisely Lin Tiandust's intent, to utilize this moderately intense battle as an opportunity for the new recruits to observe how veterans conduct themselves in combat. Hearing about it is one thing, witnessing it firsthand is an entirely different reality. Following a simple training exercise, the new soldiers would at least be aware of the crucial elements to heed on the battlefield. As his gaze gradually settled on a familiar location, Lin Tiandust noted the Autumn Wind Pavilion. It had been rebuilt and fortified. He traced the railway line downwards, eventually fixing his eyes on the position of the Autumn Wind Pavilion. In this divided area, the pavilion had transitioned from a mere supply and troop transit point to a vital command post, becoming the very lock that contained this sector. During today's skirmish, he had discovered militiamen lying in ambush along the Shanchun Railway. However, observing their arrangements made it evident to Lin Tiandust that these individuals had arrived early, preparing to endure through the day and engage under the cover of night. Returning to familiar ground, Lin Tiandust contemplated the Autumn Wind Pavilion prior to his departure. He had already initiated plans for its capture. This time, however, their objective was to seize control of the pavilion, as it was the key to liberating Ping'an County from its encirclement, thereby enabling Li Yunlong and his comrades to undertake more significant actions. He recognized that while this training engagement might alert the enemy, he was not overly concerned. The Autumn Wind Pavilion was, after all, an expansive train station rather than a well-fortified city. Although the concealed fortifications wielded considerable firepower, they posed little threat to him. Nevertheless, before launching an assault on the Autumn Wind Pavilion, he needed to identify a suitable location to regroup and allow his soldiers to assimilate what they had learned in the field. His gaze gradually fell upon a village, Shiba Village. Chapter 210, Our Assault This Time. In the village of Shiba, dusk was settling in, and the temperature gradually dropped. The mountains loomed high with sparse trees, while numerous colossal stones stood scattered around, with fragments of rock strewn about. Aside from some low-lying areas where trees thrived, the landscape was predominantly dominated by these rocky remnants. Although referred to as a village, it was more akin to a collection of crumbling walls and ruins, devoid of any signs of life. Amidst the ruins, a figure suddenly stirred, shaking off the dust and gazing up at the sky, where a rumble echoed overhead. The sound reverberated back and forth 8 times. evidently a consequence of the battle along the Shanshan railway line. Zhou Min brushed off the dust from his attire and spoke with a grave tone. It was common to see enemy reconnaissance planes here. Prior to the battle at Ping'an County, such sightings were rare. However, post-battle, they appeared at least twice a day. And today, they had come by a total of 8 times. On several occasions, while leading reconnaissance missions, he had even spotted a tank maneuvering, clearly en route to Qiufeng Pavilion. The resounding booms still resonated in his memory. As he pondered, Luo Wenxing approached him briskly. "Captain, a group of over 10 has arrived outside and signaled the code of our base. They should be members of the Tiger Legion," he reported, his words tumbling out in haste. Upon hearing this, Zhou Min paused momentarily, then promptly made his way towards the village entrance. Upon reaching, he observed a dozen figures gathered there, with a young man at the forefront. "Captain Zhou, we've been sent by the base. Our unit requires a brief respite here." Lin Tiandust noted that we are currently in a lull between aerial patrols, and with nightfall approaching, it's likely the enemy's reconnaissance efforts for today will conclude soon. "Welcome. I shall arrange a warm reception for Commander Lin. However, our conditions here are somewhat limited," Zhou Min replied, a smile gracing his face, though his expression turned slightly hesitant as he spoke. "No need for that. We can manage ourselves. We only require a water source to recuperate," Lin Tiandust replied, shaking his head. He was well aware of the challenging conditions in enemy territory. He then signaled to Xiao Shanzi, who promptly executed a command, and shadows began to emerge under the dimming sky. The night, previously filled with only the sound of insects, was now pierced by the heavy thuds of marching feet. From a distance, Zhou Min felt a sense of relief, but as these soldiers appeared before him, their strict discipline left him awestruck. Even in the absence of combat, their presence exuded an undeniable pressure. "Captain Zhou, I would like to inquire about a few matters," Lin Tiandust stated. "Please, Commander Lin, feel free to ask." "I am well acquainted with the surrounding area," Zhou Min replied, regaining his composure and adopting a serious tone. "How frequent are the train shipments along the Shanshan railway line to Qiufeng Pavilion?" Lin Tiandust inquired, walking alongside Zhou Min. As the words left his lips, Zhou Min instinctively touched the scar on his forehead, his tone shifting from earlier enthusiasm to one of grave seriousness. "Commander Lin, ever since your forces engaged at Ping'an County, the train shipments to Qiufeng Pavilion have indeed decreased significantly. However, armored trains on the railway and enemy aircraft in the skies have become increasingly frequent, which had not been the case previously in this area. The Autumn Wind Pavilion, once merely a transit station, has now transformed into a strategic military stronghold. Within its confines, numerous captured civilians toil to fortify the defenses, while armored trains patrol the vicinity daily, occasionally accompanied by tanks. The presence of armored vehicles and transport tanks has rendered our efforts to repair the railway for the enemy exceedingly challenging." Lin Tiandust, upon hearing this, maintained a composed demeanor, as this aligned closely with his expectations. After all, it is implausible that the enemy, having endured assaults, would remain stagnant in their development. A lack of progress amidst adversity would suggest folly. Yet if the enemy were truly foolish, they would not find themselves in such dire straits. Zhou Min, observing Lin Tiandust deep in thought, chose not to intrude, recognizing the superior intellect of his companion. The mere presence of Lin Tiandust filled him with exhilaration, for it hinted at the possibility of collaborating with the Tiger Bravery Regiment in their operations. "Civilians?" Lin Tiandust pondered for a considerable time, his brow slightly furrowing. "Indeed. Some locals have been captured, along with several members of their guerrilla fighters. Are there members from your guerrilla unit among them?" Lin Tiandust's eyes brightened at this revelation. He then inquired, "If I were to use artillery to liberate them, would they dare to resist?" This latter question was of paramount concern to Lin Tiandust. "They would undoubtedly dare," Zhou Min replied with unwavering conviction, pausing momentarily before continuing. "Captain Lin, might it be possible for us to join your ranks? If you fear we may hinder your efforts, we are willing to undertake simpler tasks. We have grown from a mere 100 to over 1,000, primarily comprising local villagers. We carry the weight of blood feuds, with many of our kin imprisoned at the Autumn Wind Pavilion. As long as it involves fighting the enemy, we are ready to follow your lead." Zhou Min's words were resolute as he stood before Lin Tiandust, awaiting his command. Lin Tiandust regarded Zhou Min intently, noting his sparse hair and the prominent scar etched across his forehead. "Captain Zhou, it seems we are poised for a strong offensive this time. You are welcome to participate." Lin Tiandust mused after a brief consideration. Zhou Min, initially devoid of high hopes, straightened his posture at Lin Tiandust's words. "Yes, I am from the 13th Brigade of the Guerrilla Fighters," he declared. "We shall obey your commands without fail." "Very well," Lin Tiandust responded, momentarily taken aback as he regarded the earnest expression on Zhou Min's face, managing a smile in return. Subsequently, the Tiger Bravery Regiment established a base in Shiba village. Though not all members were present, they had come seeking a reliable water source. Many soldiers set up camp on wind-sheltered slopes nearby. The dilapidated structures offered little in terms of shelter, and Xiaoshan quickly tidied the area. ensuring a space for Lin Tiandust to rest as well as a designated spot for maps, with a rough cloth laid down and their bodies covered merely with garments. This humble arrangement became their most comfortable resting place. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing melody. Zhou Min, filled with enthusiasm, refrained from disturbing Lin Tiandust, observing as the soldiers took care to conceal themselves during their moments of respite. This is indeed the place we are meant to study. Zhou Min's tone was filled with sentiment. With the sudden arrival of so many soldiers, it was Zhou Min, as the militia captain, who found himself the busiest. However, as Zhou Min immersed himself in his duties, he inevitably interacted with the warriors of the Tiger Bin Regiment. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Min exchanged glances with Luo Wansheng. Training new recruits? This was actually the outcome of training new recruits? 1,000 enemy soldiers were vanquished through the training of novices? If he possessed such capability, he would desire to train new recruits every day. Chapter 211. Within the Autumn Wind Pavilion, the Autumn Wind Pavilion has undergone considerable renovations. The warehouses have been refurbished, and numerous concealed fortifications have emerged around the train station. Even the surrounding weeds have been meticulously cleared from the railway. The desolate forest to the north has been entirely felled. The once solitary searchlight at the Autumn Wind Pavilion train station has now multiplied to 5. Some heavy machine guns are firmly affixed to their posts, unable to pivot, only capable of firing outward. Atop the fortress of Autumn Wind Pavilion, a soldier clad in military uniform surveys the area where several prisoners of war are laboriously constructing defensive works. What are you observing, Ikemoto-kun? A voice calls from beside him. Ikemoto turns his head slightly, resting his rifle on his shoulder, and replies with a serious tone, the mountainside to the right should also be excavated. If the enemy ambushes us from there, it creates a blind spot in our line of sight, making it impossible to engage them. However, a short, somewhat portly officer nearby smiles upon hearing this remark. The desolate forest, too, was something Ikemoto had ordered to be removed. Observing his cautious demeanor, Matsuyama Haruka shakes his head, pats Ikemoto on the shoulder, and speaks in a leisurely tone. Ikemoto-kun, you are overly concerned. Their previous assault was merely a surprise attack. Now, with the addition of numerous fortifications around Autumn Wind Pavilion, along with 2 Type 94 tanks and an armored train from the Empire, they dare not approach. The Empire is nearly advancing to the mountain city. If we apply more pressure, forcing them to surrender, this conflict will soon draw to a close. The day the cherry blossoms bloom in our homeland will be the day we return. As Matsuyama speaks, his gaze drifts toward the horizon. As the battle progresses, the situation across various fronts becomes increasingly clear, and many believe that the end of hostilities is not far off. Ikemoto gently shakes his head, his eyes still filled with vigilance. We must remain cautious. The defeat at Ping'an County occurred precisely because the airborne officers sent by the Guangdong Army underestimated the enemy, leading to that disastrous outcome. If the battlefronts had not stabilized and if the commanding officer hadn't received support from the Guangdong Army, he would have already committed seppuku due to such heavy losses. Moreover, Autumn Wind Pavilion has already faced defeat. We must not tread the same path. A glint of cold resolve flashes in Ikemoto's eyes as he suddenly raises his weapon, aiming at a frail figure laboring in the distance, appearing somewhat numb. The sharp crack of a gunshot causes many of those working to lift their crimson eyes, only to be quickly subdued by others. His aim is precise. Not bad. Ikemoto replies, recalling his arrival at the battlefield of Autumn Wind Pavilion upon receiving orders. The images remain vividly etched in his memory. A full 2 battalions, along with several transport units en route to the war zone, over 2,000 souls, all met with grim fate. Many perished in their sleep. And the sight of that scene instilled within Ikemoto a profound sense of shame. The Guangdong Army has firmly established its presence in the 3 northeastern provinces for an extended period. They have also diverted considerable military strength to participate in the Pacific War. If we manage to gain complete control over the northwestern Shaanxi region, it could become a second northeastern province, leading to the promotion of our commander. Matsuyama Haruharu's eyes shimmered with anticipation. Thus, whether it be Qiufeng Pavilion, Niangziguan, or Jinbei Station, these train stations are of paramount importance. They serve as the iron gates of our confinement and must not be relinquished. There is a saying, exercise caution to avoid grave errors. Yamamoto Jingshu stood resolutely, his tone imbued with gravity. Some resistance forces are now entirely ensnared within their confines, and the significance of these train stations is well understood by the higher-ups. Should I encounter those Chinese, I shall ensure their annihilation, Yamamoto Jingshu declared with a fierce tone. Yet his gaze fell upon a multitude of laborers, a shadowy expression crossing his face. How about a competition? Yamamoto Jingshu suddenly expressed interest. Yes, the more participants, the more entertaining it will be. Matsuyama Haruharu quickly grasped the implication, a faint smile gracing his features. All right, let's call for more. Each person will have 30 rounds of ammunition to see who can score the most hits. Yamamoto Jingshu nodded in agreement, gesturing towards the figures laboring to construct fortifications. The fortifications are nearing completion, and with little utility remaining, sending over 1,000 of them to the northeastern provinces for testing seems unnecessary. It might be better to let them find some amusement. Gather them together, Yamamoto Jingshu stated calmly. Observing the scene, a flock of birds, startled by his earlier gunfire, returned to peck at the deep pit. The enormous pit, dozens of meters deep and nearly 20 meters wide, was densely populated with bodies, some already unrecognizable, others beginning to decay. A gentle breeze carried a foul stench from within. Chapter 212. Another encounter at Qiufeng Pavilion. The warm sun hung high in the sky, with wisps of clouds drifting lazily. Amidst the mountains and forests, the footsteps were steady, and the pace of the march was not particularly swift. The entire contingent, save for the sounds of boots and the clinking of metal, communicated in silence, resolutely pressing forward. 3 miles from Qiufeng Pavilion, on a hillside, the figure at the forefront of the troop raised a hand slowly, prompting the orderly halt of nearly 5,000 soldiers. They then dispersed into the surrounding brush and beneath the trees to conceal themselves. The warriors seized a moment of respite, though most bore expressions of exhilaration, with a few displaying signs of tension. One by one, they began to inspect their weapons, ensuring their readiness. In this vast expanse, silence reigned. The captain and the regiment commander have returned, Luo Wenxing murmured, pointing to a distant hill where he spotted Lin Tiandust leading a soldier back from afar. They were merely 3 kilometers from Qiufeng Pavilion, and although their pace was steady, it was swifter than their previous rush with a guerrilla unit of over 1,000 men. More importantly, it was evident that Qiufeng Pavilion had not detected their presence at this location. Luo Wenxing found this surprising. Their march had been so unremarkable that the Japanese had seemingly overlooked them. He could not fathom the absence of lookout posts without them. Their journey would not have been fraught with peril, as they had nearly stumbled into ambushes on several occasions. Captain, it feels entirely normal. We have seamlessly interspersed ourselves here. Luo Wenxing, while following the march, felt a twinge of apprehension. He was acutely aware that numerous Japanese outposts dotted the vicinity. Yet, the reality was that they had not been detected. Do not forget, this unit attacked Taigu County and then dashed towards Ping'an County right under the Japanese's noses. Such capability is to be expected, Zhou remarked, scratching his scarred forehead. He understood Luo Wenxing's concerns. The smoothness of their march felt almost as if they were traversing familiar territory rather than enemy-held ground. Over a distance of more than 20 kilometers, they had only paused thrice, each time fortuitously evading aerial reconnaissance. Along their route, they encountered no Japanese checkpoints or outposts, and on several occasions, they had seen Japanese patrols pass by, oblivious to their presence. Most significantly, the informants the Japanese had bribed had evidently failed to relay any warnings. As Zhou finished speaking, a figure swiftly approached him. Both he and Luo Wenxing straightened their attire, recognizing the slender form before them as one of the regiment commander's messengers. Captain Zhou, the regiment commander requests your presence, the messenger announced. Without hesitation, Zhou rose quickly and followed, arriving to find several individuals already gathered around Lin Tiandust, who stood beside a battle map of Qiufeng Pavilion. Everyone has arrived. Now I shall delineate the combat mission. Lin Tiandust's tone shifted to one of gravity upon noticing Zhou presence. This is not a time for respite, rather. He awaits the completion of the artillery positions and aims to observe from a distance to prevent any oversights. As Lin Tiandust's words resonated, the countenance of all present turned serious. Zhou instinctively leaned forward, realizing that participating in the battle alongside the Tiger Band regiment was an invaluable opportunity for learning. His heart raced with the thought of expanding his intellect. Lin Tiandust's voice rang out once more as he picked up a long branch along the march and pointed towards the map. The situation at Qiufeng Pavilion has markedly changed. Not only have the fortifications been strengthened, but 2 tanks and an armored train are now present. Furthermore, they have cleared obstacles in the perimeter, and most importantly, Qiufeng Pavilion is currently detaining numerous individuals. Therefore, in this battle, our objective is not only to annihilate the enemy, but also to rescue these captives. Lin Tiandust's words reverberated among the crowd. Wang Jiantang and others immediately adopted grave expressions and nodded in agreement. In contrast, Zhou appeared somewhat dazed. Although they possessed numerical superiority, facing armored units, fortifications, and heavy firepower, the reality of combat was dawning upon him. He pondered the risks involved, aware that failure could cost lives. Despite his confusion regarding how to ensure a successful rescue while simultaneously exterminating the enemy, he remained attentive, unwilling to miss a single word. 1st Battalion, the 2 tanks on the right flank of Qiufeng Pavilion and the armored train shall be your responsibility. Ideally, you should stealthily approach and seize control over them before destroying them. This battle shall commence with the sound of your gunfire, and concurrently, be mindful of the captives. Understood. Wang Jiantang replied without hesitation, his tone resolute. 2nd Battalion, the enemy's attention will be entirely diverted. You are to stealthily advance from the left hillside to initiate your assault. You must traverse the 500-meter open terrain with utmost speed, while the artillery company will provide suppressive fire. Once you secure the high ground, Hold your position and refrain from advancing until the order for a full-scale assault is given. Focus on controlling those hidden fortifications. Yes, Li Weigu acknowledged. Marking numerous concealed fortifications on the rudimentary map. 3rd Battalion will advance alongside the fire support company to launch a frontal assault. Yes, Gao Jieqing immediately responded. He understood that. Despite the apparent direct assault, the intensity of the combat would be lower than that faced by the 1st and 2nd Battalions. The 1st Battalion would need to manage multiple fronts, a complex responsibility, while the 2nd Battalion would tackle the hidden fortifications. The 3rd Battalion's frontal charge would only commence after securing support from both flanks, supplemented by artillery fire. The 3 men dispersed to prepare, and the solemn atmosphere deepened. Zhou Min listened intently. To be candid, he found it challenging to discern much from the arrangements. It seemed akin to what other commanders had articulated. Yet, the varying missions and intensities of each battle filled him with trepidation. The 1st Battalion is burdened with an overwhelming array of tasks, while the 2nd Battalion is tasked with neutralizing the enemy's heavy artillery and fortifications. The situation on the front lines requires no further elaboration. Is the 3rd Battalion poised to launch a feigned attack? No. If the 1st Battalion fails to secure the armored trains and tanks on the right flank, it would undoubtedly jeopardize the 2nd Battalion's position. Could it be that the 3rd Battalion is to assist the 2nd? Captain Zhou pondered, striving to comprehend these orders. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his gaze fell upon Lin Tiandust. Captain Zhou, there is a crucial mission that requires your attention. Lin Tiandust seemed to sense Zhou's contemplation immediately. His eyes locking onto Zhou's. Follow the directives of the commander. Zhou's eyes gleamed with intensity, and his demeanor turned grave, a profound sense of duty awakening within him. You will lead 1,000 militia to follow behind the 3rd Battalion. When the battle commences, you must endeavor to deliver firearms to them, Lin Tiandust instructed Zhou, and then coordinate with the troops for a full-scale assault. Zhou's eyes burned with fervor, his focus sharp as lightning. You must hold your ground. Your position is of utmost significance, a dagger thrust into the heart of the enemy. If you can maintain your foothold, victory will be half assured, Lin Tiandust articulated. Understood. Zhou felt a newfound resolve bolster his spine. Time was of the essence. Everyone must prepare for departure. Lin Tiandust gestured for Xia Shanzi to stow away the map. Within the visualized map, Lin Tiandust discerned that Xiufeng Pavilion was assembling a group of individuals. This presented him with an opportunity, one that was too precious to overlook. It was akin to a predator, the enemy presenting themselves for his unrestrained artillery assault. Zhou gazed up at the warm sun overhead, his expression faltering momentarily. Another daytime assault? Chapter 213. Since his warriors did not eliminate them, it fell upon him to do so. The sunlight was splendid, yet the hearts of men were chilled. Within the autumn wind pavilion, emaciated figures, some marked with numerous whip scars, began to gather in an open space, though their feet were unshackled. They appeared bound by some invisible force, moving like mere shadows of themselves. Hundreds of small devils, nearly 1,000, encircled the scene. As Yamashita Ikki inspected the rifle in his hands atop a raised platform, once he confirmed that the firearm was in proper condition, he turned to Matsuyama Haruka beside him and remarked, "Is it not an effortless task to deal with such a group?" Hearing this, Matsuyama Haruka, who had just arranged 30 rounds of ammunition on the table, smiled and replied, "Ikki, have you seen those frail children? Just aim for their lungs. After the first shot is fired, they will flee, and the challenge will indeed begin. I shall go first." Matsuyama Haruka was already somewhat impatient, loading the bullets one by one. Meanwhile, Yamashita Ikki stepped aside to observe. Many of the small devils, preparing for their own participation, were inspecting their weapons. Matsuyama Haruka slowly raised his rifle, a smile gracing his lips as his index finger inched toward the trigger. Suddenly, a series of piercing howls erupted, and in an instant, Matsuyama Haruka felt a tremendous shockwave envelop him. Almost simultaneously, the distant sound of gunfire erupted, echoing relentlessly. Enemy attack. Engage in combat. Deploy tanks and armored trains. Do not let them. Yamashita Ikki was similarly caught off guard by the shockwave, spitting out muddy blood. His expression shifted dramatically as the sky reverberated with the sound of incoming shells. Boom. It resembled a densely bombarded zone, viewed from above. The fiery trails of the shells formed a circular pattern. At that moment, the gathered individuals listened to the cacophony of explosions, their eyes drawn to the devils being struck by the shells. "It seems we are safe here," uttered one frail figure, his voice tinged with disbelief. However, as soon as the words left his lips, another nearby retorted sharply, moving swiftly. "The gunners are deliberately avoiding us. Someone is coming to rescue us." Approach the small devils. Seize their weapons quickly. Upon hearing this, several individuals followed suit, and some who had been numbed into inaction quickly reacted, realizing the urgency, as they witnessed others sprinting frantically. At that moment, the artillery fire sounded like the sweetest melody, for yet another round of bombardment fell upon the devils' positions, accompanied by a chorus of explosions. Before their eyes lay the corpses of the small devils, those who had once enslaved them, now met with their inevitable demise. In that instant, a gaunt figure rose, summoning every ounce of strength to dash towards the lifeless body of a small devil and seize a rifle. Bang! A shot rang out, and one of the devils atop the platform collapsed, immediately tossing his weapon into the crowd. As the autumn wind swept through the pavilion's right flank, the sound of gunfire erupted with an intensity never before witnessed, the barrage of bullets relentless and interspersed with numerous detonations nearby. Wei Hishang and Wang Fu had already incapacitated 2 tanks, and it was imperative to swiftly install explosives and retreat. Lu Sangun, armed with a submachine gun and adorned with an array of magazines at his waist, carried 7 grenades as well. He, along with Chen Chang, who was bound with a bundle of explosives, hastily boarded the armored train, while Wei Hishang led several men in close-quarters combat against the enemy, using grenades for cover. They climbed aboard the train. Upon hearing Lu Sangun's command, they promptly hurled grenades towards the distant enemy before swiftly boarding the train. What a pity, Chen Chang remarked as he removed the explosives from his back. Suddenly, he spoke up. Sangun, monk, I have driven a train at the mining factory in the eastern provinces. Instead of detonating it, allow me to take control. You can manage the heavy machine guns and firepower on the armored train while we provide support up front. As his words hung in the air, Wei Shang and Lu Sangun exchanged glances, pondering whether the commander might misinterpret their intentions and blow them up. Wei Hishang hesitated. He had never faltered in eliminating the enemy, for death was merely death. However, to perish at the hands of their commander would indeed be a grave injustice. We can first eliminate the enemy, then move in to support. But the commander will certainly notice, Lu Sangun quickly countered, recognizing the limited impact of their squad on the battlefield. Yet, possessing an armored train would change everything. Let's go. Move quickly, Sangun. Assist Qinshang while I lead the team to suppress the advancing enemy, Wei Hishang declared decisively after a moment's reflection. Without further words, Qinshang and Lu Sangun took their positions, observing as the enemy heated the boiler, preparing to launch the armored train. Sangun, move faster, Wei Hishang shouted as he sprinted ahead, leading their small team efficiently. On the left flank of the Autumn Wind Pavilion, Li Weiguo surveyed the battlefield, noting that their firepower had drawn the enemy's attention. With a commanding voice, he issued the order to charge. Once a barren expanse, the ground now erupted with figures surging forth like a fierce tide towards the enemy's outer positions. The howling winds of the sky harmonized with the chaos below. The commander possesses an exceptional grasp of the battlefield, Li Weiguo observed, coordinating the charge amidst the artillery fire raining down. The enemy was rendered blind to their advance. Yet it mattered little to them, for the very direction of their assault was marked by the falling shells. Li Weiguo too was in the fray, issuing commands as they closed the 500-meter gap under the cover of gunfire. The enemy in the concealed bunkers had yet to react. By the time they did, their geographic advantage had already dissipated. Shanghai, the sharpshooter squad, and the 3rd Company held their ground, securing several elevated positions to suppress the enemy's firepower while the rest continued their advance. Li Weiguo pointed towards the high ground ahead, exclaiming loudly, "Yes." After receiving Shanghai's response, Li Weiguo, holding a crooked rifle, advanced towards several bunkers along the partially constructed fortifications. Ever since he charged with a crooked rifle like Wang Jiantang, he had joined the fray. The bunker's vantage point faced directly towards Jiufeng Pavilion. When some Japanese soldiers caught sight of the 2nd Battalion's position, they were obstructed not only by the earthen berm of the unfinished works but also by the dust raised by the shockwaves of falling shells, along with the encroaching smoke. The charge of the 2nd Battalion instilled a sense of foreboding in the concealed enemy. Yet the adversaries were advancing with such astonishing speed that it felt as if they appeared in the blink of an eye. The 500-meter charge was executed without the slightest pause. Li Xianling, Li Hong, take your men and destroy those bunkers. 2nd Company, provide suppressive fire. 1st Company, follow me. With each target struck, Li Weiguo issued commands, and the sound of explosions echoed as several bunkers on the left flank transformed into smoky chimneys. Once Li Weiguo secured the left flank of Jiufeng Pavilion with utmost rapidity, he set about fortifying their positions. Gradually, a network of firepower began to take shape amidst the enemy's support. On the front of Jiufeng Pavilion, the 3rd Battalion relentlessly unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the Japanese forces. From the rear of the mountain, the artillery company's fire never ceased. In Zone 03, Lin Tiandust observed the visualized map, and upon witnessing Li Weiguo capture the entire left flank, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes as he grasped the telephone to direct operations in the column. If the 1st Battalion could destroy the armored train, the enemy's sole heavy firepower would be rendered null, and then the conclusion of the battle, its timing and manner, would be at his discretion. Is there someone capable in the 1st Battalion? Suddenly, Lin Tiandust paused, swiftly raising his binoculars to survey the scene. After a moment of observation, he spoke rapidly. The 3rd Battalion is to launch a general offensive. Ignore the armored train. Our soldiers have it under control. Lin Tiandust's tone was swift and resolute. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Jieqing immediately ordered Li Hongyan to lead the charge. The signal for a full assault was given. Lin Tiandust completed his instructions over the phone, and in an instant, 3 thunderous cannon blasts rang out in succession. On the battlefield, the 3 shells struck almost simultaneously. Similarly, the armored train, which had once instilled fear in countless soldiers, suddenly began to move, its roar echoing across the entire battlefield. Many soldiers turned their gazes towards the armored train, and some Japanese soldiers, witnessing its advance, excitedly began to converge towards it, knowing that following this iron behemoth into battle, or even climbing aboard, would significantly increase their chances of survival. Wang Jiantong's expression turned slightly icy. Chongqing, raise the flag. First company, first platoon, follow me. Others, proceed with the general assault as per the battalion command. The movements were swift, advancing rapidly towards the armored train, since his soldiers had not neutralized it. He would take charge. Hidden at the Qiufeng Pavilion Station, Song Shanshun and Yamazaki Jingmu exchanged glances and smiled unconsciously at the sight of the armored train's activation. For in that moment, the weapon capable of altering the battlefield had arrived. In the mountains, Jingmu nearly bellowed, "Send the orders down, prepare to launch a counterattack." Behind the 3rd Battalion, Zhou Min and Luo Wensheng, upon witnessing the activation of the armored train, swallowed hard, their gazes somewhat vacant. However, what perplexed Zhou Min even more was why Lin Tiandust chose to issue the command for a general offensive at this moment. Chapter 214, Damn Yan Laoshi, kill. The roar of the armored train reverberated throughout Qiufeng Pavilion, akin to a droplet of water falling into a pot of boiling oil, instantly causing the entire cauldron to erupt. A profound seriousness etched itself upon Wang Jianeng's face as he charged forward with his weapon in hand, followed closely by several soldiers carrying explosive packs, their eyes resolute. However, as they approached, Wang Jianeng's gaze turned cold upon witnessing the accelerating armored train ahead, leaving him perplexed as to why it had yet to unleash its fire upon them. In the midst of his contemplation, a familiar voice erupted from within the train. "Lu Sangun, what the hell are you doing? Open fire. The company commander is about to be surrounded." "I'm working on it." The urgent exchange between the 2 familiar voices momentarily caught Wang Jianeng's attention, as he observed the gun barrels of the armed train turning towards the encroaching enemy. Rat-tat-tat. The blaze of the heavy machine gun on the armored train shone brilliantly in the daylight, and in a fleeting moment, a significant number of the advancing enemy soldiers collapsed, caught unawares and shattered in an instant. The hail of bullets stirred up dust at Qiufeng Pavilion, the projectiles weaving through the cloud of debris, raising a crimson mist. Under the weight of heavy firepower, everything was rendered equal. Without a second thought, Wang Jianeng leapt onto the now moderately paced armored train. "I thought you hadn't secured it," yet his gaze swept across the interior, landing on the driver's cabin and the adjoining carriages, which were filled with shooting windows. Numerous soldiers were relentlessly firing from these openings. "Company commander, it's our fault. We thought we could commandeer it since Chen Chong said he could drive the train," Wei Heshang admitted, momentarily taken aback by Wang Jianeng's arrival, a hint of guilt in his tone. After all, while their company commander was indeed a teacher, he was the one they feared the most. "Dainyu, notify the entire regiment to coordinate with the armored train." Wang Jianeng commanded swiftly, his gaze landing on Lu Sangun. Lu Sangun had completely lost himself in the frenzy, his cries drowning out Wang Jianeng's orders. "Damn enemy soldiers. Kill." His voice echoed. Spent shells rolling at Wang Jianeng's feet, the lengthy belt of ammunition rendering him momentarily dizzy. Wang Jianeng glanced at his own weapon, then at the heavy machine gun wielded by Lu Sangun. In an instant, he discarded his weapon, moving to Lu Sangun's side and patting him on the shoulder. "Commander, what's wrong?" Lu Sangun queried, confusion evident in his voice, the machine gun's recoil causing his words to waver. "I'll take over," Wang Jianeng declared resolutely. Hoisting the slender Lu Sangun from his position and swiftly assuming his place, fingers deftly squeezing the trigger. In an instant, the heavy machine gun trembled violently, unleashing a torrent of bullets that propelled Wang Jianeng into a heightened state of focus. His face instantly radiated fervor. "Kill," he bellowed, his voice resonating even louder than Lu Sangun's earlier shout. Veins bulged on his arms as he gripped the machine gun with unwavering determination, witnessing the enemy soldiers collapse before him. The firepower of this weapon was leagues beyond that of his previous unreliable firearm. "Why are you standing there? Prepare the ammunition belt beside you. Be ready to change the rounds at the quickest speed," Wang Jianeng shouted to Lu Sangun, who was beside him, as he observed the dwindling supply of bullets. The might, sound, and size of this heavy machine gun were incomparable. Wang Jianeng had previously hesitated to wield it due to its cumbersome nature, but with the armored train at their disposal, such limitations were rendered obsolete. Lu Sangun, at a loss for words, found himself in awe of the commanding officer who had usurped his position as the machine gunner. He swallowed hard, casting a longing glance at the formidable weapon. Nevertheless, he dutifully assisted the captain, hauling over an ammunition box, opening it, and meticulously arranging the belt. Meanwhile, Danyu was busy relaying commands, while Liu Sanggun remained focused on supporting him. As Danyu issued orders, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion swiftly rallied around the armored train, advancing toward the enemy at Qiufeng Pavilion. This time, the enemy's bullets failed to penetrate their armor, resulting in a remarkable acceleration of their advance compared to before. On board the armed train, flames erupted, and the cries of the enemy echoed within Qiufeng Pavilion. The 1st Battalion, in full coordination with the armored train, rapidly breached the entire defensive line of Qiufeng Pavilion. The cacophony of battle resounded from afar, and Wang Jiantang peered through the observation window, witnessing the 3rd Battalion commence their charge, converging with them along the railway. Throughout this advance, he remained unfazed by the booming artillery fire nearby. Some peripheral sentries, unable to pivot their machine guns, could only watch helplessly as artillery shells rained down upon them. Wang Jiantang's keen insight into the battlefield allowed him to place unreserved trust in his commanding officer, who had once been a mere figurehead in the Jinsui army, now transformed into a fearsome force on the battlefield. Contemplating the initial circumstances of his commander, he felt a surge of indignation at such talent being stifled. Damn that Yan Laoshi, kill him! Wang Jiantang roared. Beside him, Wei Heshang, rifle in hand, was invigorated by the captain's battle cry and immediately joined in the fervent shout. Damn that Yan Laoshi, kill! Give it to him hard. The soldiers at the firing windows instinctively echoed the fervent chant. Damn that Yan Laoshi. Damn that Yan Laoshi. Liu Sanggun joined in with a shout before quietly resuming the task of loading the ammunition belt. The battle cries reverberated throughout Qiufeng Pavilion, igniting a fierce resolve among the captives who had seized their weapons. As the common folk, who had previously remained prostrate on the ground in fear, dared to lift their heads at this moment, the battlefield resonated with words they could comprehend. The familiar sounds surged within them, awakening their long-dormant hearts, igniting their blood. Some began to rise. Witnessing the fallen enemies moaning in agony, they unhesitatingly seized nearby stones to hurl them down. With the first individual stepping forth, the second was sure to follow. Behind the 1st Battalion, Luo Wensheng incessantly scratched his hands, his gaze fixed upon the battlefield. Captain, if we do not act soon, we shall lose everything. As he observed the armored train unleashing its firepower upon Qiufeng Pavilion, he realized the battle had reached its inevitable conclusion. However, when he saw Zhou Min's lack of response, he turned his attention to Zhou Ming, whose face was already flushed with frustration as he anxiously rubbed the scar on his forehead. The coordination of artillery and infantry, the collaboration between armored trains and foot soldiers. Watching the scenes unfold on the battlefield, Zhou Ming murmured to himself about the artillery, the infantry, their synergy, and Commander Lin's mastery of the situation. He felt a twinge of relief that Commander Lin was on their side. Had he been with the enemy, they might have found it exceedingly difficult to withstand such a commander. It was as if wherever he led, victory followed. Captain, some of the prisoners of war have begun to organize their own offensive, Luo Wensheng said urgently, observing the battlefield. As the gathered civilians and POWs, after the shells fell, began to pick up arms and join the soldiers in their assault, he wondered if his unit's mission was becoming somewhat redundant. Awaiting orders, Zhou Ming steadied his mind, gripping his rifle tightly as he spoke softly. The 1st and 3rd Battalions were already advancing towards the armored train. Awaiting orders, Zhou Ming reiterated, scratching the scar on his forehead, his expression solemn. Captain, the commander has already begun to push forward. Do you think he might forget about our existence? Luo Wensheng spoke first, having spotted Lin Tiandust amidst the smoke and chaos, pressing forward with the supporting fire team towards Qiufeng Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly reassured himself that a commander capable of maximizing the potential of each battalion would not overlook them. No, he won't. The commander said our mission is crucial, Zhou Ming responded, though his confidence wavered. Do not look at me like that. The battle has only just begun. And we will surely be needed, Luo Wensheng replied. But the battle is nearing its end, and those prisoners and civilians have already begun to take up arms themselves. Do we still need to rescue them? Luo Wensheng's words left Zhou Ming momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. As the battle commenced, less than 20 minutes had elapsed, and the entire situation had dramatically shifted. It is noteworthy that the Qiufeng Pavilion housed over 2,000 enemy troops, equipped with heavy artillery and numerous fortified bunkers, despite some being only partially completed. Nevertheless, the current conflict had developed into a one-sided assault, with the adversaries lacking any capacity for resistance. This was, after all, a frontal offensive that Zhou Ming had never dared to envision achieving. At that moment, he observed a soldier from the artillery company rushing towards their position. Captain Zhou, the commander has ordered you to have your men flank from the right, and taken some prisoners and civilians. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming nearly leaped with excitement, shouting, "Everyone, charge with me." His voice resonated with fervor, yet a fleeting look of uncertainty crossed his face. Did he just say to take in civilians? No matter. Let us charge first and figure it out later. Zhou Min mused, gripping his weapon tightly as he advanced swiftly. mimicking the charging stance of the 1st Battalion. He dashed forward, scanning for the next cover. However, Zhou Min soon realized that there appeared to be no enemies ahead. Chapter 215. The recapture of Qiufeng Pavilion. The acrid smoke lingered and dissipated with the wind, while the sounds of cannon fire gradually faded. The firepower from the armored train continued to roar, and the devastation at Qiufeng Pavilion was even more severe than during the previous assault. The air was thick with smoke as Lin Tiandust issued commands. Fong Bailu, instruct the 2nd Battalion, except for the sharpshooters on the tower, to advance along the left flank following the railway. Their 3rd company appears to be out of sync. Ensure the entire battalion maintains cohesion. Understood. Upon hearing the command, Fong Bailu swiftly sought cover and began to sprint towards the 2nd Battalion's position. For the 3rd Battalion, the 1st and 2nd companies were to apply frontal suppression while the 3rd company advanced towards the armored train of the 1st Battalion, determined to seize the Qiufeng Pavilion station from the enemy. Yes, having accompanied the 3rd Battalion to the front lines, Lin Tiandust issued a series of orders to Li Hongyan. Upon receiving the commands, Li Hongyan promptly began to organize the troops around him. Though Gao Jieqing was capable of entering the battlefield, the collective charge was evidently beyond their current capacity. Thus, Li Hongyan, as the deputy battalion commander, took responsibility for the full-scale assault. Lin Tiandust observed his surroundings and began to analyze the visual map. The encirclement of the 3 battalions had already taken shape, with the outer enemy forces completely eliminated. The remaining 600 adversaries were now confined within the Qiufeng Pavilion station. The armored train, what a remarkable asset. Lin Tiandust gazed at the distant armored train. Its capture would expedite the end of this battle with greater ferocity. He had always been acutely aware of the significance of equipment, yet such resources necessitated industrial support, which they currently lacked. Muttering to himself, Lin Tiandust continued to survey the situation. On the right flank, Zhou Min's troops were receiving the prisoners of war and local civilians. Occasionally, when they opened the dark cages that had confined the captives, the individuals huddled in the corners would only slowly raise their heads upon hearing familiar voices. While fierce combat raged ahead, Zhou Min and his militia worked diligently to locate and evacuate those who had been imprisoned. Some of the prisoners were directly armed by Zhou Min, allowing them to follow his unit and assist in clearing the remnants of the enemy from their positions. Captain, some personnel from the 3rd Battalion are converging here. It seems they are preparing for a final assault. Zhou Min looked up and saw Lin Tiandust's figure mingling among the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, trailed by rows of warriors equipped with grenade launchers, who dispersed to bombard various areas. They are employing the grenade launchers as mortars. Zhou Min observed Lin Tiandust's gestures. Wherever he pointed, the designated area erupted with intense explosions. Let us fulfill our mission diligently. Any adjustments will be directed by the commander. Watching the couriers racing back and forth around Lin Tiandust, Zhou Min's gaze shimmered with anticipation. He keenly noted that each time one of Lin Tiandust's couriers departed, the deployment of other battalions would soon shift, ranging from overall advances to tactical fire placements. Even now, despite having a clear and overwhelming advantage, the advance remained steady, granting no opportunity for the enemy to retaliate. Zhou Min murmured to himself, contemplating the battlefield before him, suddenly realizing a profound truth. If it were he commanding the 5,000 against a mere few hundred, he would undoubtedly have opted for an all-out charge, crushing the opposition without hesitation. Yet, the current approach was one of gradual encroachment, methodically consuming ground and leaving no chance for the enemy to strike back. This strategy also significantly reduced casualties. As the various battalions progressed, the conflict at Qiufeng Pavilion drew to a close. The sounds of mortars ceased, and the roar of heavy machine guns aboard armored trains gradually faded. On the battlefield, soldiers were diligently clearing the area, their weapons still at the ready. Each soldier, upon passing the armored train, would reach out to touch the cold metal, appreciating its formidable presence before resuming their tasks. Wang Jiantang continuously ran his hands over the large caliber cannons and heavy machine guns. If only we had these, the enemy would be no match for us, he muttered. Fully aware of the firepower's potential, the entire situation could pivot dramatically due to this convoy of war machines. For these iron behemoths not only boasted tremendous firepower, but were also impervious to bullets. The soldiers of the 1st Battalion, positioned behind the train, had no need to fear enemy advances threatening to detonate their ranks. It was akin to an enhanced synergy between infantry and armored units, a novel experience for Wang Jiantang. Captain, there's a pit behind the concentration camp at Qiufeng Pavilion, Changxing whispered, his voice low and his veins visibly tensed. Wang Jiantang furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave as he followed Ping Changxing to the designated spot. As they approached, an overwhelming stench assaulted their senses. Insects swarmed, and corpses lay heaped together. Fresh bodies piled atop the decaying remains, creating a morbid pool of blackened fluid. Amongst the tangled bodies of men, women, and children, Wang Jiantang gazed, an intense murderous intent igniting within him. At that moment, Lin Tiandust approached from the side. during a previous reconnaissance. He had spotted this pit from a distance on the visual map. "Let us bury them," Lin Tiandust coldly stated before turning away. His gaze fixed on a cluster of red dots on the visual display, advancing step by step toward the 3rd Battalion's direction. In the 3rd Battalion, within an enemy stronghold under siege, Fong Ming observed an enemy officer in uniform kneeling on the ground, a glimmer of exhilaration on his face. This battle finally granted him a taste of true command. Not only had he slain 3 enemies, but he had also captured an enemy officer along with over 200 surrendering foes, incurring minimal casualties, a definitive victory. This is a battle unlike any he had experienced in his long career. "Captain Ma, we caught a big fish," Fong Ming exclaimed to his companion, Ma Kanghui. Behind the 2 defeated soldiers, nearly 200 more lay prostrate on the ground, their equipment stripped away. The kneeling Yamashita Jingu observed quietly, his head bowed in contemplation. "Why were you left alive?" Ma Kanghui furrowed his brows and cast his gaze towards Fong Ming. However, upon hearing those words, Fong Ming paused momentarily. This had always been the case back at the base, yet Ma Kanghui's expression and words indicated to him a deeper understanding. Before he could respond, a sound of footsteps approached, and both men turned to see Lin Tiandust, Wang Jiantang, and several members of the 3rd Company appearing. Commander, Ma Kanghui addressed Lin Tiandust, his eyes revealing an inkling of what was about to unfold. As Lin Tiandust arrived, some soldiers raised their heads silently to acknowledge him. Just as Lin Tiandust stood firm, a clumsy voice broke the silence, prompting him to look over. "Your Excellency." Relying on ambush tactics, yet unwilling to engage in a direct duel with our empire, is a betrayal of the warrior spirit. "Our commander is willing to challenge you to a one-on-one duel." Upon hearing this, Lin Tiandust gazed steadily at the figure rising before him. "Very well," Lin Tiandust nodded, observing the excitement etched on the young soldier's face. After speaking, he turned to Wang Jiantang. "Arrange for someone to hand him over to the rescuers. Let him face the duel." "Understood," Wang Jiantang replied promptly. After Lin Tiandust issued his command, he turned and departed, lifting his gaze towards the sky. Behind him, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, accompanied by cries of anguish and pleas for mercy, all of which were drowned beneath the relentless barrage. Lin Tiandust's eyes glinted with a cold resolve, his countenance betraying not a hint of emotion. He was living through a page of history. If someone's hands were to be stained with blood, why should it not be mine? Lin Tiandust whispered, gazing skyward. Figures, emaciated and clad in tattered garments, advanced towards Yamamoto in the mountains, their filthy faces betraying an insatiable hunger for vengeance. "Please, I surrender. You cannot kill me," Yamamoto, in terror, watched the advancing figures, desperately crawling backward. Yet, the last sound that echoed was his wailing. A gentle breeze swept past Lin Tiandust's shoulder, caressing him lightly, as if in response to his unspoken thoughts. The wind stirred the clouds, lingering not a moment longer. As the final gunshots resonated with the autumn wind at Chiefing Pavilion, Lin Tiandust scrutinized the armored train as if struck by a sudden realization. He turned to Zai Shanzi. "Notify the telegraph operator. Send a clear telegram nationwide. Reclaim Chiefing Pavilion. Then, immediately relay my orders for the entire regiment to assemble." Chapter 216. Lin Tiandust's next plans. Yang Xianling, headquarters command room. A figure paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at the map, then stopping to ponder, until Song Yi reappeared in the operations room, holding a telegram. His tone urgent as he announced, "Latest news from Shanxing. The enemy has redeployed troops from Wuchang and commenced their assault on Zhao and Yi. A fierce battle looms over these two areas. It remains to be seen if they can withstand the pressure." Song Yi promptly handed the telegram to the commanding officer, his expression unmistakable. Should Shanxing falter, the enemy might seize the momentum and push further along the Yangtze, thus achieving their strategic objectives. After a brief silence, the commanding officer, with a grave countenance, spoke earnestly. "Regardless of the situation in Shanxing, we must engage. The entire landscape of northwestern Shanxi dictates this course. If we show fear, these invaders will forever dominate us." His tone was resolute. Currently, various regions in northwestern Shanxi were on the offensive. Either railways were being bombed or mines were under assault. Indeed, just yesterday, reports indicated successful railway demolitions at 8 locations. Song Yi pointed to specific areas on the map. Despite the enemy's deployment of troops to repair railways and bolster defenses, the challenges of sabotage were escalating. Yet, the results were not markedly impactful. Failures occurred when they were attacked by the enemy, whose armored trains rendered their weaponry ineffective against such steel monstrosities. Song Yi's voice dripped with frustration, but at that moment, a soldier hurriedly entered, capturing his attention, as the commander's voice resonated in the room. "The Hubei Brigade has recaptured Chiofeng Pavilion." The soldier's tone brimmed with excitement. Song Yi was momentarily taken aback and quickly grabbed the phone, glancing at the man in the coat, who offered a nod. With a decisive thud on the table, the man declared, "We have established a connection with other regions." Although Ping'an County was captured, geographically, It remained an isolated stronghold. The complete destruction of Qiufeng Pavilion not only clarifies the surrounding situation but also renders our railway demolitions meaningful, addressing the root of the issue. The enemy would no longer be able to dispatch troops from Qiufeng Pavilion to repair railways. Devoid of their stations, they would be compelled to advance. Song Yi, come here, he suddenly called. Order the Independent Brigade, the 772nd Brigade, and the new 1st and 2nd Brigades to advance to the vicinity of Tianquan Mountain and seek opportunities. The man in the coat spoke with grave intensity as the strategic significance of the battle at Ping'an County expanded following the obliteration of Qiufeng Pavilion. The chain reaction of this battle would enable numerous troops to communicate across this area, transforming the previously encircled Ping'an County into a crucial link among surrounding bases. Understood. Song Yi began issuing a series of commands. The chief executive placed his hands behind his back, his gaze lingering on the location of Qiufeng Pavilion. His expression gradually growing somber. Beyond Qiufeng Pavilion, where might it lead? He murmured softly, lost in thought. His eyes scanned the map, contemplating each train station in turn. Qiufeng Pavilion, Xi'an Station, Beijing Station, and Niangziguan. He meticulously went through each station, beginning to think from Lin Tiandust's perspective. Xi'an Station? The probability seemed low, as it was easily defensible yet challenging to assault, necessitating a detour around Yuancheng. Should conflict erupt there, the forces in Yuancheng would surely be mobilized, leading to a genuine battle. His footsteps shifted slightly as he pondered. If a confrontation were to occur at Xi'an Station, the troops in Yuancheng would not remain passive. They might even deploy nearby reinforcements. Moreover, with Lin Tiandust commanding only around 4,000 troops, he felt his forces were woefully inadequate, yet given Lin Tiandust's character and capabilities, this distance could not be dismissed entirely. Niangziguan? At present, it served the crucial function of changing train axles, making it a pivotal node in the railway transport of northwest Shaanxi. If it were to fall, the Zhengtai route would be paralyzed, adversely affecting several surrounding stations. As this thought crossed his mind, his brow furrowed. Experience warned him that the distance from Qiufeng Pavilion to Niangziguan was considerable, with the potential for encountering enemy blockades along the way. Attacking from there would be a suboptimal strategy. Most importantly, Niangziguan's role extended far beyond that of a mere military stronghold. It functioned similarly to a maintenance station for enemy trains. Should a battle ensue there, its strategic implications could overturn the entire enemy's containment strategy. Were it any other commander, he would not believe anyone would dare to assault Niangziguan. Yet the commander he was currently analyzing was Lin Tiandust. When Lin Tiandust had only over 1,000 men and was inadequately equipped, he had audaciously attacked Qiufeng Pavilion for supplies. With 2,000 troops, he had set his sights on Taiga County and Ping'an County, initiating a significant conflict. What, then, was beyond Lin Tiandust's courage? Beijing Station? Its strategic importance was immense, as it nearly controlled 3 or 4 of the enemy's mines, boasting the most developed infrastructure, with enemy trains continuously transporting resources from there. The man clad in a coat took a few steps. It was a possibility, albeit a slim one. The vicinity of Beijing Station was essentially dominated by several mines, with nearly all coal needing to be transported from there, not to mention the numerous defensive fortifications constructed. It was a strategic stronghold and a resource transfer station. He believed this should be Lin Tiandust's next target. As he scrutinized the various strongholds on the map, his thoughts in constant motion. If it were anyone else, he might not even consider these locations. Based on his understanding of Lin Tiandust, there truly was no battle he would shy away from. He murmured quietly, his gaze sweeping over these stations. He certainly would not inquire about such strategic intentions via telegram. Yet the more he speculated, the more his thoughts became entangled. Niangziguan, Beijing Station, Xi'an Station. Where would the strike occur? The most likely target seemed to be Beijing. However, it would require time to maneuver. Chapter 217. Let him know that he has not been forgotten in the vicinity of the Xianghe River. The sky was dim, obscuring beams of light, while crimson clouds reflected upon the earth. The water shimmered with rippling patterns, casting shadows of figures upon its surface. The sounds of steady footsteps stirred up dust, and a gentle breeze scattered debris into the river. By the riverbank, a soldier clutched a telegram, racing swiftly to an officer ahead. A figure, resolute and composed, marched at the forefront of the line, sharp eyes scanning the surroundings relentlessly. Report. The latest coded telegram from northwest Shaanxi, the soldier announced, reaching the officer's side. The officer, his expression subtly shifting, adorned in a uniform with insignia, accepted the telegram and glanced over its contents. Recapture Qiufeng Pavilion, he relayed, handing the telegram to the brigade commander. Commander, the Tiger Brigade has once again taken the initiative, galvanizing surrounding resistance forces in their anti-Japanese campaign, remarked Brigade Commander Tan Jiahong as he examined the telegram. Since the recent victory at Ping'an County and the recapture of Qiufeng Pavilion, shattering the Japanese propaganda stranglehold, it was undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face to the enemy. As he spoke, a trace of reverence appeared on Tan Jiahong's face. These battles unequivocally conveyed to the world that the Japanese were not invincible. The figure at the forefront radiated determination. 600 soldiers dared to confront an entire regiment. If they can do it, so can we. If we cannot, then we shall fight to the death. His tone was grave, his words unwavering. The victory at Ping'an County and the battle at Jinhuan Pass, where 600 men held off a regiment for over 3 hours, had already spread like wildfire among them. They had no doubts about the authenticity of these events, for the enemy's reaction spoke volumes. The name of the Tiger Brigade had echoed throughout the army and the nation. The man in uniform, adorned with stars on his shoulders, gazed into the distance at the flowing river. His heart stirred by the haunting images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood he had witnessed multiple times. For the majority of those grim scenes were of the enemy's dead, not their own. As the thought crossed his mind, the leading figure waved his hand decisively, issuing a command for 2 regiments to swiftly cross the Xianghe River. In Pudong, the opulent Western-style architecture was replaced. The 4 treasures of the study. A rosewood desk and ancient paintings adorned the reception hall, surrounded by green bamboo and an array of diverse artworks. In the main hall, a portrait commanded attention, standing alone on an entire wall, unmatched by any other artwork. The eyes in the portrait sparkled with wisdom, capturing a robust figure clad in a vibrant crimson cape, pointing forward with an air of spirited authority. Mr. Su, the latest coded telegram from northwest Shaanxi, Guo Yiming announced as he entered briskly, one hand resting behind him, bowing slightly while extending the telegram towards Su Jingxiang. Upon hearing the telegram from the northwest of Shaanxi, Su Jingxiang nearly leaped from the sofa, his excitement evident as he exclaimed, "Monkey! Yunming, bring me the telegram." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he straightened his Zhongshan suit and spoke with a calm demeanor. Taking the telegram handed to him by Guo Yiming, Su Jingxiang scrutinized it, his enthusiasm growing with each glance. "I knew it. Those damned Japanese and their so-called cage strategy are of no consequence in the northwest. With Commander Lin's move, we are already reclaiming lost ground." He quickly took a seat and began to examine the map laid out on the table. "Look here, once we strike Qiufeng Pavilion, the entire region's situation will become clear. The railroads in this area can be breached from here. This is truly cathartic, monkey. You have no idea how those bastards at the dock kept saying that Jincheyi would become the second northeast, that their cage strategy would annihilate all viable forces. Look, with this strike on Qiufeng Pavilion, isn't that a resolution? Commander Lin is truly formidable." As Su Jingxiang grew increasingly animated, he glanced at the portrait on the wall, his eyes filled with reverence. 3 sentences without mentioning mother, 10 without mentioning dogs. Ahem, Mr. Su, please mind your language. Guo Yiming coughed a couple of times, recalling Su Jingxiang's previous admonitions. It was clear that this was not the first occurrence. And Guo's expression remained unchanged as he gently reminded him. The words Su Jingxiang had for the little devils lingered in his throat, swallowed down deeply as he adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire from earlier excitement. Holding the telegram and gazing at the map, his peripheral vision caught the imposing portrait. Commander Lin is indeed both brave and clever. This battle. Su Jingxiang struggled to suppress his urge to curse, searching for appropriate descriptors, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Only when the book is needed does one lament its scarcity. Su Jingxiang felt a sense of helplessness as he grappled with how to articulate the current situation, momentarily stuck. After a long pause, unable to contain himself any longer, he finally declared, in a word, strong. His voice resonated throughout the hall, just as a flurry of footsteps approached. "Boss, Brother Lu is back. Let him in," Su Jingxiang said excitedly upon hearing the news. Moments later, Lu Zhenxing's robust figure entered a space that felt both familiar and foreign. Upon entering, Lu Zhenxing surveyed the peculiar surroundings, momentarily at a loss. However, Su Jingxiang, eager to see him, quickly approached. "So, did you meet Commander Lin?" he asked directly, inquiring about the one person he most wanted to know about. "Brother, Commander Lin was injured. I did not wish to intrude," Lu Zhenxing replied, his expression shifting dramatically, his tone filled with admiration. "Injured?" Su Jingxiang's brow furrowed slightly, his previous excitement faltering. Observing the concern etched on his elder brother's face, Lu Zhenxing chose not to be cryptic and spoke directly. "Brother, during the battle at Ping'an County, Commander Lin charged valiantly at the front line, suffering a severed left arm and an injured right leg." Lu Zhenxing's tone faltered slightly, and a hint of shame crept onto his expression as he continued. "We arrived too late. He had to undergo surgery without sufficient anesthesia, opting instead to give the anesthetic to the soldiers, and thus he endured the procedure without it, resulting in the amputation of his right leg." Upon hearing Lu Zhenxing's words, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. Both Su Jingxiang and Guo Yiming, along with a group of younger associates, were taken aback, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Having long danced on the edge of peril, they understood the immense fortitude required to endure such an operation. Su Jingxiang cast a glance at the battle report from Qiufeng Pavilion, calculating how little time had elapsed since the harrowing events at Ping'an County. The thought of re-entering the fray in such a grievous state conjured the image of a figure commanding from a stretcher. Perhaps he had never intended to return from this assault on Qiufeng Pavilion. Su Jingxiang gazed intently at the portrait, his eyes reflecting deep sorrow. After a long pause, he spoke gravely. "Monkey, summon the artist." Commander Lin's gaze should convey greater resolve. He is a true, iron-blooded warrior. With a solemn tone, Su Jingxiang concluded. But after his words, Gui Yuming glanced at the adjacent portrait. "Should we take this portrait down?" "No, I wish to present it to Commander Lin when we meet. I want him to know that someone has not forgotten his former visage," Su Jingxiang replied, his voice imbued with a profound depth, his gaze suffused with admiration. He longed for the day when he could show this portrait to Commander Lin, to convey that regardless of his physical condition, in Su Jingxiang's heart, he remained a stalwart figure of iron and wisdom. Chapter 218. I cannot allow the valiant Tiger Bin regiment to bend its hard-earned spine in my presence. The battlefield. Pumpkin Slope is shrouded in a gloomy sky, with aircraft soaring overhead repeatedly. The incessant sounds of artillery and the mechanical roars resonate from the smoke-laden battlefield. The vast expanse is littered with lifeless bodies, the air thick with gunpowder and the mingling of blood and earth. Let the 1st Battalion's 3rd Company hold the flank position and intercept the enemy, commanded a man clad in military attire, shouldering a star. In his hands, he wielded a long rifle, firing shot after shot. His voice was urgent as he issued commands, pulling the bolt and squeezing the trigger to unleash a barrage of bullets upon the advancing foes. "Commander, our allies have yet to arrive. We cannot hold out much longer." Tan Jiahong, the battalion commander, hastily approached and exclaimed. As an artillery shell landed on their position, it kicked up a cloud of dust, covering his steel helmet. Shaking off the debris, Tan Jiahong reiterated, "Commander, the flank is unprotected. We are being besieged from both sides. The enemy numbers at least over 10,000, equipped with mechanized forces and bombers. We must retreat, or it will be too late." Tan Jiahong hesitated but eventually spoke. Normally, he would refrain from voicing such concerns. "Await reinforcements," came the loud response from those in the trenches. At that moment, blood began to stain his uniform, the mingling of dust and blood creating a vivid contrast against the dark red. The relentless artillery fire transformed the battlefield into a meat grinder, with gunfire never ceasing and sporadic explosions echoing throughout. The continuous bombardment rendered the soldiers incapable of counterattacking, and the emergence of tanks began to encroach upon their position, slowly being consumed by the enemy. At that critical juncture, another figure sprinted towards them. "The right flank has completely fallen. We could not hold out for reinforcements. We are down to just over 1,000 men, and the enemy is closing in from both sides." Upon hearing this report, Tan Jiahong's expression turned ashen. The battle had raged for over 8 hours. Initially, they had faced merely 4,000 enemy troops. Yet, as the tide of war shifted, enemy reinforcements arrived swiftly. While they could not even catch a glimpse of their allies or any glimmer of hope for rescue, telegrams had been sent repeatedly, only to receive the same response. "Wait. Commander, there is still time to retreat. We can evacuate with you, even with just over 1,000 of us," Tan Jiahong implored, his tone laced with urgency. He instinctively leaned forward, wishing to support the person before him. However, he was halted by a raised hand, which withdrew a sealed letter, already stained with blood. "Deliver this letter back home for me," said the figure adorned with a star, patting Tan Jiahong's shoulder, his voice somber. Before deploying, he had spent an entire afternoon gazing at the photographs displayed at the Spirit Guardian Pass. From the moment he crossed the Xiang River, he understood that if the battle turned dire, he would leave his life on the battlefield. This was the soldier's destiny. "I will carry you. If we do not leave now, it will truly be too late." Tan Jiahong's voice was laced with a plea as he reached out once more. Yet, what greeted him was a thunderous roar. "Tianjin has fallen, and I shall depart. Beiping has fallen, and I shall depart. North China has fallen, and I shall still depart. Tan Jiahong, this time I will not retreat. I cannot allow the Tiger Ben Corps, which has struggled to maintain its proud stance, to bend under my watch. Do you understand?" He shouted with almost every ounce of strength he possessed, his face smeared with dirt, yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance. Perhaps he still held some attachment to this world, awaiting his return home. Death did not instill fear within him. He could not partake in the triumphant march of the Tiger Ben Corps, but he absolutely could not permit their upright posture to be broken by the enemy on his watch. Even if the position were to be lost, it would only be after he had bled his last drop of blood. He could indeed retreat now, but the grand defense he had previously proclaimed would signify failure. Since reinforcements would not arrive, it was only reasonable to cease waiting. Only by meeting his end on the battlefield could he stoke the flames of the fire that had been ignited. If his singular sacrifice could awaken the warriors who still hesitated in this darkness, then he would willingly fly into the flames. "Deliver this letter home. Those willing to fight to the end, stay. The rest may leave. You have done enough." A figure adorned with the insignia of a general clapped Tan Jiahong on the shoulder, and for the first time, A hint of a smile emerged on his dirt-streaked face. To fight to the death. To fight to the death. To fight to the death. Some soldiers, clutching crumpled letters, placed them into Tan Jiahong's hands without uttering a word. Returning to their positions, Tan Jiahong observed these soldiers, remaining seated. I order the commander of the 33rd Army Group, Tan Jiahong, to return all letters. Blood had begun to seep through his uniform, and the commanding officer regarded Tan Jiahong with a tone of authority. Execute the order. Tan Jiahong trembled. Yet in the face of that calm, unwavering gaze, his fists clenched tightly. I command you to return the letters. His tone was resolute. Execute the order. Tan Jiahong turned to the hesitant soldiers and suddenly shouted. Faced with their enraged commander, the soldiers gritted their teeth and turned away. Just as they took their first steps, a deafening explosion reverberated once again. Boom. The enemy's armored units were visibly advancing, their fire illuminating the somber sky with blinding brilliance. The violent blast resounded, each moment consuming the lives of the soldiers. The mechanical roar echoed like thunder. Only those who feared thunder were afraid. But one soldier after another, facing the onslaught of tanks, gazed with unwavering determination. Amidst the smoke of battle, the dark sky finally began to shed gentle rain. The ground, once awash in crimson, transformed into a river of blood under the rain's relentless wash. Chapter 219. Gloomy Pudong. On May 17th, under a somber sky, a torrential downpour drenched the land. After a fortnight without rain, Pudong was now besieged by relentless rain. Flags fluttered high along the streets, and Han Chuanxue surveyed the banners with a fleeting expression of disdain, quickening her pace significantly. As she walked, Japanese patrol vehicles echoed their announcements down the street, while some passers-by, clad in kimonos, clapped their hands in delight upon hearing the broadcasts. Newspapers were disseminated freely, with some accepting copies and others declining. The sound of the patrol cars halted the footsteps of many, who wandered through the puddled streets, seemingly devoid of spirit. Others, however, clenched their fists in the shadows, their eyes ablaze with fury as they glared at the passing vehicles. Han Chuanxue descended into a street and entered the Save the Nation news agency, clutching a newspaper. Her expression darkened. Upon seeing Su Lan in the room, she approached, holding the paper tightly. Sister Su Lan, General Zhang of the 33rd Army, has been martyred. Han Chuanxue's fists tightened, her face flushed with anger. The news of the general's sacrifice spread throughout Pudong and other areas under Japanese control, heralding their advances and victories. It was a call to arms, a reminder to the nation that resistance still flickered beneath their feet. Su Lan sighed softly, her voice tinged with regret. Clearly having been aware of the unfolding events, her busyness was merely a fade, concealing her inner turmoil. Sister Su Lan, the Japanese offensive across the nation has intensified. The newspapers have reported that Jin Chai has initiated the second phase of the cage strategy, mobilizing troops to besiege the strongholds within. Han Chuanxue exhaled a heavy breath, her worry deepening. The entire nation was now aware of a force in northwest Shaanxi, launching attacks on various Japanese positions and strongholds. The battles at Ping'an County and Chofeng Pavilion stirred her emotions. With the loss of the 33rd Army's leadership, she could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety, especially with Colonel Lin actively broadcasting their plight to the nation. The more the Japanese publicize their triumphs, the more resolute we must become in our convictions, Su Lan remarked. Though it was evident that she too was not without concern. Yet in this tumultuous era, nothing came easy. After speaking, Su Lan handed Han Chuanxue a stack of lists, detailing the supplies gathered during this time. Please organize these and send them to Boss Su. Understood. The cicadas chirped freely as the bright moon hung high. The wind rustled the leaves gently, and the stars twinkled in the darkened sky. A train sped along the tracks, the night sky sparse with stars, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. The rumbling of the train resonated in Wang Jiantong's ears as he pushed open the door of a carriage. The commander expressed his sorrow upon receiving the news from the Japanese telegram, which stated that the commander of the 33rd Army had fallen. Wang Jiantong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a leader of such stature would be on the front lines, fighting with a resolve to die in battle. This unwavering determination evoked a complex array of emotions within him. Lin Tiandust took the telegram, his eyes flickering with understanding. He recognized the telegram's intent. The Japanese were likely eager to publicize this battle. Wang Jiantong added, they intend to capitalize on this victory. Lin Tiandust's demeanor grew stern as he examined the map laid out before him. The Japanese aimed to exploit this victory to advance swiftly toward Wuchang, he stated gravely. However, his gaze shifted from Wuchang to the position of Beijing Station on the map, a fierce intent glimmering in his eyes. The Japanese think it will be easy to seize the momentum. We must hasten our efforts to capture Beijing Station. Have Chinchong expedite the process. And also bring me Zhou Min. Lin Tiandust's voice was icy. The Japanese, after all, were from a distant land, oblivious to the significance of homeland and roots. To them, the vastness of territory meant little, yet it could mobilize millions from Shu to Jinchai. If the Japanese wished to manipulate this situation to their advantage, They must reach Beijing Station swiftly and secure it. Understood, Wang Jiantang affirmed, signaling a soldier to notify Zhou Min. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Min and Luo Wensheng appeared quickly in Lin Tiandust's carriage. Commander, Zhou Min saluted. What do you know about the guerrilla forces operating in this area? Lin Tiandust inquired. Gesturing to the location of Beijing Station on the map, Zhou Min leaned closer to the map and responded rapidly, Commander, there is only one guerrilla unit in this vicinity, consisting of about 400 to 500 men. The area around Beijing Station is rife with mines, and they have conducted thorough sweeps, even burning nearby villages. The leader of this guerrilla unit is Zhao Jinxue, who studied in Pudong and returned 3 years ago to form the unit. Operating behind enemy lines, her prowess rivals that of her male counterparts. Zhou Min elaborated on the guerrilla unit, and Lin Tiandust listened intently before turning to Fang Bailu. Among the seized supplies, were there any white crosses? He suddenly inquired. Yes, Fang Bailu nodded. Immediately display those white crosses outside the carriage, maintaining speed while ensuring the soldiers' safety. Meanwhile, in the mountain city, lush green trees stood tall, and flower beds were meticulously arranged before a grand entrance. The bright sun shone high above, illuminating the scene. Inside an office, a middle-aged woman in civilian attire concealed a piece of paper upon hearing footsteps outside. Commander Shun, the death squad has successfully retrieved General Zhang's remains and is transporting them back to the mountain city. A man clad in military uniform presented a document to Shun Mei with a tone of utmost respect. As she received the document, her gaze fell upon its contents, and her expression turned somber, accompanied by a gentle sigh. Shun Mei had already surmised the intentions behind the phrase to fight to the death upon hearing it earlier. However, the cost was far too steep, a general sacrificing himself on the battlefield when retreat was indeed an option. Qin Zhongfu sighed, fully aware that had they chosen to retreat, survival was absolutely within reach. He had upheld the fragile backbone of their cause with his very life. Chapter 220, The Inevitable Demise of the Wokou. In the military intelligence section of the mountain city, Shun Mei solemnly gathered various documents, mourning the loss of General Zhang. The central government had resolved to inter the coffin at the foothills of Meiwa Mountain. Upon the coffin's return, citizens from all corners spontaneously came forth to pay their respects, and a considerable number began to parade through the city. Qin Zhongfu furrowed his brow slightly. The citizens' procession coincided with the relentless bombardment from the enemy. Nevertheless, the voice of resistance grew ever louder, and the personnel in the intelligence section found themselves overwhelmed with a barrage of information, reports regarding the enemy's assaults on the mountain city and several ominous signs, such as numerous soldiers initiating contact with the Japanese. This predicament weighed heavily on them. Our task is merely to maintain order at the scene, Shun Mei responded calmly. The activities of the Hubei Brigade in the northwestern region of Jin were akin to a wildfire, spreading throughout the land and igniting hope among the populace. More individuals surged towards the battlefield, instilling a sense of clarity, as if the clouds of confusion had parted to reveal the dawn. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Zhongfu passed along a telegram he held. It contained the latest news from the Hubei Brigade, indicating that they had recently secured Qiufeng Pavilion. Qin Zhongfu's feelings about the brigade were complex. After all, their location in the Jinchai region was particularly intricate, and the central government had long sought to insert personnel there, but had yet to find the opportunity. The existence of the Hubei Brigade was indeed a focal point for the central government, yet the brigade had offered little in the way of communication. The information from the Hubei Brigade caused Shin Mei to pause momentarily as she accepted the telegram and began to peruse its contents. Boss Dai had issued orders the previous day, delegating full responsibility for all intelligence concerning the Hubei Brigade to the 6th section. They were to send personnel to northwestern Jin to gather comprehensive information about the brigade and report any findings to her immediately. The intention was to establish contact with this unit. Shin Mei spoke with a calm demeanor, speculating on the implications of these orders. It was said that the central government had attempted to reach the Hubei Brigade no fewer than 20 times, receiving no responses. It was as if the brigade had vanished from sight since their last reward of equipment. Each telegram was dispatched promptly without any prior consultation with the central government. Such a formidable force could indeed be incorporated, yet it was noted that several mobilization orders issued to the brigade had met with silence, inciting the central government to nearly resort to airdropping directives. Qin Zhongfu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he too had a limited understanding of the Hubei Brigade, primarily gleaned from discussions with colleagues. However, it appeared that this unit was solely focused on combating the enemy, disregarding the central government's directives and strategic arrangements. Consequently, when they achieved significant victories in Ping'an County, they received accolades but no expression of gratitude or acknowledgement. Carry on with your duties, Shin Mei gestured dismissively. Understood. Qin Zhongfu replied with a solemn nod before departing. Having observed his prolonged absence, Shin Mei found herself perusing a plethora of documents concerning the tumultuous situation in northwest Shaanxi, her expression laden with gravity. Indeed, While battles rage across the land, it is undeniable that northwest Shanxi stands as one of the most fiercely contested regions. Other areas may merely adopt the stance of passive defense, yet here, the initiative lies with those who actively engage in the fray. The mountainous city exhibits a dramatic topography, overshadowed by a somber sky and caressed by a gentle breeze. The streets lay deserted, doors firmly shut, evoking the aura of a ghost town, even as the essence of life lingers within. In stark contrast, along the banks of a great river, throngs of people surged forth, banners unfurled, and groups of individuals traversed the riverside. A cacophony of resounding voices echoed, resembling both fervent cries and solemn oaths, to defend our homeland unto death. An inch of land, an inch of blood. Amidst the procession, banners were raised, featuring youthful figures alongside elderly citizens adorned in white veils. Countless individuals moved about, many more joining the ranks as they wove through the throng. Security personnel maintained order, while a multitude of journalists sprinted ahead, capturing the unfolding scene, which remained orderly despite the fervor of the participants, as if the very earth beneath their feet proclaimed their declarations. Beyond the parade, the banks of the river were teeming with onlookers. Since enemy warships had brazenly advanced along the Yangtze, the populace had witnessed a series of defeats in battle. Yet, with the passage of time, news from northwest Shanxi, encoded telegrams, and photographs from the Pingyang County battle began to circulate. The sacrifice of General Zhang on the battlefield instilled within them the knowledge that the soldiers of this nation continued to fight for their cause, shedding their lifeblood in defiance. On the river's surface, the piercing sound of a flute resonated, capturing the gaze of countless individuals. The sacrifice of a military commander undoubtedly stoked the flames of fervor among the populace. Within the crowd, a gnarled hand tightly grasped that of a tender child standing at the river's edge. The elder's gaze was profound, silently observing the flowing water. As a steamboat passed, waves surged forth, splashing against the riverbank. "Grandfather, the bombers are coming again," a child's voice called out. Many raised their eyes to the heavens, their expressions brimming with animosity. The elder also directed his gaze skyward, declaring, "The invaders shall surely perish." This time, they did not retreat, their eyes fixed on the coffin, guarded by soldiers. "The invaders shall surely perish." In that moment, all eyes along the banks converged upon the coffin, their cries drowning out the roar of the engines. As the dark clouds parted, a beam of light illuminated the river's surface, the water reflecting and refracting the radiance, spreading outward. A gentle breeze stirred the waves, swelling them like a rising tide. Gradually, the long-accumulated gloom began to dissipate, and a ray of sunlight started to spread across the landscape. The overcast skies receded, yielding to the warm embrace of the sun. Now they understood, anyone could perish, but they would never become subjects of a fallen nation. Chapter 221. Directly infiltrating Beijing Yang Xianling, Headquarters Command. Song Yi's footsteps were heavy as he approached the commander. Upon seeing him, Yin Su handed over a telegram with a grave expression, stating, "The people of Shanxing bid farewell." As Song Yi's words fell, the man clad in a military coat paused, gazing into the distance where a small stream flowed down from the mountains, releasing a soft sigh. The fire blazed even brighter. If given a choice, no one would wish to stoke this fire, yet the circumstances left no alternative. His gaze fell once more upon the map, quietly observing the situation across the regions and the ongoing blockade. At that moment, Song Yi's voice resounded again. "Commander, the independent regiment at Shanxingling has gone to gather intelligence and has provided feedback. However, the contacts were not from the Huban regiment, but rather from some rescued individuals. The Huban regiment has already departed from Chiofeng Pavilion. According to the feedback from the independent regiment, these individuals stated they left along the railway." Upon hearing this, the commander's eyes swept over the map for a considerable time. They left Chiofeng Pavilion? So many people, they simply departed? His expression grew serious, a slight tension in his gaze. "Do we have any information on which direction Commander Lin took, the method of departure, whether it was by day or by night?" In response to these three inquiries, Song Yi could only shake his head. The independent regiment had not obtained such information. Most of those they encountered near Chiofeng Pavilion were merely surviving civilians. As Song Yi spoke, the commander focused even more intently on the map, murmuring to himself, "This is not merely a departure, it is a disappearance. A contingent of over 4,000 has vanished right under our noses." Despite several guerrilla groups being present near Chiofeng Pavilion, yet not a trace was discovered. The commander furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the potential for Lin Tianxin's assault. From a distance, Niang Ziguan was too far. It should not be Lin Tianxin's choice. After all, he had come to understand that Lin Tianxin's recent offensive was not just about breaking free from confinement, but also aimed at reclaiming lost territory. He had previously considered the same strategy, but their effectiveness in inflicting damage on the enemy was nowhere near that of Lin Tianxin. If they could not achieve what Lin Tianxin had, the enemy's forces would remain intact and equally capable of holding their ground. Yet, as he surveyed the current train station, a glimmer of insight crossed his eyes, settling on several stations. Despite the considerable distance and the fact they lay within enemy territory, given Lin Tiandust's elusive maneuvering, these stations presented the greatest possibility. Song E. Instruct the independent regiment, as well as the new 1st and new 2nd regiments, to advance. The commander contemplated for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. Commander, do you believe they will strike at Beijing? Most likely at Beijing Station. Although surrounded by guerrilla forces, if Beijing Station were to fall, it would pose a threat to Taiyuan from the north and to Niangziguan from the northwest, simultaneously paving the way to unify our vast base. However, should Lin Tiandust choose to launch a surprise attack, it would undoubtedly be executed through a significant detour. Concealing his intent to assault the Beijing Station, he would direct the independent regiment and the new 1st and 2nd regiments to the forefront, diverting attention and thereby creating favorable conditions for Lin Tiandust. Based on current conjectures, it seems that Lin Tiandust's target for attack may very well be Beijing Station. Presently, Lin Tiandust, positioned within enemy territory, is akin to a keen blade. While expanding their foothold, they must also shroud the blade's brilliance, ensuring a decisive strike that could sever the throat of their adversary. As summer approaches, in the northwestern region of Shaanxi, the blazing sun hangs high. Yet it does not render the surrounding temperatures unbearably sweltering. Instead, this fierce sunlight offers a sense of comfort, encouraging numerous mountain creatures and verdant foliage to bask in its warmth. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shatters the tranquility of the mountains. On a railway track, the foremost armored train steadily progresses, its compartments moving in unison. Within the train, Lin Tiandust occupies the driver's cabin, his expression one of utmost seriousness. Having extended the visualized map a further 15 kilometers, he vigilantly observes the railway for any signs of enemy trains as they advance into the territory controlled by the invaders. What Lin Tiandust seeks is time that exceeds the enemy's expectations. Commander, look, it's already summer, yet there is still snow on that mountaintop. Lu Sangun exclaimed excitedly from the train, pointing through a small window towards the distance. In an instant, many soldiers gathered to gaze at the scenery outside, and Lin Tiandust followed Lu Sangun's gaze. The distant landscape, bathed in sunlight, appeared incredibly magnificent. There are even more breathtaking sights to behold. Once we drive the invaders away, we shall explore this splendid land, Lin Tiandust remarked with a smile, observing the soldiers who were experiencing the thrill of their first train journey. Initially, when the train began to rumble and move, many instinctively clutched the iron walls and huddled in corners. Yet gradually, they adapted, eagerly leaning out of the windows to take in the view. Indeed, but Commander, this iron behemoth travels far faster than we can run, Wei Heshang chuckled, patting the iron wall. Thus, our next battle shall come swiftly. Lin Tiandust's gaze turned increasingly grave as he looked ahead. Upon hearing this, Wei Heshang, Lu Sangun, and Shen Chong, who was at the helm of the train, immediately adopted serious expressions and began preparing their firearms. Xiao Shanzai, relay the orders. I will lead the artillery company disembarking. The train will head straight for Beijing Station. The entire regiment will charge forth and resolve the battle with utmost speed. Lin Tiandust's solemn voice resonated from the front of the train. Xiao Shanzai promptly acknowledged and hurried to the rear carriage. Wei Heshang and Lu Sangun, their expressions now serious, diligently checked their weapons. In the rear carriage, Wang Jiantang, Li Weiguo, and Gao Jieqing were enjoying the scenery when they noticed Xiao Shanzai's arrival and immediately redirected their attention. The regiment commander announced that he would lead the artillery unit to disembark early, and then the train would swiftly advance towards Beijing Station, aiming to resolve the conflict with utmost speed. As Xia Shanzi's words concluded, Wang Jiantang and his companions immediately exchanged glances with the soldiers nearby. They were instructed to relay the message. The train was heading straight for Beijing Station, and the entire regiment was to charge forth, resolving the battle as quickly as possible. Wang Jiantang and his companions conveyed this with urgency. The soldiers, who had just been exchanging light-hearted banter, instantly wore serious expressions. Notifications were dispatched, and preparations commenced. The soldiers strapped grenades to their bodies, meticulously checked every magazine at their waists, and adjusted their submachine guns along with the 38-type rifle slung over their shoulders, tightening the daggers strapped to their calves. Inside the carriage, some soldiers who had been resting promptly rose to their feet. The sound of gun bolts being drawn resonating throughout the compartment. The clashing of metal echoed continuously, intertwining with the roar of the train racing along the tracks. A number of soldiers, already prepared, took their positions at the doors, guarding the most advantageous yet perilous firing points. In the rear of the train, Luo Wensheng expressed concern, leaning closer to Zhou Ming. Is the commander not worried about the enemy's vigilance? Beijing Station is one of the best fortified stations among these few. Trust the commander, Zhou Ming replied, though he too felt a tinge of apprehension, yet he harbored unwavering faith in their leader. Pass the word down, prepare to engage in combat. This time, the entire regiment will charge, and we must display our might. Chapter 222. Captain, it seems they intend to attack Beijing Station. Beijing Station. Dust swirled in the air, creating an oppressive atmosphere that obscured the sunlight. Standing on the ground, it was indeed difficult to catch a glimpse of the sun. The barren mountaintop was sparsely adorned with greenery. 5 kilometers south of Beijing Station, on a hillside, Zhao Jinshu appeared through a weathered telescope at the railway below, observing intently for a considerable time before slowly lowering it. Is the explosive set up? Zhao Jinshu inquired, her tone somewhat somber, turning to a malnourished figure beside her. It will be ready by nightfall. We are merely waiting for the collated enemy train, Huang Song replied in a hushed voice. Due to their proximity to Beijing Station, they could not approach it directly and had to remain 5 kilometers away on the railway, preparing to ambush the enemy's coal transport. These coal trains needed to pass through Beijing Station and often did not carry many enemy soldiers. Nevertheless, their numbers were also limited, totaling just over 400. Even a handful of enemy soldiers aboard the coal train could not be taken lightly. They had to act swiftly and decisively, planting the explosives and retreating promptly. Do not linger in battle. The enemy's reinforcements will arrive quickly, Zhao Jinshu cautioned, fully aware of the risks given their proximity to Beijing Station. Understood, Huang Song replied. But his gaze was suddenly drawn to the distance as a train approached. With the telescope in hand, Zhao Jinshu also noticed the train. However, upon spotting the enemy soldiers draped in red and white on the train, her brow furrowed slightly. Captain, it's an armed train. The explosives we have should be sufficient to derail it, Huang Song said with a hint of excitement, feeling that after such a long wait, they had finally encountered a significant target. Let them pass, Zhao Jinshu commanded after a moment's hesitation upon seeing the Red Cross flag. She was acutely aware of what this banner represented. Yet, beside her, Huang Song clearly did not comprehend why such a decision was made. However, opportunities are fleeting. And as the rumbling sound echoed, the group watched the train head towards Beijing Station. Zhao Jinshu continuously observed through the telescope as the train drew nearer to Beijing, noticeably slowing down when it was just 3 kilometers away, which caused a flicker of confusion on her face. The sudden deceleration of the train was peculiar, logically. It should have proceeded directly into Beijing Station. Just as her confusion grew, the doors of several carriages abruptly swung open, and a stream of uniformed soldiers leapt down from the train. Furthermore, supplies were being hurled from the train. This scene made Zhao Jinshu slam her hand against the ground, her face betraying a sense of regret. Utilizing international conventions for such despicable acts, Zhao Jinshu said, her expression darkening with anger and profound chagrin. She could hardly believe that the enemy would resort to such underhanded tactics, disguising a troop transport as a humanitarian mission under the guise of a White Cross train. Yet, it was clear that lamenting now was far too late. Beside him, Huang Song remained silent, exhaling a long sigh, yet he refrained from uttering any reproachful words. After all, the captain's command abilities far surpassed their own. Without the captain, he would not have survived to this day. Missing such an opportunity felt regrettable to him. Suddenly, he noticed the soldiers disembarking from the train, each one starting to arrange something. From a distance, it was evident they were setting up mortars, seemingly preparing an artillery position. Huang Song's gaze flickered slightly. The direction of the cannon barrels appeared to be aimed at Beijing Station. Believing his eyes were deceiving him, he instinctively rubbed them. Captain, it seems they intend to attack Beijing Station. After confirming this several times, Huang Song gasped in astonishment. Attack Beijing Station? Zhao Jinshu immediately looked over, her expression momentarily frozen, utterly shocked by the scene before her. Although the number of soldiers disembarking from the train was small, they were indeed setting up mortar positions, with the barrels pointed directly at Beijing Station. Moreover, there were over 30 mortars positioned beside them. As the train slowed down and then accelerated once more, it sped towards Beijing Station. Zhao Jinshu's eyes flickered, as if she suddenly grasped the situation. They were utilizing the enemy's train to infiltrate the station. Quickly, Zhao Jinshu seized a pair of binoculars, beginning to observe intently. Just as she shifted her focus, she spotted soldiers placing mortar shells into the barrel, ready to fire at a moment's notice. They truly intended to use the enemy's train to strike at Beijing Station. As this realization dawned on her, the unfolding scenes left her utterly speechless. As the train drew near, a series of muffled sounds echoed, followed by violent bursts of fire in the distance. Simultaneously, the train's doors swung wide open, revealing a barrage of gun barrels protruding, as the soldiers aboard unleashed a torrent of bullets. The soldiers on the train appeared unperturbed by the threat of friendly fire, boldly descending from the train amidst the chaos. The armored train, from the moment the cannon fire commenced, had not ceased its fiery onslaught. Viewed from afar, it resembled a luminous tortoise shell. Despite the considerable distance, Zhao Jinshu could still see the sparks flying as heavy-caliber bullets struck the defensive fortifications. In broad daylight, such firepower ignited a fervor in the observers. Another explosion erupted. Boom! A large-caliber cannon aboard the armored train fired, instantly shattering a bunker from the rear, sending debris scattering. As the train approached the station, a series of beeping sounds echoed throughout. Inside the carriages, Every soldier gripped their weapons tightly, pressing closely against the doors, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Outside the carriages, laughter rang out continuously, accompanied by the sounds of merriment and the scent of alcohol wafting through the air. Yamamoto, go guide the train into the station. With this command issued, the soldier leisurely strolled away from the table in the station's hall, reluctantly departing, as there had been no prior notice of this event. As he approached the station, the train came to a halt, and the doors swung open abruptly, leaving him momentarily stunned. A sharp sound pierced the air, reminiscent of familiar phrases uttered by the enemy, yet incomprehensible. Before him stood a multitude of gun barrels, densely arrayed, jolting him into lucidity, only to be plunged into an abyss of darkness almost instantaneously. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, echoing throughout the Beijing station, as the unsuspecting adversaries were met with anguished cries from all directions. The lamentations, overwhelmed by the relentless gunfire, appeared feeble, akin to the faint chirping of insects beneath a thunderous storm, pale and devoid of emotion. Each train car illuminated with flashes of fire, glaringly vivid against the backdrop of daylight. The commander had decreed a swift resolution, attack. Wang Jian'ang brandished a crooked firearm and leaped off the train before it had fully come to a stop. The 1st Battalion disembarked one after another, fanning out to both sides, intent on widening their gun line. They were determined to shatter the enemy, ensuring that any retreating soldiers would meet their demise. Meanwhile, in the adjoining cars, Li Weigu exhibited equal speed, wielding a similarly crooked weapon, leading the 2nd Battalion as they swiftly formed their lines. Gao Jieqing of the 3rd Battalion showed no less urgency, armed with a pistol. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the disadvantage of a severed hand. Li Hongyan, rally the spirit of the 3rd Battalion, Gao Jieqing commanded sternly. Without hesitation, Li Hongyan raised a well-worn yet well-maintained crooked firearm, a gift from Wang Jiantang to their battalion. Attack! Li Hongyan roared, embodying the fervor of their commander. The collective force of the 3rd Battalion surged forth like a torrent. Soldiers poured out of the train cars, a throng of thousands flooding the station, nearly overwhelming Beijing station. The sound of artillery slicing through the air resonated, its howling drowning out the explosions. Boom! In a fervent display, Zhou Min relentlessly pulled the trigger of his rifle, the veins on his forehead bulging as his shouts echoed around him. Kill! Zhou Min bellowed, leaping from the train car. A glance to the side revealed that their pace was no slower than that of the commander's 3 battalions, bolstering Zhou Min's confidence tremendously. Chapter 223, The Reticent Zhou Min at Beijing Station. As the train doors swung open, the soldiers surged forth like a deluge breaching a dam, expanding into the surroundings with fervor. Charge! Fight for the spoils! Zhou Min bellowed, his heart racing amidst the cacophony of battle cries from his comrades. He felt an invigorating sense of strength, rivaling that of the other 3 battalions, which illuminated his countenance with exhilaration. In this moment, he was finally able to lead his battalion of over 1,000 men into the fray alongside the 3 battalions, proclaiming their prowess to the Tiger's Wrath Regiment. This was a chance for his troops to truly experience the essence of warfare, bolstering their confidence and allowing them to glean tactical insights from the engagements of the 3 battalions. With his words resonating in the air, they swiftly occupied the disembarkation point by the train. In mere moments, he witnessed the 3 battalions of the Tiger's Wrath Regiment disembark and fan out like a blossoming fan. Soldiers began to seek cover, rapidly dispersing from the train station. Yet, in a fleeting encounter, they found themselves somewhat outpaced. This realization precipitated a sense of urgency in Zhou Min's expression. Luo Wensheng moved to the right, Zhou Min commanded, having observed that the soldiers in that direction were fewest. The strength of his battalion could effectively fill that void. Initially, their descent from the train was manageable. However, as 3 soldiers surged forward like a tide, they soon lost sight of the enemy. Following the 2nd Battalion, Zhou Min noted that their adversaries were in disarray, fleeing in every direction. We can seize the opportunity, Zhou Min mused, observing the situation with keen eyes. The fleeing enemy presented a chance for his forces, and with fervor, over 1,000 men rushed toward the 2nd Battalion. Yet, before they could reach their destination, Zhou Min's gaze became entranced by the frenzied expressions of the 2nd Battalion, their eyes ablaze with the thrill of battle. Crush the enemy forces. Kill! Echoed around him, the fervent expressions of the soldiers making Zhou Min swallow hard. Captain, Luo Wensheng stammered, catching his breath. Let us head to the 1st Battalion. They seemed to have raised a flag, likely signaling for support. Zhou Min noticed a black and white banner unfurling, prompting a sense of urgency in his tone. However, as they began to move, he stood transfixed, for the 1st Battalion seemed even more unhinged than the 2nd. The relentless barrage of firepower and the alternating cover and assault tactics painted a picture of utter chaos. The fervent shouts reverberated through the station, stirring the very dust in the air. Zhou Min even spotted Wang Jiantang, arms raised with a submachine gun, charging forward with fervor. Rubbing his eyes to confirm his sight, he beheld a robust man behind Wang Jiantang, Shouldering an ammunition box and continuously loading bullets, a submachine gun slung across his back, bulging with magazines. All while advancing and loading rounds. The Wang Jiantang before him was a stark contrast to the smiling figure he had encountered on the train. Captain, the 1st Battalion has also finished. Luo Wensheng gulped. Zhou Min cast a doubtful glance toward the 1st and 2nd Battalions before finally settling his gaze on the 3rd Battalion. The troops of the 3rd Battalion appeared to be engaged in a fierce positional battle, blocking the sole exit of the train station. Relentlessly firing to prevent the enemy from escaping. Quickly, let us advance to the position of the 3rd Battalion. That is our exit, and we may taste victory. With that, they surged towards the 3rd Battalion's location. Zhou Min was anxious. After all, the entire regiment's offensive was faltering, unable to keep pace. As he raced beneath the setting sun, Zhou Min dared not pause for even a moment. His figure was seen darting everywhere, desperately seeking a morsel to seize and savor. On the hills south of Beijing Station, Zhao Jinxue, accompanied by several hundred men, observed the battlefield's dynamics. From the moment the train arrived, the fighting had commenced, and barely 10 minutes had elapsed. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically, the ferocity of the assault was staggering, and each soldier displayed remarkable combat prowess. Zhao Jinxue could scarcely believe her eyes. This was Beijing Station, renowned for its well-fortified defenses amongst several train stations, yet it was crumbling so swiftly. Lying low, her gaze filled with disbelief. She beheld the utterly devastated fortifications and the scattering enemy troops being ruthlessly pursued. The fortifications had taken a year to construct, utilizing vast resources and manpower, all aimed at securing the nearby mines. The enemy's cage strategy had led to the reinforcement of several outposts at Beijing Station, and considerable effort had been expended to facilitate troop movements to the area. Yet, in a mere span of 10 minutes, all of this had been rendered obsolete. Many of the enemy had been neutralized during their retreat into the bunkers, and artillery consistently struck the enemy's congregated positions, creating unparalleled pressure. The firepower exhibited by the current force was the most ferocious resistance Zhao Jinxue had ever witnessed. With over 30 heavy machine guns deployed, the onslaught was formidable. It was noteworthy that, during nearly 3 years of guerrilla warfare in the base area, she had not managed to arm each soldier with a rifle, with ammunition averaging less than 3 rounds per person. Commander, we must seize Beijing Station, and it appears that the reinforcements are militia, Huang Song exclaimed, handing Zhao Jinxue the binoculars, his tone tinged with excitement. Initially believing these militia members would not engage in such combat, merely tasked with holding the line, Zhao Jinxue was astonished to see these uniformed soldiers, fierce and formidable, unlike any militia she had encountered. Yet, upon disembarking, the militia surged forth with remarkable vigor, providing rapid support to conclude the battle and hastily moving to the next location. Their presence was palpable across the battlefield. Are these truly militia? Zhao Jinxue found it hard to believe, as the militia charged with such alacrity, offering support in all directions. Through her binoculars, she observed their movements, skillfully avoiding the enemy's newly established fire points, only to soon be met with falling mortar shells. After the bombardment, the soldiers began their assault, and the battlefield was alive with the presence of the militia, creating a scene that, from a distance, appeared almost picturesque. After merely a moment of observation, Zhao Jinxue was momentarily taken aback, gazing in disbelief at a familiar figure among the militia. Could it be Zhou Min? Take a look and see, she urged, as she handed her weathered binoculars to Huang Song, gesturing towards a specific direction. Although she had never fought alongside Zhou Min, she was well acquainted with several local guerrilla units. Zhou Min was known for his analytical nature and steady tactics. However, his current approach seemed to embody an entirely different person, charging through the artillery fire and darting about to provide support. Was this truly the cautious Zhou Min she once knew? Huang Song's face betrayed a sense of incredulity, as he too recognized Zhou Min. Their trajectory appeared to lead them towards Qiufeng Pavilion. Earlier that day, Zhao Jinxue had received a telegram, prompting her presence here to respond to the overall offensive following the recapture of Qiufeng Pavilion and to facilitate rapid reinforcements. The mention of the Tiger Bin Regiment caused Huang Song's eyes to gleam with realization. A chill of apprehension washed over him. Had he activated the explosives just moments ago, it would have resulted in fratricide. Given the presence of over 3,000 individuals in uniform, disembarking from the train near Beijing Station, it was highly improbable that any unit other than the Tiger Bin Regiment, which had taken Qiufeng Pavilion, could be present. Zhao Jinxue spoke with unwavering certainty. Chapter 224. The heat was unbearable, and after a prolonged run, he yearned to shed a layer of clothing for some respite. At Beijing Station, a black dust continually ascended into the sky, each step taken by the soldiers stirring up a cloud of smoke. On the front lines, the gunfire remained incessant, while the cannon fire from the armored train had ceased. At this moment, Zhou Min leaned against the wall, gasping for air, feeling as if his legs were no longer his own. Throughout the battle, Zhou Min had been running ceaselessly, without disembarking from the train. Before the lines were drawn, he was able to share the same front with 3 battalions, relishing the spoils of meat. However, once he stepped off the carriage, the world around him seemed to transform entirely. The 3 battalions had spread their lines too swiftly and launched their offensive with even greater speed. Although the enemy was clearly in sight, the opportunity to engage eluded him. A mere moment's delay meant falling further behind, leaving them with no chance before the 3 battalions. Damn it! Each battalion was fiercer than the last, and after disembarking, he scarcely managed to engage any enemies. Zhou Min had come to understand that each of these battalions possessed unique strengths, each more terrifying than the last. As he muttered to himself, Zhou Min's gaze swept the surroundings once more. The cessation of cannon fire and the diminishing gunshot signaled that the battle was nearing its conclusion. All soldiers began the final sweep of Beijing Station. Zhou Min observed as some soldiers commenced their inspections of the carriages, searching for any hidden enemies. Captain, why does it feel like after we disembarked, we've been running aimlessly without encountering many enemies? Luo Wensheng sighed softly, a sense of disillusionment evident in his demeanor. Especially at the position of the 3rd Battalion, despite having reached their lines, it appeared they were merely holding the fort while a company had already flanked the enemy, leading to a swift demise of the adversaries from both the front and the side. Zhou Min exhaled a deep breath, letting out a long sigh. Let us clean up the battlefield. He shook his head, surveying the scene. Although the battle at Beijing Station had been brief, the enemy's rapid eradication was almost preordained. They melted away like ice thrown into a boiling cauldron. This was indeed a surprise attack. Zhou Min now felt a pang of shame for his earlier apprehensions. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhou Min. Luo Wensheng. Have the casualty statistics been compiled? He solemnly produced a notebook. Yes, Luo Wensheng nodded, his expression momentarily hesitating before he continued. We've suffered over 280 casualties. With that, his gaze flickered away. Over 280 fatalities? The losses. How could they be so severe? Zhou Min paused slightly, reflecting on his first genuine engagement under the commander. Yet he had not truly faced a significant enemy presence. How could the outcome be so dire? Have I disappointed the commander? Zhou Min sighed softly, his words tinged with disappointment. However, as he pondered further, something felt amiss. During the charge, he had perceived hardly any comrades falling around him. Could it be that soldiers from other carriages had come under concentrated fire? A sudden thought surged in Zhou Min's mind. He merely pondered, feeling a sense of improbability, which inadvertently drew his gaze towards Luo Wensheng. Do you know something? Zhou Min's eyes were sharp, particularly as he observed Luo Wensheng's somewhat erratic and evasive glance. Zhou Min became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. Ultimately, after a moment of hesitation, Luo Wensheng met Zhou Min's gaze and spoke with a hint of resignation. They witnessed the captain's prowess against the enemy and, shedding their militia uniforms, attempted to infiltrate Captain Lin's ranks. They truly lack loyalty, abandoning the captain. As Luo Wensheng concluded, his tone grew somewhat indignant. Yet the expression in his eyes when looking at Zhou Min gradually transformed. Captain, what are you doing? He exclaimed. Ahem, it's just so hot. And having run for so long, I thought to remove a layer for some relief. Chapter 225, Dignity on the Edge of the Sword. Truth within the range of cannons, the air was slightly cool, a gentle breeze wafting through, yet a certain chill lingered. Some individuals, clad in scant attire, occasionally tucked their hands into their garment buttons. Zhou Min continuously shook his leg, his gaze surveying the soldiers diligently clearing the battlefield, his right hand fidgeting with the sole button at his collar. A mere turn of his head revealed Luo Wensheng's penetrating eyes fixed upon him. Ahem, it is rather warm today, Zhou Min remarked, subtly lowering his right hand, clearing his throat twice, and fanning himself with the edge of his garment. A somewhat awkward smile gracing his face. His eyes began to wander, though suddenly, they froze, staring intently in a particular direction. Hey, Luo Wensheng, do you see that? Isn't that the guerrilla squad stationed at Beijing? I recognize some of their uniforms, Zhou Min suddenly exclaimed. Luo Wensheng's eyes glimmered with caution, for if he let his guard down, their captain would soon incite rebellion. Following Zhou Min's gaze, his eyes flickered momentarily. It seems to be Captain Zhao. Let us go greet them, Zhou Min suggested, diverting the conversation and promptly moving towards Zhao Jinxue, who approached them with an air of determination. Captain Zhao. It's been a while, Zhou Min greeted warmly. Indeed, it has, Zhao Jinxue replied, her expression grave. She scanned the group before fixing her gaze on Zhou Min. Speaking with a serious tone, Captain Zhou, your tactics of masquerading as an international neutral organization are not in accordance with international law. In the future, this will be a point of contention that the enemy will exploit against us. Undeniably, you have successfully captured Beijing Station using this method, yet I sincerely hope you will minimize its use. If the enemy adopts similar tactics, future battles will be even more arduous. Zhao Jinxue's words were earnest. The deed had already been done, and she did not wish to sound overly rigid regarding the matter. However, from her perspective, a nation in weakness required international support. Should there arise a need for assistance or foreign aid, the enemy could wield this issue to their advantage. This was what infuriated Zhao Jinxue the most. Had it been anyone else ignorant of the red and white cross flags, conflict would likely have erupted. Zhou Min unconsciously nodded. He did not fully grasp these complexities. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a figure passing by, causing a sudden tightening in his chest and an instinctual urge to loosen his attire. However, upon seeing Luo Wensheng beside him, he restrained himself. "Commander," Zhou Min addressed respectfully. "Quite a commendable effort," Lin Tiandust replied with a smile, "is praise genuine?" Although he had not been on the front lines, the overall strength of Zhou Min's militia was indeed commendable. There is still room for improvement. "Commander, allow me to introduce you. This is Zhao Jinxue," Zhou Min said, his smile radiant as he eagerly introduced Lin Tiandust. Zhao Jinxue's gaze fell upon Lin Tiandust. Her surprise evident as she observed his youthful countenance, suspecting he might even be younger than herself. "Commander Lin, I do not dispute your grasp of the battlefield. Yet this approach is not advisable. Firstly, it tarnishes our international image. Secondly, if the enemy adopts a similar strategy." Zhao Jinshue's tone was somewhat grave. However, upon reiterating her concerns, Lin Tiandust scrutinized her with intense seriousness. "Do you truly believe that international conventions are tailored for the weak? Currently, the enemy stands on our soil. What international image can we uphold without strength? Do you think that adhering to the rules set by the powers will guarantee our victory in war?" Lin Tiandust continued, his demeanor earnest and solemn. "Are you hoping for a trace of decency from the enemy? Such dreams are futile. Furthermore, this white cross is not meant for the enemy. It is for you. Should you choose to engage, I would regard you with a modicum more respect, yet clearly, your command has disappointed. If I were the enemy, you would all be dead by now." Despite being aware of some of Zhao Jinshue's background, Lin Tiandust was gambling on her restraint, wagering that she would refrain from firing. To him, war was devoid of reason. Across the world, it resembled a chaotic farce. One must never elevate the so-called great powers to a pedestal of moral superiority, for they are merely a group that devours without remorse. In terms of military strategy, Lin Tiandust would never employ such tactics unless there existed a tangible strategic purpose, akin to the defense of Jinhuan Pass. "I am a man who resorts to any means necessary. The distinction between good and evil is for future generations to determine. I believe that dignity lies only at the edge of a sword, and truth exists solely within the range of a cannon." Shaking his head, Lin Tiandust opted not to engage further in debate. As a soldier, his duty lay in protection and the extermination of foes. He need not ponder beyond those obligations. Without lingering, he took his leave, having received certain intelligence from Wang Jiantang. Zhao Jinxue watched his retreating figure, her expression a mixture of thoughts unvoiced, words poised on the tip of her tongue yet unspoken. Throughout her years leading guerrilla warfare, she had witnessed countless villages reduced to ruins and had borne witness to the myriad atrocities committed by the enemy. In this vast expanse, the enemy manifested as a relentless scourge. With a soft sigh, Zhao Jinxue fell into silence. On the right flank of the railway line at Beijing Station, Wang Jiantang spotted Lin Tiandust's arrival and immediately approached, his face and tone brimming with excitement. "Commander, we have discovered 2 brand new tanks," followed by several carriages filled with fuel and ammunition. Wang Jiantang's eyes gleamed with fervor, although the tanks had not been fully utilized outside Ping'an County. Their previous encounters with such armored vehicles had always ended in retreat. Resting his hand upon the cold steel of the tank, Wang Jiantang could not suppress the thrill coursing through him. It appears they were in transit. Lin Tiandust cast a keen glance at the scene, his eyes momentarily flickering with realization before he turned to the gathered individuals. "Is there anyone here capable of operating a tank?" Lin Tiandust inquired with a hint of curiosity, pondering how Chen Chong could operate a train, which inadvertently sparked a flurry of thoughts within him. It was precisely because Chen Chong possessed the ability to drive a locomotive that Lin Tiandust conceived the notion of a blitzkrieg, aiming to conquer Beijing with utmost swiftness. Engaging in a direct confrontation, even through a surprise attack, would result in an overwhelming toll given the numerous fortifications present. If only the team had tanks at their disposal, their strength would be significantly augmented. Although marching would pose certain challenges, confined to roadways, a frontal assault could unleash formidable power. "Commander, I just inquired, and no one knows how to operate them," Wang Jiantang lamented, his initial excitement gradually fading into resignation. Lin Tiandust cast a regretful glance, letting out a deep sigh. Had they captured tanks in the rear, there would have been ample time for training. Alas, they found themselves in Beijing, an enemy-occupied territory, where time was a luxury they could not afford. Moreover, it would take considerable time to cultivate combat effectiveness, while it was feasible to transport these 2 behemoths. Without the ability to wield them effectively, they would merely serve as burdens during the march. Destroying the 2 tanks before them was a reluctant course of action. Just as Lin Tiandust was about to speak, the sound of galloping hooves echoed nearby, and he immediately recognized that Sun Dishing had arrived. "Commander, Commander, we are late." The voice arrived before the man did, In a short span, the cavalry's speed rivaled that of the train, yet over long distances. War horses could not compete with the relentless wheels of the locomotive. After all, horses require rest, whereas a train can travel uninterrupted. Commander, you all look rather glum. Have there been significant casualties? Sun Dushing observed the somber expressions of Lin Tiandust and his men, his heart sinking. He was aware that Beijing Station had fallen into enemy hands for many years, fortified with numerous defensive structures. Captain Sun, do not underestimate us. We have 2 tanks, but no one can operate them. We are contemplating how to address the situation, Wang Jiantang explained, his hand resting on the gleaming tank, his tone tinged with regret. If it comes to that, we might as well blow them up, Lin Tiandust proposed thoughtfully. However, as soon as the words left his lips, Sun Dushing's expression shifted. A flicker of alarm in his eyes. Don't blow them up. I can operate one. Sun Dushing interjected, prompting the attention of Lin Tiandust and all others to converge upon him. Don't look at me like that. I truly can, he insisted, hastily clarifying. I was the main gunner in the Central Army and have also served as a driver. You were a main gunner? Lin Tiandust's eyes brightened, a spark of fervor igniting within him. The others gazed at Sun Dushing as if he were a rare treasure. Yes, I served for a while before transitioning to become a driver. Sun Dushing nodded in affirmation. Very well, gather some soldiers for practice. I need to swiftly establish combat readiness. Lin Tiandust declared, excitement bubbling within him as he patted Sun Dushing's shoulder, internally reflecting on why Sun Dushing had known where to throw the Molotov cocktails during the tank assault in Pingan County. In order to swiftly enhance our combat capabilities, I might require Zhuzi's assistance. Sun Dushing nodded vigorously, though a hint of hesitation lingered in his expression. Zhuzi? Lin Tiandust was somewhat perplexed. I served briefly as the main gunner, before eventually transitioning to the role of driver, Sun Dushing elaborated. Lin Tiandust pondered this statement carefully, and in an instant, it seemed he grasped something significant. Are you saying your aim is lacking? Lin Tiandust's words pierced Sun Dushing's heart like a knife. Commander, perhaps you could be a bit more tactful. I have indeed made an effort to learn. Sun Dushing replied with a sense of grievance, lowering his head in silence. I will have Zhuzi examine the tank's gun and arrange for a few gunners to assist you. Lin Tiandust offered no further commentary. Having a driver who also once served as a main gunner, albeit with some shortcomings, would at least provide familiarity with certain targeting mechanisms. Coupled with Zhuzi's expertise and a cadre of seasoned gunners, they could select a few to transition into the role. Indeed, a tank can rapidly achieve combat readiness. Lin Tiandust reflected, a spark of anticipation igniting within him. With the addition of 2 tanks, their capability for frontal assaults would ascend to an entirely new level. Fong Bailu. Lin Tiandust suddenly recalled something and turned to Fong Bailu. Commander, please compile a list of every individual in the regiment, summarizing those with special skills, and present it to me. Understood. Fong Bailu nodded and proceeded to carry out the order. Chapter 226. Joining the Hubei Brigade, the swirling dust gradually settled, and the sporadic gunfire faded into silence. The gunfire had erupted unexpectedly but concluded with remarkable swiftness. At this moment, within the mine connected to Beijing Station, Zhao Jinxue stared vacantly at the individuals being rescued from the mine. Huang Song, observing Zhao Jinxue, recognized the thoughts occupying her mind, having spent considerable time together. Captain, I believe Lin's words hold merit. We cannot rely on others for assistance, Huang Song mused after a brief pause. While I may not possess the extensive education you have, nor comprehend grand philosophies, I learned in my youth that only when one's fists are formidable do others respect and fear you. His tone was somewhat grave. Yet upon hearing this, Zhao Jinxue fell into deeper silence. Zhao Jinxue silently watched as the emaciated figures emerged from the mine, her silence deepening. Dignity resides solely upon the edge of a sword. Truth lies within the range of artillery. Zhao Jinxue understood these words all too well. Her own experiences in Pudong and with the guerrilla forces corroborating the sentiment. Many truths remain obscured when one is ensconced in their own perspective. Or perhaps one chooses not to see them. Yet, when prompted by others, the magnitude of her previous misconceptions became painfully clear. To solicit mercy from one's enemies is an unrealistic endeavor. However, the white cross was displayed for her, not for the enemy, which was a painful realization. Yet, the reality was as she had surmised. The commander's overwhelming dominance left her with a profound sense of defeat, prompting her to question the purpose of her existence. Countless thoughts raced through Zhao Jinxue's mind, yet she resolved to make a decision. We should consider the possibility of joining the Hubei Brigade. Her tone began to shift, as she truly grasped the disparity between herself and the top commanders. She recognized the prowess of the Hubei Brigade, noting how effectively militia members like Zhou Min were utilized. Their presence was palpable on the battlefield. Joining the Hubei Brigade? Huang Song's eyes brightened, an involuntary excitement coursing through him. If any brigade across the nation was renowned for their ferocity against the enemy, it was undoubtedly the Hubei Brigade, a force that would accept no second place. In this very battle, They had annihilated over 2,000 enemy soldiers in a remarkably short span, coupled with the success at Qiufeng Pavilion. Just contemplating it sent waves of exhilaration through Huang Song. Captain, this brigade has the potential to alter the course of the situation. Ping'an County will no longer be an isolated island, but could serve as a vital connecting point for surrounding regions, extending its influence to Qiufeng Pavilion, transforming it into our launch pad. Moreover, the captain has adeptly utilized the militia. Just look at Captain Zhou, with over 700 well-armed men, providing support across the battlefield. Huang Song spoke with fervor, perhaps even losing sight of his own intended message, yet his excitement was palpable, especially at the prospect of joining the Hubei Brigade. Let us strive to become a part of it. Zhao Jinxue nodded in agreement. She had resolved within herself that she would forego any official position and serve humbly as a foot soldier. Even in such a capacity, she believed there was value in being among these militia warriors. However, the means of joining the Tiger Bend regiment left her with a tinge of uncertainty. At that moment, a familiar voice broke her reverie, prompting her to turn around. A well-known face came into view. Jinxue? Fu Ge. You. Zhao Jinxue was momentarily taken aback as she recognized the guerrilla leader she had encountered during the railway explosion. She scrutinized Wang Fu, who appeared to be in remarkably good spirits, clad in his military uniform, exuding vitality. Among the surrounding guerrilla forces, Wang Fu's unit had been the most ferocious in combating the enemy. The first story she had heard about him was how he led over 100 men to annihilate a small squad of enemy soldiers, albeit with considerable ferocity, resulting in significant casualties. Wang Fu was notorious for his fierce reputation within the guerrilla ranks. You've joined the Tiger Bend regiment? Zhao Jinxue realized why she had not heard from Wang Fu lately. He had indeed become a member of the regiment. I joined a while ago and have already been to the Tiger Bend base. We launched our missions from there, Wang Fu replied, spotting a fellow soldier to tidy up his position before engaging Zhao Jinxue in conversation. Is it possible for us to join the Tiger Bend regiment? Zhao Jinxue asked directly. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu paused momentarily, though he showed little surprise. Let me inform the commander, he said, glancing back at the group of soldiers behind Zhao Jinxue. May I accompany you? Zhao Jinxue hesitated before speaking. She genuinely wished to join the Tiger Bend regiment. Then let us go. Wang Fu nodded in agreement. Zhao Jinxue instructed. Please keep an eye on the team and reorganize it. Understood. Huang Song nodded, watching as the two departed, a glimmer of anticipation lingering in his gaze. Meanwhile, in a warehouse, Lin Tiandust surveyed the spoils from the Beijing station while occasionally glancing at the sky. We must remain vigilant. The enemy's aircraft are a threat, so we must take evasive action. Lin Tiandust spoke with a serious tone. Rest assured, Commander, the main force has already been dispatched, Wang Jiantang replied, nodding. Lin Tiandust acknowledged, his gaze falling on the warehouse filled predominantly with ores, leaving him somewhat disappointed. After all, ores were of little use to them, as they lacked industrial capacity and a stable rear to process them. Nevertheless, he was contemplating how to manage these ores. At that moment, Wang Fu's voice reached Lin Tiandust's ears. Commander, what is it? Lin Tiandust turned to face Wang Fu, who stood before him with Zhao Jinxue at his side. This caused a slight furrow in his brow. He had no time to engage in lengthy discussions with Zhao Jinxue. Commander, Captain Zhao wishes to join us. As Wang Fu's words echoed, Lin Tiandust's gaze unexpectedly fell upon Zhao Jinxue. It is worth noting that merely 15 minutes prior, he had confronted her. I do not wish for any position. You may disrupt our ranks as you see fit, Zhao Jinxue declared with unwavering resolve, meeting Lin Tiandust's gaze. And he could not help but notice her slight frown. Lin Tiandust appraised Zhao Jinxue from head to toe, contemplating for a moment before stating, take your troops to the 2nd Battalion and report to Li Weigua. Chapter 227. People only believe what they think and see after the capture of Beijing Station. Lin Tiandust did not hastily relocate. Instead, he sought a nearby place to rest, primarily to avoid the aerial bombings by the enemy forces. To his surprise, while bombers did arrive, they made only one pass, perhaps aware of their limited success. This allowed Lin Tiandust to enjoy a relatively comfortable respite at Beijing Station. Meanwhile, individuals from the direction of Qiufeng Pavilion frequently approached, explicitly requesting to join the daring battalion, resulting in an increase in personnel for both the 1st and 2nd battalions since their departure. At Beijing Station, the air was filled with the sound of roaring engines and the irate shouts of Sundishing. Numerous soldiers surrounded the area, their faces adorned with smiles, as they reveled in the irony that the tanks they had once sacrificed their lives to fill were now under their command. Zhao Jinxue observed the scene, understanding that the might of the Tiger Corps stemmed from the fervent glimmer in each soldier's eyes, a reflection of their yearning for victory and their purposeful advancement. This determination was vividly manifested in every soldier, and she even noticed some individuals in different uniforms engaged in training. Among them several young women whose training focus appeared to diverge. Field medics? Zhao Jinxue discerned the cross emblem on the satchel and the meticulous arrangement of medical supplies. her understanding deepening. However, she was perplexed by one woman, who, armed with a rifle, was surrounded by a throng of nurses, drawing her closer. Yusin, where did you learn to shoot so accurately from such a distance? You hit your target with one shot. You have no idea, while we were rescuing the injured. She was on guard with her gun, and when we saved a soldier, she dispatched 5 enemy combatants. 5 enemies? Yusin, please teach us how you did it. Several nurses, tidying up, turned their eager gazes toward Li Yusin, their voices tinged with longing and admiration. They had heard that the newly arrived Captain Zhou had not taken down many foes, while Yusin had claimed 9 enemies in a single engagement, utilizing only 11 bullets. This tale had spread throughout the medical team, and each time they went to rescue the wounded, the presence of Li Yusin brought them a sense of reassurance. Zhao Jinxue listened intently, scrutinizing the girl with the rifle. My brother and I have accompanied our father hunting since childhood, before the incident. We were the primary suppliers of wild game from both Lijia village and Zangjia Bayo. My brother is renowned for his marksmanship in the village, but I am even more accurate. However, being a girl, they seldom allowed me to join the hunts. I was often relegated to embroidering with my mother. Li Yusin's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. Yet some events had transpired that she could never amend. Just as the commander had said, life must continue to look forward. Bajan Station. With the capture of Bajan Station, tranquility has eluded this place ever since. Following the cacophony of gunfire, a brief silence ensued. Captain, the mine has collapsed. Wang Jintang's report prompted Lin Tiandust to shake his head in resignation. It seems the enemy will not trouble us for a while. Lin Tiandust had a keen insight into the enemy's intentions. They evidently did not wish to reclaim Bajan in the near term, thus opting to demolish the mine to prevent it from falling into their hands. From time to time, Bajan Station would be graced by the arrival of numerous bombers. Lacking anti-aircraft fire, Lin Tiandust could only watch helplessly, taking precautions to avert casualties. In the makeshift command room of Bajan Station, as yet another wave of bombing subsided, Lin Tiandust dusted himself off. Xiaoshan, it's nearing evening. They probably won't come now. Unfurl the map. Upon his command, Xiaoshan promptly presented a large map. With the assistance of Feng Bailu, they swiftly spread it across the table. The autumn winds and Bajan had now established a connection. This area was now accessible. Lin Tiandust studied the map, a trace of gravity etched on his face. While Bajan Station had been secured, its strategic value was somewhat inferior to that of Chofeng Pavilion. However, the northward advance from Bajan Station into Yuancheng could facilitate an assault on Niangziguan and several crucial railway stations, thus providing a commendable cover for his strategic intentions. It appeared that the enemy was quite content engaging elsewhere. Lin Tiandust, seated on a stool, cast a steely gaze upon the map, despite the capture of Bajan Station. The enemy had only committed bombings and sabotage of the mine without sending any troops our way. The enemy could not possibly be devoid of forces, suggesting they were enjoying themselves in another locale. As Lin Tiandust occasionally marked items on the map, the attentive Gao Jieching's gaze settled on 2 locations, Niangziguan and the Yuancheng arsenal. Finally, he lifted his head and spoke. Captain, do you intend to? It is not my desire, but rather the enemy's. For these 2 battles, the enemy has only deployed bombers and reconnaissance aircraft, seemingly acquiescing to the loss of these 2 stations. They do not wish to find themselves in a passive position as they did in Ping'an County. Recent intelligence suggests they are hastening the clearance of various encirclements to reclaim the initiative, not wanting to allow us to wreak havoc and push us into the battlefield they have prepared. Thus, the enemy's next course of action would be to strengthen the encirclement. Currently, it is a contest of endurance, a race to see who can inflict damage more swiftly and achieve greater results. The prevailing situation hinges on which side can establish their presence first and who falters in patience. Both parties aspire to transfer the battlefield to their own domain, leaving the other in a state of unrest. Adjusting the eye patch over his right eye, Gao Jieching voiced his concerns. Captain, but do we have sufficient manpower to assault Niangziguan and the Yuancheng arsenal? Is it not overly ambitious? The arms factory was originally situated within the confines of Yuancheng. However, during the time when Yuancheng fell, the factory underwent a relocation. Subsequently, the Japanese forces recaptured the arms factory and positioned it on the outskirts of Yuancheng, thereby creating a formidable outer barrier. This location is notorious for being exceptionally defensible, and it is also the stronghold of Yozhongyanan, where the Japanese military presence is most concentrated in the Jinchai region. Nangzi Pass has historically been a contested territory, serving as a strategic choke point for the Jinchai area. It is not only vital for the interchange of railway axles across various regions, but also represents the lifeblood of the Zhengtai line. Furthermore, it is heavily fortified. One must not shy away from challenges. However, it is prudent to make preparations in advance. Upon hearing this, Lin Tiandust shook his head. His gaze oscillated between the 2 locations, and after much contemplation, he instructed, Xiaoshan, notify the telegraph operator to send a clear message stating that Bajan Station has been captured. Additionally, Use their old codebook to inform Group Leader Kong that we have entered the mountains. They will understand. Fong Bailu, please alert the entire regiment to be ready for departure at any moment. Lin Tiandust pondered for a long time before issuing these orders to Xiaoshan and Fong Bailu. Meanwhile, Wang Jiantang, Li Weiguo, and Gao Jieqing exchanged contemplative glances, fixating on the Yuanqing Arms Factory and Nangzi Pass. Commander, you are not contemplating an assault on Nangzi Pass, are you? Gao Jieqing ventured, realizing that entering the mountains could only imply one course of action, an attack on Nangzi Pass. Indeed, Lin Tiandust affirmed with a nod. This acknowledgement only deepened Gao Jieqing's look of confusion. Commander, why not use a specialized code? Utilizing the old codebook for the telegram poses a risk of it being deciphered by the Japanese. Gao Jieqing expressed his concern. Thus, we shall advance towards Yuanqing. Lin Tiandust replied calmly as he organized the map. Advance towards Yuanqing? Confusion clouded Gao Jieqing's face as he struggled to grasp the objective of such a maneuver. Would we allow the Japanese to decode our telegram only to push towards Yuanqing? He pondered. Suddenly, a glimmer of understanding crossed his eyes. Commander, a diversion? Yes. But not entirely, Lin Tiandust replied, his eyes fixed on the map. If you were a Japanese soldier deciphering the previous telegram, what would your thoughts be? If I were a Japanese soldier interpreting the telegram, Gao Jieqing mused, then stated, I would doubt the ease of obtaining offensive intelligence. I would suspect a ruse and would likely advance towards Yuanqing. Nodding thoughtfully, Gao Jieqing continued, so, do you not sense that people possess an instinct to believe only what they conceive? Lin Tiandust smiled, his gaze shifting from the map to Gao Jieqing. But if we proceed to Yuanqing, will the Japanese genuinely believe us? Gao Jieqing questioned, still hesitant. While that may be the case, how do we convince the Japanese that their target lies in Yuanqing? What they think and see will naturally be what they believe. Suppose I were to let the Japanese reconnaissance aircraft observe us. Lin Tiandust's smile widened, yet a chilling intensity flickered in his eyes. The original city arsenal, if captured, holds significant strategic value. However, at present, it remains a formidable challenge. Securing the pass at Niangziguan would alleviate the encirclement in the Jinshaji region. In truth, a swift train assault aimed directly at Niangziguan is what Lin Tiandust desires most, yet numerous intervening stations obstruct any direct advance. The enemy must create a pocket for us to penetrate. Gao Jieqing exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The enemy most yearns to annihilate our forces. If such an opportunity arises, the original city, with its rapidly deployable airfield, would be the ideal location. This would also mitigate the peril in other regions. Gao Jieqing felt a rush of exhilaration. Their objective had remained unchanged, yet they adeptly exploited the enemy's psychology, compelling them to establish a pocket that not only diminished their forces in other areas but also fulfilled their strategic aims, revitalizing regions previously inaccessible while securing control over Niangziguan, thereby opening up a vast territory. Therefore, a rapid march is imperative. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions must select their finest veterans to advance towards the original city. And then we shall rendezvous at this point to launch a direct assault on Niangziguan. Lin Tiandust carefully laid out the map, gazing at Gao Jieqing as he spoke. On this long-range expedition, you will remain here with Sundishing, along with those 2 tanks and the medical team, awaiting our return. If the enemy discovers you, promptly relocate to the secondary position. Lin Tiandust retrieved a previously drawn battle map from his pocket, indicating a specific location to Gao Jieqing. Understood. Gao Jieqing saluted, fully grasping the commander's intent, and after receiving the map, he departed. He was acutely aware that if this battle were executed according to Lin Tiandust's strategy, it would undoubtedly lead to a real confrontation in the original city. Capturing Niangziguan would invigorate the entire Jinshaji region, suggesting that the commander could very well leverage this convergence to encircle and launch a vigorous assault on the original city. Chapter 228. This time, Lin Tiandust intended to prepare a large platter of dumplings filled with little devils. In the command room of Yang Xinling's headquarters, a series of jubilant reports regarding the surroundings of Tianquan Mountain flooded in, and a rare smile appeared on the face of the man clad in a coat. With the Autumn Wind Pavilion firmly in their grasp, the surrounding bases were capable of advancing rather than being encircled. Indeed, this was the strategy they needed to employ. The man in the coat meticulously organized the incoming telegrams, his gaze fixed on the location of Beijing Station on the map. Commander Lin should still be en route to Beijing Station. Securing the Autumn Wind Pavilion was crucial. If they could capture Beijing Station, seizing a nearby train station afterward would alleviate significant constraints. However, Beijing Station boasted the most fortified defenses among the stations, and should a confrontation arise, he genuinely wished for Lin Tiandust to emerge unscathed, for Lin was their sharpest blade, a weapon that must remain keen. A substantial loss would necessitate a period of recuperation. While he pondered these thoughts, hurried footsteps and the excited voice of Song Yi broke through the atmosphere. Chief, Beijing Station has been taken. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the command room, as everyone looked at Song Yi in disbelief. He swiftly seized the telegram from Song Yi, and after a mere glance, his eyes widened in astonishment. How could it have happened so quickly? The chief's expression bore a hint of incredulity. In response to the astonishment, Song Yi, with a mix of bewilderment and shock, explained, they took the train directly from the Autumn Wind Pavilion to Beijing. Directly by train? The command room fell silent once more, as they realized that an unconventional and audacious individual had utilized the enemy's train for troop transport, commencing from the Autumn Wind Pavilion. Many strategists viewed this as a perilous gamble. The little devils likely never anticipated that the train would penetrate the heart of the station, culminating in a swift battle that ended within 30 minutes, with the telegram now disseminating the news. Song Yi sighed softly. Internally, he yearned to engage in combat akin to Lin Tiandust's style, each maneuver akin to a page from a textbook. The atmosphere within the command room was decidedly peculiar. Had it not been for the direct telegram from Lin Tiandust, they might have found it hard to believe. Just then, another figure swiftly entered the operations command room, stating, "The latest encrypted telegram from the Tiger Bravery Regiment contains only 2 words, Intermountain, but it was composed using our old cipher." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. The old cipher? Hadn't they established a specialized code? A hint of confusion flickered in Song Yi's eyes. He regarded the Tiger Bravery Regiment's movements as highly confidential, which is why they had crafted an exceedingly intricate cipher specifically for them. After all, with the regiment operating behind enemy lines, even a minor oversight could lead to their encirclement. This particular cipher was known only to a select few among them in the Tiger Bravery Regiment. Ascending the mountains, a man clad in a coat received the telegram and scrutinized it earnestly. His gaze immediately lingered on the position of Beijing Station, and he quickly discerned the location of Niang Ziguan within the mountainous terrain. Lin Tiandust's next move was Niang Ziguan? Song Yi also recognized this location, his face reflecting an increased perplexity. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke again, but why not use our unique coded language with them? Song Yi felt he could keep pace with Lin Tiandust's thoughts and strategy, yet the emergence of this information left him bewildered. The man in the coat, after observing the position of Niang Ziguan, began to pace back and forth at the table, turning every 3 steps and pausing every 5. After a considerable time, he finally spoke. He simply intends to strike at Niang Ziguan. Upon hearing this, Song Yi's confusion deepened further. "Chief, but this is our old codebook. Given the capabilities of the enemy, it is highly likely they will decipher it," Song Yi replied, his tone grave. He contemplated the challenges from other fronts, recalling the situation in Taigu County, which bore striking similarities. The man in the coat, his voice tinged with excitement, responded, "If he has indeed surmised Lin Tiandust's intentions, it would imply that Lin is orchestrating a grand scheme, one unprecedented in the annals of resistance." Taigu County, Song Yi murmured, his mind replaying the Battle of Pingan County. Lin Tiandust's open strategy is designed to mislead the enemy into believing we are not targeting Niang Ziguan. Consequently, our movements can be executed freely, leading them to think we are merely providing cover. Song Yi speculated, yet he still found the situation opaque. "No, he should be heading towards Yuanqing now." The man in the coat, suppressing his excitement, gradually adopted a serious demeanor. "Order the independent regiment to advance towards Beijing Station, while the new 1st and 2nd regiments take over the independent regiment's original position. Additionally, instruct all units to demolish the railway near Niang Ziguan. The more frequent the activity on the Zhengtai line, the better. Preemptively disrupt it to prevent other enemy forces from providing support." Upon the independent regiment's arrival at the Beijing Station area, they should feign a northern advance, remaining poised to strike Niang Ziguan and ensuring the breach of this stronghold. His tone was grave, yet beneath the seriousness lay an uncontrollable excitement. "Understood," Song Yi replied promptly, then turned to signal. At that moment, a curious individual studying the map nearby evidently sensed Song Yi's puzzlement. "To Yuansheng, using ourselves as bait to relieve the difficulties in other areas. Niang Ziguan is indeed Lin Tiandust's objective, yet it is not the ultimate goal." This explanation piqued Song Yi's curiosity even further. "What is the ultimate goal?" he inquired without concealing his intrigue. Yuanqing, a man clad in a coat, pointed decisively, not waiting for Song Yi's inquiry, and continued. "The capture of NZ Pass has ignited a conflagration of warfare, rendering the siege of the original city a possibility. Thus, Lin Tiandust has chosen to serve as bait, compelling the enemy to exhaust all means to hunt him down, thereby preserving the strength of other regions. The ultimate goal is to reclaim the original city after securing NZ Pass. For too long, we have been the ones encircled by the enemy. This time, Lin Tiandust intends to turn the tables and ensnare the enemy in a grand trap." As the man spoke, an unmistakable excitement flickered across his face. With each word, the atmosphere in the command room grew charged, and all the advisors could not suppress their enthusiasm. "Until NZ Pass is captured, none of you are to leave my sight," Song Yi warned sternly, casting a vigilant gaze upon the assembly of advisors. Though he felt it improbable that any among them would falter, the gravity of the strategy necessitated caution. "Rest assured, Chief of Staff," We shall mutually oversee one another to ensure that Commander Lin's strategy is executed flawlessly. Indeed, this is about reclaiming the original city. I propose that all actions must involve at least 3 individuals in order to realize this strategic intent. I support the notion of 3-person teams for mutual supervision. This is classified information. The room buzzed with eager discourse, each advisor contributing with fervor. In the annals of resistance, there has never been a precedent for reclaiming a provincial capital. Should we succeed, the implications would be monumental. Chapter 229. Seeing through Lin Tiandust in the Autumn Wind Pavilion. Figures clad in military uniforms bustled about. Zhang Dapio, for heaven's sake, move faster. Check if there's anything left in the warehouse, and be thorough. Also, take down those heavy machine guns fixed on the tower, Li Yunlong commanded, his hawk-like gaze sweeping the surroundings, ever vigilant for remaining supplies. Oldly just now, over a dozen men headed north along the railway in search of the Tiger Ben regiment, Zhao Gang reported, holding a ledger as he approached Li Yunlong. His voice low as he pointed towards the northern railway. Let them be. Those who survive here are tough as nails. If they refuse to join, no amount of persuasion will change their minds, Li Yunlong replied, understanding that those who could emerge from the carnage were far more perceptive than most. Despite his regret for those unafraid of death, he refrained from urging them otherwise. Have the entire regiment prepare for action. That damn Lin squad leader won't rest until he strikes again. Li Yunlong jumped down from a separate carriage, brushing off the dust and casually stating. Zhao Gang's expression slightly shifted at these words. We've just taken the Autumn Wind Pavilion. It seems there are no valuable targets nearby, right? Zhao Gang, well versed in the local map, noted that capturing the Autumn Wind Pavilion implied a lack of more significant strategic objectives in the vicinity. Just because there's nothing here doesn't mean there's nothing elsewhere. The more chaos we create around him, the safer he feels. He thrives in disorder. Li Yunlong remarked, fully aware of Lin Tiandust's nature. Once he set his sights on a goal, he would not cease until it was achieved. Zhao Gang opened his mouth to speak but was interrupted by Zhang Hai rushing toward them. Commander! Commander! There's a call from the brigade headquarters. Zhang Hai panted. Urgency evident in his tone. Li Yunlong instinctively glanced at the soldiers who had just scavenged some leftovers, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The weapons haven tea even warmed up, and the phone rings? No, the line was just connected, and now there's a call. Without delay, he swiftly made his way to the telephone room. Picking up the receiver, his expression and tone shifting dramatically. Brigade Commander, what are your orders? He inquired. A smile gracing his lips. Should I congratulate you on your newfound wealth? Commander, don't jest. I've just set foot in the Autumn Wind Pavilion, he continued. But I don't believe you've already indulged in the sweetness of success. Let us get to the point. Your independent regiment is to advance towards Beijing Station while keeping an eye on the Nanziguan-Zhengtai line. Ding Wei and Kong Jie will transition at the Autumn Wind Pavilion, with the 772nd Regiment taking over the defense. Upon hearing this, Li Yunlong's expression stiffened, his demeanor instantly becoming serious. He instinctively glanced at the map hanging on the wall, his brow furrowing slightly. What is the situation, Brigade Commander? Not long ago, Commander Lin swiftly captured Beijing, advancing according to plan. I still have additional orders to issue. Hello, Brigade. Hello. Li Yunlong set down the receiver, his gaze fixed upon the map. He turned to Zhao Gang, his expression betraying astonishment. The speed at which Beijing was taken was astonishingly rapid, leaving them momentarily speechless. Damn it, Commander Lin's pace is extraordinary, he muttered, suddenly struck by a thought. He glanced around the desolate train station, where the bodies of the enemy had long been cleared away, leaving behind craters and bloodstains on the tracks. As he surveyed the scene, Li Yunlong's eyes widened in realization. Could it be that Commander Lin took the train directly to Beijing? Truly audacious. His disbelief was palpable. Zhao Gang, standing nearby, paused, deep in contemplation as he scrutinized the train station. He had sensed something peculiar about this location but could not pinpoint it until now. Lin Tiandust must have transported his troops by train to seize Beijing so swiftly. Isn't that rather bold? Zhao Gang murmured, considering the potential dangers posed by the enemy's trains, the likelihood of their awareness, and the risk of ambush by guerrilla forces. Any of these possibilities would have prompted Zhao Gang to reconsider such a decision. Boldness, however, must be underpinned by strategy. He had calculated that the enemy would be caught off guard. Zhang Hai, notify everyone to advance towards Beijing. Ensure Zhang Dapio doesn't miss out. If he delays, that rascal might end up in NZ Pass or Yuanqing. Li Yunlong spoke earnestly to Zhang Hai, his attention fixed on the map, his tone laced with urgency. NZ Pass and Yuanqing. Zhao Gang followed Li Yunlong's gaze, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He might be targeting Yuanqing. Li Yunlong observed the independent regiment soldiers beginning to assemble and remarked to Zhao Gang, while Li Yunlong considered NZ Pass a possibility. After the series of battles, he recognized that Lin Tiandust was not one to confine his strategies to a single locale. Rather, he viewed the broader picture. In Li Yunlong's estimation, between NZ Pass and Yuanqing, Lin Tiandust was more likely to choose Yuanqing. Yet, he wondered if Lin Tiandust had sufficient firepower and manpower for such an endeavor. This thought briefly crossed his mind before he shook his head. Lin Tiandust's strategic prowess was evident from the situation in Ping'an County, and he possessed not only an overarching perspective but also exceptional tactical command during engagements. In his view, no one could rival him. Boldly, Yuanqing is the stronghold of the enemy in Jin territory. They will not relinquish it easily. They will deploy troops frantically and have air and armored forces that far surpass those in Ping'an County. Zhao Gang spoke fervently, fully aware of Lin Tiandust's resources. This assault would undoubtedly mobilize the Japanese forces across the Jinchaji region. Prepare for departure. After all, there is no battle that Lin's audacity would shy away from. Li Yunlong engaged in minimal discussion, swiftly issuing commands. The ancient city of Yuanqing, known for its formidable walls, was historically referred to as Jinyang and also called Bingzhou or Longqing. At this moment, the city walls were fortified with numerous concealed towers, forming a formidable network of firepower. Outside, the area appeared to be a strategic military stronghold, yet within the city, people bustled about, faint echoes of its former prosperity lingering. A prominent flag was planted in a conspicuous position atop an ancient structure within the city. This building served as the supreme command center for the Japanese forces in the Jinchaji region, its expansive interior housing a massive sand table. Beside the sand table, Yao Zheng observed intently, while a Japanese officer in uniform reported via telegram. Sir, the latest telegram decoded from Beijing Station contains only 2 words. Enter the mountains. Inazuka Nobuya, hunched over, extended the telegram towards Yao Zheng. Upon receiving it, Yao Zheng cast a brief glance before his gaze hardened, fixating on the position of the Beijing battlefront. Enter the mountains. Yao Zheng muttered, a hint of familiarity surfacing regarding the Hu Bin regiment. However, his knowledge of this regiment was scant. He was aware that their commander was named Lin Tiandust and that they had a base known as Haianzhai, with some scouts infiltrating the nearby villages. Yet, intelligence remained sparse, as the Hu Bin regiment rarely stayed within their base and conducted their movements with utmost secrecy. Their tactics were diverse, encompassing large maneuvers, long-range raids, and frontal assaults, often culminating in annihilation before reinforcements could arrive. Contemplating the Hu Bin regiment, Yao Zheng's expression grew stern. He clasped his hands behind him and paced, his gaze fixed on the map. Suddenly halting, he commanded coldly, order the Morita Cavalry Brigade at Shiyun Station to remain on standby, keeping a vigilant watch on surrounding movements. Increase defenses at Niangziguan. We must not allow them to operate too freely. Additionally, redirect 2 infantry regiments towards Shiyun as a reserve force. Following these directives, a Japanese officer promptly exited to relay the orders. Inazuka Nobuya, perplexed, walked alongside Yao Zheng, concern etched on his face. According to intelligence, numerous 8th Route Army troops and guerrillas are quite active at Niangziguan. There is an old saying, better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. If we lose Niangziguan, we shall find ourselves at a disadvantage in the Jinchai region. At this, Yao Zheng let out a cold laugh, casting a sidelong glance as he shook his head lightly. Do you truly believe they would inform us of their intent to assault Niangziguan? Inazuka paused, his expression faltering, for the troop movements from Niangziguan indeed suggested an encirclement. A moment of silence ensued, and a fierce murderous intent flickered in Yao Zheng's eyes. They are merely exploiting your mindset. This is nothing more than a ruse. Their objective lies here, or rather, at the munitions factory outside Yuanqing. Waizuka Yoshio's gaze was electrifying, for the location of paramount importance on the map, even more so than Yangtze Pass, was where he currently stood. Yuanqing. Might it be possible for the Tiger Bin Corps to launch an assault on the Yuanqing armory? Inazuka Nobuyoshi followed the direction indicated by Waizuka Yoshio. We must not underestimate a force capable of seizing Chiofeng Pavilion and Beijing Station. Even though we are situated in the rear, they possess the audacity to strike. However, it may work to our advantage, as it spares us the effort of seeking them out. It is time to devise a strategy to annihilate this unit entirely. Arranging for these 2 forces to be redeployed to Yangtze Pass, prepared to pivot at any moment to encircle the enemy. A fierce determination gleamed in Waizuka Yoshio's eyes. The Tiger Bin Corps was a source of great vexation for him. Were it not for the ongoing conflicts across various fronts, they would have already mustered their forces to eradicate this unit. Yet, this contingent was elusive, consistently evading capture. Each time their coded telegram surfaced, he faced reprimands from his superiors. We must intensify reconnaissance flights and ensure that the troops stationed at Shiyun Station remain on high alert. We are resolute in our aim to completely annihilate this force. Chapter 230 Big Bull. If I become irrational, remember to hold me back and remind me that I am a teacher from Beisha River. To the north, approximately 9 kilometers away, lies the former city munitions factory, and a further 30 kilometers east reaches the original city. Along the riverbank, figures moved in an orderly fashion along the embankment, their steps steady, engaging in minimal conversation. The entire unit was streamlined for marching until the foremost figure gradually raised his hand, prompting the entire contingent to halt in an orderly manner, seeking cover. 3,000 individuals adeptly concealed themselves beneath trees and amidst grass piles. A few figures, crouching low, swiftly approached Lin Tiandust, taking refuge beneath an ancient tree. Xiaoshan unfolded a map before the group. Before Lin Tiandust spoke, Wang Jiantang and the others patiently awaited instructions. Wang Jiantang, you will take your men and lie in ambush on the hill 300 meters to the right. Everyone must remain concealed. Li Weigua, you and the 3rd Battalion will stand by in place. All must also stay hidden. Our sole objective now is to wait until I issue the command to attack. There shall be no movements. However, upon receiving the attack order, we strike without hesitation. Ensure you do not allow the enemy to latch on to us. Pay attention to the retreat signal, and when we withdraw, set some deceptive mines for them. Lin Tiandust's words were grave. The others nodded in agreement and promptly returned to their positions within the ranks. Lin Tiandust's gaze shifted to the distance, periodically raising his binoculars for observation while monitoring the movements displayed on the visual map. With the orders given, the entire unit, aside from the 1st Battalion, began to shift, while everyone else remained quietly in place. The wind stirred the grass, leaves rustled, and ripples danced upon the river's surface. Soldiers lay concealed in the grass or beside trees, camouflaged by cloth to blend into the environment, making it nearly impossible to discern the multitude of warriors hidden among them. Among the grass, Zhao Jinxue also lay concealed, having selected seasoned veterans for the long trek. Although slightly out of breath, her overall physical condition remained robust. She leaned closer to Zhou Min, curiosity evident in her large eyes as she whispered, Captain Zhou, if I am not mistaken, this enemy stronghold is near the original city munitions factory. We have already infiltrated the enemy's territory. Why are we not taking action? A hint of astonishment flickered in Zhao Jinshue's gaze. To traverse through layers of enemy encirclement and reach this position was a testament to their formidable prowess. The original city munitions factory, known to her from her time in Pudong, was once the largest munitions facility in the Jinchaji region. This stronghold, positioned as it was easily defensible yet challenging to assault. Should they succeed in capturing it, they could make a direct strike on the factory. The only aspect Zhao Jinshue found perplexing was the hesitation to launch an attack now that they had arrived at this location. Are you worried we might not be able to withdraw after the engagement? Zhou Min pondered aloud. That's impossible. Our commander has led us through so many routes. He wouldn't be concerned about that, Zhao Jinshue countered, quickly dismissing the idea. There must be something else he is waiting for. Zhao Jinshue gazed around, her eyes brimming with intense curiosity. Yet, who could she possibly be waiting for in this position? Could it be the enemy? Contemplating this, she instinctively shook her head. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed through the sky, revealing a distant dark speck. Zhao Jinshue's expression shifted to one of tension, glancing instinctively at the regiment commander nearby. To her astonishment, the commander's face seemed to reflect excitement. Excited by the enemy reconnaissance aircraft's discovery? If this expression had belonged to anyone else, Zhao Jinshue would have had reason to suspect that they were a spy for the enemy. Zhuzi, fire around in Area 01. Lin Tiandust spoke with a hint of exhilaration. Having studied psychology, he understood that people are inclined to believe only what they see, hear, and think. It was imperative that the enemy was led to believe that reconnaissance planes were approaching the original city, and Lin Tiandust could not afford to wait. Zhuzi, standing behind Lin Tiandust, immediately crouched down, loading a shell into the mortar. Simultaneously, the artillery company sprang into action. Figures emerged swiftly from the grass, efficiently setting up artillery positions and adjusting their barrels, as if they were all echoes of Zhuzi from the past. Whoosh! The tranquil sky was abruptly pierced by the sound of a shell slicing through the air. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, startling birds into flight and shattering the long-held silence. In an instant, figures surged from the hillside on the right flank, their shouts piercing the heavens. Many soldiers sported bundles of grass tied atop their heads. Kill! Wang Jiantang raised his crooked gun, firing incessantly from the position, with Dainyu beside him, surrounded by several well-loaded crooked guns. Commander. The regiment commander said we should only shoot and not advance. Pingchangsheng cautioned the battalion commander, fearing a moment of carelessness could lead the commander to charge forward. Dainyu. If I lose my composure, remember to hold me back and remind me I'm a teacher. Wang Jiantang halted for a moment, then lifted his machine gun, beginning to spray bullets, earnestly advising Dainyu to beside him. Commander, when you charge, you're like a raging bull. I can remind you that you're a teacher, but I can't hold you back. Dainyu responded, a look of helplessness crossing his face as he swiftly opened the ammunition box, ready to load bullets at any moment. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiantang hesitated, his expression torn before he spoke with a fierce tone, then ensure the supply of magazines is cut off. And remind me I'm a teacher. Agreed. That should do the trick. Dainyu nodded in agreement. Their brief exchange was interrupted as figures emerged along the riverbank, seemingly forging a human wall along the lengthy river. Upon hearing the sound of cannon fire, Zhao Jinxue recognized it as the signal to attack. She promptly raised her long rifle, but when she looked up again, her companion Zhou Min had vanished. Kill! Zhou Min, upon hearing the sound of the shell, brandished his long rifle, unleashing a barrage of gunfire accompanied by his furious shouts. As Zhao Jinxue observed the figure beside her, a sense of unfamiliarity enveloped her. She could not comprehend why the person who had been providing steady support at Beijing Station would suddenly exhibit such madness. Just as she discharged her weapon, a series of thunderous roars echoed through the sky. Accompanying the cacophony of aircraft were commands resounding in the air. Fire without hesitation. It's an enemy reconnaissance plane. The commander has stated they cannot drop bombs. Unleash all firepower and suppress the enemy. The order was relayed, and some soldiers did not even bother to lift their heads, directly unleashing a barrage towards the enemy's stronghold ahead. Zhao Jinshua's expression grew solemn as she frequently glanced upward. The roar of the planes drowned out the sounds of gunfire, their shadows gliding over the battlefield, prompting a minor counterattack from the enemy forces entrenched above. After observing for a moment, Zhao Jinshua felt a tinge of confusion. The tactics seemed markedly different from what she had witnessed at Beijing Station. Her hand remained steady on the trigger, diligently aiming, yet her thoughts ran uncontrollably amok. The assault at Beijing Station had been as smooth as a tide, but here, despite the heavy artillery suppressing the enemy's firepower, the overall exchange felt more akin to a standoff between two armies. Considering this was enemy territory, the reinforcements for the adversary would arrive swiftly. Captain Zhou, this is the enemy's heartland. If we prolong this engagement, we will attract reinforcements and risk being surrounded. Zhao Jinshue urged, her tone laced with urgency. What you can conceive, the commander has surely anticipated. We must obey orders, Zhou Min retorted, firing his weapon while shouting. Having finally aligned with 3 battalions on the same front, he felt an exhilarating power coursing through him. Besides, following the commander's lead in battle was paramount. As Zhou Min continued to fight, he felt an adrenaline rush, his hand instinctively resting on his button, when suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to glance at Luo Wensheng. Their eyes locked. Kill! Zhou Min bellowed with a deep intensity. Chapter 231. The 2nd Battalion truly exhibits versatility. In the city of Qing, at the North Shay enemy stronghold, the sound of gunfire has not ceased since Lin Tiandust issued his orders. Throughout this period, apart from prompting the 2nd Battalion to launch several assaults before commanding their retreat, the battle has unfolded without excessive spectacle. Beneath the old tree, Lin Tiandust checked his pocket watch and promptly instructed Xia Shanzi and Fang Bailu. Xia Shanzi, ensure the 1st Battalion covers our rear. Fang Bailu, inform the entire battalion to retreat. Understood. The two immediately dashed towards their respective teams. Meanwhile, Lin Tiandust was intently observing the movements on the visualized map. They had now reached a pivotal moment. The groundwork had been laid, and the ensuing journey would be a race against time. Simultaneously, at the riverside position, Zhou Min was firing his weapon with fervor, his body and spirit aflame with intensity. As long as he was not charging alongside the 3 battalions, he felt formidable. However, after only a few skirmishes, Zhou Min began to sense something amiss. The 2nd Battalion had charged several times, but retreated even faster, which stirred his suspicions. It felt as if the 2nd Battalion was merely performing a play. Having witnessed the 3 battalions in combat, Zhou Min was well aware of their assault tactics. The 2nd Battalion's charge was like a rising tide, their battle cries resonating throughout the regiment. Yet, he could clearly see that under Li Weigu's leadership, they would charge for a brief moment before taking cover, leading all the soldiers in search of shelter as they withdrew to their positions. During their retreat, they even discarded several rifles, and not a single battle cry was heard. Li Weigu's expression was one of palpable frustration. Captain Zhao, don't waste too many bullets. As Zhou Min loaded his weapon, he glanced at Zhao Jinshua, who looked back with a puzzled expression. Zhou Min felt compelled to explain. The 2nd Battalion's combat capability is not merely this, it's a performance. The commander has no intention of taking this stronghold. Zhou Min had pieced it all together. They had rushed here in a frenzy only to conceal themselves and engage in a day of combat. The charges were merely for show, and Zhou Min, though not dim-witted, recognized the oddity. This was not the commander he knew, nor the 2nd Battalion he had encountered. Such hesitance in battle was uncharacteristic of a leader's command. The 2nd Battalion's acting skills were so convincing that, had one not been familiar with this unit, one might genuinely believe they were incapable of sustaining an assault. Their frustrated demeanor was strikingly authentic. Even the act of discarding weapons to create a day of defeat was infuriatingly skillful. Their theatrical prowess is truly remarkable. The 2nd Battalion is indeed multifaceted. No wonder Zhao Jinshua, who had just joined the 2nd Battalion, was assigned to accompany him. Zhou Min mused, feeling as if everything had fallen into place. Zhao Jinshua had only recently joined and could hardly possess the acting prowess of a seasoned soldier. Acting? From the moment Zhao Jinshua spotted the enemy aircraft, she sensed something was off. Moreover, as the battle progressed, the orders to engage were solely directed at the 2nd Battalion, while the rest of the regiment was commanded to remain still. As the 2nd Battalion launched its offensive, Zhao Jinxue initially believed that the commander intended to use it as a breakthrough point. However, as the battalion engaged in combat, it unexpectedly retreated, resembling a defeated force. The despondent demeanor was bewildering. Was this truly the same unit they had witnessed at Beijing Station? The contrast was staggering. When they fought at Beijing, every soldier had been fierce and resolute, yet now they appeared as demoralized stragglers, their faces a canvas of frustration and anger. Just as Zhao Jinxue pondered this, a messenger appeared beside them. Captain Zhou, Captain Zhao, the commander orders a withdrawal, Fang Bailu stated before swiftly darting towards another position. At this pronouncement, the two exchanged glances, then immediately complied with the command. Withdrawal. In no time, aside from the 1st Battalion providing rear cover, the entire unit was retreating. The 1st Battalion managed to hold the line for less than 5 minutes before also retreating, quickly falling in step with the main force. Zhou Min suddenly recognized the route they were taking, his brow furrowing in confusion. After marching swiftly from Beijing Station into enemy territory, they had spotted the enemy stronghold but had not engaged at once, instead choosing to wait. But for whom were they waiting? There was no indication of any forthcoming engagement. And why was the 2nd Battalion acting as a diversion? The more he contemplated, the more perplexed he became, as the events seemed disjointed and illogical. Not at all characteristic of a commander-esque strategy. The enemy's reconnaissance aircraft. Zhao Jinxue murmured thoughtfully. Her voice was soft, yet Zhou Min heard her clearly. What was so unusual about reconnaissance aircraft? It was standard for the enemy to patrol their territory. Could it be that the commander was waiting? Zhou Min suddenly froze, instinctively keeping pace with the other soldiers. The commander was waiting for the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft. Zhao Jinxue and Zhou Min exchanged a knowing glance. But what was the objective? Zhao Jinxue, her speed on par with any soldier, felt her mind racing, just as she had peeled away one layer of confusion. It seemed another thick fog obscured her understanding. Following orders was instinctual. She knew that much. Zhou Min swallowed hard, his breath synchronized with his footsteps. At that moment, his mind was in disarray. All he grasped was that the stakes were immense. As twilight descended, the sensation that enveloped Zhao Jinxue and Zhou Min was that the entire unit was in a relentless flight, ceaselessly running. Even with their robust physiques, fatigue began to set in, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. Quickly, quickly. Keep up with the commander, don't fall behind. Increase speed, accelerate. The air was thick with whispered urgencies as the entire company moved with remarkable swiftness, utilizing the terrain's cover as they advanced under the cloak of night. In the operations command room of Yuanqing, lights flickered, casting shadows of figures that danced across the walls. Within the command room, the incessant sound of telegraphs reverberated. In a secluded chamber, Yashizuka Yoshio sat upon a stool, perusing photographs brought back by reconnaissance aircraft. As he leafed through the images, a palpable intensity of murderous intent grew within his gaze. The military uniforms, impeccably equipped, alongside some militia, aligned precisely with the telegrams relayed from the northern town of Qufengting. With a cold smirk, Yashizuka remarked that had it not been for their prior preparations, dispatching reconnaissance flights and enhancing vigilance, the munitions factory would have undoubtedly fallen victim to their schemes. The Beisha River stronghold had performed commendably. Despite significant casualties, it had managed to hold its ground. If not for the timely deployment of reconnaissance aircraft to patrol the vicinity, they might have indeed succeeded, with catastrophic consequences looming. In respectful acknowledgement, Inuzuka Nobuya observed that this battle revealed the wisdom of seasoned generals. Had he been in command, he might have been deceived by the smoke screens of NZ Pass. Troops were already dispatched to secure NZ Pass, and while they anticipated assaults on other locations, it was unlikely they would focus on Yuanqing and the munitions factory, given the heavy defenses in the area and their strongholds control. The current state of warfare across various regions had rendered them nearly spent. This was merely their final desperate gamble. The forces landed in the southern mountains were nearing the city, and the battles in Zhao and Yi were approaching their conclusion. This contingent displayed both courage and strength. Yet within the grand scheme of our empire, a mere few thousand men could hardly tip the balance. It was time for their annihilation. Yashizuka's eyes gleamed with a steely resolve. Such isolated forces, should they make even a single strategic misstep, would face utter obliteration. Having discerned the strategic intentions of the commander of the Tiger Brigade, he was convinced that their demise was inevitable. Various units were forming a large encirclement. The notion of escaping this trap was nothing short of delusional. As the encirclement gradually took shape on the map, a faint smile surfaced on Yashizuka's face. Something Aoyama had failed to achieve, he had accomplished. It's time to close the net. This farce must come to an end, Yashizuka proclaimed coldly. With his hands clasped behind him, his figure appeared increasingly imposing in the light. His shadow loomed over the map, engulfing the entire territory depicted therein. With each step he took, his shadow expanded. Indeed, Inuzuka Nobuya responded, bowing deeply before exiting to issue commands. Chapter 232, Chu Yunfei, at worst. I shall go with Lin Tiandust. In a grand residence in Pudong, the Western-style decor had been entirely replaced. A screen stood at the rear of the main hall, while bookshelves were meticulously arranged, showcasing an array of scholarly treasures. The presence of these cultural artifacts occupied a significant portion of the hall, promising to nurture the knowledge within me. Su Jingxiang surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Approaching the desk of scholarly implements, he picked up a brush, grinding it leisurely, then held it aloft, suspended in midair. A profound contemplation flickered in Su Jingxiang's eyes. After a prolonged pause, he turned to a nearby subordinate. How do you write wisdom? Upon his inquiry, the atmosphere instantly froze, with everyone exchanging glances, silently shaking their heads. I urge you to read more. You are still young. And education is the salvation of our nation, Su Jingxiang lamented, feeling somewhat exasperated. However, he deftly shifted the topic, meeting the gaze of his subordinates. Jinxing, how is Miss Su's batch of supplies coming along? We are working to establish some connections. Miss Su's preparations are progressing more swiftly than anticipated. It is said that the Wen family has provided considerable support. Lu Jinxing nodded, presenting a list before Su Jingxiang. You know I cannot comprehend this. Su Jingxiang shook his head, pausing slightly before continuing. The Wen family? The one renowned overseas? Indeed. Their support is commendable, Lu Jinxing affirmed. Despite Su Jingxiang's previous unfavorable impression of the Wen family, viewing them merely as businessmen, he found himself reassessing their significance. As Su Jingxiang conversed with Lu Jinxing, the sound of hurried footsteps drew his attention, causing him to furrow his brow involuntarily as he glanced toward the entrance of the hall. Gui Yunming rushed in, and upon meeting Su Jingxiang's gaze, he composed himself, slowing his pace, and respectfully handed over a telegram. Mr. Su, the latest coded telegram from Northwest Shaanxi reports the recapture of Beijing Station, Gui Yunming announced, his tone tinged with excitement. How could he not be thrilled? In a remarkably brief period, not only had Qiufeng Pavilion train station been reclaimed, but Beijing train station as well. Had it not been for the arduous struggles faced elsewhere, they might have even contemplated reclaiming the 3 eastern provinces. Unable to remain seated, Su Jingxiang sprang to his feet, his eyes alight with exhilaration. He pounded his fist on the wooden armrest, which seemed almost burdened by his fervor. Damn it, the Tiger Ben regiment fights with such fervor. They are unstoppable. After rising, he sought the location of Beijing Station on the map. Lu Jinxing examined the telegram intently, his eyes reflecting profound admiration. Though the telegram contained only a few words, the magnitude of the information it conveyed was immense. Here, Commander Lin displayed remarkable acumen, having secured Beijing Station in such a short span. Su Jingxiang suddenly pointed excitedly at Beijing Station, which was quite distant from Qiufeng Pavilion. While the map suggested proximity, the actual distance for military maneuvering was far more substantial than what the map could portray. After reading the telegram, Lu Jinxing followed Su Jingxiang's pointed direction, his face slightly flushed. Brother, back when we were vying for territory, we could clash for several days over a single street. Yet now we've captured 2 train stations in just a couple of days. Just think of Commander Lin. Perhaps his injuries haven't even healed. Yet he has taken 2 train stations, truly formidable. Lu Jinxing's gaze inevitably drifted to the portrait on the wall, depicting a robust man with a resolute countenance, eyes brimming with wisdom. Though he had lost his right leg, he stood firmly, his remaining hand pointing towards the horizon. The image of a towering figure was deeply etched in the hearts of many. I told you, Commander Lin is no ordinary person. What does it matter if he is missing a limb? Even if carried by his soldiers, he leads the charge at the front lines. Enraged, he continued, look. After capturing Qiufeng Pavilion and Beijing Station, those 2 locations have connected, revitalizing an expansive area. The commander is both wise and strategic. The way he fights is incredibly satisfying. Su Jingxiang spoke fervently, hardly pausing for breath. Beside him, Gui Yunming was equally excited, but seeing Su Jingxiang's uncontrollable enthusiasm, he cleared his throat. Mr. Su. Gui Yunming's voice acted as a signal, causing Su Jingxiang to momentarily stiffen, adjusting his somewhat disheveled Zhongshan suit due to his excitement. Jinxing, please arrange for that batch of supplies to be delivered as soon as possible. It's best to leave it to you and Liao Guanghua. The commander is fighting fiercely, and we cannot lag behind, Su Jingxiang said gently, slowly lifting his teacup while gazing at the portrait on the wall. Yes, brother. Ahem. Yes, Mr. Su. Also, regarding the painter, this battle finds the commander still recovering from his injuries, almost carrying a coffin into battle, even if the soldiers bear him. It should portray a spirited and commanding presence. Understood. In the mountain city, at the 11th section of military intelligence, reports from various regions converged here. However, at that moment, Shinmei found her desk nearly overwhelmed with information concerning the Jinsi Northwest Tiger Unit. As she examined the intelligence, it appeared voluminous. Yet all of it was superficial. None of it provided substantial details, such as who was in the unit, what the commander looked like, his personality, or his impression of the mountain city. Seeing this useless information left Shen Mei with a headache. A tiger unit renowned throughout the nation was only known for its battle achievements, with no useful information to be found. Sitting on her chair, she massaged her temples. The more she reviewed the battle reports, the more incredulous she felt. This unit consistently fought battles with fewer men against greater numbers. In Yangtzuan, they had engaged a formidable enemy force, which, according to enemy intelligence at the time, consisted of merely over 100 men. Subsequently, over 400 individuals from Wanjia town charged against the 1,000-strong battalion of Bantian, resulting in a complete annihilation and the capture of the battalion's flag. It was at this moment that the vision of the mountain city began to unfold. Following this, the decisive battle at Dashaman village ensued, followed by the grand annihilation in Ping'an County. This engagement compelled the commander dispatched from the eastern provinces to retreat back to his homeland. From the triumphant victory at Xiaofeng Pavilion in autumn to the present reclamation of it, the relentless series of battles reveals that this force is either engaged in combat or en route to it. The conflict at Ping'an County was particularly intense, with no pauses, constantly remedying situations and transitioning across various locations. According to the intelligence gathered, without the Tiger Brigade, Ping'an County would have never fallen. Since the onset of the Japanese Spring Offensive, the Tiger Brigade has been fighting in enemy-occupied territories. In every grand battle, they perceived themselves as mere pawns, placed upon a nearly exhausted chessboard. Yet, their strategic moves consistently rejuvenated the game. The newly initiated strategy of confinement has already encountered substantial setbacks. Shen Mei gently massaged her temples when a sudden knock echoed through the room. "Come in," she called. Setting aside some intelligence reports, she observed Chun Zhongfu stepping inside. "Director Shun, the latest telegram from northwest Shaanxi," he stated, his tone lacking any significant modulation as he handed over 2 telegrams. Shen Mei took them, and upon a cursory glance, her expression betrayed her astonishment. Another railway station captured? 2 stations in 2 days? She glanced down at the mountain of intelligence on her desk, offering a wry smile, realizing that her understanding of the Tiger Brigade was indeed confined to their achievements. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Mei spoke with grave seriousness. "Has the 6th Division departed for northwest Shaanxi? The personnel have been dispatched and are likely nearing their destination, however. No updates have been received thus far," replied Qin Zhongfu, his tone respectful, devoid of any condescension due to Shen Mei's gender. Shen Mei had ascended to her position, significantly supported by her trustworthiness in the eyes of Director Dai. "Notify me immediately upon receiving any news," she instructed, waving her hand dismissively once she had finished. Qin Zhongfu exited with an understanding nod. As he left, Shen Mei surveyed the documents on her desk. Lin Tiandust, previously unheard of. Was he from the 8th Route Army, or perhaps affiliated with the Jin faction? Shen Mei pondered. Lin Tiandust seemed to have emerged from obscurity. Yet in her estimation, he certainly had not sprung from mere stone. He must either be from the 8th Route Army or have connections to the Jinsui Army. Currently, the 11th Department had failed to infiltrate the Tiger Brigade, making it exceedingly difficult to ascertain details, as this unit was perpetually engaged in battle or en route to one, leaving no opportunities for infiltration. Next was the matter of Haiyan's High. Once the main forces ventured out to battle, the area essentially became a closed enclosure. Approaching was feasible, but entry was not, thus confining one to nearby villages. Meanwhile, within the command room of the 358th Regiment, a loud slap resonated as a hand struck the table in frustration. The sound of telegraphs echoed continuously, with figures moving in and out, each face bearing a hint of solemnity. Many soldiers dared not show the slightest hint of complacency. At this critical juncture, there was still no action. Chu Yunfei stood before the table, his gaze fixed on the position of Zhao Yi, aware that the enemy was contemplating an assault on Shanxing from the south, with a clear intention to sever the supply lines and prepare for a landing in the southwest. The situation across various regions appeared quite grim. Yet in the northwest of Jin, a thick veil of gloom had been pierced by Lin Tiandust, creating a glimpse through which the sunlight shone down. Remarkably, at such a time, there was still an absence of movement. At this moment, the voice of Sun Ming emerged fittingly. "Commander, the remains of General Zhang have been interred in Shanxing, and the funeral was conducted with national honors, a citywide farewell." Sun Ming's eyes reflected a sense of regret. A general of the army had perished on the battlefield. Chu Yunfei, initially displaying irritation, felt a surge of respect upon hearing this. His death served as a clarion call, elevating the national struggle to its zenith. It was noteworthy that in the vicinity of Wujiang village, many citizens had begun to offer assistance, bringing supplies. Yet, each time, Chu Yunfei felt a twinge of guilt. As a soldier, he found himself holed up in this mountainous hideaway while those labeled as bandits coordinated efforts to reclaim lost territory. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by a timely announcement. "Commander, the latest telegram from the Tiger Ben Regiment confirms the capture of Beijing Station." Upon hearing these words, Both Chu Yunfei and Sun Ming instinctively turned their attention to the map, their eyes widening in astonishment as they fixated on Beijing Station. The speed with which they had moved from Qiufeng Pavilion to Beijing Station was astonishing. Such a long-distance operation seemed implausible. Sun Ming swallowed hard. The memory of following the Tiger Ben regiment for several kilometers at Erdhizi still vivid in his mind. Yet, considering the distance between the two stations, he couldn't fathom how it was possible in such a brief period. Could it be that they traveled by train? A sudden realization struck Sun Ming. Upon voicing this thought, Chu Yunfei, who had been studying the map intently, nodded in agreement. It is possible. We cannot apply conventional reasoning to the Tiger Ben regiment. The rapid capture of Beijing Station can only be attributed to the use of a train. I can think of no other explanation. Chu Yunfei mused, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the map, traversing various points with increasing agitation. The areas of Ping'an County and Tianquan Mountain had nearly been secured. The 8th Route Army would likely follow Lin Tiandust's lead. The previously besieged regions were now revitalized by the two railway stations, subtly shifting the balance of power in their favor. The options for advancement were abundant, each choice imposing significant pressure on the enemy. Chu Yunfei continued to survey the map, murmuring to himself, fully aware that once Lin Tiandust surged forth, he would not easily retreat, and the 8th Route Army's resolve against the enemy surpassed their own. Upon realizing Lin Tiandust's intentions, they would undoubtedly act in accordance with the circumstances. Commander, according to intelligence reports, it is indeed the case that several regiments are advancing northward. And even some guerrilla groups in the vicinity of Niangziguan are actively sabotaging the railways, Sun Ming stated with a grave tone. At that moment, a soldier who had come to report spoke up. Commander, we have also deciphered a telegram, presumably from the enemy, which simply states enter the mountains. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunfei furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze becoming increasingly focused on the map. Enter the mountains? Chu Yunfei was momentarily taken aback, his eyes scanning various locations on the map incessantly. Although this telegram had been decoded, he was certain it was inextricably linked to Lin Tiandust, and it was highly probable that it had originated from him. If we can decipher it, the enemy must be able to as well. Sun Ming voiced his uncertainty. Indeed. Chu Yunfei affirmed with certainty, nodding slightly. Yuan City, Niangziguan. Chu Yunfei contemplated for a long time, his gaze wavering, before finally stating, keep a close watch on these two locations and report any developments to me. Commander, the last warning from Jinhuan Pass has already been issued. Sun Ming murmured from the side. After all, the prevailing sentiment within the Jin army still favored a defensive posture, while Lin Tiandust's tactics in northwest Shanxi were exceedingly aggressive, consistently engaging the enemy head-on. Other than the 8th Route Army, they had hardly made any movements. Chu Yunfei's expression grew increasingly complex. He suddenly felt a sense of conflict regarding his own position. Previously, he had believed that defense was sufficient, considering the vast disparity in combat capabilities between them and the enemy. However, with Lin Tiandust's rise, the inaction from higher-ups left him with mounting thoughts that he could no longer suppress. The prior assurance of defense was now a thing of the past. Lin Tiandust had pierced through one breach after another like a sharp blade, and remaining stagnant in defense felt increasingly suffocating. In a nation engulfed in warfare, he found himself confined within a small village, feeling as though his military uniform had become a shackle, binding him to this limited territory. He eventually whispered to Sun Ming, regardless of who attacks Yuan City or Niangziguan, I, Chu Yunfei, must intervene, even if it costs me my life. At worst, Chu Yunfei's gaze gradually transformed, becoming sharp and resolute. At worst, I shall join Lin Tiandust. He did not deny that the Jinsui army had shown him favor, but over time, he found it intolerable. This was not an era of peace. The enemy ravaged their homeland. He could not resign himself to a mere corner while chaos reigned. Sun Ming remained silent, observing the determination etched on Chu Yunfei's face. Words hung on the tip of his tongue, yet he chose to swallow them deeply. Chapter 233. Niangziguan. The melodious chirping of birds filled the air as shadows flitted swiftly through the verdant foliage. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and scattered upon the forest floor, while the sound of footsteps gradually diminished. Upon receiving the order to rest, the group slowed their pace, stretched their limbs, and settled into a concealed position. Zhao Jinxue and Zhou Min, seasoned in traversing mountain paths, found this particular march to be quite taxing. Captain Zhou, this direction seems somewhat familiar, Zhao Jinxue remarked, adjusting her breathing and scanning her surroundings. The direction diverged sharply from their initial route. Zhou Min also surveyed the area. After retreating from Yuancheng, they had been advancing northeast. This route left him perplexed. He pondered the purpose behind their rapid advance from Beijing Station to the vicinity of Yuancheng, engaging in battle before swiftly departing again. Actually, I recognize this direction. If we continue onward, we will reach Niangziguan. Zhao Jinshue's eyes reflected a mix of emotions. Having truly participated in a battle alongside the regiment, she now grasped the disparities in command. Although significant victories had yet to be achieved, Their engagement near Yuancheng had incurred minimal casualties. They had managed to evade the encirclement of the enemy effortlessly, and now, having escaped the siege, their objective began to crystallize. Niangziguan. Is the regiment planning to assault Niangziguan? Zhou Min's tone conveyed disbelief. Niangziguan, akin to a strategic pass, was a crucial stronghold in the Jinchaji region, built into the mountains and challenging to conquer. Below lay a railway station, offering convenient transportation. Everything was becoming increasingly clear. This direction lay to the northeast of Yuancheng. Securing Niangziguan, in conjunction with its natural fortifications, could potentially revitalize a vast expanse of territory. Zhao Jinxue found herself momentarily speechless, grappling with the implications of this maneuver. Many questions lingered in her mind, such as the rationale behind staging a diversion at Yuancheng when the march towards Niangziguan seemed unaffected by it. The two exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. Suddenly, a figure emerged, and upon spotting Zhao Jinxue and Zhou Min, his eyes lit up. Captain Zhou, Captain Zhao, the regiment commander wishes to see you. Follow me. With that, the two shared a knowing look and promptly trailed behind the messenger. After a series of twists and turns, they arrived at a tree where a figure stood. A rudimentary map unfurled and suspended from a branch. The individual beneath the tree was intently studying the map, seemingly deep in thought. Commander. Both Zhao Jinxue and Zhou Min spoke in unison, their tones laced with respect. Upon hearing their voices, Lin Tiandust slowly withdrew his gaze, turning to address them. Are there any bases or guerrilla forces near Niangziguan? Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances once more. Their previous speculations had now solidified into certainty. Selecting elite troops from Beijing, they swiftly advanced towards Yuancheng, poised to await the Japanese reconnaissance aircraft. The performance of the 2nd Battalion and the subsequent collapse of the entire regiment were all aimed at capturing Niangziguan. Commander, to my knowledge. To the east of Niangziguan lies Dingguan village, where a regiment is stationed, Zhou Min interjected, adjusting his speech rhythm thoughtfully, cautious not to overlook any detail. He continued. The 714th Regiment of the Independent 2nd Brigade, commanded by Zhang Taixing, was originally based in the Qiufeng Pavilion area. Due to the Japanese strategy of encirclement, they were located northward to avoid being surrounded. Beyond that, I am unaware of further developments. Even after concluding his statement, Zhou Min pondered whether he had omitted anything crucial, genuinely concerned that any oversight might skew their strategic assessment. The 714th Regiment. It seems not to be very numerous, is it? Lin Tiandust mused, his gaze fixed on Dingguan village on the map, deep in contemplation. Indeed, prior to their withdrawal from Qiufeng Pavilion, they suffered significant losses. Although the area surrounding Niangziguan is rugged and mountainous, the presence of the Japanese forces is substantial, making it challenging for them to reinforce their numbers. Zhou Min remarked after some reflection. Lin Tiandust nodded in agreement, mulling over the information before turning to Zhou Min. Are you able to establish contact with this unit? He inquired, considering Zhou Min's previous role in guerrilla operations near Qiufeng Pavilion. Yes, I have a connection with them, Zhou Min affirmed confidently. Once we reach the vicinity of Dingguan village, please assist me in contacting them. Even if we do not engage in the assault on Niangziguan together, it is imperative that they do not impede our efforts, Lin Tiandust stated calmly. Rest assured, Commander, I will fulfill this task, Zhou Min replied earnestly. Lin Tiandust nodded, then gestured for Xiashanzi to roll up the map before issuing a command. Let us depart. Chapter 234, The Names of Men. The shadows of trees Dingguan village is nestled amidst towering mountains, with a broad road extending from outside into the village, which lies ensconced within the embrace of rugged peaks. The grandeur of the mountains grants the village an expansive vista, rich with streams, serene lakes, fertile fields, and numerous dwellings, teeming with inhabitants. The area, known as NZ Pass, boasts a reputation as a formidable stronghold, yet it is also referred to as the Jiangnan of the northern region. As spring brings forth an abundance of rain, revitalizing the world, the branches remain sparse and tender leaves. In an era where even tree bark can be consumed, tender foliage has become a rare delicacy. Within one of the houses, in the command room of the 714th Regiment, a man in his 30s, with a slightly sallow complexion, gazes intently at a somewhat worn map spread across the table, lost in contemplation. Both Qiufeng Pavilion and Beijing Station have been secured. Yet the situation at NZ Pass remains precarious. Zhang Taixing rests his hands on the table, his gaze never wavering from the map. Since their withdrawal from Qiufeng Pavilion, he has been closely monitoring the movements of the main forces. With Qiufeng Pavilion and Beijing Station firmly under their control, the prospects appear promising. Had they not retreated from Qiufeng Pavilion, perhaps they would now be partaking in the larger battle. Yet, such musings are futile. Their withdrawal was a decision made under duress. They face a severe shortage of weapons and ammunition. While engaging in combat is certainly feasible, without adequate supplies, they would be rendered defenseless, holding rifles that are no more effective than mere sticks. The formidable presence of NZ Pass looms large, making any victory seem elusive. The pass stands as an impenetrable barrier. Outside, entry is impossible, and inside, exit is thwarted, firmly controlled by the enemy. Even a return to Qiufeng Pavilion is fraught with uncertainty regarding safety. Consequently, they find themselves in a precarious position, relegated to mere observation. Any attempt to mobilize would likely be thwarted by the enemy at NZ Pass, potentially leading to annihilation. The scarcity of provisions has become acute at this rate. They may not withstand the pressures without the enemy launching an assault. Thus, they have resorted to deploying small units to sabotage the railway, retreating back to Dingguan village for recuperation whenever they avoid detection by the enemy. In light of the distressing telegram from the Huban regiment, Zhang Taixing, who had been enveloped in silence and despair, gradually feels a flicker of hope rekindle within him. He must devise a solution. He murmurs to himself, studying the map intently. Commander, Captain Zhou has arrived. Captain Zhou? Please, come in. Zhang Taixing, momentarily taken aback, recalls only one Captain Zhou, Zhou Min, the leader of the guerrilla forces at Qiufeng Pavilion. Before long, a soldier bearing a familiar silhouette enters the command room. Zhou Min, is that truly you? Zhang Taixing's tone is infused with eagerness. Encountering Zhou Min here evokes a profound sense of familiarity in a foreign land. Yet, the sight of Zhou Min raises questions, causing Zhang Taixing to furrow his brow in puzzlement. What brings you to NZ Pass? He inquires, the tone of his voice laced with curiosity. After all, during the battle at Qiufeng Pavilion, the focus of the Japanese forces was primarily on them. Although the number of Zhou Min was considerable, their weaponry was notably scarce. This was also due to the shortage of arms in the 714th Regiment. Otherwise, they would have integrated Zhou Min into their ranks much earlier. However, at that time, Zhou Min should have retreated. We came here with the Tiger Brigade. The Tiger Brigade is here? Zhang Taixing's eyes widened in astonishment. According to his understanding, the Tiger Brigade was not supposed to be in the direction of Yuanqing. How could he suddenly hear news of their presence here? Zhang Taixing even began to doubt whether he had misheard. They just arrived on the other side of the mountain, preparing to assault Niangziguan, Zhou Min stated, nodding. There was no time for nostalgia with Zhang Taixing. He got straight to the point. What do you need us to do? Zhang Taixing's tone was exceedingly serious, with an underlying excitement that he could barely suppress. If the Tiger Brigade was indeed here, they could potentially capture Niangziguan. They could launch a coordinated attack or perhaps sabotage the railway. Zhou Min pondered over what Lin Tiandust desired before he spoke again. We can coordinate an attack, but Zhang Taixing's complexion flushed slightly, and after a moment of thought, he continued. He paused, suppressing his excitement. I need to confirm. If it is the Tiger Brigade, then I will act without hesitation. Commander, they are resting on the other side of the mountain. You can come with me to take a look. All right, lead the way. Zhang Taixing had known Zhou Min for quite some time, so he was not overly worried. However, after a moment of consideration, he decided to set out with a security platoon. Zhang Taixing wasted no time. He quickly briefed his men and followed Zhou Min. The mountain paths they traversed were rugged, familiar terrain for Zhang Taixing. Having moved from the direction of Qiufeng Pavilion to this area, which was primarily characterized by such trails, devoid of any Japanese presence. However, after traversing the mountain peak and descending for quite some time, the terrain began to open up. Suddenly, Zhang Taixing heard a rumble that changed his expression dramatically. The sound of tanks. Zhang Taixing's demeanor became alert, and the soldiers in the security platoon gripped their rifles tightly. It's nothing. We captured them. And Sun Lianzhang is just practicing. Zhou Min explained. Zhang Taixing's gaze was somewhat skeptical, but after walking a few steps, he suddenly saw some soldiers leaning against a depression, wrapped in cloth, blending seamlessly with their surroundings. The faint outline of military uniforms caught Zhang Taixing's attention, and he immediately followed the sound, spotting two large iron behemoths emitting dark smoke. The rumbling ceased abruptly. It really is the Tiger Brigade. We can take down Niangziguan. Zhang Taixing's eyes scanned the area incessantly. Next to the iron behemoths stood several figures engaged in conversation, and the fervor in Zhang Taixing's gaze remained unyielding. The commander stirring the winds of change across Jinchai, Lin Tiandust, 400 daring to charge against 1,000 Japanese soldiers, strategizing for safety. A bloody battle at Jinhuan Pass. As autumn winds sweep across Beijing, a mere band of individuals possesses the power to alter the very fabric of a region's fate. The commander, whose mere name instills terror in the hearts of the enemy, is the embodiment of a figure they have long studied, yet could never replicate. Before them stands Lin Tiandust, a name that resonates like an insurmountable mountain among this gathering of commanders. He is the pinnacle of human achievement, a peak that towers above all. A single battle can ignite their fervent analysis for an extended period, ultimately leading them to a profound admiration for his existence. Though they share the title of regiment commander, the shadow beside the tank pales in comparison, akin to a mayfly gazing at the vast sky. Zhang Taixing finds himself unable to restrain his steps, hastening towards that singular figure. Chapter 235, Preparations. Li Ergu, you need to accelerate the artillery next time. And you, Zhao Tian, if you can only press the gas pedal and not ease off, then get back to the cavalry unit. Sun Dishing's voice echoed across the desolate landscape the moment the rumbling ceased. Anxious, he reprimanded his comrades, realizing that since joining the Tiger Legion, apart from minor skirmishes in Pingan County, their cavalry unit had been perpetually on the move. Now, with 2 tanks at their disposal, it was evident that they could engage in more battles. Yet considering the intensity of the engagements under the command of their leader, it was essential to significantly bolster their efforts. Otherwise, in the forthcoming series of battles, they might find themselves relegated to merely escorting supplies again. The commander is here. The commander is here, and I will continue as instructed. Sun Dishing was in the midst of his speech when he was abruptly interrupted. Casting a stern glance at the soldier who spoke, he firmly asserted, "I wasn't referring to you. I was addressing them." Straightening his posture, Sun Dishing spoke in a deep tone. Lin Tiandust smiled knowingly, well aware that Sun Dishing's words were not directed at him. "How familiar are you with the tanks now?" Lin Tiandust inquired, inspecting the 2 vehicles with curiosity. He had invested considerable effort in bringing the tanks here, taking great care to avoid detection by the enemy along the way. Unfortunately, they lacked aerial superiority and had to rely on visual maps to evade the enemy's patrols. While the artillery fire might not be exceptionally precise, Sun Dishing confidently stated, it would undoubtedly complement the infantry's assault as a vanguard. The accuracy of artillery fire also depends on the reference targets. The precision of a pillar strike is not something an average individual can achieve. Sun Dishing firmly believed that if they were to collaborate with the pillars, no tank would stand a chance against them. However, the pillars preferred not to be confined within metal hulks, as their mortars could serve a more versatile purpose. Though Sun Dishing felt regret, he was supportive and understanding of this. "Very well, the train station will rest upon your shoulders," Lin Tiandust nodded in agreement. At that moment, Wang Jianeng approached, reporting on various matters. "Commander, Dr. Xiao, and the others have been arranged." "Good. Gather the entire regiment," Lin Tiandust replied. "Understood." Wang Jiantang straightened up and promptly dashed back. As Wang Jiantang came and went in haste, Lin Tiandust signaled for Sun Dishing to continue. Moving aside, he watched as the 2 tanks roared to life once more, their thunderous sounds filling the air. The commander, without further ado, recognized that Sun Dishing possessed exceptional skills in training both cavalry and tank troops. The remarkable progress achieved in such a short span of time was a testament to his diligence. Gao Zhecheng gazed into the distance at 2 tanks, deftly maneuvering as they swiftly adjusted their turrets and ascended slopes with finesse, his eyes ablaze with fervor. It was astonishing to witness such proficiency, especially considering they had nearly veered into a ditch, learning on the move throughout their march. Not long ago, the enemy's infantry and tanks could easily suppress them, as their understanding of armored vehicles was profound. These machines demand considerable support. Merely the fuel and ammunition contained in a few crates require an entire platoon for logistical support. The essence of warfare fundamentally hinges on logistics, for it is the potential for conflict that is at stake. Industrial production capacity, the speed of troop replenishment, and the supply of arms and ammunition. All these elements constitute a critical component of war logistics. When they were merely light infantry, their logistical considerations were limited to firearms, ammunition, food, and medical supplies. However, these 2 tanks were voracious consumers of fuel, necessitating substantial logistical support. Gao Zhecheng nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Lin Tiandust was not in a rush to act. After all, the soldiers needed ample rest following an extended march involving extensive maneuvering. Nonetheless, the respite would last no more than 4 or 5 hours. Lin Tiandust raised his gaze to the sun, quietly calculating the time. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhang Taixing surveyed the scene with intense scrutiny, fixating on a figure standing at the center of the crowd. As he passed by, soldiers were either meticulously organizing their equipment or squinting with their rifles cradled in their arms. From the array of gear, Zhang Taixing was already convinced of their readiness. Light machine guns, heavy machine guns, submachine guns, mortars, and even 92 artillery pieces were present. Rations, ammunition belts, and grenades were standard for each soldier. This was the weaponry he envied. With each step, the clashing of metal heightened the tension within Zhang Taixing's heart. His presence had long been noted by Lin Tiandust. Observing Zhou Min approaching with a figure in tow, he needed no further insight to identify him. "Commander Zhang." "A pleasure to meet you," Lin Tiandust greeted warmly. "A pleasure indeed," Zhang Taixing replied, taken aback by the youthfulness of the man he had only heard of in rumors. "I shall dispense with pleasantries. We will launch an assault on Niang Ziguan after nightfall," Lin Tiandust stated with resolute seriousness. The attack on Niang Ziguan would not be halted by any decision made by Zhang Taixing. "Commander Lin, 3 infantry battalions are stationed at Niang Ziguan. One at the pass and the others at the train station," Zhang Taixing remarked thoughtfully. The formidable NZ Pass, with its strategic significance, offers substantial fire support to the railway station. This pass is indeed a bastion, challenging to breach. Should you attempt an assault on NZ Pass, we shall lend our utmost cooperation. Zhang Taixing refrained from excessive elaboration, merely conveying the pertinent information he possessed, speaking with unwavering resolve. Enzi Pass, inherently a natural fortress, fortified by robust walls, represents a critical stronghold in the Jinchai region. Were it not for the impending threat of the Huber Brigade, he might not have made such a decisive resolution. However, should they advance on Enzi Pass, Zhang Taixing would not hesitate to join the fray. Very well. We shall set forth as the sun begins to descend, making our way directly to Enzi Pass. Lin Tiandust made no small talk. Casting his gaze upward to the sky, where the sun, having just passed noon, gradually sank toward the horizon, painting the sky with vibrant hues of crimson. Commander Lin. I shall prepare immediately, Zhang Taixing affirmed with a nod of determination. Agreed. Lin Tiandust nodded in acknowledgement, watching Zhang Taixing depart. He then surveyed the entire battalion, which had rested for 2 hours. At this moment, Lin Tiandust could readily distinguish between the new recruits and the seasoned veterans. The new soldiers, brimming with youthful enthusiasm, busily readied their gear, while the veterans, weapons in hand, closed their eyes to rest. In the chaos of battle, the ability to sleep amidst the surge of adrenaline is a true testament to skill. Approximately an hour later, Lin Tiandust's clear voice rang out. Attention, all soldiers. Warm-up exercises are complete, and we have a distance to cover. His words instantly roused the resting soldiers, who began to inspect their firearms, grenades, and ammunition supplies. The atmosphere, charged with anticipation of the impending conflict, spread throughout the entire unit as the veterans stirred from their slumber. New recruits, remember not to charge blindly. Stay behind us and provide cross-cover. Understood. All comrades, once your weapons are checked, fall into formation. Yes. The chorus of affirmative responses echoed through the valley as fierce, predatory gazes turned toward the north. The battalion sprang into action. Chapter 236. This battle, you are crucial. As night fell, the crimson hues of the horizon gradually dimmed, and the rustling branches whispered in the wind. Beneath the cloak of darkness, dust began to rise from Dingguan village. The 714th Regiment was also mobilizing swiftly, awaiting the arrival of Lin Tiandust's contingent. As soon as his troops appeared, they seamlessly fell into line. Under the starlit sky, the entire battalion moved in an orderly fashion towards the direction of Nyangzi Pass. The environment was shrouded in a hazy stillness, devoid of any flickering lights. Only the muted sound of footsteps echoed in the night. Nyangzi Pass was accessible solely via a single broad avenue. The city walls were constructed in accordance with the terrain, flanked by steep hillsides that were utterly uninhabitable, with some areas resembling sheer cliffs. The fortification stood against the mountains, recognized as the ninth pass of the realm, a critical gateway to the Shaanxi province. To the left lay the precipice, while the mountain loomed on the right. At the base of the mountain, the lighthouse at the train station cast its brilliant light, illuminating a designated area, with beams continually scanning the surroundings. 5 shafts of light pierced through the darkness, where 2 or 3 enemy soldiers stood guard atop each tower, accompanied by a heavy machine gun station nearby. 3 kilometers from Nyangzi Pass, on a mountain summit. Beneath the moonlight amidst the foliage, Lin Tiandust had spread a map before his comrades. The strength surrounding him had significantly evolved since their inception. Wang Jiantang and the earliest members of the group closely flanked him, while newer recruits like Wang Fu and Ma Kanghui stood prominently among them. There were also Zhou Min, Zhao Jinxue, and Zhang Taixing, who had joined them along the way. The moonlight spilled over the map, as Zhang Taixing observed the unfamiliar figures, his expression growing increasingly solemn. The moment these individuals appeared, the fervor in their eyes was unmistakable, even under the veil of night. With everyone assembled, the treacherous terrain of Nyangzi Pass would not deter their resolve against the enemy. Lin Tiandust spoke with gravity, his gaze sharp, pausing momentarily before continuing. In this battle, both Nyangzi Pass and the train station will engage simultaneously. The 1st Battalion will be responsible for the offensive towards Nyangzi Pass, advancing stealthily from the base of the city walls. Their objective is to eliminate the enemy sentries stationed along the Great Wall. This is the distribution map of the enemy's overt and covert posts. Zaya Shanzi, your elite team will endeavor to infiltrate Nyangzi Pass. If that proves impossible, a direct assault will suffice. Understood, Wang Jiantang replied earnestly, nodding in affirmation. Zaya Shanzi naturally positioned himself behind Wang Jiantang, settling into a familiar stance. Even Dainiu instinctively made way, creating space. For the 3rd Battalion, Zhou Min would descend from the 06 sector. At the first sound of conflict, they would charge forth. Artillery fire would pave their path. Please review the proposed assault route diligently, with the aim of swiftly securing the train station. Lin Tiandust produced a detailed map and handed it to Li Hongyan. The routes of advance were meticulously charted, outlining specific zones and points of emphasis for defense. Rest assured, Commander, we will fulfill the mission, Li Hongyan asserted with a firm nod as he accepted the map. Zhou Min leaned closer to Li Hongyan's side. While the 3rd Battalion was formidable, he sensed a greater opportunity for glory compared to the 1st and 2nd Battalions. The 2nd Battalion, in this battle, you shall engage directly. Lin Tiandust's gaze fell upon Li Weigua, his tone grave as he articulated, "The 2nd Battalion will hold the gates of NZ Pass. Advancing to the base of the gate, look for an opportunity to breach inside. I will coordinate artillery to clear the path and extend our firepower." "Understood." Li Weigua's eyes shimmered with fervor, a surge of boiling energy coursing through him. The pangs of previous defeats evaporated in an instant, leaving only an insatiable thirst for battle. The meticulously detailed orders were conveyed with utmost precision, while Zhang Taisheng observed attentively, refraining from interruption or doubt. Even as the assault routes for thousands were meticulously charted. With key points marked on the map, he recognized the gravity of the situation. To others, such meticulous planning might appear as mere theoretical discourse. Yet before him stood the commander of the Tiger Ben Regiment, a leader who maneuvered with finesse through the enemy territory, having never tasted defeat since assuming command. What right did he have to question? This was a rare opportunity for learning. Zhang Taisheng, even before the battle commenced, found himself eagerly anticipating the capture of NZ Pass. The thought ignited a fervor within him, for he had envisioned this day countless times in his mind. The fall of NZ Pass would render the Japanese strategy of confinement utterly futile. The vital rail line would transform into a treacherous route, liberating the entire Jinchai region. Their forces would be free to assault the railway at will, while the enemy's trains would find no passage. Furthermore, Jinchai would gain access to the outside world, with routes northward leading to the northeast provinces and southward extending to the original city, even beyond. As Zhang Taisheng pondered these thoughts, his heart surged with excitement, only to be jolted by Lin Tiandust's voice. "Captain Zhang, your role in this battle is crucial. Rest assured, we will fulfill our mission." A newfound determination gleamed in Zhang Taisheng's eyes. At that moment, he ceased to contemplate victory or defeat. His focus was solely on the battle ahead, resolved to bite through the iron if need be. This unwavering resolve struck a chord with Zhou Min, who found the scene strikingly familiar. "Doesn't Zhang Taisheng's demeanor remind you of someone?" Zhou Min inquired of Luo Wensheng beside him. "Exactly like you were before," Luo Wensheng replied, casting a distant glance. Zhou Min paused, scrutinizing the valiant and spirited Zhang Taisheng, and muttered to himself, "No wonder." Chapter 237, The Return to Daughter's Pass. The moon hung high in the sky, and a gentle breeze caressed the land. The air was slightly cool, yet pleasantly warm, creating a refreshing sensation in one's heart. The sounds of insects and birds intertwined with the rustling leaves, rendering Daughter's Pass seemingly untouched by the ravages of war. However, since its establishment, this place has always been a battleground coveted by military factions. The light from the lighthouse continuously illuminated the earth, bearing witness to the strategic significance of Daughter's Pass. On the Great Wall, silhouettes emerged in the night, glimmers of blades flashing. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from some hidden Japanese soldiers lurking in the high corners. Under the silvery moonlight, blood dripped from the blade's tip, gushing forth as the weapon was withdrawn. Chun Chang swiftly severed the throat of an enemy, without casting a glance at the clutching figure, merely gesturing toward the wall below. Shadows began to stealthily maneuver along the corner of the battlements. Wei and Lu, sharp-eyed and vigilant, were prepared for action, the former gripping the hilt of his sword and the latter ready with his firearm. Outside Daughter's Pass, Zhang Taisheng had already led his troops to the designated location. Merely a mile away from Daughter's Pass, he gazed at its lights, astonished that his contingent of 1,500 had reached this point. Zhang Taisheng raised his binoculars for observation when a deep voice broke the silence beside him. "Commander, the troops are in position." Shou Liang lay close to him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhang Taisheng replied with gravity, "Do not spare ammunition. Even if the entire regiment perishes, let it be on the battlefield." He was acutely aware that the 714th Regiment was not merely providing fire support for the 2nd Battalion. The commander had a broader strategy in mind to thwart Japanese reinforcements to Daughter's Pass. Zhang Taisheng understood the critical nature of this battle. Even at the cost of his entire regiment, he was determined to seize Daughter's Pass. Zhou Liang's eyes sparkled with understanding, after years of camaraderie in battle. He recognized the weight of those words. "Ammunition will not be conserved. If we run out, we shall wield our sabers," Zhou Liang replied earnestly. Zhang Taisheng gazed into the distance toward the Great Wall, where numerous figures moved forward under the pale moonlight, converging ahead with countless warriors preparing for combat. Just as Zhang Taisheng finished speaking, a series of howls erupted from the darkened sky, prompting him to look up. The sound of nearly 30 artillery shells slicing through the air reached him in that moment. Whoosh, whoosh. The incessant sounds shattered the tranquility of Daughter's Pass. Boom. In an instant, the silhouettes barely visible in the night were engulfed by the fierce blaze, transforming the scene into a sea of flames. Each shell rained down upon the enemy's towers and strongholds, causing some Japanese soldiers to plummet from their perches, crashing to the ground amid flames. Explosions erupted across various positions. A colossal fireball soaring skyward, illuminating the entire mountain range. The once drowsy enemy soldiers at the front succumbed to deep slumber in an instant, while those nearby transformed into blazing fireballs, scurrying in all directions. The flames illuminated the scene as if it were broad daylight. Kill. The sounds of slaughter erupted from NZ Pass. Zhang Taisheng gazed in disbelief as, simultaneously with the explosion of artillery, the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion charged forth. Almost concurrently, the thunderous blasts echoed from the mountainside. Under the tranquil sky, the cacophony of gunfire mingled with the roar of cannons, causing the battlefield to ripple as though a massive stone had been cast into still waters. Zhang Taisheng's expression was one of astonishment as he beheld the artillery raining destruction upon the enemy below. Commander, their firepower is overwhelming, and they seem utterly unconcerned about hitting their own men. The Tiger Ben Regiment's soldiers are practically face-to-face with the shells. Beside him, Zhou Liang's lips twitched, his gaze somewhat vacant. He envied the might of such artillery, while simultaneously being astounded by the fearless charge of every soldier, as if they might be struck by their own shells at any moment. Such trust in the gunners was remarkable. Zhou Liang's eyes reflected disbelief. Their coordination between infantry and artillery was significantly superior to that of the enemy. Zhang Taisheng's eyes shone with fervor. He had once suffered greatly under the enemy's bombardments. Now, witnessing the enemy being subjected to relentless artillery fire from the Tiger Ben Regiment, he was reminded of his past, holding a rusted Hanyang rifle, watching brothers fall before him, and realizing that even with all their might, it was nearly impossible to repel the enemy's advances. Yet now, they stood before NZ Pass, launching their own assault. Commander, I previously observed that the artillery company had over 100 men just to transport ammunition boxes, Zhou Liang murmured. Initially, he had thought it was merely a regiment's supply of grenades. However, it now appeared that those 100 men were likely carrying mortar shells. Continue firing. Maintain fire suppression, Zhang Taisheng commanded, his voice ringing out. Along the lengthy road leading to NZ Pass, a line of soldiers quickly formed an advancing phalanx, charging madly forward. The artillery rained down upon the city walls, rendering the enemy unable to lift their heads. As the soldiers closed in, the bombardment did not relent, sustaining its oppressive fire. The intensity of the shelling transformed the surroundings into a veritable daylight. Although he was aware of the excellent equipment of Colonel Lin's forces, the unfolding scenes at the onset of battle made him swallow hard. This was not merely about superior equipment. It was also a testament to the valor of the soldiers behind that equipment. The seamless coordination of infantry and artillery deepened Zhang Taisheng's understanding of firepower. If this continued, it was indeed possible to capture NZ Pass. Zhang Taisheng's heart raced. Their support was minimal at this moment. Under the precise and relentless bombardment, the enemy scarcely had a chance to raise their heads, leaving the entire regiment in a state of awkwardness, with barely a glimpse of the foe. The shells in the sky continued to streak across the horizon. Boom! The thunderous sound of an explosion suddenly reverberates. Zhang Taisheng follows the direction of his gaze, observing soldiers by the Great Wall revealing their fangs under the cover of night. A breach has formed in the wall, and enemies begin to surge in. The gunfire has astonishingly extended directly into the fray, showcasing an extraordinary ability to seize the dynamics of battle. Zhang Taisheng's eyes blaze with fervor as he gains a clearer understanding of Lin Tiandust's remarkable aptitude for capturing the essence of battle. The artillery fire seemed to have been triggered even before a single soldier entered the Nziguang Pass. The targeted area is where the 1st Battalion is vying for control. As the shells fall, more and more soldiers from the 1st Battalion rush into the Nziguang. The unfolding scenes leave Zhang Taisheng momentarily dumbfounded, before he could fully process it. Lost in thought while observing the localized battlefield of the 1st Battalion, Zhou Liang's voice booms beside him. Captain. It seems that Zhou Min and his men have breached the train station below. Zhang Taisheng, still somewhat dazed, follows Zhou Liang's pointing finger. At the Nziguang train station, 2 tanks lead the charge, rapidly gaining control of the station amidst the intermittent artillery fire. Illuminated by the explosions, he spots a woman wielding a long rifle, skillfully taking down one enemy after another, a bag slung at her waist, along with a cross insignia. Can a medic shoot so well? Zhang Taisheng's eyes widen in astonishment. The medic's marksmanship is astounding, far surpassing that of the soldiers beside her. Each shot finds its mark with precision. As she collaborates with her comrades, they swiftly advance. The upper echelon has already penetrated. Control of the train station is nearly complete. The speed of their assault astounds Zhang Taisheng. After nearly a decade of service, he never anticipated witnessing such a scene of combat. Once upon a time, when they faced the enemy, they were perpetually suppressed by the enemy's artillery. However, today, as they engage the Tiger Bravery Regiment at Nziguang, they swiftly conquer this perilous stronghold. It is crucial to note that although their numbers are considerable, the enemy's forces are not insignificant, numbering at least 3,000. Yet, the seemingly formidable foes crumble under the onslaught of the Tiger Bravery Regiment, as if molded from clay. Damn it, the city gates have opened, and the enemy is in disarray. Charge at them. Kill. Annihilate the retreating forces. The battleground echoes with the ferocious cries of battle. Zhang Taisheng observes the soldiers below the city walls still charging forward, while artillery shells continue to rain down, suppressing the enemy. Captain, it seems we no longer require artillery support. Should we advance? Zhou Liang's eyes widen, his grip on his weapon tightening. The cacophony of battle ignites Zhou Liang's fervor, his legs trembling with anticipation. He can barely contain himself. Charge! Zhang Taixing gestures decisively. Zhou Liang, unable to restrain himself any longer, shouts, "Brothers, let us show our comrades our might." He leaps from cover, rushing fervently toward the city walls of Nziguang. Zhou Liang led the charge, yet Zhang Taixing found himself gazing at the unfolding scene in disbelief. They had truly captured it. Zhang murmured softly, having anticipated an epic battle that would prolong for an indefinite period. However, the conflict concluded far too swiftly. The reclamation of NZ Pass bore significant implications for the surrounding region. Presently, the national situation is precarious, with Shanxing threatened from the south, the enemy having successfully landed and poised to besiege the city at any moment. In the northeast, the Guangdong army remains firmly entrenched, ready to invade at any time. Coastal regions in North China lie under the enemy's dominion. Yet, amid such dire circumstances, they had managed to reclaim NZ Pass, causing Zhang Tiexing's eyes to moisten as he beheld the ancient stronghold. This pass, long held by the enemy, had been restored to them. Under the cover of night, Zhang Taijun gazed at the historic fortress shrouded in darkness, whispering softly, "NZ Pass, you have returned." Chapter 238. Has the Tiger Ben Corps gathered again? In the dark, ink-like moonlight of Nyangzi Pass, the glow of fire and the smoke of gunpowder permeated the earth. As time passed, sporadic gunfire echoed around Nyangzi Pass and its railway station. Zhang Taixing gazed at the imposing fortress of Nyangzi Pass, feeling as though everything he witnessed was utterly surreal. Akin to a dream, an impractical dream. Nyangzi Pass had truly fallen, and the entire corps had entered the pass. With a deep exhale, Zhang Taixing quickly advanced towards Nyangzi Pass. The air was thick with smoke, illuminated by the flickering flames against the night sky. However, upon entering Nyangzi Pass, he found the area bustling with soldiers swiftly clearing the battlefield, assembling in orderly rows. Zhang Taixing, perplexed, intercepted a soldier among them and inquired with curiosity, "Brother, where are you headed?" "I don't know," replied the soldier hastily, rejoining his unit. Zhang Tiexing's eyes widened in surprise, but he soon noticed a figure emerging rapidly from Nyangzi Pass. Upon seeing Zhang Taixing, the figure's eyes brightened slightly. "Commander Zhang, you arrived just in time. The rest is for you to handle." Li Weiguo spoke with urgency before leading his men towards the railway station. "Liang, what is going on?" Zhang Taixing glanced at the large group following Li Weiguo, who were carrying out several wounded soldiers. Li Weiguo's actions piqued his curiosity. "The commander has called for assembly," Li Weiguo succinctly explained before descending the mountain with his 2nd Battalion. Shortly after, the 1st Battalion emerged from Yangzi Pass, also making their way down the mountain. "Clear the battlefield. Zhou Liang, come with me to take a look." Zhang Taixing pondered briefly before hastily following the 1st and 2nd Battalions. At the railway station beneath Nyangzi Pass, Zhang Taixing and Zhou Liang hastened their pace, just arriving at the station where flames erupted, shadows dancing amidst the firelight, forming orderly lines and columns. Before they could approach, they heard reports echoing. 3rd Battalion assembled. Artillery company assembled. Zhang Taixing and Zhou Liang exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom why, after a recent victory, there was an urgent assembly. Is there fighting nearby? Zhang Taixing contemplated the circumstances surrounding Nyangzi Pass, his brow furrowing in concern. Zhou Liang shook his head in response. Aside from Nyangzi Pass and its railway station, it seems there are no other areas occupied by the enemy. Meanwhile, on the railway tracks, Zhou Min listened anxiously to the distant reports. Is the tally complete? He turned to see Luo Wensheng rapidly compiling the statistics, his tone urging. There are still some missing, Luo Wensheng replied quietly, glancing towards the direction of the 3rd Battalion. How many more we lost? Zhou Min was momentarily taken aback. Suppressing the surge of emotions within him, his gaze directed towards the 3rd Battalion. Among the neatly clad soldiers, certain warriors stood out remarkably. How many remain now? His hand instinctively rested upon his button, his eyes gleaming with intensity. 630. What is happening? Over 100 more have sacrificed their lives. A heart-wrenching pain. Zhou Min's hand, which had been resting on the button, unconsciously pressed against his chest. His eyes were filled with sorrow, once again. He found himself merely a bystander at the Battle of Niangziguan. Many in his own unit had perished, and these fallen soldiers occupied the very positions he yearned to hold. Gazing ahead, a dull ache gripped his heart. Struggling to contain his anguish, Zhou Min quickly spoke. "Let us report in first." At Niangziguan train station, a throng of people surged. The 1st Battalion had assembled. The 2nd Battalion had assembled. Waves of voices caused Zhang Taizhan and Zhou Liang to silently observe as they swiftly formed ranks, clearly preparing for a march. Where were they headed next? Zhang Taizhan felt a sense of bewilderment. After all, the battle at Niangziguan had only just concluded, and the clearing operations had been executed with remarkable speed. With Niangziguan fallen, It could no longer provide effective cover for the train station, compounded by the fact that the station was under simultaneous attack from infantry and armored units. The forces attacking Niangzigwen exceeded 6,000, and given the intensity of the artillery bombardment and the coordination of ground and air forces, Zhang Taizan was not surprised by the fall of Niangzigwen, only by the rapidity with which it had been captured. Moreover, it was evident that another significant battle was on the horizon. As he observed the assembly of troops becoming increasingly complete, Zhang Taizan spotted a figure and could not restrain his steps, moving towards it. Commander Lin, having just captured Niangzigwen, where are you headed now? At this moment, Zhang Taizan was still reeling from the astonishing speed of their victory, his tone barely concealing his urgency. We are encircling Yuanqing, Lin Tiandust replied, his demeanor grave. The capture of Niangzigwen was of paramount importance, as it opened numerous avenues. However, there was no time for rest. Yuanqing remained, surrounded by several enemy forces. Upon his arrival, he had already detected a brigade stationed on a main route. He needed to ascertain whether this brigade had been redeployed. If not, he would take the opportunity to eliminate this brigade, thereby easing the encirclement of Yuanqing. Encircle Yuanqing? Zhang Tieshan's eyes widened in disbelief. The weight of Lin's words thundered in his ears. Yuanqing was the heart of Jin province, the stronghold of the enemy, and the command center for the northwest forces. Numerous brigades had entrenched themselves over the years, fortifying various positions and roads, with mechanized units and bombers overhead. It housed an airfield, and should Yuanqing be assaulted, the entire situation in Jin province would surely shift. Encircling Yuanqing was evidently not a small-scale engagement. Even though Zhang Taixing had contemplated this news for quite some time, he found it difficult to swiftly assimilate the information. Commander Zhang, please ensure that the NZ Pass is cleared of the battlefield debris first, then follow along the route, aiming to rest during the day and march at night, while remaining cautious of the enemy aircraft above, Lin Tiandust instructed, gesturing towards the assembled troops with a grand sweep of his hand. Are we not to defend the NZ Pass? Zhang Taizan inquired, casting a perplexed glance at the pass, which seemed to blend seamlessly with the mountains. Chapter 239, Advance Toward the Origin City. Lin Tiandust glanced at the mountain still shrouded in smoke, shaking his head in dismay. The military facilities at Nzigwang had been rigged with explosives. Even if the enemy were to reclaim it, holding the advantageous position would not be as effortless as before, now that it had been taken. Seizing Nzigwang again was not out of the question. For Lin Tiandust, the paramount significance lay in liberating the substantial armed forces and rallying them in Origin City. As for the enemy's desire for support, it aligned perfectly with his intentions. In a siege, there exists a dynamic of attack and defense. However, in an open encounter, the scope for maneuvering expands greatly. The distance between Origin City and Nzigwang would provide him with a choice of battlegrounds, and without the cover of natural fortifications. Lin Tiandust felt there was no need for the artillery bombardment as he had executed that night. Yet, once the shells were unleashed, it pained him just as much as it did his comrades. Nevertheless, the bombardment was imperative. The losses among the soldiers were an unbearable toll for Lin Tiandust. An opportunity for the enemy to support? Zhang Taixing momentarily displayed a look of confusion, but quickly regained his composure. I shall gather our forces at once. With swift steps, he made his way toward Nzigwang. Watching his figure recede into the distance, Lin Tiandust turned to Xiashanzi and spoke. Send a clear telegram. Victory at Nzigwang. I hail from the Jin Sui army, deeply resentful of the loss of our territory, often unable to sleep at night. Our battles are fought solely for the stability of our land. Today, with the situation in Jin determined, I invite heroes to join me in the reclamation of our lost lands in Origin City. Xiashanzi took the note from Lin Tiandust and nodded emphatically before hastening to the telegraph operator. Alongside Xiashanzi, Zhang Taixing and Zhou Liang moved with equal urgency, bounding up the hill with remarkable speed. He did not pause even for a moment, intent on relaying the message to the entire regiment as swiftly as possible. Upon reaching Nzigwang, he found it already secured. Will we be able to fight alongside the Tiger Ben regiment? Indeed, we have gained so much from this battle. We ought to make our contributions. If not for the absence of orders, I would wish to charge with them. Exactly. When the black and white flag of the Tiger Ben regiment was raised, I witnessed the soldiers from that battalion at the Great Wall charging forward amidst the bombardment, frantically diving into Nzigwang. The regimental leader and commander Zhou have returned. A group of soldiers, engaged in conversation, suddenly noticed figures approaching from a distance, their expressions lighting up with surprise. As they spotted the hurried return of their leaders, many soldiers could not contain their excitement, exclaiming, "Commander, is there to be another battle?" No sooner had the words left their mouths than Zhang Taixing replied, his voice brimming with exhilaration, "Assemble quickly. Commander Lin intends to encircle Origin City. We shall reclaim it together." The soldiers exchanged dazed glances, looking at one another in astonishment. After all, what they had envisioned was merely to seize a train station. Yet now, upon suddenly hearing that they were to besiege the stronghold of the enemy, the disparity was rather overwhelming. "Captain, Did you perhaps misspeak? One soldier timidly inquired. He felt he had comprehended correctly, yet reason dictated that such a notion was implausible. The original city was a place of significance, the very heart of Jin territory. Renowned for its prosperity, a locale they had long aspired to. Now, to hear that they were to assault this very spot felt surreal. Gather the troops, follow closely, swiftly. Zhang Taixing declared with resolute authority. The soldiers, a multitude, formed several ranks and hurriedly exited the train station. Captain Zhou, this direction leads back to our previous route. Zhao Jinxue reflected on command with newfound understanding. It bore resemblance to the swift engagements at Beijing, yet this time was markedly distinct, as it entailed an all-out assault. The rapid execution of such an offensive had profoundly reshaped her perceptions. Zhao Jinxue mused that her experiences in guerrilla warfare had been entirely upended by the two recent battles. The enemy's ferocity, it turned out, could be rendered utterly vulnerable under the application of artillery and the coordinated onslaught of the soldiers. With a quiet sigh, she recognized that prior to this exposure, she had believed her guerrilla tactics sufficient, managing to remain active near Beijing Station and troubling the enemy. However, she had now truly witnessed what exemplary command entailed. Everything unfolded as anticipated before the battle, devoid of any unforeseen variables, or rather, whenever potential complications loomed. Artillery would invariably intervene at the opportune moment. The captain's strategy is indeed beyond my capacity to decipher. Zhou Min's gaze deepened, and he sighed softly. Who would not admire such a leader? The moment the order to assemble was issued post-battle at Niangziguan, he sensed that the captain's intentions transcended merely capturing the station. Zhao Jinxue nodded in agreement as he spoke. Feint at Niangziguan. No, deceive at Niangziguan, while securing other locations, also incorrect. Zhao Jinxue pondered, her thoughts becoming increasingly tangled. If taking Niangziguan would pave the way for the entirety of the Sanjin region, yet the captain had no intention of holding it. This indicated a grander scheme, one she was intimately familiar with. Original city. A sudden jolt coursed through her mind. If there existed a strategic objective of greater magnitude than Niangziguan, it could only be one, original city. Zhao Jinxue quickened her pace, though it was late May. The night air remained cool, yet her blood surged with fervor. She looked up to see the stars twinkling, the bright moon suspended in the sky. Although it was not yet night, the rugged path was still discernible in the moonlight's soft glow. Chapter 240. It's not your first time knowing his appetite, Yang Xianling. Headquarters, command room. A man clad in a military overcoat removed his outer garment, revealing a simple military uniform adorned with a prominent red star upon his cap. His gaze remained fixed upon the map spread across the table. The map was a tangled web of lines, with numerous areas marked by red clay, signifying various locations. Certain train stations and railway lines of the enemy were also indicated upon it. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Song Yi's figure appeared in the command room. Chief, the battle for Nyangzi Pass has indeed commenced. Moreover, according to our informants, a skirmish occurred in Yuanqing a few days prior. The troops originally dispatched to Nyangzi Pass were entirely encircled in Yuanqing, missing their target, allowing Lin Tiandust to break free and subsequently engage at Nyangzi Pass. Song Yi spoke urgently, drawing the attention of the figure before the map, whose eyes sharpened with keen interest. First, we must dismantle the encirclement around Yuanqing, then seize Nyangzi Pass, thereby opening a vast territory. His hands gestured enthusiastically, excitement evident as he envisioned the implications of capturing Nyangzi Pass, signaling the full-scale counteroffensive of the anti-Japanese forces across Shaanxi. After a fervent display, he emphatically struck the table, his face alight with exhilaration. He had not anticipated that Lin Tiandust would capture Nyangzi Pass with such alacrity. There is one matter I find perplexing, Song Yi continued, extending a telegram in his hand. This caused the man before the map to pause momentarily, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he accepted the telegram and scrutinized its contents. Good. A resonant voice echoed within the command room. Turning to observe Song Yi's puzzled expression, he could no longer contain his excitement. The encirclement of Yuanqing is likely to be successfully orchestrated by Lin Tiandust. What do you mean by that? Song Yi inquired, confusion evident upon his countenance. The figure before the map began to elucidate. The resounding victory at Nyangzi Pass has cemented control over the critical juncture of Sanjin, rendering the situation quite clear. Yet Lin Tiandust has mentioned the Jinsui army in his telegram. Is he attempting to involve Yan Laoshi in this? Does Yan Laoshi truly wish to become embroiled in this? Song Yi remarked, still somewhat bewildered. Your understanding of Lin Tiandust is somewhat superficial. Do not merely focus on his strategic command. His grasp of human nature is remarkably astute. Do you believe he lacks a contingency plan? The middle-aged man, radiating authority, turned to look at Song Yi, his expression serious. After a brief pause, he continued, I have long told you that Lin Tiandust is a true battlefield commander. I can assure you he undoubtedly possesses a backup plan. Unless Yan Laoshi wishes to forfeit his reputation otherwise, he will inevitably be drawn into the fray. The chief refrained from elaborating further, his gaze returning to the map, fervor illuminating his expression. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke rapidly. The independent regiment, new 1st, new 2nd, and 771st Regiment are to assemble at Beijing Station. The 772nd Regiment will take over Ping'an County, while the militia around Tianquan Mountain must fortify their base. If besieged, do not hold your ground recklessly. Deploy the 129th Division, 385th Brigade, 779th Regiment, and the 770th Regiment to the vicinity of Nyangzi Pass to secure it, thereby alleviating the pressure on Lin Tiandust. Should Lin Tiandust decide to abandon Nyangzi Pass, let them do the same and lie in wait nearby. The commanding middle-aged man spoke with unwavering authority, issuing a series of commands, culminating in a significant statement regarding Lin Tiandust's potential withdrawal from Nyangzi Pass. Song Yi could discern the rationale behind Lin Tiandust's possible retreat, as his strategic acumen was unparalleled. However, it was his adaptability on the battlefield that truly set him apart. Lin Tiandust was most suited for a mobile warfare environment rather than a static defense, though this did not imply weakness in the latter, for otherwise Nyangzi Pass would not have fallen so swiftly. You may underestimate Lin Tiandust. What if he intends to leverage the reinforcements? The middle-aged man shook his head. If we execute my plan, the key to capturing Yuanqing does not rest solely on us, but rather on Lin Tiandust's ability to manipulate the situation. We must create space for him to maneuver. Even if Yuanqing remains unconquered, the enemy will likely struggle to accept significant losses. Song Yi grasped this insight immediately. Understood. He had not previously considered this angle, given the considerable strength of the enemy forces in Yuanqing. If reinforcements were dispatched, they would undoubtedly compound the pressure. Once the forces at Beijing Station assemble, send me a telegram without delay. The middle-aged man's expression was grave, his gaze fixed intently on Yuanqing. While he could not guarantee the capture of the city, he was certain that the enemy's casualties would be substantial this time. Even if they failed to take Yuanqing, the enemy's unacceptable losses would favorably alter the dynamics of the situation in Jin Province. Should the enemy gain the upper hand in Jin Province, the situation in the Jinchai region would undergo a complete transformation, allowing them to seize the initiative rather than remaining under the constant pressure of encirclement by the enemy unless the Japanese dispatched an additional 100,000 troops to Jin Province. The figure at the table leaned over the map. Though his demeanor was calm, his heart raced with anticipation. Amidst the prevailing national crisis, he had not expected the opportunity to shatter the looming darkness in the Jinchai region to arise so swiftly. At Beijing Station, which the local populace referred to as a fortress, the fortifications had been ravaged beyond recognition. Surrounding mines had suffered considerable destruction at the hands of Japanese bombers. Soldiers in uniform gradually entered Beijing Station, where Li Yunlong squinted at the distant figures of Kong Jie and Ding Wei approaching, engaged in light-hearted banter. Hey, when did you two become such good friends? You're practically wearing the same pants, Li Yunlong exclaimed, mockingly chiding them as he observed the camaraderie between Kong Jie and Ding Wei. It seemed that ever since they left Sherman village, the two had been inseparable, almost as if they were one unit. With a chuckle, Li Yunlong's gaze drifted to the troops following Kong Jie and Ding Wei, clad entirely in their signature military uniforms. The soldiers bore several grenades, and as they marched, the bullets strapped to their bodies produced a faint rustling sound. With over 3,000 men from 2 regiments assembled, I remarked to Li Yunlong, "Why do you behave like a rabid dog, biting anyone in sight?" Kong Jie, setting aside his pipe, swiftly retorted. Nearby, Ding Wei chuckled softly, likely weary from the pursuit. After all, in the haste to engage at Niangziguan, he had not caught even a glimpse of Commander Lin. Ding Wei embraced Li Yunlong briefly, who ceased his bravado and regarded the arrival of the new 1st and 2nd regiments with a serious expression. "Have you also received deployment orders?" Li Yunlong, having transitioned from Chiofeng Pavilion and lingering briefly in Beijing, initially intended to advance toward Niangziguan. However, just as this notion took shape, he was abruptly informed of a great victory at Niangziguan. The orders had transformed into a directive to remain on standby, and as unit after unit began to gather here, he sensed the gravity of the situation was escalating. Indeed, it coincides with the telegram from Niangziguan, Kong Jie remarked, furrowing his brow. The headquarters has not only mobilized us. I observe numerous other troops in the rear preparing to advance. I believe Commander Lin is no longer at Niangziguan. Ding Wei surveyed the scene at Beijing Station, where the bloodstains on the ground had congealed into a dark crimson, and traces of bullets and shell craters were scattered everywhere. Upon entering the makeshift command room, Ding Wei's gaze fell upon the map laid out by Li Yunlong, his expression contemplative. "Old Ding, are you suspecting something?" Li Yunlong had to concede that, in terms of strategic insight, he was indeed inferior to Ding Wei. "According to the information I have received, the Tiger Brigade has also been to Beisha River," Ding Wei stated gravely, his finger tracing the map. Chiofeng Pavilion, Beijing, Beisha River, Niangziguan, this back-and-forth maneuvering, Old Ding. You can't be suggesting Li Yunlong's brow furrowed further as his eyes fixed on the map. It's not merely a suggestion, it is the truth, Ding Wei replied, directing his gaze to a specific area on the map, Yuanqing. The mere sight of this location caused both Li Yunlong and Kong Jia's expressions to shift to one of heightened seriousness. It is highly probable that the moment Commander Lin departed from Haiyan's High, he intended to strike Yuanqing. Ding Wei's voice grew more solemn as he pointed once again at Qiufeng Pavilion. Observe the route of Commander Lin's actions. After securing Qiufeng Pavilion, he chose Beijing Station among the train stations at Niangziguan, Shiyun, and Beijing. He spread the word of an assault on Niangziguan while feigning an attack on Yuanqing. This maneuver directly tapped into the Japanese forces' psyche, leading them to believe that Commander Lin's intentions lay elsewhere, akin to replicating the siege of Taiguan County. Commander Lin has adeptly grasped the enemy's mindset, not only alleviating a significant portion of pressure facing our troops but also preserving strength. He has surged directly towards Nyangzi, capturing it. With many units around Yuanqing conserving their power, and now bolstered by the liberation of a substantial area around Niangziguan, they have effectively encircled Yuanqing. Ding Wei gradually began to analyze the situation, while Kong Jia and Li Yunlong remained fixated on the map. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of the entire regiment. The stakes were exceedingly high. Kong Jia's gaze flickered with trepidation. The Tiger Ben regiment was formidable, so much so that it instilled a sense of dread within him. Yet, this precarious maneuver left him visibly shaken. A mistake at this juncture could spell doom for the entire unit. Particularly concerning was the fact that the enemy in Yuanqing was already on high alert. Suspecting that Commander Lin was poised to launch an offensive on their territory, Lin Tiandust had even gone so far as to divert fire toward himself, giving the small enemy forces the illusion of a potential encirclement. Should the enemy seize upon this opportunity, it would culminate in a deadlock. It was not as though this was the first time he had recognized Lin's audacity. Otherwise, how could he have earned the moniker Lin the Bold? Damn it. If I possessed such capabilities, I would eagerly seek out trouble with the enemy every day, contemplating the perfect moment to strike. Li Yunlong cursed under his breath. Yet the fire of battle in his eyes remained undiminished. Beside them, Ding Wei and Kong Jia exchanged a silent glance, their attention inevitably drawn to Yuanqing. Chapter 241. They understand life and death, yet they defend this land with their lives. Pudong. In coastal areas engulfed by the flames of war, the nights are illuminated, bustling with the comings and goings of people, and the relentless calls of vendors echo through the streets, creating a unique sense of prosperity. Yet behind this facade of vibrancy, the clamor is hollow, devoid of the warmth it ought to possess. In the brightly lit spaces, the raucous laughter of the invaders can often be heard. In a narrow alley, one door remains firmly shut. Within, the light flickers. Sulan sits at her desk, holding a thick list, exhaling deeply. This batch of supplies is nearly greater than the sum of the previous two combined. Had it been solely her effort, she might have found it impossible to transport these provisions to northwest Shaanxi. Fortunately, with Su Jingxiang's assistance, the safety and speed of the transport have been significantly enhanced. Sulan gazes at the list, murmuring to herself. This time, the shipment includes not only supplies but also personnel. Through the contact information provided by Xiao Shuwen, a colleague of Dr. Xiao, Sulan has managed to procure a fresh batch of medical supplies, thanks to familial connections. In times of war, medical supplies are as precious as gold, the most valuable currency. Sulan naturally cannot dismiss these offerings. Now is not the time for pretense. She accepts everything without hesitation. After swiftly tallying the supplies, she prepares to contact Su Jingxiang to arrange for their dispatch. Just as she is lost in thought, a clear voice rings out beside her. Sister Sulan, the latest telegram from the commander. Han Chuan-Xue closes the door, her tone brimming with excitement as she strides over. Sulan's eyes brighten at the mention of the telegram, and she quickly sets the list aside to take the message. Han Chuan-Xue's invigorating voice continues to resonate in her ears. Sister Sulan, the defense of Niangziguan has been breached. I learned about this place when I was in school. It is said to be the gateway to Shaanxi, a battleground coveted by ancient strategists. Moreover, the commander is inviting the troops from Shaanxi to encircle Yuanqing. We may soon reclaim a provincial capital. Though Han Chuan-Xue lacks military knowledge, she possesses a grasp of historical facts and has read enough ancient texts to understand the significance of Niangziguan. Yuanqing, being the capital of Shaanxi, if reclaimed, would challenge anyone to assert their inevitable defeat. While Han Chuan-Xue is exhilarated, Sulan, upon reading the telegram, falls into silence. An earnest invitation to the heroes to reclaim Yuanqing. Sulan murmurs, her gaze shifting to a corner of the room where a wooden box rests. Rising swiftly, she approaches the box, lifting it onto the table with a solemn expression. With great seriousness, she opens it to reveal a handwritten manuscript inside. As she silently picks it up, her eyes reflect a multitude of emotions as she gazes upon a document she had painstakingly prepared long ago. This manuscript is not a product of a single day, it has been crafted over time. With each battle fought by the Hubei Brigade inspiring her to sit at her desk and write fervently, though it had remained unpublished until now. Su Lan's earnest actions evoke a look of confusion in Han Chuanxue's eyes. It is undoubtedly a joyous occasion. Yet Su Lan's gaze remains so grave as she silently lowers her head to scrutinize the document in her hands. Han Chuanxue follows Su Lan's line of sight and glances at the manuscript, gently inquiring, "Sister Su Lan?" Su Lan, still fixated on the document, exhales softly. "The last time I delivered something, the leader shared a matter with me." She then hands the manuscript to Han Chuanxue. Han Chuanxue accepts it, noting the elegant script, which varies in timing, the most recent entry being merely a few days prior. As she reads, her eyes flicker with intensity. Commander Lin Tiandust of the Tiger Ben Regiment, formerly a soldier of the Jinsui Army's 798th Regiment, which lacked fighting spirit and disregarded counsel, leading to a disastrous defeat. Grieved by the loss of our homeland, he gathered the scattered soldiers to form a resistance against the enemy, for he was unwilling to retreat any further. Commander Lin once proclaimed, "If it benefits the nation, one should not shy away from life or death. The duty of a soldier is to sacrifice for the nation's plight." From the remnants of the Tsangyun Ridge, a mere 20 men charged against a squadron of 300 enemy soldiers, fighting fiercely for a glimmer of hope, traversing various locales. After numerous encounters, they launched a surprise attack on the Sakata unit command, annihilating them entirely. At Guha, they completely wiped out the Yamazaki Brigade, with a force of 2,000. They penetrated deep into enemy territory, first breaching Taigu, then battling Pingan, stifling the enemy's morale, obliterating over 10,000 adversaries, quelling the spring offensive in its cradle. In the Jinchaji region, they executed a cage strategy, reclaiming Chofeng, Beijing, and Niangziguan. He stated that it is not the sight of hope that compels one to persevere, but rather it is through perseverance that hope is revealed. With no equipment, they seized what they could. Every step taken was a fight to the death. On Black Cloud Mountain, the souls of the departed stirred the wind chimes. They understood life and death, yet they defended this land with their very lives. Now he calls upon the heroes of Jin, only to reclaim Taiyuan. The manuscript is extensive, yet every word weighs heavily on Han Chuanxue's heart as she reads, filling her eyes with a profound sense of reflection. Han Chuanxue often indulges in fantasies, but at this moment, the document feels burdensome in her hands. Each arduous step taken has been a battle to the death. As she lays down the letter, her expression grows solemn, her lips whispering, "It is not the sight of hope that compels one to endure, but through enduring that one can glimpse hope." Some things are weighty yet lighter than a feather, while others may seem light, yet carry the weight of a mountain. This manuscript embodies such complexity. It is not merely a document, but a testament to the Tiger Ben Regiment's struggle from nothingness to existence, embodying a spirit of indomitable resolve. Han Chuanxue feels the weight in her hands, falling into silence for a long moment before glancing up at Su Lan. "Sister Su Lan, why wasn't this sent out earlier?" Han Chuanxue harbors suspicions in her heart, though uncertainty lingers. This could have been released much earlier. Indeed, it is possible that Su Ran had completed it long ago. Yet, why has it remained undisclosed until now? This time, Sister Su has taken it out with such solemnity. "The leader mentioned to me previously that if Jin Di intends to mount a comprehensive counteroffensive in the current circumstances, it is imperative for the Jinsui army to engage, or else the front and rear will lack cohesion." Su Ran spoke with a certain gravity, suggesting that if one were to consider the situation from another perspective, the battle rages fiercely at the front, while a contingent is quietly gathering strength in the rear. "Sister Su, is this the leader's arrangement?" Han Chuanxue inquired, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Su Ran. "The Jinchai has a Hu Bin regiment. Its achievements are verifiable and known nationwide." At this critical juncture, Sister Su's report, coupled with the leader's explicit telegram, thrust the Jinsui army into the spotlight. Han Chuanxue, not lacking in intelligence, especially as someone involved in journalism, understood all too well what this implied. Even if they did not exert pressure on Yin Laoxishi, the mountain city would. "Yes. During my last visit, as we parted, the leader emphasized that he hoped it would never be necessary to act upon it, yet unfortunately." Su Ran nodded, letting out a soft sigh. "We cannot lag behind. Previously, we had to rely solely on ourselves. But now we can seek assistance from Boss Su to help us spread the word." Chapter 242, The Commander, Unyielding. Exceedingly unyielding in the heart of the Bund, within a serene courtyard, the steps were crafted from exquisite bluestone and marble, flanked by intricately carved stone pillars adorned with wave patterns. 7 or 8 stone sculptures stood in orderly arrangement throughout the courtyard, while a man-made fountain graced the center, crowned by a British-style winged angel statue. Han Chuanxue gazed upon the scene before her, her expression revealing little emotion. Her mind wandered back to the contents of the manuscripts. As she proceeded forward, guided by an attendant into the grand hall. In stark contrast to the exterior, the interior was wholly Chinese in style. 2 rows of green bamboo were neatly arranged, and folding screens prominently displayed themselves before the 2 women. Surrounding them were the 4 treasures of the study, ancient paintings, in classical texts, creating an ambience reminiscent of an ancient scholar's abode. Momentarily lost in thought, Han Chuanqiwei halted, instinctively glancing back, momentarily doubting if she had taken a wrong turn. East meets west, yet the interior remains traditional? At that moment, a resounding voice echoed, "Unstoppable! Unstoppable! Unstoppable! Damn it! Monkey! Did you see that? Just a few days have passed, and the daughter-in-law pass has been seized. Those damn Japanese must be dreaming if they ever thought the commander would assault the daughter-in-law pass. Usually, I urge you all to read more. To study the 36 stratagems and Sun Tzu's art of war, one must possess knowledge to think clearly," Su Jingxiang continued. This explicit telegram invites all of Jin to besiege the original city. This signals a major counteroffensive. Su Jingxiang's voice resounded, but beside him, Gui Yunming frowned and interjected, "Brother, can't you use a different phrase besides unstoppable? What the hell are you all thinking?" At this point, there are no words left to adequately describe the commander. Su Jingxiang exclaimed once more. He longed to employ other expressions, yet upon reflection, he realized that the only phrase that could encapsulate the current situation was precisely that. His righteous indignation and fervor prompted Gui Yunming to subtly turn away. Suddenly, he noticed someone entering with Su Lan and cleared his throat discreetly. Su Jingxiang also sensed the commotion at the entrance, turning to tidy his slightly disheveled Zhongshan suit, a result of his excitement. Su Lan and Han Chuanqiwei stepped into the hall, their eyes immediately drawn to a striking row of portrait paintings adorning the walls. The depicted figure exuded wisdom. With a robust physique and draped in a cloak, standing valiantly on one leg, the character maintained an imposing presence, with a remaining right hand pointing into the distance, embodying strength and authority. Su Jingxiang quickly observed this and noticed the two women gazing intently at the portrait of Commander Lin. Instinctively, he straightened his posture, aware that this likeness vividly conveyed Commander Lin's grandeur, intellect, valor, and spirit. With a slight movement, Su Jingxiang approached, a benevolent smile gracing his face, revealing his front teeth. "Miss Su, it has been a long time," he said, his hand resting elegantly behind his back. His words refined. "It has indeed been a long time," Su Lan replied, somewhat taken aback by Su Jingxiang's transformation. "Please, ladies, take a seat," he invited, settling onto the sofa while his rough hands began to delicately handle the tea set. The sound of ceramic clinking intermittently filled the air, as the tea, mingled with leaves, gracefully flowed into the cups of the two individuals. Su Lan and Han Chuanqiwei exchanged a glance, both harboring a peculiar intensity in their eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. "Miss Su, what brings you here today?" Su Jingxiang gently shattered the silence. Upon hearing this, Su Lan immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "Boss Su, I require your assistance regarding the Hubei Brigade." Sitting upright, her gaze unwavering, Su Lan continued, "We are preparing to publish a report concerning Jin Province, and we need your help to distribute these newspapers at the swiftest pace possible." Her tone was earnest. Su Jingxiang's prowess in Pudong was beyond question, and while he may not be the most formidable gang leader here, his influence was certainly significant. His efforts had greatly facilitated the transportation of goods, and his power was widely spread throughout the underground of Pudong. After Su Lan finished speaking, she produced a manuscript and handed it to Su Jingxiang. He shifted slightly, as if struck by a thought, and after receiving the document, he passed it to Gui Yunming, saying, "You read it, I shall listen." He then leisurely picked up a teacup from the table, settled into the sofa, and listened intently. Gui Yunming took the manuscript, glanced at it casually, maintaining a calm expression, and began to read softly from the side. The commander of the Hubei Brigade, Lin Tiandust, was once merely a soldier of the Jinsui Army's 798th Regiment, which, lacking combat spirit and ignoring advice, faced a disastrous defeat. Moved by the plight of our homeland, he rallied the disheartened soldiers to form a resistance against the invading forces, for he could no longer yield. As he continued, Gui Yuming's voice grew increasingly fervent. Commander Lin once proclaimed, "For the benefit of the nation, one must face life and death without regard for fortune or misfortune. A scholar should not cherish wealth, nor a soldier value his life. The duty of a soldier is to sacrifice for the nation in its time of peril." The remnants of Tsongyan Ridge charged fiercely against a battalion of 300 enemy troops, fighting valiantly for a glimmer of hope, shifting from one battlefield to another. Dozens launched a surprise attack on the command post of the Bantian Brigade. Ultimately, with a tactical ambush, 400 raised their flag against over 1,000 remnants of the Bantian Brigade, annihilating them. In Guha, they completely wiped out the Yamazaki Battalion. With 2,000 strong, they penetrated deep into enemy territory, first breaking Taigu, then battling Pingan, thwarting the spirits of the invaders. Decimating over 10,000 enemy troops, the spring offensive was crushed in its cradle. In the Jinshaji region, employing a strategy of containment, they recaptured Qiufeng, Beijing, and Niangziguan. He stated that it was never about seeing hope to persevere, but rather, one must persevere to glimpse hope. Lacking equipment, they would seize it from the enemy. Every step of the way was a battle to the death. On Heiyun Mountain, The souls of the fallen resonated like wind chimes, aware of life and death. Yet they defended this land with their lives. Now he calls upon the heroes of Jin province, solely to reclaim the original city. I implore all who see this newspaper to head to the original city and reclaim it. In the reception hall, several younger members unconsciously drew closer, eager to catch every word. Gui Yunming's impassioned voice resonated throughout the spacious area. Su Jingxiang, with his hand poised to lift his teacup, halted mid-motion, gripping the cup tightly. His face flushed with emotion. He set the cup down untouched and rose to stand beside Gui Yunming, listening intently. Gui Yunming stood amidst the crowd, and before long, a large circle of people had gathered around him. In that moment, the hall was enveloped in silence, save for Gui Yunming's voice. When he concluded, he handed the manuscript back to Su Jingxiang. Su received it, his expression reflecting a complex array of thoughts as he gazed at the portrait, seemingly envisioning Commander Lin and the indomitable spirit of the soldiers. Well written. It's not about loving the text. 400 daring to charge against 1,000 foes. Over 20 broken troops sacrificing their lives to fight. Damn it, that is what it means to be a soldier. I do not expect every soldier to be as formidable as the commander, but those who wield a gun yet hesitate to confront the enemy, using it as a mere crutch, I absolutely disdain. We do not persist because we see hope. Rather, it is through perseverance that we uncover hope. That damned Yan Laoshi. How can he treat Commander Lin like a mere foot soldier? TND Turtle's son. Cough, cough. Su Jingxiang's words quickened as he spoke. And by the end, he choked on his own fervor. His Jiangshan suit had already been stretched open by his robust physique. After a brief pause following his coughing fit, Su's gaze fell upon the somewhat astonished Su Lan and Han Xuanxue. The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment. After clearing his throat, Su Jingxiang addressed the assembly. Miss Su. Miss Han, this newspaper is truly unstoppable. We must contribute our efforts to secure Yuanqing for the commander. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. His tone was imbued with solemnity, yet the excitement in his eyes was undeniable. Beneath his calm exterior, his heart was ablaze with fervor. Su Jingxiang maintained his composure, eager to see Su Lan and Han Xuanxue off, as he felt a pressing discomfort within. Yu Ming, ensure that Miss Su's directives are followed closely. Once the newspaper is prepared, distribute it across various docks with utmost speed, giving it away for free, but do not concentrate it in one area, scatter it widely. And have the brothers pay attention. Su Jingxiang issued his command swiftly. Gui Yuming nodded earnestly in response. Thank you very much, Boss Su, Su Lan said, her tone laced with gratitude. It's a small matter, Yuming. Please escort Miss Su and Miss Han. Su Jingxiang glanced at Gui Yunming before turning his gaze back to the portrait, his eyes filled with reverence. Su Lan followed closely behind Gui Yunming, stepping in sync as they made their way outside. She looked back at Su Jingxiang's silhouette standing beneath several portraits, his demeanor radiating respect, his face imbued with sincerity. It seemed that Boss Su held this portrait as subject in high regard. Su Lan pondered quietly to herself. The portrait depicted a figure, missing limbs yet exuding an aura of wisdom, with a robust stature draped in a cloak, being carried aloft. One hand pointed towards the horizon, embodying a sense of commanding authority. The sheer dominance seemed almost palpable, as if it were about to burst forth from the confines of the frame. Yet, one could not help but ponder, is this truly a human being? Su Lan contemplated earnestly. As far as she knew, Su Jingxiang hailed from northeast China, possibly a figure of reverence from one of the 3 northeastern provinces, or perhaps a personage of notable renown. The captain, formidable, utterly formidable, unrivaled. The Captain Lin of unmatched prowess. Indomitable, indeed. In the hall, the spirited voice of Su Jingxiang resonated, prompting Gui Yuming to quicken his pace. Su Lan and Han Xuanxue initially intended to linger, but upon witnessing this, they could only silently follow suit. Chapter 243. He is a true soldier. In the command room of Yang Xianling headquarters, the atmosphere was charged with urgency as personnel moved in and out with great frequency. While the incessant sound of telegrams filled the adjacent room, the commander paced restlessly, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixated on the map before him. For 2 long days, there had been no news, and he was still leading the 714th Regiment along with 2 militia battalions. A considerable number of troops seemingly vanishing into thin air. He murmured to himself, his eyes tracing the various routes between Yangtze Pass and Yuanqing, occasionally glancing at the rugged mountain paths. Though he felt it improbable that a contingent of over 6,000 could traverse such treacherous terrain, he could not shake the intuition that Lin Tiandust would defy conventional reasoning. He entered briskly, his expression tinged with excitement. Commander, newspapers have suddenly surfaced in various locations, not only in the combat zones but also around the mountain city and in areas occupied by the enemy. Just as you suggested. It is indeed a ploy to draw Yan Laoshi into the fray. The newspapers detailed the development of the Tiger Ben Regiment and espoused the spirit of resistance, providing guidance to both the populace and the soldiers. Sui Yi's enthusiasm was palpable as he noted that every word within the articles dripped with sarcasm directed at Yin Laoshi. The revelation of Lin's past as a mere soldier in the Jinsui army had sparked ire among many readers, who could scarcely believe such a commanding officer was once just an ordinary foot soldier. As Sui Yi spoke animatedly, the figure moving before the map paused, his brow knitting into a frown. "Commander, is there something amiss with this report?" Sui Yi inquired, sensing the shift in the commander's demeanor. "When was this newspaper discovered?" The commander's tone grew grave. "The frontline soldiers received it in the county. The newspaper arrived this morning from the Pudong Salvation Press," Sui Yi replied. Suddenly, a sigh escaped the commander. Could it be that the newspaper contains a special message from Lin? Sui Yi glanced at the paper, hoping to glean some new information. Moments later, he exhaled softly. The paper appeared too swiftly, and its content is remarkably intricate. Consider this. A journalist could have released it earlier. Why wait until after Nyangzi Pass was captured to publish it? The commander's expression was one of profound contemplation, causing Sui Yi to pause in surprise. The journey of the newspaper from Pudong required time, yet they had received it the following day. This indicated that the publication was already in circulation on the very day Nyangzi Pass fell, suggesting a concerted effort behind the scenes to expedite its dissemination. Thus, there was but one plausible explanation. The report had been prepared in advance, ready for release at a moment's notice. "Commander," Sui Yi felt a chill run through him, his voice barely above a whisper. Could it be that plans for the next assault on Yuancheng were laid out immediately after the capture of Ping'an County? With Nyangzi Pass secured, the gateway to Shanxi is now under our control. This opens paths for us, and thus, besieging Yuancheng becomes a collective goal for all in Shanxi. The distance between Pudong and the northwest of Shanxi is vast. Lin Tiandust is either engaged in battle or en route to one, leaving him no time for other pursuits. Thus, the preparations must have commenced much earlier. He glanced at the newspaper, skepticism evident in his demeanor, yet he began to voice his thoughts. When did reporter Su ever visit Haiansai? It was precisely when he was preparing for this day, perhaps even earlier than that. The CEO gradually set the newspaper down, his tone momentarily faltering before it grew fervent. Every step must be calculated. A single miscalculation can lead to total defeat. Lin Tiandust is relentless in his pursuit of his objectives, employing any means necessary. I believe the possibility of reclaiming Yuancheng is now greater. Is he preparing to pull Yin Laoshi into this so soon? Song Yi's expression was one of surprise. However, before he could finish, his assertion was swiftly countered. No, it is not merely Yin Laoshi. The imposing middle-aged man before the map bore a smile. Are there other forces in Jin? Song Yi hesitated, then suddenly seemed to recall something. Us? Yes, but we are not Yin Laoshi. Until the external threat is neutralized, we must not indulge in our own trivial schemes. The CEO shook his head, then resumed with unwavering conviction. The guerrilla units surrounding Yuancheng must continuously set ambushes along the roads and railways. Troops like the Independent Regiment should initiate attacks whenever the opportunity arises. For now, let us focus on supporting Commander Lin. Additionally, inform me immediately of any news regarding the Tiger Bin Regiment. And ensure all commanders understand one fundamental principle. We must never allow Lin Tiandust's forces to be caught in a pincer movement. If he intends to attack, we must secure his rear. If he seeks to create a diversion, we must facilitate that for him. Remember, he is a true soldier, shedding blood for this land. I do not wish to see him fighting alone. Even if Yin Laoshi's troops remain passive, we must withstand the pressure. A resolute voice echoed through the command room. Yes, the advisors replied with solemn expressions. Chapter 244. The extraordinary individuals of the brigade. As dawn breaks, the world stirs to life. The horizon is painted in vivid shades of red, while amidst the verdant foliage and beneath the trees, shadows begin to take form, concealing themselves in quietude. A rough cloth lies beneath, a layer of grass blankets the figure, and cradled in arms is a long rifle. With eyes gently closed, slumber descends. Underneath a tree, surrounded by an abundance of vines and even a number of thorns, Lin Tiandust employs a visual map to survey his surroundings. Upon concluding his observation, a subtle sense of relief washes over him. The wealth of experience nestled in his mind has advanced significantly. Experience upgrade, 76, 43, another bout. And he shall ascend once more. Lin Tiandust's gaze flickers. Naturally, he yearns for an upgrade. After all, the battle for the original city is looming, likely to evolve into a protracted struggle. To capture the city entirely through sheer force would yield a Pyrrhic victory, even if successful. He unfurls a map, utilizing the gradually brightening sky to chart a course for the night's march. At that moment, a figure approaches swiftly, drawing near to Lin Tiandust. Commander, the tally is complete, Fong Bailu announces, presenting a stack of documents before Lin Tiandust. With a curious glance, Lin Tiandust accepts the papers, only to have his expression shift to one of bewilderment after a mere glance. The casualties are in the negative? How could there be so many more? Initially, over 4,000 departed from Heiyun village. Yet now the count stands at approximately 5,500, an astonishing increase, as if casualties have transformed into a surplus. Commander, the prisoners and civilians rescued at Chofing Pavilion have followed us along the railway, in addition to a guerrilla group that has joined our ranks. Moreover, there is Team Zhou. Fong Bailu's tone grows somber, as he instinctively scans the vicinity for onlookers. While documenting these names, Wang Jiantang turns a blind eye. And Fong Bailu comprehends immediately. All names are to be recorded. Understood. Lin Tiandust, having grasped Fong Bailu's implication, lowers his head to peruse another set of statistics, detailing the unique skills of certain soldiers. Li Yoxin, marksman, 11 shots, 9 enemies eliminated. Lu Sangun, possesses night vision up to 150 meters, iron head technique, able to withstand 3 blows without losing consciousness. Wei Daong, can sprint 100 meters in approximately 11 seconds, capable of shattering stone walls with a single kick, and has dispatched 7 enemies at a checkpoint. Su Zilai, speed surpasses even Wei Daong's. Ouyang Wenjing, exceptional memory, despite having never received formal education. As Lin Tiandust scrutinizes the list of names, he discovers unexpected talents. Among them is a soldier named El Gui, adept at tossing grenades with pinpoint precision. Effectively a simplified version of a pillar. There are others with acrobatic skills, and even within the list, he spots a former Taoist priest in a purple robe. Just how long can that arm extend? Lin Tiandust inquires, curiosity piqued as he gazes at the document. When fully extended, nearly 1.8 meters, Fong Bailu elucidates. Oh. The Gibbons Lin Tiandust spoke with a tone steeped in nostalgia, shaking his head as he continued to peruse the documents. Xinjiang stated. He can operate both trains and trucks, and during the guerrilla warfare in the 3 eastern provinces, he led 13 men in ambushing a small squad of Japanese soldiers in the forest, annihilating them completely. Lin Tiandust's pupils suddenly contracted slightly. During his time in Taiga County, Wang Jiantang had specifically mentioned this individual. It was said that he was once nothing but skin and bones. Yet he could keep pace with their battalion's charge and was remarkably accurate with his firearm. He was evidently a seasoned veteran. However, what captured Lin Tiandust's attention was not his ability to drive trains and trucks, but rather the latter part of Xinjiang's statement. This man was highly likely skilled in jungle warfare. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Tiandust's eyes. The 3 eastern provinces were unlike the Jin region, as they were home to dense and expansive forests. Lin Tiandust turned to Xinjiang, his gaze brightening slightly. Go fetch Xinjiang from the 1st Battalion. Yes, replied Fong Bailu, who then turned to head in the direction of the 1st Battalion. At that moment, Lin Tiandust also glanced at the list of soldiers in their various specialties, which were diverse and plentiful. He noted that many from the 1st Battalion had practiced martial arts, suggesting the possibility of forming a special operations team. Lin Tiandust had previously contemplated assembling such a team. However, the barren mountaintops of northwest Jin lacked sufficient foliage, and the sparse grass barely reached knee height, making it challenging to establish a special forces unit capable of operating behind enemy lines. Nonetheless, the 1st Battalion possessed a commendable elite squad, led by Wei Hashang, primarily tasked with clearing out observation posts rather than deep incursions or preemptive strikes. Yet Lin Tiandust had broader considerations. He was certain he would venture into the 3 eastern provinces, and after a brief respite following the completion of operations in Yuanqing, he would likely embark on a northern expedition. The terrain of the 3 eastern provinces would prove to be more intricate, providing greater concealment for the special operations team. Before long, Fong Bailu returned, accompanied by a figure whose demeanor was somewhat reserved. Commander, Xinjiang greeted Lin Tiandust with utmost respect upon seeing him. Lin Tiandust's prestige within the regiment was indisputable. Please, take a seat. Lin Tiandust gestured to the space beside him, scrutinizing Xinjiang. His physique was no longer emaciated. He had gained some weight, yet visible welts adorned his arms and neck. Were you part of the anti-Japanese United Army in the 3 eastern provinces? Yes, Xinjiang replied in a low voice, his eyes suddenly ablaze with intense hatred. After being captured, I was transported to Taiga County as forced labor. Many of my comrades fell under the guns of the Japanese devils. Do you possess any insights regarding jungle warfare? Lin Tiandust fixed his gaze intently on Xinjiang, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. The Greater Xing'an Range in the 3 eastern provinces is comprised of primordial forests. Combat in such dense woodlands differs greatly from other regions. This is also why, despite falling into Japanese hands for over a decade, guerrilla forces remain active. The towering mountains and thick forests provide the best camouflage for guerrillas. Lin Tiandust's primary concern now lies in whether his troops can adapt to jungle warfare if they indeed embark on a northern expedition to the 3 eastern provinces. This had been a persistent contemplation of his. It is not a matter to be tested with lives in the aftermath, but rather a scenario best approached with prior preparation. At present, Lin Tiandust gazes intently at Xinjiang, his eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. This glimmer of hope prompts Xinjiang to ponder momentarily before revealing without reservation, In jungle warfare, the essence lies in stealth and concealment. Given the dense vegetation, utilizing these tactics is paramount for ambushes and counter-ambushes, searches and counter-searches. One must fully exploit the terrain to remain hidden. Being discovered during combat equates to annihilation. The enemy cannot advance in large formations through the forest. They typically operate in small squads conducting searches and batches. Proper identification is also crucial. There is a saying in the Northeast Anti-Japanese United Army, do not fire the first shot in dense jungles. Chinchang elaborates with great detail, and Lin Tiandust listens intently. If we advance north to the 3 eastern provinces, do you have confidence in training the soldiers in the Jinchai region? Lin Tiandust suddenly inquires. Upon hearing this, Chinchang's expression momentarily falters, but soon his gaze ignites with fervor. Yes, he replies, rising with a serious demeanor, his eyes sparkling with determination. At this moment, a fire ignites within him, a fervent desire to return to the 3 eastern provinces. Fongbailu, I need you to oversee this matter and collaborate with Chinchang to compile a manual, Lin Tiandust instructs with a grave tone, turning to Fongbailu. Understood. Fongbailu nods solemnly. Please, take a seat so we can continue our discussion. Lin Tiandust gestures for Chinchang to sit once more. The crimson hues in the sky begin to fade, while the sun gradually ascends the horizon. Some soldiers drift into slumber, others squint their eyes lightly, and some admire the dawn's glow on the horizon. The red clouds illuminate the green leaves and tips of grass, casting a radiant light upon the soldiers, who savor the last rays of sunlight before nightfall. In a valley, Zhang Taixing ensures that his troops are well hidden, adhering to the strategy of resting during the day and marching at night. Their resting place is adjacent to Zhou Min, yet throughout the reorganization, his gaze remains fixed on Zhou Min's side. If he is not mistaken, it appears that Zhou Min's forces have significantly dwindled, around 500. Zhang Taixing sighs softly, recognizing that soldiers lacking combat experience face substantial sacrifices on the battlefield. Moreover, Zhou Min's troops are continually roaming the battlefield to provide support. At this moment, Luo Wensheng rushes to Zhou Min's side, handing over a roster. Zhou Min glances at it and exhales deeply. Another 100 have perished. Observing the roster in his hands, he experiences for the first time the constraining burden of being a guerrilla leader. The Tiger Ben regiment is currently registering names, and he yearns to disappear from this list, only to emerge on the roster of the Tiger Ben regiment. Lost in thought, Zhou Min is suddenly alerted by the sound of approaching footsteps, prompting him to look up toward the source of the noise. Zhang Taixing approached him with a solemn expression, and upon reaching his side, his sturdy hand rested on his shoulder. Captain Zhou, in war, there are inevitably casualties. I believe the fallen warriors would not wish to see you in such despair. Zhang Tiexing's tone was heavy, earnestly attempting to console Zhou Min, who appeared utterly despondent and clearly in need of comfort. Upon hearing this, Zhou Min had a response on the tip of his tongue, but after a moment's reflection, he fell silent, releasing a deep sigh instead. Your battalion has performed admirably. The mutual support among the regiments and the ability to fill in the gaps is a significant achievement, far surpassing our regiment. Aside from providing fire support, we have rendered little assistance. Look ahead at the Tiger Brigade. Observing Zhou Min's demeanor, Zhang Taixing encouraged him once more. He noticed that his words had captivated Zhou Min's attention, fixated on the Tiger Brigade, and he nodded in satisfaction. For those who have faced adversity, it is imperative to establish a proper objective. Indeed, I must look forward, Zhou Min responded in agreement. This realization pleased Zhang Taixing even further. He had not anticipated his potential for leadership in such matters. Meanwhile, Luo Wensheng, standing nearby, gazed at Zhang Taixing with a somewhat vacant expression, suddenly uncertain about Zhang Tiexing's true intentions. Could it be that he was an undercover agent sent by the Tiger Brigade? Chapter 245. The premise of this battle is that the Tiger Ben regiment must engage on the front lines of Yuan City. Within the city, at the headquarters of the Japanese forces, the sound of telegrams has been incessant from dusk till dawn, a stark contrast to previous days. The officers in the command room are bustling about, their hurried footsteps echoing as they clutch telegrams in hand. Before a long table, Yashizuka Yoshio grips a telegram tightly, standing still while a voice murmurs in his ear. Sir, we have received intelligence from various regions indicating that many of the 8th Route Army's troops are beginning to mobilize towards Yuan City, and they have also gained control over Nyangzi Pass. Should we reclaim Nyangzi Pass? Inaguchi Nobuya spoke with utmost respect. Inaguchi Nobuya was perplexed as to how the Tiger Ben regiment managed to extricate themselves from their encirclement, leaving their efforts in vain and subject to relentless harassment from some of the enemy troops. To this day, he could not fathom when the Tiger Ben regiment had slipped from their grasp, especially considering that aerial reconnaissance had been unceasing, and they had stationed troops at every intersection and within the mountains, lined with intelligence operatives. In such circumstances, the sudden emergence of the enemy at Nyangzi Pass was alarming. Now, with Nyangzi Pass lost, it felt as if their lifeline had been severed. The enemy was free to maneuver within that region, leaving Yuan City exposed. Shall we dispatch troops to reclaim Yangtze Pass? A resounding slap echoed through the room as Yashizuka Yoshio struck Inaguchi Nobuya, rebuking him fiercely. Can you not assess the situation? Sending troops to Yangtze Pass now would only make it easier for them to strike at us. Have you forgotten how Pingan County was lost? Yashizuka's expression darkened as he glared at Inaguchi Nobuya before turning his gaze to the map. The intricate web of lines and the reports of attacks from various regions caused his face to flush crimson, and his temper grew increasingly volatile. He recognized that each decision now weighed heavily on the safety of Yuan City. Memories of the scenes in Pingan County surged to his mind, and he felt the weight of Akatani's predicament bearing down upon him. Sending troops north would mean Yuan City could be encircled, with the possibility of encountering enemy resistance along the way. To hold firm in Yuan City would imply abandoning Yangtze Pass, allowing the enemy to maneuver freely and gradually encroach upon Yuan City. The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of helplessness. He had once mocked Akatani's retreat, yet now he sensed the impending failure looming over him. With a sharp clap, Yashizuka's hand struck the table once more, his face now ashen. The encirclement was being reinforced, and staying stagnant meant watching as these ants devoured them alive. Slowly, his hand withdrew from the table, and his figure moved alongside it. Under the illumination of the light, his shadow elongated, gradually shrinking from the map. Yashizuka's complexion had turned a deep crimson, the veins on his forehead becoming increasingly pronounced. This is undeniably their advantage. Yet it is being disrupted by a tiger brigade stirring up unrest across various regions. Now, equipped with tanks and heavy artillery, they remain hesitant to act recklessly. Since assuming command of the original city, he has never faced such a dilemma. Yasuka Yoshio turned to the taciturn Inazuka Nobuya standing nearby and, with a grave tone, inquired about his perspective on the current battlefield situation. Inazuka Nobuya, upon hearing this, stepped forward with composure, respectfully indicating two locations on the map spread across the table. Your Excellency, the first option is to solicit assistance from the Kanto army, urging them to advance southward to seize control of Yangtze Pass, or to request reinforcements from coastal regions. The second option involves dispatching Karushima Morita's cavalry brigade along with 2 infantry battalions towards Yangtze Pass. The mobility of the cavalry brigade minimizes the risk of ambush and encirclement. Once near Yangtze Pass, we can concentrate forces from nearby strongholds to encircle it. Moreover, during the day, the cavalry brigade should maintain close proximity to the infantry battalions for timely support. After articulating these strategies, Inazuka Nobuya bowed slightly and stepped aside. Yasuka Yoshio listened intently, resuming his contemplation of the map and the shifting dynamics in various locales. Many troops from the Kanto army had already been redeployed to the Pacific Theater, and further troop movements would undoubtedly sow chaos in the 3 eastern provinces and the northern front. The forces along the coastal areas were occupied with besieging Shanshung and had little time to spare for their concerns. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced thoughtfully, fully aware that this plan was unfeasible. Back when Aoshima Takamoto found himself in a similar predicament, he refrained from requesting the Kanto army's intervention, precisely because the troop allocations in the 3 eastern provinces could not be easily adjusted. Not to mention, the military forces in the coastal and East China regions were presently engaged in offensives toward Shanxing and would not divert their attention to them. Yasuka Yoshio halted, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the map. The essence of the battles involving this Tiger Brigade revolves around mobility and surprise attacks. As long as we can act more swiftly than they, their advantages will dissipate entirely. Furthermore, your second proposal holds merit. We must not become ensnared in their machinations. Issue orders for the forces near Yangtze Pass to assemble near Shiyun and prepare to launch an offensive towards Yangtze Pass upon the arrival of the cavalry brigade. Yasuka Yoshio spoke with gravity, acutely aware that he could not afford to be passive. Otherwise, the scenes reminiscent of Pingan County would unfold once again. Should the original city fall into crisis, the advantages of the entire Jinsha region would vanish, jeopardizing the empire's overall strategy. Your Excellency, it would be prudent for the cavalry brigade to rest alongside the infantry battalions at night and march during the day, as our reconnaissance aircraft and bombers can provide immediate support during daylight hours, while the 2 infantry battalions can be on standby for timely assistance. This approach would mitigate the likelihood of enemy ambushes on the route. At this juncture, we must engage in a large-scale frontal confrontation. Predicated on the necessity for the Tiger Brigade to be present on the front lines, Inazuka Nobuya advised from the sidelines. After all, a force capable of traversing various terrains and penetrating the heart of the original city should never be underestimated for its infiltration and ambush capabilities. To comprehend the maneuvers between Pingan County and Taigu County, one must recognize that they are orchestrated by this formidable unit. Although their mobility is remarkable, what truly instills a sense of dread is the elusive presence of the Tiger Bin Corps, as their exact whereabouts remain perpetually unknown. Make the necessary arrangements, Yao Zhengyinan commanded, pointing at the route marked on the map. Suddenly, it seemed as if an epiphany struck him. Wait, he interjected, causing Inazuka Nobuya, who was about to salute and depart. To halt in his tracks. Position a mechanized unit on standby within the city. Should the Tiger Bin Corps appear? Instruct Morita of the Underworld to delay the engagement and report back with utmost urgency. The reconnaissance aircraft will relay any observations, enabling the bombers to be deployed at a moment's notice while simultaneously bolstering the defenses at the airport. Yaozhong Yinan spoke with a grave intensity, as he recognized that direct confrontation was the only viable strategy he could conceive. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the Tiger Bin Corps would inevitably engage on the front lines. Otherwise, the absence of their presence would leave him in a state of profound unease. Inuzuka Nobuya replied with a respectful nod, affirming his orders. As the figure departed, Yaozhong Yinan's gaze lingered once more on the various routes between Niangzigwen and Yuanqing. At that moment, he placed his hand firmly upon the map, his expression darkening considerably. Chapter 246, Chu Yunfei. At last, I can assist him with dignity. In Heian Village, Wuyun County, the sun blazed high in the sky, casting an intense glare, while a gentle breeze stirred the air, lifting a cloud of yellow dust. Amidst the numerous residences in the village, a loud sneeze erupted from within a courtyard. A man sporting a prominent mustache slammed his newspaper forcefully onto the rosewood desk, exclaiming in a thunderous voice, "By heavens! When did Lin Tiandust of the Tiger Bin Regiment become one of my men? Conduct a thorough investigation into the 798th Regiment and bring me his superior." The man's face flushed with anger as he pounded the newspaper onto the table. As the commander of the Jinsui army, he was acutely aware of the various battle reports concerning the Tiger Bin Regiment. How could such a commander, who had transformed a meager contingent of 20 soldiers into a formidable force of thousands, incite such tumult across Jin, Cha, and Yi? Was this truly a competent soldier under his command? When had Yen Laoshi ever been subjected to such a severe reprimand? The insults were utterly humiliating, and he had even heard whispers among his own troops questioning his leadership. Had he known earlier that Lin Tiandust hailed from their Jinsui army, he should have personally awarded him for his valor in Shanxing and guided him back to the military. Yet now, it all felt irreparably late. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Yen Laoshi turned to Zhao Songshan, his expression grave, and inquired, "Where has this newspaper spread, and how far has it reached?" The significance of this report weighed heavily on him. Each additional location it reached meant another sneeze to endure. Zhao Songshan, upon hearing his superior's inquiry, hesitated, lowering his gaze under Yen Laoshi's expectant stare. It has circulated nationwide, particularly in coastal regions, where numerous newspapers have released various editions, following the trend of reporting. Moreover, there have been demonstrations arising in several places, claiming you are timid in your resistance. Zhao Songshan recounted the situation he had gathered, embellishing some details. As Yen Laoshi absorbed this information, his expression darkened, and he hurled a teapot to the ground in frustration. What do these people know of military affairs? He spat bitterly. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, silence enveloped him. He could deride the public's ignorance of military matters. But who would dare assert that Lin Tiandust lacked military acumen? He was a significant concern for the enemy, with reports indicating that in the Jinchai region, Lin Tiandust was the most desired target for elimination. Gazing at the shattered porcelain on the floor, Yen Laoshi sighed deeply. What reactions have we seen from the military? Have we received any request for battle? His tone was imbued with gravity. The news had spread through the military, but currently, there was no sign of activity from the various divisions. Only some troops had removed their uniforms to head to the battlefield. Zhao Songshan carefully observed Yen Laoshi's expression. Sensing a shift in his demeanor, and promptly ceased speaking, Yen Laoshi's countenance grew increasingly solemn. While he could dismiss the sentiments of the populace, he could not afford to overlook the opinions of the soldiers within his ranks. In these tumultuous times, military strength is paramount. The relentless external criticisms, though he may choose to remain silent, inevitably weigh heavily on the hearts of his soldiers. Particularly, the harsh words pierce deeply. Accusations of his blindness to reality abound, as do claims of his ignorance of military affairs, with voices questioning his courage in the face of battle rising in chorus. It is utterly impossible to silence such remarks. At this juncture, a telegraph operator appeared at the door, holding a slip of paper. "Commander, a telegram from Shanxing." Upon hearing this, Yen Laoshi and Zhao Songshan exchanged a glance. "Read it," commanded Yen Laoshi, exhaling a heavy sigh. He knew, even without looking, the general content of the message. The public sentiment cannot be disregarded, with national resistance against the Japanese surging. Your division could seize the opportunity to mount a comprehensive defense against the enemy. Zhao Songshan opened the telegram, his tone grave. Yen Laoshi's expression revealed no hint of joy or anger. His fingers drummed incessantly on the table as he pondered deeply. Eventually, his hand came to a halt. Instruct the 33rd Division to advance towards Yuanqing gradually, maintaining a steady and cautious approach. The 34th Division should move closer to Niangzigwen, while the other units fortify their surrounding defensive zones, expelling the enemy from within. He issued commands with a slight pause, then spoke again. Remember, summon reporters to capture photographs of the 33 RD Division's deployment and disseminate them widely. Understood, replied Zhao Songshan, promptly heading out. The room fell silent once more as Yin Laoshi gazed at the shattered teapot on the floor, murmuring to himself, Lin Tiandust is actually one of my soldiers? Meanwhile, at the command center of the 358th Regiment in Wujiang Village, Chu Yunfei could hardly believe that Commander Lin had been his colleague all along. Holding a newspaper, he slowly placed it on the table, letting out a deep sigh. Truth be told, he empathized with Commander Lin, given the current stance of the Jinsui Army's resistance. Even if Lin Tiandust remained, it would be a disservice to his talents. To be a regiment commander, or even to rise one level higher, would likely still confine him, preventing him from exercising his true strategic command abilities. Chu Yunfei's thoughts were muddled, but at that moment, his prior notions solidified slightly, though he had yet to devise a sound plan. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed, and before the figure appeared, he heard Sun Ming's voice. Commander, we VE received orders. It's from our division, Sun Ming exclaimed, visibly excited and moving swiftly. The moment those words left his mouth, Chu Yunfei sprang to his feet, his expression grave as he turned to look at Sun Ming entering the command room. Is it true? Indeed. I just received the call. Sun Ming affirmed with a vigorous nod. This prompted Chu Yunfei to fix his gaze intently, slapping his thigh in determination as he glanced at the map. Sun Ming. Yes? Relay my orders. The entire regiment must assemble immediately in preparation for our expedition to Yuanqing. Understood. Sun Ming responded, nodding before swiftly departing to convey the command. At last, he would be able to assist in a grand and just endeavor. Chu Yunfei gazed intently at the map, his expression grave and solemn. From his pocket, he withdrew a pair of white gloves. The provincial capital. Chu Yunfei pondered to himself, how could he possibly be absent from the recovery of the capital? Chapter 247. The night's cannon fire. The moon hung high in the sky, and the incessant chirping of insects resonated from all around. In the month of June, the evening breeze carried a slight chill. As a gentle wind swept by, Li Yunlong glanced skyward, spitting out the grass root from his mouth. Damn it. The enemy's planes had not ceased their flights throughout the day. The closer he approached Yuanqing from Beijing Station, the more he felt the need to remain vigilant. After all, numerous locales had already descended into conflict, ranging from large-scale regiment battles to minor skirmishes by guerrilla forces. Towns, villages, or even a stronghold or checkpoint could erupt into combat at any moment. Often, guerrilla warfare would not last long. But engagements at the regiment level and above typically occurred at night, evading the enemy's bombers and hindering the reinforcements of the smaller enemy troops. The situation had turned chaotic. Kong Jia hurriedly ran, whispering, while Ding Wei kept pace beside him, a glimmer of excitement on his face. The counteroffensive was a promising shift in the tide. Yet fighting on the enemy's fortified positions offered no advantage, compounded by the constant threat of reinforcements. If they did not take a risk, they would not even have an opportunity at the negotiating table. Thus, the battle for Yuanqing was imperative. Ding Wei had a clear understanding of the situation at this juncture. It was a matter of success or failure in Yuanqing. As soldiers, amidst the nation's dire circumstances, Ding Wei recognized that without a decisive effort, they would be gradually consumed by the enemy. At this point, everyone understood the implications of besieging Yuanqing. Li Yunlong's gaze fell upon the distant, hazy mountains, his eyes revealing unwavering resolve. Yet, beside him, whether it was Kong Jie, Ding Wei, or the soldiers, who among them lacked conviction, everywhere they looked, the enemy was present upon their land. Having shed their old garments for military attire, they were united in purpose. Who among them was not steadfast? Li Yunlong's expression turned grave as he surveyed the majestic mountains obscured by nightfall, only to be startled by sudden bursts of fire. Explosions echoed in the distance. Li Yunlong's countenance changed dramatically, and he raised his hand to halt the march. Take cover, he commanded sharply. The entire unit dispersed in an orderly manner, seeking shelter while holding their steel rifles, vigilant of their surroundings. Exchanging a glance with Kong Jie and Ding Wei, Li Yunlong swiftly made his way towards a small hillock, jogging while retrieving his binoculars. However, the view was blocked by a high ridge. All they could see were sporadic flashes of light from the sound of the cannon fire. It seemed to originate 2 kilometers away. Many units were beginning to approach Yuanqing, most of them marching under the cover of darkness, likely indicating that friendly forces were encountering an ambush from the enemy. Ding Wei's face grew serious as he spoke, observing the firelight and the series of explosions emerging from afar. Clearly, this was no mere skirmish. Although the enemy had consolidated their forces, they were not passively waiting but remained in an aggressive stance. Advancing near them appeared to be the 771st Regiment under the brigade commander. Yet they traversed the right mountain path. Could it be that nearby guerrilla units had fallen victim to an ambush? Kong Jie spoke in a somewhat somber tone, imbued with seriousness. However, after finishing his words, a hint of confusion crept into his demeanor. The firepower from both sides was intense, far from resembling that of mere militia. He dismissed his own thoughts. Despite the sudden onset of artillery fire, the gunfire was dense and relentless. Such firepower could evidently not belong to militia forces. Could it possibly be the Jinsui army? Ding Wei pondered this possibility. Yet, upon voicing it, he was met with an incredulous shake of the head from Li Yunlong. Their marching speed was hardly faster than that of an ox cart. Li was all too familiar with the nature of the Jinsui army. Although they had dispatched troops to Yuan City, it was uncertain how much of an impact they would have. The artillery and gunfire did not align. Ding Wei, though momentarily challenged, felt no anger, for Li Yunlong's statement held a kernel of truth. After attentively listening, Ding Wei's gaze flickered. Why did I sense that the scale of the battle involved over 10,000? The more he listened, the more he felt something was amiss. If the initial skirmish had suggested a considerable number of combatants, the ensuing fierce exchanges and the rising flames, accompanied by the unceasing gunfire, led him to realize that this was not merely a battalion-level engagement. It could indeed be a battle involving more than 10,000 troops. Yet, Ding Wei was perplexed. Aside from the 771st Regiment nearby, where could there be another force of 4,000 or 5,000? Regardless, encountering the enemy meant engaging them, irrespective of the location. Li Yunlong spat out the remnants of grass from his mouth, grasped a handful of earth to dry his clammy hands, and his gaze sharpened. He turned to Zhang Dapio. Zhang Dapio, prepare all soldiers for combat. Once the scouts return with information, we shall join the fray. Li Yunlong spoke with resolute conviction. Following his orders, Zhang Dapio, Kong Jie, and Ding Wei did not remain idle. They promptly briefed their respective subordinates. Their objective this time was to encircle Yuan City. Having encountered this battle, they could not easily bypass it. Once the orders were given, the three men anxiously awaited, occasionally peering through binoculars. As the fighting raged on, the sound of artillery remained unbroken. When figures appeared in the distance, Li Yunlong and his companions were instantly stirred, their attention drawn to the soldiers rushing back. Report. Ahead in Duangu Valley, there is a force of nearly 6,000 engaging the enemy. When we were returning, they were still pressing the attack. The returning soldier gasped, his expression brimming with excitement. As his words fell, the eyes of Li Yunlong's group locked onto one another in a moment of understanding. Did you see which unit it was? Li Yunlong asked eagerly. Though an image had formed in his mind, it remained unconfirmed. Kong Jie and Ding Wei also keenly focused on the returning scout. The artillery is fierce and precise, the assault orderly, with the larger units advancing cohesively in smaller groups of 3 coordinating their attacks. We believe it to be the Tiger Bin Regiment, the soldier declared with unwavering certainty. After all, he had witnessed the formidable battles of the Tiger Bin Corps, whose relentless assault resembled a surging tide. Though not identical, it was certainly strikingly similar. Moreover, in a scenario where the numbers were evenly matched, the only force capable of overpowering the enemy troops in this vicinity, aside from the Tiger Bin Corps, was non-existent. Li Yunlong turned to Zhang Dapio and commanded, everyone, follow closely and prepare for battle. Chapter 248, such a charge, truly picturesque 1 kilometer away from Duangu Road. Under the cloak of night, smoke billowed, revealing only wisps of black mist. The fiery explosions illuminated the darkness entirely. Behind a hillside, Li Yunlong and his men awaited orders, refraining from any reckless maneuvers. They were acutely aware of Lin Tiandust's combat tendencies, as the soldiers summarized. Commander Lin possessed a remarkable tactical acumen and an intense fervor for annihilation warfare. As they swiftly approached, the distant flames drew their attention. Under the glow, 2 forces were striving to converge, one side relentlessly maintaining its barrage. Encircled on 3 sides, it appeared Commander Lin was preparing for an extermination campaign. Li Yunlong cursed inwardly, realizing that they must have been detected, leaving them a trap. Though he felt compelled to berate Lin Tiandust, it was evident that Lin had also sensed their arrival. Given his keen perception of the battlefield, it was improbable that he would leave any direction unmonitored. Clearly, their movements had been anticipated. Zhang Dabiao, widen the formation. If the enemy tries to retreat here, hit them hard, Li Yunlong commanded swiftly. Understood. Zhang Dabiao nodded and promptly began to organize the troops. At that moment, Li Yunlong scrutinized the area where the fighting was most intense. Illuminated by the flames, the enemy's position became transparent, with patches of fire raging around. Some warhorses bolted in panic, their hooves raised high, causing Li Yunlong a pang of sympathy. Damn it, they really lack compassion for these steeds, so many of them. He lamented, wishing he could enlist them, envisioning his independent regiment transformed into a cavalry unit. The horses were clearly spooked. Commander Lin's offensive was fierce, likely having eradicated the lookout points. Ding Wei remarked, filled with emotion, that the relentless onslaught was, in the eyes of a commander, the finest display of prowess. Yet he understood well that the enemy would not march at night without an overwhelming advantage. During rest, they would surely have deployed numerous sentries around. Now, the Hubei Brigade was less than 100 meters from the enemy, with artillery striking intermittently. The only plausible explanation was that the outer sentries had been silently eliminated, leaving the enemy utterly unresponsive. This reasoning elucidated how their forces had drawn so near. Having studied special operations, he recalled the losses suffered by a special forces unit in Yang village under Lin Tiandust's command. This was well known to Commander Kong. Li Yunlong regarded the scene before him without surprise. After all, even when Lin Tiandust commanded only a handful of men, he had faced the enemy's special forces and dealt them a significant blow. Indeed, although Captain Lin did not establish a separate special forces unit, it is known that the 1st Battalion is home to an elite platoon. In response to Li Yunlong's jest, Kong Jie displayed little change in expression, instead nodding in agreement. He had genuinely experienced the combat prowess of special forces, though he did not prevent the departure of this unit. He felt the weight of losing half of them to Lin Tiandust's command. If it hadn't been for Lin Tiandust's limited numbers, it is likely that the entire special forces team would have remained. Ding Wei listened intently, gazing into the distance, his face reflecting a hint of nostalgia. The strength of the Tiger Commando was not solely reliant on Commander Lin Tiandust. Each battalion and every soldier could distinctly find their place on the battlefield, executing flawless crossfire and precise artillery strikes, which forged the legendary invincibility of the Tiger Commando. Today, the legend of the Tiger Commando continued to unfold, poised to add another chapter. On the right high ground of Duanggu Dao, heavy artillery was deployed, capable of neutralizing outposts. This arrangement allowed the right high ground to cover nearly the entirety of Duanggu Dao with its firing angle. On the left flank of Duanggu Dao, Ding Wei spotted familiar uniforms, likely belonging to the 714th Regiment. After some contemplation, he surmised that this was the most probable unit to rendezvous with the Tiger Commando, as no other formation seemed feasible besides the 714th near Niangziguan. Ding Wei observed the black and white flag emerging amidst the artillery fire and instinctively grasped a handful of dry wild grass. This charge was truly picturesque, under the banner of death. As the artillery fire gradually extended, soldiers surged toward the flames. Through his binoculars, he could even discern some familiar faces among them. Wang Jiantang, wielding a machine gun, exhibited a wild demeanor as he led the charge, evoking a sense of admiration in Ding Wei. What lay before him was the camp leader of the Death Brigade, and it was precisely because of exemplary leaders like Wang Jiantang that the 1st Battalion was transformed into a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. Observing everything around him, Ding Wei sighed softly. Their artillery coordination had become even more ferocious than before. This sentiment was echoed by Kong Jie, who recognized the beauty of the artillery cooperation before them. Even when compared to the Japanese forces, their coordination seemed utterly inferior. Damn, the artillery is remarkably accurate. Li Yunlong's face was filled with reminiscence, yet he noted that the Japanese, under such bombardment, had not succumbed to defeat, but rather began consolidating their cavalry. Just as an assault was about to commence, 2 formidable machines unexpectedly appeared in their path, momentarily startling Li Yunlong. Damn it, where did Captain Lin procure tanks? Does he even have someone capable of operating them? Li Yunlong found this hard to believe. Kong Jie and Ding Wei instinctively followed his gaze, noticing several charging soldiers orderly trailing behind the tanks, executing a tactic they had never dared to dream of. Infantry-tank cooperation. The Japanese cavalry emerged, but they were met head-on by these iron behemoths, while the soldiers behind continued to unleash a relentless barrage. The clash of iron and flesh. Everything that transpired in Ping'an County has now been reversed in this very moment. The distinction lies in the relentless bombardment that continues to assail the enemy. Even if it is merely 2 tanks, confronted by the advancing enemy cavalry led by Commander Yu, they are on the brink of collapse. The coordination of infantry and armor is palpable. Kong Jie, witnessing this spectacle, feels his pulse quicken with an instinctive gulp. He yearns to join Commander Lin in the fray. Even if it means choking on dust, he simply wishes to experience the synergy of infantry and armor, to feel the exhilaration of advancing behind a tank while engaging the enemy. Excitement surges within him as he absent-mindedly prods his hands, eager to grasp the box pistol at his waist. However, just as Kong Jie voices his eagerness, he witnesses 2 bursts of flames erupt from the tanks. Boom. The resounding explosions reverberate as they shatter through the ranks of the enemy, the ominous black mouths of the cannons unleashing immense pressure. Damn that Commander Lin. He truly has a plethora of talented individuals. Li Yunlong curses under his breath, his eyes betraying an unmistakable envy for him. Possessing tanks and having skilled drivers is perhaps the most romantic notion. Damn it, he has talent operating trains, a medical team, and now an abundance of tank operators. Where on earth did he procure such a wealth of talent? Li Yunlong ponders this, feeling somewhat dizzy with desire for such capable individuals. Yet, gazing at the distant enemy, he strives to center his thoughts and declares in a grave tone, "The enemy is on the verge of collapse. We must prepare to take over." Under the overwhelming firepower and artillery barrage, the enemy has no opportunity to mount an effective counterattack. Coupled with the imposing presence of the tanks, they are already in retreat. Just as Li Yunlong anticipated, The enemy falters amidst the cacophony of shouts for blood and battle, frantically fleeing towards them. Fire. Once the enemy draws near, a command is issued, and gunfire erupts instantaneously. Chapter 249. You see, prior to my time in the independent regiment, there was scarcely an opportunity to operate a tank. The sound of cannon fire has ceased, and with the enemy's rout compounded by the arrival of 3 additional regiments to the battlefield, the adversaries have nowhere left to flee. In the midst of chaos, the enemy soldiers fall one by one, sent to their demise by a hail of bullets. Gradually, gunfire diminishes, leaving only sporadic sounds across the battlefield, while the roar of engines becomes the sole accompaniment to the scene. Li Yunlong's gaze remained fixed upon the 2 tanks. With special forces present, it was one thing, but that scoundrel Lin, the company commander, had even procured tank soldiers. Was the next step the formation of a mechanized unit? Why did I not have any soldiers capable of operating tanks? If I had such personnel, I would request some tanks from headquarters. Li Yunlong's expression reflected envy. During the previous battle in Ping'an County, although most tanks had been utterly destroyed and were beyond repair, there remained a couple that were being tinkered with. However, operating a tank is a complex endeavor, requiring skill to fire its cannon. Oldly, I believe your proposal is quite sound. Although we lack tank soldiers, establishing a special operations team is indeed necessary, remarked Zhao Gang, his spirits lifted following the conclusion of the battle. Having witnessed the fierce engagement of the Tiger Ben regiment firsthand, Zhao Gang's thoughts had expanded considerably. Furthermore, we should cultivate sharpshooters like Wang Shikuei from our ranks, as well as adept grenade throwers like Li Bangqing, allowing them to excel on the battlefield. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Gang continued. We should arrange for some soldiers to learn tank operation and then request a tank from headquarters. Li Yunlong seemed to have an epiphany, a grin spreading across his face as he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Commander, Lin's courier has requested our presence. Zhang Dabiao reported briskly as he approached Li Yunlong. The troops will remain on standby, Li Yunlong instructed after a moment's thought. The battlefield was a scene of devastation, with fires raging and the once smooth terrain now pockmarked with craters. Discarded heavy machine guns and mortars littered the area, once formidable weapons now reduced to mere scrap. Many of the cavalry lay incapacitated, victims of the relentless shelling. Indeed, the artillery has been merciless, Li Yunlong mused, a hint of resignation crossing his features. One truly does not understand the value of resources until one finds themselves in charge. As he progressed, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the 2 tanks once more. Just a few steps later, he heard a familiar voice. Zhao Tian, how many times must I instruct you? Do not press the accelerator so hard. And you, Li Ergu. You were supposed to be guided closely, yet you still managed to waste 2 rounds. At such close range, you ought to be hitting your target. If you rascals continue this way, I'll send you to the cavalry regiment and teach you how to operate a tank from scratch. From atop the tank, Sun Dishing emerged, cursing as he climbed out. Despite his harsh words, the excitement on his face was unmistakable. As the saying goes, spirited and vigorous. The cavalry unit truly showcased its prowess in this battle, with tanks leading the charge, becoming the bastion for the infantry, much to Sun Dishing's delight. I urge you all to cherish the opportunities before you. Look at my past. When I was in the independent regiment, I had no chance to operate a tank. You are indeed fortunate now. Sun Dishing exited the tank, removing his helmet. After all, it was essential to wear one in the confined tank compartment, where even minor bumps could result in serious injury. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he spoke earnestly. What are you all smirking about? Did you not hear me? If you don't believe me, I can send you to the independent regiment for an experience, and you will see just how fortunate you are now. Sun Dishing glanced at the silent crowd beside him. Commander, could you turn around for a moment? Li Ergu raised his hand slightly, discreetly pointing. What are you looking at? Sun Dishing, somewhat confused, turned his head, only to meet another's gaze unexpectedly. I think my tank might still be running. Sun Dishing quickly dove back into the tank. Li Yunlong's expression was as grim as could be. The tank crew he had been yearning for was led by none other than Sun Dishing? Cavalry turned tankers? And what was that nonsense Sun Dishing spouted about sending them to the independent regiment for an experience? A tank crew, grand steeds, bright red banners. Several machine guns, rifles, mortars, and shells. The more Li Yunlong pondered, the more despondent he felt. He cast a glance at the immobile tank and snorted softly. That damn Commander Lin. Li Yunlong muttered curses under his breath. What was so impressive about being a little more skilled in battle? The unspoken grievances in Li Yunlong's heart were far more numerous, while Kong Jie and Ding Wei exchanged glances, wisely choosing not to provoke Li Yunlong's ire. After all, others might be unaware, but they both clearly understood the implications of Li Yunlong's association with Sun Dishing. Just then, a clear voice broke the silence, drawing Kong Jie and Ding Wei's attention to its source. Commander Li, is it inappropriate for you to reprimand me in person? A figure approached them. You don't mind if I scold you a few times, do you? Li Yunlong responded without a hint of embarrassment. Of course not. Such scolding is endearing. A sign of our camaraderie, Lin Tiandust nodded in agreement. Although they had not met often, an unspoken understanding had already formed between Lin Tiandust and Li Yunlong. Just like with Zhuzi, could Li Yunlong truly not reclaim him? In truth, he could, but Li Yunlong chose not to, for once certain matters were brought to light. It would be difficult for him to insist on keeping Zhuzi, putting him in a difficult position as well. Well then, you didn't call me over just for reminiscing. Let us discuss our next target. Although Li Yunlong's tone was brusque, his demeanor became serious. With the topic at hand, Ding Wei and Kong Jie instantly adopted a solemn expression. Lin Tiandust did not speak immediately. Instead, he turned to signal Xia Shanzi. In an instant, a map was slanted against the tank, with Xia Shanzi and Feng Bailu squatting on either side, tugging at the map. This map, at a glance, was recognized by Kong Jie as the one he had given to Lin Tiandust. At that moment, Lin Tiandust's voice resonated with authority. To assault Yuanqing, it is imperative to draw out the mechanized forces within the city. Otherwise, their coordination with the city's defenses and mechanized troops will pose a significant threat, potentially transforming our siege into a bloody grinder, which contradicts my initial intentions. Lin Tiandust spoke with utmost seriousness, while the surrounding smoke lingered and flames flickered against the night sky, drawing a crowd around the tank. The soldiers nearby remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Li Yunlong and the others remained silent, as none wished for such a brutal confrontation. Yuanqing was fortified with numerous bunkers and heavy firepower. The addition of mechanized units would further complicate the battlefield, leaving little room beyond direct confrontation. Currently, many of our units are operating around Yuanqing, reinforcing its defenses, while the mechanized troops provide support, making the situation increasingly arduous. How can we lure out these forces? Ding Wei pondered before speaking. The disturbance caused by the mechanized units is indeed substantial. Moreover, each of their movements is accompanied by a large contingent of infantry, leading to the collapse of some units unable to retreat in time. This creates a perception of strategic necessity for the enemy while instilling a false sense of victory. Lin Tiandust spoke with grave seriousness, gesturing toward a specific location, Beisha River. Can we draw them out using the munitions factory? That area is easily defensible yet hard to assault. Li Yunlong furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of curiosity crossing his face. What if we could preserve the munitions factory? Lin Tiandust spoke with great gravity. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their hesitation vanishing as they nodded in unison. An exploded munitions factory would not significantly disrupt the enemy's mechanized forces, but a complete factory, even if merely intact, would compel them to react. If neglected, the resumption of production would greatly enhance their equipment capabilities. It has always been said that you employ overt strategies. Now we see it. Ensuring the integrity of the munitions factory is not our concern, right? Li Yunlong nodded in agreement, recognizing Lin Tiandust's desire to engage in a grand battle, which was undeniable. However, the success of this large-scale engagement hinges on the factory's preservation, ensuring that the enemy has sufficient strategic motivation to mobilize their main forces. No need. I will make the necessary arrangements, Lin Tiandust affirmed with a nod. So, shall we swiftly seize Beisha River and advance directly to the munitions factory? Indeed. Very well. I shall gather the troops at once. Haste is of the essence. Li Yunlong declared resolutely before turning to depart. Kong Jie and Ding Wei exchanged glances and subtly shook their heads, knowing that Li Yunlong was often the most vociferous in his critiques. Then let us coordinate the troops. Kong Jie and Ding Wei turned their gaze towards Lin Tiandust and spoke. We shall converge at this location. Very well. Chapter 250, Award. In the mountain city at the 11th Division of Military Intelligence, the flickering lights cast shadows as a figure scrutinized the intelligence regarding the three eastern provinces. A grave expression etched upon their face. As the nexus of intelligence, a multitude of reports converge here. The Guangdong Army is gathering its forces to eradicate the anti-Japanese United Army, murmured softly, seated in her chair, her gaze instinctively drifting toward the window. Her brow slightly furrowed. For decades, the three eastern provinces have languished under the yoke of the Japanese invaders. The Northeast Anti-Japanese United Army stands as the last bastion of resistance, yet it is evident that the Japanese forces are no longer willing to prolong this conflict. However, amidst the increasingly dire national situation, there is no capacity to assist the United Army. Should the Guangdong Army commence a large-scale purge, the United Army would face only two potential outcomes. One, a strategic withdrawal. The other, the grim possibility of annihilation. The Guangdong Army has entrenched itself in the three eastern provinces for decades, with various factions deeply rooted in the region. In view, the prospect of a strategic withdrawal is fraught with difficulties, and direct confrontation with the Guangdong Army is utterly unrealistic. As perused the telegrams, lost in thought, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Come in. Here are the latest orders from the general government. Entered the office, handing a document to. She took it, but moments later, her expression grew more serious as she pondered aloud. It seems the general government is determined to rally support. Seated at her desk, repeatedly examined the document, having already discerned that the general government could no longer remain passive after confirming that hailed from the Jinsui army. After all, anyone observing the Tiger Brigade would reach a singular conclusion. A person genuinely engaged in resistance has harbored profound distrust after serving under the conciliatory Jinsui army, ultimately resulting in a lack of allegiance. This sentiment is a shared understanding, and now the general government has recognized this, preparing to seize this opportunity to bolster support for the Tiger Brigade and bring it under their wing. Not only has an enhanced regiment's equipment been dispatched, but has also been promoted to brigade commander of an independent brigade, answering solely to the general government and not subject to any other command. Upon hearing this, immediately responded. Such actions are evident to any astute observer. The general government's intentions are transparent. The Tiger Brigade had previously decimated nearly 10,000 enemy troops during the victory at Ping'an County, yet they received only verbal accolades without tangible recognition. Now, with its origins exposed, the general government hastily elevated his rank and provided equipment, signaling a warning to while simultaneously attempting to win him over. How is the infiltration by the 6th Division progressing? Did not respond immediately, instead reflecting for a moment before speaking with a serious demeanor. Only has approached the vicinity of, according to reports. He has also encountered some Japanese intelligence personnel, but has yet to infiltrate. Nevertheless, he is preparing to attempt entry into the Tiger Brigade. As tone carried a sense of helplessness. Ever since the Tiger Brigade emerged in the view of Mountain City, it has remained their paramount focus. What left him somewhat helpless was that the entire Black Cloud stronghold was nearly shut tight, rendering intelligence agents unable to gain entry. Moreover, the stronghold was replete with both visible and hidden sentinels, making surveillance exceedingly challenging. While approaching the Hu Bin regiment was an option, our paramount objective remained to get closer to Lin Tiandust. You may attend to your affairs. Xunmei nodded in agreement. Xunmei's primary consideration was not to infiltrate the Hu Bin regiment. After all, training spies was a formidable task. Once embedded within the regiment, it might present the best opportunity to approach Lin Tiandust, yet it would also risk turning the spies into mere expendables. No one could predict which would come first, tomorrow or death. As Xunmei watched Chen Zhongfu depart, she sat back in her chair and exhaled softly. Should the original city fall, the situation in the Jinsha region would undoubtedly undergo a significant upheaval. Rubbing her temples, she intently examined a piece of intelligence regarding Ping'an County. Her brow furrowed with a hint of melancholy, as if within the information lay nothing of what she sought. Jinhuan Pass. Under the warm sun. The path stretched long and tranquil. Towering mountains stood steadfast on either side. Craters still marked the ground, and many gazed upon this battlefield. A somewhat refined young man surveying his surroundings. At that moment, a figure brushed past him, striding purposefully ahead. I say, Zhengxing. We've been walking together for quite some time, yet you haven't uttered a word. Where do you hail from? None of us seem to know your origin, inquired Feng Jianhai, quickening his pace with a tone of curiosity. His gaze, filled with intrigue, scrutinized a tall, slender youth beside him. As Feng Jianhai posed his question, the youth, resembling a soulless specter, appeared devoid of any emotion, his steps faltering slightly in response. Though youthful in appearance, his eyes bore a lifeless, ashen quality, calm as still water, reminiscent of an elder who had long since transcended the fears of life and death. In this moment, what significance lay in knowing one's origins? The tall, gaunt youth cast a glance at the scorched earth surrounding him, shook his head, and spoke. His words compelled Feng Jianhai to gaze towards Jinhuan Pass, where devastation reigned. The landscape charred by artillery fire, weighing heavily upon his heart. Ahead lay a checkpoint. At this juncture, a figure swiftly approached Feng Jianhai. Concern etched across their visage. Leave it to me, as usual. Just respond to any inquiries. Feng Jianhai's expression turned serious, adjusting his demeanor as he hastened forward. A group of individuals moved slowly onward, and upon reaching the checkpoint, they encountered machine guns mounted on the slopes. On the road, two soldiers halted their advance, prompting Feng Jianhai to step forward. Do not proceed further. Beyond this point lies the front line. Soldier, we are here to enlist. Enlist? 15 miles beyond here lies the combat zone. Where do you intend to enlist? The soldier's eyes brightened as he scanned the group, an array of thoughts stirring within him. We all wish to join the Hu Bin regiment. Feng Jianhai possessed a remarkable ability to read the emotions of those around him. He noticed that upon the mention of the Tiger Bin Corps, the expressions of others altered significantly. He had long been prepared with the necessary bribe and was about to reach into his pocket when he suddenly observed a soldier make a sweeping gesture, prompting several individuals to swiftly remove the barriers of railings and wooden piles. A flicker of astonishment crossed Feng Jianhai's countenance as he gazed at the soldier with a look of confusion. After passing the small temple 15 miles ahead, it is advisable to avoid the main road. Continuing forward should lead us to the Jinsui army. As the soldier concluded his statement, Feng Jianhai regarded the soldier's shifted stance and then looked upon his serious and earnest demeanor, filled with profound respect. However, it was evident that this respect was not directed towards him, but rather towards the Tiger Ben Corps. Feng Jianhai mused silently, yet his reaction was swift. "Thank you," he said politely. "Should you gain entry into the Tiger Ben Corps, do not bring shame upon yourselves." The soldiers saluted Feng Jianhai and his companions before granting them passage. As they passed through the checkpoint, Feng Jianhai's expression grew notably more serious. The esteem held for the Tiger Ben Corps among these soldiers was undeniably high. Feng Jianhai reflected on this, recognizing that the respect displayed by the soldiers when the Tiger Ben Corps was mentioned spoke volumes. Upon turning back, he noticed that the soldiers at the Jinhuan Pass were still watching them depart. However, as Feng Jianhai slowed his pace, another figure emerged, confidently stepping forward without any hesitation. Continuing onward. Chapter 251. The elite platoon of the 1st Battalion. The air was slightly cool, with no wind. Moonlight cascaded down, and the stars were scattered across the night sky. The dust of the day had settled, and the marching footsteps finally found a moment of respite. 3 kilometers west of the Beisha River, in a hollow among some withered trees, shadows quietly concealed themselves. After establishing the lookout points, Lin Tiandust immediately turned his attention to the map. With an increasing familiarity with the visualized map, rather than relaxing, his focus intensified. Furrowing his brow in concentration, he contemplated the details before him. At that moment, Wang Jintang's figure appeared beside Lin Tiandust, and sensing the movement, Lin Tiandust turned his gaze. "What is the matter?" he inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Currently, the battalions were in a state of rest, though the respite would not last long. "Commander, many more people are approaching, including a number of young students." "Students? Do you intend to incorporate them into the 1st Battalion?" Lin Tiandust's brow furrowed further as his gaze shifted from the map to Wang Jianhang. "Commander, you know me well. As a teacher, seeing these students reminds me of my days in the classroom. But rest assured, I will ensure they develop combat readiness as swiftly as possible and then distribute them across various companies and platoons," Wang Jianhang replied, unabashedly proud of his role. Indeed, he had always embraced his identity as an educator, believing that those who had received an education could assimilate knowledge more rapidly. Wang Jiantang's words prompted Lin Tiandust to regard him with a peculiar expression. "Very well," he conceded, showing no resistance to Wang Jiantang's proposal. In the heat of battle, Wang Jiantang led the charge with his machine gun, embodying the courage that he spoke of, an audacity that could almost deflect bullets. Furthermore, during peacetime, he consistently taught tactics and the ability to adapt on the battlefield, fully realizing his role as a teacher. This garnered recognition from the other 2 battalions, who would even come to audit his lessons. The strength of the 1st Battalion lay not solely in its morale, but also in the formidable combat capabilities and situational awareness each soldier possessed under Wang Jintang's guidance. This resulted in seemingly reckless charges that were, in fact, the result of meticulous tactical planning. Lin Tiandust's gaze returned to the map as he gradually resumed his contemplation. "Thank you, Commander," Wang Jianhang said, turning to signal to Ping Changxing, who immediately understood and swiftly began to tally the personnel remaining with Lin Tiandust. Wang Jianhang followed his gaze back to the map. "How about forming an elite platoon?" Lin Tiandust suddenly inquired, his eyes fixed on the map. After shifting the visualized map northward by 15 kilometers, the full layout of the armory came into view. After a brief observation, he had discerned the locations of the ammunition storage facilities and the distribution of the enemy forces. The purpose of this halt was precisely for such reconnaissance. This battle must be swift and decisive. We cannot afford to grant the enemy any time for a counteraction, lest the entire munitions factory be detonated by them. Moreover, considerations must be made for the expedited protection of certain equipment and various munitions, as the consumption of ammunition during this period has exceeded his expectations. And with the impending large-scale conflict, replenishment is urgently required. The stronghold is situated approximately 9 kilometers from the munitions factory. This confrontation is not merely a race against time, but also necessitates vigilance against bombers traversing the skies. In truth, Lin Tiandust had contemplated a dual-line operation between the original city's munitions factory and the airfield. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the idea. The distances involved were too great, and the others could not possess the same visual mapping capabilities he had. Such an interweaving maneuver would likely be detected by enemy sentries or other scouts, resulting in the possibility of failing to secure the airfield while simultaneously facing difficulties at the munitions factory. Presently, the only unit capable of executing special operations is a single squad from the 1st Battalion. Control of the internal operations of the munitions factory is imperative. Having assembled the forces, I transferred some of the more capable soldiers from the 1st Battalion to Wei Dayang's squad. Wang Jianhang's expression grew serious. He had already surmised the intent behind the earlier directive from Captain Tian to bolster Wei Dayang's squad, having been present from the very beginning. The map provided to them must ensure that the designated warehouses are preserved. The others may be temporarily relinquished as we initiate our assault on the stronghold, while they can currently take control. Lin Tiandust nodded in agreement, and handed Wang Jiantang a freshly completed map. Wang Jiantang briefly scanned the map, which indicated numerous details, including the positions of enemy sentries, troop deployments, a designated infiltration route, and several circled structures. Without delay, he turned and swiftly made his way back to the camp. As Lin Tiandust watched Wang Jiantang depart, he was about to withdraw his gaze when he suddenly noticed several figures approaching in the distance, led by Feng Bailu, Li Yunlong, Kong Jie, Ding Wei, and Zhao Gang among them. Not far behind, Kong Jie moved swiftly, positioning himself ahead of Li Yunlong and Ding Wei. Old Li, how do you perceive this battle will unfold? Kong Jie inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity. He had already gathered extensive information about the munitions factory en route. The factory is perched atop a mountain, accessible primarily by a single path, which, although only guarded by one enemy outpost, occupies a defensible and challenging position. On paper, they indeed enjoy a significant advantage, yet since the last conflict, it is evident that some new defensive fortifications have emerged. Speed is of the essence. If we cannot achieve a swift victory or delay our assault, reinforcements for the enemy will arrive, leading to a potential encirclement. The difficulties of combat, with adversaries in the skies and on the ground, are readily apparent. There is no need for your unwarranted concern. You've already engaged in several battles. Why remain so hesitant? Li Yunlong replied, striding confidently ahead. Lin Tiandust never engages in battles without certainty. His audacity in this endeavor indicates that he possesses a profound understanding of the situation. Take their current march as an example. Every detail, from the regiment to the platoon level, has been meticulously planned. Moreover, each halt is purposeful and deliberate. With such keen insight, the enemy will undoubtedly suffer a significant loss this time. Indeed, Kong Jie nodded in agreement. In comparison to Lin Tiandust, he felt like a novice soldier unacquainted with the battlefield. The battle at Niangziguan was a grand maneuver spanning 500 to 600 kilometers, yet they returned safely. Chapter 252. The integrity of scholars. Li Yunlong approached with an untroubled expression, standing beside Lin Tiandust as they surveyed the expansive map before them. So, have you devised a strategy for the assault? Li Yunlong rubbed his hands together, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. Commander Lin, Kong Jie greeted, then followed his gaze to the map. Lin Tiandust, eschewing any formalities, addressed the gathering with an air of seriousness. I have dispatched a platoon to establish a defensive perimeter within the arms factory in Yuanqing. Therefore, we must act swiftly to eliminate the enemy strongholds. With a grave tone, Lin Tiandust gestured with a branch, indicating the map. Upon hearing his words, Li Yunlong and his companions furrowed their brows in contemplation. The 9-kilometer distance, while seemingly manageable elsewhere, posed significant challenges here. After all, they were dealing with only a single platoon and a modest target. However, the vicinity of the Yuanqing arms factory was fraught with obstacles, concealed sentries, a network of firepower, and heavy fortifications. Furthermore, capturing the area would necessitate establishing a defense. Commander Lin, is it feasible to advance? Ding Wei inquired, his voice laced with concern after a moment of serious reflection. Indeed, Lin Tiandust replied with a sober tone. He had already utilized a visual map to scout several potential routes for reconnaissance, coordinating with the elite platoon of the 1st Battalion. We can certainly infiltrate the enemy's arms factory. Our primary objective in this battle is the factory itself. We must safeguard the weapons, ammunition, and production lines as much as possible before dawn. Only then can we ensure the mechanized forces emerge from the direction of Yuanqing. He continued with gravity. We cannot disregard the likelihood that the enemy may resort to indiscriminate bombings upon realizing the factory's fall. Thus, we must act with urgency. Lin Tiandust understood the need to avoid a frontal assault on Yuanqing, which would come at a dire cost in lives. Yet, the complexities of breaching the arms factory loomed large. A successful assault would likely provoke bombings from enemy aircraft in the Yuanqing area. Nevertheless, Lin Tiandust prioritized the battleground at the arms factory. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, Li Yunlong agreed without hesitation, nodding in affirmation. The others concurred as well. One more thing, consolidate your mortar shells and report to me, Lin Tiandust stated with unwavering determination. Agreed, Li Yunlong replied promptly, nodding again without a moment's pause. Agreed, echoed Kong Jie and Ding Wei in quick succession, while Zhang Taisheng, the last to respond, wore a resigned expression and weakly murmured. Agreed. Among the groups, he was the least equipped. Despite having participated in the cleanup at NZ Pass, it had amounted to little more than a haphazard collection of arms and ammunition. His own resources included merely a single mortar, devoid of shells. However, Lin Tiandust paid no heed to Zhang Taisheng's expression, his focus entirely upon the map. Let us commence preparations. Lin Tiandust tossed aside the branch in his hand. All right. Li Yunlong nodded in acknowledgement before swiftly turning to depart. Numerous soldiers, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, promptly began to limber up their joints and inspect their firearms. At the 1st Battalion's position, Feng Jinhai observed nearby, deep in thought, as he patted Zhang Xing, who was seated with his rifle cradled in his arms. It's time to act. Indeed. Zhang Xing slowly opened his eyes. The murderous intent in his gaze sent a shiver down Feng Jinhai's spine. However, his attention was soon diverted. The once tranquil valley, filled only with the sounds of insects and the wind, transformed as various squads prepared for battle. At the moment the orders were issued, the clinking of metal echoed in the air. Feng Jinhai was instinctively drawn to the sound, his gaze shifting to the hillside where shadows of soldiers began to rise. As if the earth itself birthed them like mushrooms after rain. One by one, the soldiers folded the coarse cloth beneath them, fastening it to their bodies. While others adjusted their long rifles, many tightened their belts, and some were busy securing cloth strips around their calves. Not far away, Feng Jinhai spotted the death flag he had seen in photographs. A tall, slender soldier unfurled it, shook it out, and then carefully folded it before picking up a long iron pole from the ground and slinging a rifle across his back. There was no exchange of words. All soldiers were absorbed in their tasks, as if the moment the command was given, they instinctively knew their next steps. I'll go ahead to assemble, Feng Jinhai murmured to himself. Yet, the figure beside him was quicker. Zhang Xing, silent as ever, shouldered his rifle and positioned himself behind the other soldiers. Seeing this, Feng Jinhai promptly followed suit. Report, assembly complete. Following the voice, Feng Jinhai turned to see the soldier who had gathered the flag standing before a stone. Rifle slung across his back. A figure stood atop the stone, exuding a disciplined demeanor, his gaunt face and unadorned appearance radiating an air of calm. Even the words he spoke were tranquil. Many know that I was once a teacher. I taught my brother to write. Yet, the first letter he composed was a farewell to me. Before the assembled soldiers of the 1st Battalion. Wang Jiantang's expression was grave as he slowly unfolded a piece of paper, lifting it gently. The breeze stirred the page, causing it to flutter. The once white paper had yellowed with age, the black characters etched into it bearing the scars of time. He declared, in such dire straits for our homeland. Our only recourse is to die for it. Brother, you must go to the east of the river and sacrifice yourself. Wang Jiantang's voice was profound, his gaze piercing as he looked at each soldier. Among them were veterans who had fought through numerous battles and freshly arrived recruits. Wang Jiantang paused slightly before continuing in a solemn tone. For me, the battlefield is not fearsome. What is truly terrifying is your inability to protect those you cherish. The commander once expressed that we must engage in battles meant for 3 generations with the strength of just one. We don this military uniform not for ourselves, but to fight on behalf of those who will come after us, ensuring that our loved ones are spared from the ravages of war, where bullets are indiscriminate. Some of the elder comrades are aware that my farewell letter has long been composed, to drive the enemy from our land and restore the spirit of our nation. I would die without regret or resentment. Onward. The voice of Wang Jian'ang resonated throughout the entire 1st Battalion, and even the 2nd and 3rd Battalions, as well as the independent regiment, could faintly hear it. Feng Jinhai's gaze fell upon that solitary figure. Though the voice was not thunderous, it rendered him silent. This exemplifies the integrity of a scholar. Feng Jinhai felt the embodiment of that term, observing the refined demeanor, yet the eyes were filled with lethal intent. The resolute figure that turned away without hesitation and the unwavering gazes of the soldiers around him compelled Feng Jinhai to instinctively follow suit. Chapter 253. It's not yet your turn to perish at the back of the mountain, 2 kilometers away from the enemy stronghold at Beisheh. A large contingent of soldiers was swiftly constructing a mortar position. The company commander, 67 mortars have been distributed to each squad, and 2 92-style howitzers are also in place, reported El Gouet with a sense of urgency. Since Li Ergu had taken on the role of operating the tank gun, it was only natural for him to assume Li Ergu's previous responsibilities. Zhuzi cast a brief glance towards the 2 92-style howitzers that El Gouet mentioned. The artillery company was no longer as it had been before. They were now allocated 200 personnel to assist with logistics. Reflecting on the past in the new 1st Regiment, when one soldier would carry a single mortar and the only 2 shells he possessed, and had to request permission to fire each round, he shook his head at the memory of those arduous days, muttering to himself to look ahead. Instantly regaining his focus, he turned to El Gouet and spoke in a serious tone. 2nd Squad will handle Area 04, 3rd Squad will take on Area 06, and 1st Squad. Be prepared for artillery support upon my command. Holding 2 maps, he glanced at them before handing them over to El Gouet. The enemy stronghold lay not far away, and through the binoculars, it was evident that the Japanese had yet to discover the artillery positions being established 3 kilometers away. As he observed, a voice suddenly interrupted. Company commander, what about us? A soldier clad in the independent regiment's uniform approached him, his tone tinged with eagerness. His peripheral vision was drawn to the boxes of shells, and he could not help but swallow hard. You may temporarily borrow our artillery. If any are damaged, we will compensate you. Our coordination with the various battalions is quite harmonious, and I hope you understand. Zhuzi explained to the artilleryman he recognized from the independent regiment. He did not intend to offend. The intensity of this battle was high, and he needed to ensure that every shell was fired with precision. After all, The artillery company had achieved a seamless collaboration with the various battalions, and introducing unfamiliar elements could lead to friendly fire. Furthermore, it was evident that the commander aimed for concentrated firepower to swiftly resolve the conflict. The artillerymen cultivated under Yu Qingzhu's command were more than capable of managing over 70 pieces of artillery, thus precision was paramount. Zhang Chongqing wished to convey something beyond this, but after contemplating, he observed Yu Qingzhu as he efficiently assigned tasks to the other soldiers. Ultimately, the words he wished to express remained unspoken. He silently engaged in preparations while keeping a watchful eye, for the fame of the Tiger Bin regiment was not solely due to its 3 battalions. The artillery company's reputation within the independent regiment resonated even more loudly. Everyone knew that the commander of the artillery company was a favored officer of their regiment's leader. As Zhang Chongqing gazed upon the orderly arrangement of over 60 mortars, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. After all, the memory remains vivid of him and Yu Qingzhu, one shouldering a cannon while the other bore the shells, although several mortars have been added since then. In comparison to Yu Qingzhu, he felt like a country bumpkin who had ventured into the city. A fleeting thought crossed Zhang Chongqing's mind, if he performed well. But shaking his head vigorously, he dispelled the notion from his mind. In the dark of night, at the Japanese stronghold by the Baisha River, within a bunker, a fire crackled in an iron basin, fueled by wood, casting a warm glow that illuminated the entire bunker, while thick smoke escaped through the windows. The night air in Jin province during June was not excessively cold, yet as night fell, temperatures dipped below 10 degrees, creating an uncomfortable chill. A diminutive figure sat on a bench beside the campfire, poking at the flames and occasionally using a stick to turn the sweet potatoes roasting in the basin. Sang Haijun. This truly is a cursed place, even in summer, the nights are so frigid, murmured the small, slight Japanese soldier. Xiaogujuan. You have not been to the 3 eastern provinces. I suspect there is still snow lingering in the mountains there. However, they are preparing for a purge, otherwise, winter will arrive again by November. Shanghai chuckled, adding more firewood to the basin and stirring the flames. Sparks flew into the air, their silhouettes wavering in the flickering light. The Guangdong army has been entrenched in the 3 eastern provinces for many years. They likely wish to resolve the situation there swiftly. If the Guangdong army crosses into our territory, our forces will be sufficient. Xiaogu's tone grew animated at the mention of the Guangdong army. At that point, a mere regiment will not hold sway. We will be taken seriously, he scoffed, pausing slightly before continuing. When you were absent the other day, we repelled their attacks 11 times. I truly do not understand why we should treat them with such gravity. When they engage us, they behave like a disordered rabble, abandoning their arms and armor. Shanghai smiled at this. Indeed, their combat effectiveness was lacking. During the initial assault on the original city, he had set ablaze over 300 men without breaking a sweat, claiming all the credit for it. His grin was unabashed, but as he spoke, he pressed his lips together, as if savoring the memory. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he heard a series of hurried sounds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was filled with a sound that only artillery shells slicing through the sky could produce. The two immediately sensed the gravity of the situation, their smiles vanishing. Before they could react, the ground trembled violently beneath them. The night was instantaneously illuminated as if it were day, and the unmistakable sound of shells whistling through the air echoed ominously. The relentless bombardment rained down upon the bunker, and they could clearly see the battlefield engulfed in flames. As the structures and fortifications were obliterated in the initial wave of artillery fire, the artillery fire before them resembled a series of precise gunshots, each strike landing with uncanny accuracy. The pitch-black sky loomed above, while the earth below erupted in flames, devouring one enemy after another. The cacophony of wails, cries for help, and explosions intertwined in a haunting symphony. 2 individuals huddled within a bunker, their pupils betraying sheer terror, their earlier smiles completely vanished, their bodies trembling slightly. The intensity of the firepower was unlike anything they had ever witnessed on this battlefield, and before they could react, they were suddenly engulfed by a tremendous shockwave. As shells detonated nearby, the explosions seemed to fade into the distance, until darkness enveloped their vision. In the twilight of the evening, Feng Jianhai stared vacantly at the scene before him. Was this overwhelming barrage truly wielded by their army? He gazed at the enemy stronghold, illuminated as brightly as day. Disbelief etched across his features. Before he could fully process his astonishment, a furious shout erupted beside him. Changsheng, raise the flag. The commander demands swift resolution. As the words echoed, black and white banners unfurled, becoming the most striking presence amidst the artillery's blaze, even in the cover of night. Facing the wind and welcoming the moon, growing towards the sun. This was not Feng Jianhai's first encounter with such a banner. Yet the sensation it evoked was utterly different from the photographs he had seen. One was stark black and white, the other bursting with color. Just moments ago, the commander, embodying the scholarly demeanor of a cultured man, transformed utterly at that instant of fury. During briefings, he had been poised and calm, yet now, As the voice surged and the flag rose, his features twisted with intensity, veins prominent, as he gripped his weapon, firing incessantly, the first to charge forth. The firelight illuminated his flushed face, his roar resonating with bloodlust. Was this truly their commander? Feng Jianhai was taken aback, filled with bewilderment. Yet, inexplicably, he felt his blood begin to boil, his heartbeat quickening. He endeavored to regain his composure. After all, mastering emotional stability was paramount in the art of infiltration. A fundamental principle. Just as before, he appeared calm on the surface, yet that was merely a facade. He required a composed exterior to facilitate better disguise and integration within the ranks, to conceal his true self. However, at that moment, he sensed an uncontrollable surge of emotion. Kill! Feng Jianhai bellowed, his eyes blazing crimson, leaping from his cover, closely trailing behind. On the battlefield, the cries of battle drowned out the gunfire. The shouts of slaughter never ceased. Feng Jianhai felt as though he had cast aside all thoughts, fixated solely on the relentless charge. This induced a peculiar state within him. His body surged with fervor while his mind remained alert. As he pressed forward, he observed his regiment. Akin to a spectator watching madmen rush into the fray. The overwhelming momentum was such that mountains would be shifted, rivers would be diverted. Kill! Zheng Xing roared, the murderous intent in his eyes uncontrollable. The rolled-up sleeves revealed distinct scars on his arms, his skin wrinkled as if scorched by flames, leaving behind sharply defined marks. At that moment, Zheng Xing was oblivious to his injuries, firing shot after shot. He had transformed into a malevolent spirit, more fearsome than the enemy he sought to annihilate. His sole purpose for existence was to eliminate the foes. Feng Jianhai observed Zheng Xing, who appeared more deranged than the madmen of the 1st Battalion. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face. From their previous encounters, he sensed that Zheng Xing bore a story, and he had hoped to conceal himself better by associating with him, for Zhang Xing's demeanor served as the perfect camouflage. Gaining Zheng Xing's friendship might afford him protection. Yet, seeing the unabashed murderous glint in Zheng Xing's eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. For the twisted expression on Zheng Xing's face conveyed a singular thought, the desire to kill. Suddenly, Zheng Xing was yanked back by a hand and pressed against a cover. You little brat, find cover and charge. It's not your turn to die yet, rookie. Lao Song, keep up with the captain, they've already advanced. The voice belonged to an old soldier who dashed toward a depression to the right, forcibly shoving Zheng Xing behind the nearby cover. Groups of soldiers rushed past them, their uniforms appearing somewhat worn. The old soldier glanced at Zheng Xing and solemnly advised, the captain says if anyone has to die, it should be the veterans first. You little rascal, don't run around. Stick close behind me. With that, the old soldier crouched low and swiftly charged out from the cover, racing forward with remarkable speed, leaving Zheng Xing momentarily bewildered. Feng Jianhai noted every detail, recalling the brutal nature of training and interactions under the command of the 11th Unit. Sympathy was a luxury, the foremost obligation amidst the chaos of battle was the mission. Kill. Zheng Xing's mind momentarily faltered. But the sight of the veterans sprinting ignited his instincts. He scrambled up from behind the cover, resolutely pursuing the figures ahead. The once reticent youth in Feng Jianhai's memory now echoed a singular, thunderous command. To hell with reason, to hell with the mission. Feng Jianhai's heart, already racing, ignited with fervor. The admonishments from the 11th Unit seemed to be drowned out by the battle cries. Kill! He shouted, quickly catching up to Zheng Xing. Amidst the rising sparks and the brilliance of the stars, the inky night was illuminated by their silhouettes. On the riverbank, the positions of the Independent Regiment and the new 2nd Regiment lay before Li Yunlong and Kong Jie, who bore expressions of conflicting desire to witness, yet avoid the unfolding spectacle. The sound of artillery echoed, more boisterous than a festival. Yet, despite the beauty of the flames, Li Yunlong gripped his weapon tightly, muttering, "You damned fool, stop grabbing onto me. Can't you hold on to yourself?" Kong Jie could no longer endure it and exclaimed in frustration, "That damned Commander Lin, can't he spare a little for me?" Upon hearing this, Li Yunlong instinctively muttered to himself. Those shells were saved from his own tightened belt. The brigade commander had repeatedly congratulated him on prosperity, yet he had withheld them from being handed over. At this moment, the shells flew overhead without passing through his hands, each one whistling past. This wretched master, truly unaware of the exorbitant costs of basic necessities. Li Yunlong could distinctly feel his heartbeat synchronizing with the explosions, each blast causing his heart to slow momentarily, only to quicken again with the next detonation. Could you please stop shouting? What good does it do? If we save, it would cost the lives of the dead battalion. Although Kong Jie felt a deep pain, he understood clearly that under such overwhelming firepower, the dead battalion charged forward amidst the artillery. Once Kong Jie spoke, Li Yunlong fell silent, for he too was acutely aware of the situation. They needed a swift resolution. At the moment, the artillery erupted. The flag of the dead battalion was raised, and the entire regiment surged forward. Yet Li Yunlong's anguish would not simply dissipate. His expression was one of melancholy as he gazed ahead, the artillery carving the earth, striking with uncanny precision upon the enemy ranks. The accuracy of the artillery had indeed improved. That damned Commander Lin. All those tank soldiers were sent by me. They were all my gifts to him. Li Yunlong was tormented by a profound conflict, particularly as he watched two tanks advancing rapidly, intensifying his distress. This is what displeases you, Kang Jie thought. Shaking his head in disbelief, with such concentrated bombardment, he could only imagine what Li Yunlong was feeling. Clearly, the shells were but a minor provocation. What truly troubled Li Yunlong were Yu Chuzhu and Sun Dishing, especially Sun Dishing, who had become a turtle withdrawing into its shell within the tank, akin to a married daughter who no longer recognizes her family. However, despite his pain, Li Yunlong's gaze flickered with determination as he assessed the situation. Prepare yourselves. They are about to break through. Ignoring Kang Jie, Li Yunlong spoke gravely. So soon? Kang Jie immediately seized his binoculars for a closer examination. The coordination between infantry and artillery is no illusion, Li Yunlong replied, shaking his head as he swiftly turned to Zhang Depio. Pass the word down a charge. They remained on the hillside of the Hu Bin regiment's right flank, poised to swiftly circumvent the stronghold and assault the munitions factory behind it. The 2nd and 3rd battalions of the Hu Bin regiment had not moved for this very reason. While the artillery's cleansing was exhilarating, if the munitions factory remained intact, the artillery advantage of the Hu Bin regiment would be rendered moot. Li Yunlong was acutely aware that Lin Tiandust was still fighting as he always had, betting on a sure victory. The 2nd and 3rd battalions are mobilizing. Kang Jie shouted. Charge with me, Li Yunlong bellowed. Chapter 254, The Clash at the Armory. Beneath the glow of lights at the armory, the enemy soldiers engaged in jovial conversation while standing guard. In the darkness of night, a cadre of warriors moved with deliberate calmness. Shadows crept stealthily into the buildings, accompanied by the relentless roar of machinery emanating from within the fortified walls. 60 meters to the right, two individuals concealed within the haystack. Chinchong signaled with 3 gestures, indicating a specific location. Lu Sangun promptly led 3 men toward the indicated spot. Meanwhile, a group of over 20 lay in wait outside the walls, hidden among the grass until a shadow quietly approached, waved a hand, and the assembly of figures converged, advancing toward the earlier specified direction. As they neared the inner structures of the armory, the sound of rotating axles intensified considerably. In the dimly lit recesses where the light could not penetrate, Chinchong's gaze fixated upon the ammunition storage warehouse ahead. At a distance of 200 meters, a blind spot lay to the right. However, a searchlight periodically swept across the area in about a minute's rotation. At the main entrance of the warehouse, enemy soldiers loitered, occasionally engaging in idle chatter. Chinchong exchanged a glance with Wei Heshang, both men directing their attention toward their comrades. Wei Heshang gestured toward Su Zilai, while Chinchong indicated Zhang Tianfu. Without uttering a word, the 4 began to stealthily maneuver to the right, while the remaining group concealed themselves, poised for action. As the light swept past, the 4 figures silently approached the warehouse. Su Zilai moved with remarkable speed, but more importantly, he did so without a sound. Upon reaching the target, he swiftly slashed the throat of the enemy soldier from the shadows, stifling his cries with a hand. A surge of crimson fluid gushed forth, yet Su Zilai remained unfazed, using the weight of the fallen soldier to drag him away. Simultaneously, the other 3 enemy soldiers were pulled into the shadows by 3 figures. The blade entered cleanly, and the life ebbed from the 4 adversaries, who initially trembled and muttered before gradually succumbing to stillness. Chinchong nonchalantly wiped the blood from his hands onto the clothing of one of the fallen, then waved his hand behind him, prompting a team to follow closely in his wake. As the light swept back, Zhang Tianfu, clad in enemy garb, swiftly positioned himself against the warehouse door, engaging in idle chatter with an unsuspecting soldier. The door was locked, but with the finesse of the mustachioed Zhang Tianfu, the iron barrier was soon unlatched. Impressive Taoist. Truly multifaceted, Wei Heshang remarked with a hint of admiration. Indeed, this is a skill I honed before my ascetic life. Who would have thought it would come in handy now? Zhang Tianfu replied, dismissively waving his hand. Swiftly. Without further ado, Wei Heshang ushered the men into the warehouse. They efficiently secured the iron windows, leaving only a few openings. Chinchong, you guard the western door. I will take the eastern side. Additionally, assign several sharpshooters to those ventilation shafts, allowing them to maintain elevated positions for cover. Wei Heshang instructed sternly, gripping Chinchong's arm. We must protect this ammunition depot at all costs. The commander requires these shells. Our survival depends on it. Chinchong swiftly led his team towards the factory gates to the west, immediately locking the door of the warehouse behind him. He gathered various items to create tactical cover. In this battle, Chinchong was acutely aware that the commander's objective was to seize this munitions factory in order to replenish their ammunition supplies. At the same moment, Wei Heshang was executing a similar strategy, The interior of the warehouse was being meticulously organized, with several soldiers busily moving ammunition to construct protective barriers. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous roar echoed from afar, accompanied by flashes of light. Following closely was a series of alarm signals from the factory, indicating heightened vigilance. The fight had commenced. Wei Hashang spoke with grave seriousness as he peered through a small observation window and discerned a group of enemy soldiers beginning to assemble. Numerous voices of the enemy could be heard outside the warehouse, though their words were incomprehensible. Some of the enemy soldiers, sensing something amiss, craned their necks to peer into the ammunition warehouse, attempting to catch a glimpse through the door crack to see if anyone was slacking off. However, just as one soldier leaned in to look, the barrel of a gun pressed against his forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, a shot rang out. Bang! Blood splattered as the soldier staggered, yet even before he could fall, a more intense barrage of gunfire erupted from all directions. The initial chaos subsided as the enemy soldiers quickly regrouped. Squad leader, the enemy is advancing towards the west gate. They reported, armed with iron shields, but unable to throw grenades inside. Su Zilai, wielding a submachine gun, swiftly appeared by Wei Hashang's side. Observing the approaching enemy, he tossed a grenade to suppress their advance. Wei Hashang leaned against the wall, gazing towards the main entrance of the warehouse. Although the enemy did not employ heavy firepower, they had nearly surrounded the warehouse. As Wei Hashang watched the tide of enemy soldiers continuously surge forth, a fierce intent to kill glimmered in his eyes. Just then, a steady voice broke through his thoughts. Squad leader, use incendiary tactics. Zhang Tianfu, after firing a shot, pointed towards several oil barrels arranged within the warehouse. Upon hearing this, Wei Hashang looked at the enemy flooding around the warehouse. Once the door opened, it would be exceedingly difficult to hold the line. Taoist, go! You must continue to secure this side, Wei Hashang commanded without a moment's hesitation, moving decisively towards Qinchang. Zhang Tianfu quickly followed. At the west gate of the warehouse, Qinchang was relentlessly firing his machine gun. Bullets sprang forth, yet the enemy was advancing rapidly. Damn it! Qinchang's gaze was fixed on the swiftly approaching enemy, noting a vehicle shielded with a metal plate at the forefront. His machine gun was ineffective against such armor. Find a way to use grenades to destroy that vehicle. Qinchang shouted, his tone urgent. Just then, a voice rang out. Act with urgency. The steady voice compelled Qinchang to turn, and he saw a figure with a long beard beside him, holding 2 Molotov cocktails. For the Taoist. With a shattering sound, flames erupted, imprinted within Qinchang's gaze. Flames danced along the iron sheet, flowing from its seams towards the soldiers clutching it. In an instant, anguished cries erupted from behind as a soldier transformed into a fiery specter, uncontrollably darting about. With each step, gasoline dripped from his body, leaving a trail of flames in his wake. The heart-wrenching wail surpassed even the gunfire, causing the surrounding soldiers to recoil in terror at the sight of these blazing figures. As some of the fiery beings charged toward the enemy, their comrades resorted to gunfire in a desperate attempt to halt their advance. Well done, Taoist! Qinchang shouted, witnessing the chaos unfold. Block the breach and suppress their fire. I excel at extinguishing foes. Zhang Tianfu chuckled, hurling 2 incendiary bottles before seizing his submachine gun and pulling the trigger. The flames spewing from the weapon illuminated his face, causing his beard to quiver. As several enemy soldiers fell in response to the fiery barrage. The heavy machine gun is here. Everyone, vacate the windows. Lu Sangun bellowed. The sharpshooters and soldiers stationed by the window swiftly sought cover. Rat-a-tat-tat. Streams of fire surged toward the warehouse, and the enemy's firepower was momentarily suppressed. Those who had previously taken refuge began their assault anew. The soldiers, utilizing narrow gaps and grenades, endeavored to thwart the enemy's advance. The battle remained intensely stalemated. Their numbers too few and isolated. The emergence of the enemy's heavy artillery rendered them nearly powerless. Hold the line. Wei Hashang pondered his limited options, his expression grave as he observed the encroaching enemy. Just then, a piercing whistle drowned out the relentless gunfire. Suddenly, a massive fireball erupted amidst the enemy ranks. Artillery support. The commander is aiding us. Wei Hashang's eyes lit up with hope. Chapter 255. Battles raging everywhere in the city of Yuan. The enemy's command headquarters was alive with the incessant clamor of telegrams even in the dead of night. A figure hurriedly entered through the door. The man, clad in military attire that hung loosely, was only half-dressed, his uniform barely clinging to him, ready to slip away at any moment. His hands trembled. Not from fear but from indignation. Struggling to maintain composure, he adjusted his glasses and located the munitions factory on the map, clutching several telegrams in his grasp. With each passing moment, the expression on his face grew increasingly grim, his bloodshot eyes becoming even more inflamed. He slammed the telegrams down onto the map, causing his uniform to tumble from his shoulders. Nearby, Inazuka Nobuya promptly bent down to retrieve it, bowing respectfully as he did so. Damn it! It has barely been a moment since the outpost was attacked, and now the munitions factory has come under siege. his complexion flushed with anger as Inuzuka Nobuya, having picked up the telegram, spoke with gravity, "Sir, while the battle rages at the Bayshade outpost, a small contingent has infiltrated the munitions factory and seized control of the ammunition depot." As he spoke, Inuzuka Nobuya noticed the contorted visage of the man before him and hesitated, listening intently. The tactics of such a blitzkrieg and mobile warfare were all too familiar to him at this moment. The Tiger Brigade. He seethed through clenched teeth, for he could think of no other unit that would employ such an aggressive strategy. His gaze, now laced with fury, remained fixed on the munitions factory's position as he struck the table forcefully. With icy resolve, he commanded, "Direct the T&I Brigade to advance towards the munitions factory. The troops stationed at the 3 surrounding outposts are to envelop it from 3 sides. Do not initiate an attack until the T&I Brigade arrives. The 4th Mechanized Division is to coordinate with the T&I Brigade in their advance towards the factory. Remember, it is imperative that the mechanized forces do not become disconnected from the T&I Brigade." His orders came forth with unwavering clarity, his demeanor chillingly resolute. The munitions factory must not fall into the hands of the Tiger Brigade, and with their position now known, they could not be allowed to regain their strength and continue their harassment around Yuan. On the front lines, the Tiger Brigade could not possibly match our forces. Loudly he declared. After the fall of Nyangzi Pass, Yuan became an isolated island amidst the fervent battles raging across the territories, with no reinforcements dispatched to assist us from within the empire. Furthermore, the Guangdong Army has begun to purge the anti-Japanese United Army. The battlefield in Zhao and Yi is nearing its conclusion. Currently, no substantial reinforcements were on the way. If we were to rely solely on Yuan's forces, we must eradicate the Tiger Brigade. Otherwise, should they continue their assaults, we would be left in a reactive stance with no hope of victory. Despite the absence of reinforcements, Yuan's military strength was not insignificant. Indeed, Inuzuka Nobuya nodded in affirmation, beginning to relay the commands. The man's gaze remained fixated on the munitions factory's location, as long as the thorn that was the Tiger Brigade could be removed. The initiative would gradually return to his grasp. 6 kilometers west of the armory, in a secluded valley, lay the concealed position of the 771st Regiment. A figure, donned with spectacles and casually resting one hand on his hip, fixed his gaze on the distant horizon, where the sky flickered with the ominous glow of gunfire. The evening breeze brushed against him, yet he remained impervious to its chill, his heart racing with escalating urgency. For the source of the artillery was none other than the original city armory. The gravity of the situation was undeniable. They had engaged in numerous skirmishes nearby. But this was a far more serious affair. Observing the concentrated bombardment, it was clear that both the stronghold and the armory were embroiled in a calculated conflict. As he paced anxiously, the voice of Zhang Jingjun broke through the tension. "Commander Chang, reports from the scouts indicate that the armory is under imminent threat." Under imminent threat? Cheng's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he surveyed the fiery horizon. Yet, a moment of realization dawned upon him. Only one individual, or perhaps one unit, could orchestrate such an assault on the armory near the original city. Order the entire regiment